The refined and ascetic geologist, Ming Zhuo, encounters the aloof celebrity, Wen Tan. After engaging in a fierce online dispute with detractors for 3 consecutive days, Wen Tan's management company ordered her to halt all activities. With nothing to do at home for half a month, she finally succumbed to her friends' persistent pleas to assist her with attendance in elective courses. Ming Zhuo, an esteemed expert in geology, possesses an air of cool sophistication and is remarkably accomplished for his age. Following his graduation, he was invited back to his alma mater as a guest professor, where his classes quickly filled to capacity. During one such class, he inadvertently called upon the name of Wen Tan's friend. What initially seemed to be an inconsequential intersection of lives took a different turn when Wen Tan, upon first laying eyes on Ming Zhuo, began contemplating how to peel away his tailored suit, yearning to delve into the depths of those indifferent black eyes hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, hoping to ensnare him in her charm. While everyone deemed Wen Tan's aspirations as fanciful, believing that a high-caliber individual like Ming Zhuo would never descend to her level, she herself shared this sentiment, merely indulging in a token pursuit before moving on. However, one fateful night, Ming Zhuo removed his obstructive glasses and pinned her against the bookshelf, his hands, defined by strong bones, guiding hers to the buttons of his shirt. His voice, cool and husky, commanded, "Come here." To the outside world, Ming Zhuo exuded a cold and composed demeanor, while Wen Tan, true to her name, radiated an elegance intertwined with a certain chill. Many puzzled over what sparks could possibly ignite between them, coining the term emotionally aloof couple. Yet, only Wen Tan recognized the untamed spirit hidden beneath Ming's composed exterior, and only Ming Zhuo could appreciate the brilliance and allure that danced in Wen Tan's eyes when she smiled. This is a tale of love between adults, where you shine as the most resplendent star. After a few swift and intense spring rains, the summer heat began to make its presence felt. At a seaside resort hotel, Wen Tan held a glass of champagne, idly swirling it. The voice of her agent mingled with the gentle sea breeze. "Your early return to work is thanks to Meng Chenen's intercession. Remember to express your gratitude when he arrives." Wen Tan muttered a disinterested "oh," clearly not taking it to heart. Her agent, noticing Wen Tan's indifference, sighed and turned away to greet others. Today marked a private dinner hosted by a magazine's chief editor, specially arranged by the sea. This was Wen Tan's first public appearance since her company had suspended all her activities 3 months prior. The guest list comprised not only luminaries from the fashion world, but also renowned celebrities, including influential socialites and directors. The entertainment industry is a tightly knit circle. Seemingly unrelated individuals may very well be close friends behind the scenes. Wen Tan's agent busily mingled, seeking to forge connections, while Wen Tan herself, a mid-tier actress, occasionally landed supporting roles in major productions or lead roles in smaller web dramas, a trajectory dictated by her company. 5 years ago, Wen Tan shot to fame with a photo of herself at a temple, hands clasped in sincere reverence, dressed in a pale blue qipao, her hair secured with a jade hairpin, exuding an aura of purity and grace amidst an ancient and elegant backdrop. This image cemented her persona as a figure of cool elegance, sparking endless debates about whether the photograph was staged. Every public appearance would ignite fierce debates between her fans and detractors. "Xiao Tan, why are you here alone?" a warm male voice inquired. Wen Tan looked up, her face lighting up with a practiced smile. "Teacher Ming." Meng Zhuo stood beside her, tall and poised, exuding an exceptional presence. At 35, he appeared untouched by time, gaining an air of maturity and stability. As one of the original beneficiaries of the entertainment boom, he garnered a loyal fan base, secured coveted resources, and even earned the title of Best Actor a few years back. Wen Tan played a minor role opposite him in one of his dramas, where her character met a tragic end in his embrace. The series had cultivated a dedicated fan base that thrived on their doomed romance, and it was through this drama that Wen Tan transitioned from obscurity to prominence. Meng Zhuo, having taken a glass of champagne from a passing waiter, turned to Wen Tan. "I heard you've secured your next role, another romance drama." Wen Tan offered a silent laugh. "That's the company's decision." To maintain her carefully crafted image, the company restricted her from accepting roles outside of romantic dramas. Although she had auditioned for a character she adored and was well received, the company rejected the opportunity, citing her existing commitments, which left the director visibly displeased whenever they crossed paths. "Xiao Tan, have you considered breaking free from the romance genre?" Meng Zhuo inquired, revealing his intentions. I have a new project starting soon, a period drama. The role of the second female lead is still open. If you're interested, I can speak to your company. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Ming, Wen Tan replied, but our contract has concluded, and it's best to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Meng Chainan furrowed his brow. You still hold a grudge over that matter. It was never my intention. Wen An smiled lightly. Not at all. I owe my current position to the momentum gained from being associated with you, Teacher Ming. I'm grateful beyond measure. Meng Chenan's lips pressed into a thin line. Xiao Tan, the contract issue is in the past. I've given it considerable thought during this time, and my feelings for you are. Teacher Ming, Wen Tan gently interrupted. I need to visit the restroom. Excuse me. With that, she downed the remaining champagne and offered him a slight smile as an apology. As she turned, the delicate bones of her back subtly shifted. Meng Chainan watched her retreating figure, his gaze deepening with contemplation. Undeniably, Wen Tan was stunning, bright-eyed, with flawless skin. The entertainment industry had been experiencing a drought in talent, where even those with mediocre skills could shine. Wen Tan was exceptional, yet her lack of formal training and a somewhat fixed image limited her opportunities, akin to a greenhouse flower that, once exposed to sunlight, withers away. Ultimately, she seemed destined for mediocrity. Instead of heading to the restroom, Wen Tan exited the banquet hall. Outside, the rain fell in sparse sheets, rustling the banana leaves, creating a soothing sound. The air was fresh and invigorating. Just then, a raindrop, blown off course by the wind, landed on the hem of her evening gown, staining the pristine fabric like ink. Calculating the cost of the gown in her mind, Wen Tan was about to take a step forward when she overheard a cool, understated male voice from the nearby corridor. I've been too busy this month to find time. Wen Tan glanced in that direction, spotting a man partially concealed behind a large banana leaf. One hand casually rested in his trouser pocket while the other held a phone, seemingly engaged in a call. Whatever the person on the other end said elicited a hint of mirth from him. Seeing you is always different. Wen Tan was not one to eavesdrop, but as she turned away, her purse slipped from her grasp, rolling several times before tumbling down the steps. Realizing that avoiding the stain on her gown was now futile, she moved to retrieve her bag just as the figure from the corridor stepped forward. Instinctively, she averted her gaze, but her eyes briefly caught a glimpse of his profile, causing her to pause momentarily. Ming Zhuo descended the stairs, his elegant hand reaching through the curtain of rain to retrieve her purse, which he then extended towards her. Wen Tan, as if awakening from a dream, reached out to accept it. Thank you. Ming Zhuo inclined his head slightly. No need that he was about to leave when Wen Tan called out to him. Wait a moment. Ming Zhuo turned his head, his gaze inquiring. Wen Tan offered him a bright smile, her expression radiant. She said, this handbag was left to me by my grandmother, passed down from my mother. It holds great significance for me. You have assisted me immensely today, and out of both obligation and gratitude, I should treat you to a meal. Ming Zhuo regarded her in silence for a moment. Wen Tan quickly continued, I understand that you are busy this month. It doesn't matter. I am available at any time. Pausing briefly, she expressed her sincere apology. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your phone call. I simply happened to walk by. Then, Wen Tan gradually revealed her true intention. If you don't mind, could you share a contact number with me? This invitation to dinner is open-ended. Ming Zhuo finally spoke, his voice cultured yet cool. If I recall correctly, I left my phone number in the classroom at the beginning of the semester. He leisurely added, Lin Chuyu. Wen Tan. Damn, I've been recognized. Chapter 2. The art of flirting. Wen Tan's encounter with Ming Zhuo transpired over 2 months ago, during a period when she found herself idly at home, assisting a friend by enrolling in elective courses. She believed her cover was impeccable until she was unexpectedly called upon to respond in class, whereupon she was promptly recognized. After the lesson concluded, Wen Tan approached the teacher to plead her case. Teacher, Lin Chuyu didn't deliberately skip class. Her family faced a sudden incident. The man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of cold detachment. What incident? Wen Tan fabricated a fictitious relative with unwavering composure. Her cousin was in a car accident. Ming Zhuo lifted his gaze slightly, setting down his materials. Is it serious? Wen Tan fully embraced her role as an actress, amplifying her emotions. It's very serious. They nearly have to amputate. Lin Chuyu is his only family here. She must be present to sign. Then she should go. Wen Tan exhaled in relief. I'm glad you understand, teacher. After a brief pause, she tentatively inquired, Teacher, you wouldn't fail her for this, would you? Certainly not. Before Wen Tan could utter another word, he continued, Otherwise, How could I justify her cousin's nearly severed leg? Wen Tan nodded with calm assurance. Yes, you truly are reasonable. Teacher. Later, as Wen Tan received a phone call, she noticed that Ming Zhuo had already departed by the time she finished. She had missed the opportunity to request his contact information. However, she had worn a mask and a hat throughout their interaction, never removing them. And upon later questioning Lin Shuyu, she learned that Ming Zhuo was indifferent to the entertainment industry's news and gossip. He probably did not even know what she looked like. Thus, she had dared to flirt so directly to ask for his number. No matter, it was a minor issue. With a smile, Wen Tan addressed a gentleman nearby. It seems you've mistaken me. I am not Lin Shuyu. As her words faded, a male voice echoed from a distance. Ming Zhuo, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you. Ming Zhuo responded, I received a call. Zhou Jiguang cast a dismissive glance at Wen Tan, his expression laced with disdain. Everyone's waiting for you. Let us go. After nodding politely to Wen Tan, Ming Zhuo strode away, clearly uninterested in sharing his contact details. Once they were out of earshot, Wen Tan turned slowly. She recognized Zhou Jiguang as the young master of Huanyu Entertainment, while Meng Qinan was the leading figure under Huanyu. Zhou Jiguang harbored a particular dislike for Wen Tan, which puzzled her. Wasn't he Ming Zhuo geologist? How could he possibly know Zhou? In the corridor, Zhou Jiguang frowned. Did she flirt with you? Ming Zhuo smiled lightly. Not at all. That woman is no good. Keep your distance. I truly did not. Zhou Jiguang continued. You know Meng Qinan, right? They've been in a relationship for 3 years, during which time Wen Tan clung to him, garnering numerous resources and elevating her status. The moment they broke up, she sued several of Meng Qian's devoted fans, and a lawsuit is still ongoing. I'm on my wits' end over this. Those devoted fans were tied to the support club, tirelessly pushing votes and gathering data, often receiving first-hand information from Meng Qian's staff. They were collectively sued, and Meng Qian personally intervened, requesting the company to assist. Therefore, Huanyu could not simply ignore the issue. After Zhou Jiguang's outburst of frustration, Ming Zhuo remained silent for a moment. I don't know. He was responding to Zhou Jiguang's initial inquiry regarding Meng Qian. Zhou Jiguang, exasperated, muttered, Great, what a waste of breath. In any case, she undoubtedly learned of your identity from somewhere and intends to use you as a stepping stone. Don't let her exploit you. That woman is far from the ethereal creature she pretends to be. Ming Zhuo chuckled. What identity do I possess? Zhou Jiguang recognized his aversion to discussing this topic and suppressed a smile, choosing not to pursue it further. Had it not been his birthday, it would have been difficult to gather Ming Zhuo with their childhood friends for this reunion. When Wen Tan returned to the banquet hall, Sister Mai approached her with curiosity. I just saw Meng Qian chatting with you. What did you discuss? Nothing of significance, she replied, her disinterest even more palpable than before. Sister Mai nudged her with her elbow. Cheer up. Although your contract with Meng Qian has concluded, his connections remain invaluable. A simple gesture from him could grant you access to resources you could only dream of. Wen Tan interrupted. Did you invite Zhou Jiguang from Huanyu to today's banquet? Sister Mai paused before replying in a hushed tone. For an event like this, we're not worthy of his presence. Meng Qian is sufficient. Oh, since Ming Zhuo was with Zhou Jiguang, it was evident he was not present for the banquet, but rather for personal reasons. Noticing Wen Tan's distraction, Sister Mai advised, regarding Meng Qian, don't let things become too tense. Although he hasn't voiced any complaints about your lawsuit against his fans, he must feel uncomfortable about it. I'll arrange for you two to have dinner soon, so you can apologize properly. Wen Tan pulled her thoughts back, her gaze cold. Initially, it was you who stated that once the 3-year contract expired, you would assist me in dealing with those individuals. Since they haven't resolved it, I will handle it myself. Sister Mai spoke earnestly. Xiao Tan, you've been in the industry for 5 years now. Do you still not understand the rules of the entertainment world? Controversy breeds fame. If no one is criticizing you, it truly means you've faded into obscurity. Wen Tan fixed her eyes on her. Are they merely criticizing me? For 3 years. Since the paparazzi captured her and Meng Qian leaving a restaurant and the company subsequently announced their relationship, she had endured relentless slander and attacks from his fans. Online insults calling her a promiscuous woman were trivial in comparison. They stalked her itinerary, booked the same flights, and even went so far as to splash coffee on her, threatening her with sulfuric acid if she did not break up with Meng Qian. They uncovered her home address, sending her dead animals and bloody photographs. They would ring her doorbell at odd hours, peering through the peephole. Wen Tan had moved several times, yet they always managed to find her. She contemplated reporting them to the police, but the company forbade it, asserting that since she was still in a relationship with Meng Zhuo, escalating the matter would be detrimental. They promised to seek justice for her once her contract with him concluded. Sister Mai's gaze faltered. It's been so long since those incidents, and besides, since you moved to your new home, the Haven Tea followed you. The company has compensated you. You've been consistently filming projects without any gaps. Who else in the company besides GCC enjoys such privileges? GCC was the company's leading lady, the most lucrative asset. Wen Tan retorted, Sister Mai, let's be honest. Are the productions I'm being assigned really compensating me? The small web dramas she acted in were all purchased copyrights, featuring repetitive roles and identical character designs, merely shifting story backgrounds to engage in romantic plots with male leads. As for the female second leads in major productions, they were all roles GCC had declined, handed over to her instead. Sister Mai asserted, the film industry is currently in a downturn. The overall environment is challenging. Being offered any roles at all is fortunate. After the banquet concluded, guests began to leave in succession. Sister Mai went to fetch her driver, leaving Wen Tan standing alone at the entrance. The rain had seemingly diminished slightly, yet a damp atmosphere lingered in the air. The ground was soaked, and she ought to wait in the underground parking lot. Wen Tan turned her head to observe the man smoking not far away. Chapter 3. The cousin at this moment. Ming Zhuo had removed his suit jacket, rolling up the sleeves of his white shirt to reveal a portion of his forearm, showcasing well-defined and fluid muscle lines. Appearing slightly more relaxed than before, the man possessed a tall and upright stature, broad shoulders, and a remarkable waist-to-hip ratio, making the clothing he wore seem like a work of art. Additionally, he had undone 2 buttons at the collar of his shirt. The previously concealed Adam's apple now stood starkly exposed, resembling a ripe fruit, alluring and tantalizing, inciting an irresistible desire to pluck and consume. It was no surprise that Wen Tan, the man who had wished to strip him of his suit at their very first encounter, felt this way. Maintaining her composure, Wen Tan averted her gaze, her tone tinged with indifference. Thank you for the reminder, kind stranger. Yet, her feet remained firmly planted. Ming Zhuo sensed her detachment, flicked away the ash from his cigarette, and chose silence. After a couple of minutes, Wen Tan's phone buzzed. Her handbag was still damp, making it cumbersome to manage with one hand. She propped it against the nearby umbrella stand while answering the call. It was Sister Mai's voice. I just noticed it's raining. Come to the underground garage. Don't soil your dress. These are borrowed items. They need to be returned. Wen Tan replied with a simple, oh, before swiftly turning around. However, just a few steps away, the man's casual voice reached her. You forgot your heirloom. Upon returning home, Wen Tan discarded her belongings on the shoe rack, removing her earrings as she made her way to the bathroom. After a shower, she flopped on her bed. Shortly, her phone vibrated with a new message from Lin Zhuo. How did your first day back go? Wen Tan lazily replied, it was mediocre. Lin Zhuo pressed. So when are you planning to bring up the contract termination? Preferring to avoid typing, Wen Tan opted for a voice message. I checked the contract the other day. It expires in 3 months. Terminating it now would incur a penalty, which isn't worth it. I'll wait a bit longer. A couple of minutes later, Lin Zhuo called. Your company is ruthless. They want you to pay a penalty? Wen Tan explained, it's the same with any company. Termination always comes with a price. However, she reflected that had they not exploited the publicity of her relationship with Meng Zhuo, they wouldn't have achieved a swift IPO. For years, they had relied on mediocre productions to keep her at bay, all while instilling a sense of constant anxiety. And now, they sought a penalty? Disgusted, she scoffed. But I've grown accustomed to it. 3 years prior, that fateful gathering had not merely been between her and Meng Zhuo, but included several other cast members. A paparazzo had captured them in an ambiguous pose, framing it as an intimate candlelit dinner for 2. At that time, General Jiang confronted her, claiming her actions had significantly impacted the company. The ultimatum laid before her was stark. Either pay triple the penalty and be barred from the entertainment industry forever, or admit to her relationship with Meng Zhuo to mitigate the negative press. Wen Tan had been oblivious to the company's preparations for an IPO, nor was she aware of Meng Zhuo's covert negotiations with Huan Yu regarding shareholding and profit-sharing ratios. All she knew was that she could not afford the penalty. Lin Zhuo earnestly offered, let me cover the penalty for you. You should leave that exploitative company and find something better. Wen Tan chuckled, sure, I'll follow Sister Zhuo to enjoy the good life. Recognizing her tone, Lin Zhuo understood her reluctance. Wen Tan had always been self-sufficient. Her acting skills were commendable. Evident from a lasting impression, she left as the fifth lead in a drama. Although her subsequent roles often faced fan criticism for their similarities, no one ever questioned her talent. Yet now, she found herself trapped in this gilded cage. Lin Zhuo sighed. All right, 3 months isn't too long. Time will pass quickly. Wen Tan agreed with a non-committal hum. In fact, several months earlier, there had been interest in casting her, as her distinctive features and cold demeanor were deemed marketable for the big screen. However, the condition was a 10-year contract with productions tied to their company, and they hoped Ming Zhuo might participate in 1 or 2 projects. Wen Tan had firmly declined, and after a breakup with Ming Zhuo, the interest dissipated without a word. After discussing business, Lin Zhuo shifted to gossip. Hey, remember you mentioned being interested in someone? Any developments? Wen Tan recalled the cool, detached face and replied, no. Lin Zhuo pressed, why not? You're beautiful. Surely some man would be eager to pursue you. Even Ming Zhuo. I saw him again today and asked for his contact. He refused to give it. In truth, when Ming Zhuo had reminded her about her handbag, Wen Tan had a hunch that asking for his number then would have yielded a different result. Yet, she refrained. Although unaware of the relationship between Zhou Jiguang and Ming Zhuo, she sensed that Zhou's disdain for her would certainly lead to him enlightening Ming Zhuo about her character. Why seek unnecessary humiliation? Lin Zhuo was both shocked and outraged. What is he being so arrogant for? Wen Tan smiled lightly. I'm not currency. Not everyone will be enamored. Lin Zhuo nonchalantly remarked, not everyone is drawn to wealth either. My cousin ISNT. Wen Tan took a moment to process this revelation. Wait. You have a cousin? Yeah, didn't Ti mention him? Wen Tan took even longer to respond. No. Lin Zhuo laughed it off. Maybe I forgot. But he is rather unremarkable. Spends all his time in the lab. Wen Tan recalled the cousin she had pushed to the brink of amputation. Collapsing onto her pillow. Please send my regards to your cousin. Huh? Regards? Sure. After hanging up, Lin Zhuo dutifully sent a greeting to her lackluster cousin, stating, Cousin, my friend asked me to send you her regards. Upon returning home, Ming Zhuo received Lin Zhuo's message. What friend? He replied, puzzled. Lin Zhuo responded, the one from the last time I got you to help. Ming Zhuo quickly sent a voice message. Next time you skip class, I'll ensure you score 0 on your finals. Lin Zhuo protested. I was on vacation in the Maldives with my parents, and I brought you a gift. You can't repay kindness with malice. Ming Zhuo dismissed her, walking to the dining area to pour himself a glass of water. Moments later, his gaze returned to the chat. The friend from last time. Chapter 4. The pawn in the ensuing period, Wen Tan gradually resumed her work. However, her workload was minimal, hardly overwhelming. Just occasional appearances on variety shows, attending offline events, and endorsing brands. Her fans, starved for her presence, were more enthusiastic than ever, elevating Wen Tan's status. In response to this fervor, the company exceptionally arranged 2 magazine shoots for her. During a break in filming, Wen Tan overheard several staff members chatting. Have you heard? Huanyu Entertainment seems to be collaborating with Hollywood to produce a disaster film. I heard this morning. It's still in the planning stages, but many are vying for roles. Is the male lead Ming Zhuo? Not necessarily. While Ming Zhuo has done well in dramas, his films have had mediocre reception. Huanyu likely won't take that risk. But Ming Zhuo is the face of Huanyu. If not him, then who? The rising star they're currently promoting is Ji Hui. His recent mystery film has been well received. I suspect he'll be the one. They've even enlisted both domestic and international geological experts for guidance. It's sure to be a grand production. Help! When will the casting call be? I want to apply. Forget it. With such a lineup, they'll likely stick to their regular cast. There's no room for us. Wen Tan's attention had shifted, pondering the implications of this collaboration. It appeared to be a strategic partnership in the realm of personal relationships. Wen Tan believed that Ming Zhuo would undoubtedly choose to trust Zhou Jiguang's words, which would effectively seal her fate. However, within the confines of professional interactions, she still had the opportunity to present her case. Before Wen Tan could devise a method to extract Ming Zhuo's contact information from Lin Zhuo, the verdict against Ming Zhuo and the other prominent fans had been delivered. The legal team at Huanyu Entertainment was formidable, reducing the case to a mere defamation dispute. Wen Tan was unwilling to accept this outcome and prepared to appeal. Sister Ma restrained her, saying, calm down, my dear. You are no longer merely contesting those fans. You are now opposing Huanyu itself. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It means that Huanyu could silence you with a mere word. Wen Tan scoffed. If they wish to silence me, let them. I would rather quit than continue to endure the relentless torment of fear that has plagued me for 3 years. Those individuals deserve to face the consequences of their actions. Quit. Let me remind you that if you terminate your contract due to personal reasons, you will owe 3 times the penalty. Wen Tan regarded her with a dispassionate expression. Sister Mai, when you and President Jiang compelled me to sign that contract, you communicated the same sentiment. Is it your belief that if I refuse to heed your directives, I must compensate threefold? During the last renewal, shortly after the company went public, they ostensibly increased her share, yet the penalty fees had also been escalated. Thus, even now, she could not afford such a sum. Sister Mai's countenance darkened considerably, and she urged Wen Tan, enough, enough. I cannot reason with you. President Jiang has reserved a table at a restaurant tonight. Accompany me, and you may voice your concerns directly to him. Wen Tan did not relent and agreed to go. However, she was taken aback to find Ming Zhuo also present. President Jiang cleared his throat. Let's sit and talk. Sister Mai guided Wen Tan to a seat. Ming Zhuo poured himself a glass of wine with a smile. It has been a while since we all dined together. I propose a toast. Sister Mai and President Jiang lifted their glasses, while Wen Tan remained still. Sister Mai quickly interjected. Xiao Tan is unwell today. I will drink on her behalf. Ming Zhuo's smile remained unchanged. I understand. He then tilted his head back and emptied his glass. Seizing the opportunity, Sister Mai nudged Wen Tan, urging her not to sulk. Shortly thereafter, Ming Zhuo poured himself a second glass and turned his gaze toward Wen Tan, his voice tinged with remorse. Xiao Tan, I acknowledge that you have suffered many grievances in the past. It was my fault, and I sincerely apologize. Wen Tan pressed her lips together, her hands clenched tightly on her lap. Sister Mai, with a flattering smile, remarked, Teacher Ming, you are too kind. Wen Tan is quite discerning. She has thrived over these past 3 years, thanks to your support. Allow me to toast you. Ming Zhuo responded graciously. It is Xiao Tan's own excellence that has brought her this far. I have merely provided minimal assistance. A faint smirk graced Wen Tan's lips. He had spoken a truth. The contract had benefited both the company and Ming Zhuo, leaving her merely a pawn to be manipulated. In truth, she could have had more opportunities. 2 years prior, she had received an audition invitation for a period drama. At that time, her schedule was not overly demanding, and the role would not significantly diverge from her own image. After much negotiation with the company and Sister Mai, they finally consented to let her audition. Once she passed, the filming schedule was set, and even the costume fittings were completed. Yet, somehow, Ming Zhuo's fans learned of the project and launched a week-long protest on the official blog, collectively boycotting it. The production team, unable to withstand the pressure and unwilling to confront the fans on her behalf, gently requested her withdrawal and erased all her filmed scenes. Consequently, no other production dared to approach her afterward. Ming Zhuo's greatest assistance had perhaps been merely offering her a role in his own project. Wen Tan, wishing to avoid becoming the subject of more fan-created eulogies, decisively declined. Following this, President Jiang and Ming Zhuo exchanged pleasantries, effectively sealing the fate of the dinner. Wen Tan felt powerless to object. The company could continue to suspend her, leaving her to bear all the consequences. With a tinge of sorrow in her heart, Wen Tan stood and said, I need to use the restroom. Sister Mai attempted to accompany her, but was halted by President Jiang. Once the door to the private room closed, President Jiang remarked to Ming Zhuo, the young lady is somewhat headstrong, which is to be expected. She signed with the company before even graduating and has yet to face the harsh realities of society. Ming Zhuo nodded in agreement. The entertainment industry is indeed a crucible for personal growth. She will improve in time. Wen Tan made her way to the balcony at the end of the corridor, and upon confirming the area was deserted, her tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down her cheeks. Her sobs, initially stifled, evolved into quiet weeping. What use was it to be a celebrity? To others, she appeared glamorous. Yet she could not even secure a semblance of justice for herself. She was but a mere tool for profit. Devoid of any concern for the countless sleepless nights she spent gripped by fear, her hair falling out in clumps. Not a single soul inquired about her well-being. Chapter 5. Difficult to entice a team that had recently returned from an expedition to the Arctic was welcomed with a reception banquet organized by the Geological Research Institute. Ming Zhuo was also coaxed into attending by an esteemed professor. Throughout the evening, the conversation flowed around their experiences in the Arctic, discussing climate change, polar bear migrations, data adjustments, and more. After 2 sleepless days in the laboratory, Ming Zhuo found himself with a headache from the lengthy discussions and decided to step outside for a smoke. As he approached the open balcony, he noticed a figure leaning over the railing, their shoulders trembling slightly, as though in tears. Ming Zhuo tucked away his cigarette and turned to leave. However, 2 steps later, he recalled the recent discussions circulating among the faculty regarding the severe mental strain and depression experienced by students, some even exhibiting tendencies towards self-harm. If any faculty member discovered such a situation, they were reminded to provide timely support and reassurance. Although Ming Zhuo had not spoken in that group, he considered himself a partial educator. After a brief pause, he strode over, his voice soft. Lin Chuyuan. That figure stiffened abruptly before turning around in disbelief. His sudden appearance was akin to the moon descending from the heavens. Wen Tan regarded the man before her, her expression shifting from shock to a complex mixture of emotions, tinged with embarrassment. She turned away defiantly, stubbornly wiping away her tears. I am not Lin Chuyuan. Ming Zhuo replied, What shall I call you then? After a moment of silence, Wen Tan stated, I am Wen Tan, the inconspicuous one, and the sandalwood tan. He responded politely, Miss Wen. Wen Tan turned back, her eyes still red. What do you want? Ming Zhuo said, The wind is strong here. Miss Wen should not linger too long. Wen Tan was taken aback by his concern, recalling that during their last meeting, he had refused to share his contact information. She scrutinized him for a moment before asking, Did Zhou Jiguang speak ill of me to you? Ming Zhuo's expression remained unchanged. What did he say? Wen Tan explained, I had a relationship with one of his artists. He has always disapproved and harbors a strong dislike for me, making a show of disdain whenever we meet at events. He must have berated me when he saw me speaking with you that day. Ming Zhuo smiled gently. He expressed his opinions, but I never formed my understanding of someone solely based on others' words. Wen Tan found herself at a loss for words, her eyes brightening. Then how do you come to know someone? Ming Zhuo casually placed his hands in his pockets. I analyzed data. Wen Tan asked, What data? You don't mean measurements, do you? Ming Zhuo, noticing her fleeting embarrassment, provided a more detailed explanation. Miss Wen, the individuals I engage with are understood through the research data collected in the laboratory. It allows me to grasp their intended messages more accurately. Wen Tan responded, So rigid, I cannot comprehend. It is difficult to engage. Wen Tan decisively suggested, Perhaps you should first provide me with your contact information, and I shall study how to approach you. She paused momentarily before adding, This string of numerical codes. In the end, Wen Tan successfully obtained Ming Zhuo's phone number. On her way back, she entered the number into the search bar, her steps noticeably lighter. Ming Zhuo's WeChat avatar depicted a snow-covered mountain, and his WeChat name was simply the letter Z, perfectly reflecting his demeanor. After clicking to add him, Wen Tan pushed open the door to the private room. Inside, the atmosphere was already lively, the wine having flowed generously. Wen Tan gave a slight nod to Mr. Jiang and Meng Chunin before taking her seat. Meng Chunin remarked, Xiao Tan, I just spoke with Mr. Jiang. In 2 months, Huan Yu will be releasing a film, and I'll show them your profile then. Wen Tan hesitated before responding, Thank you, Teacher Meng, but I think I'll pass on this opportunity. Mr. Jiang chimed in, How can that be considered merely joining the fray? If you're selected, it's a wonderful thing. If not, at least you'll gain experience. Besides, haven't you been dissatisfied with the path the company has laid out for you? Now that the opportunity has presented itself, if you turn it down, don't complain later about the company's treatment of you. Wen Tan opened her mouth to reply, but Sister Mai pressed her hand gently, shaking her head. In the car on the way back, Wen Tan gazed out the window, her emotions concealed within the shifting light. Sister Mai advised earnestly, This is indeed a great opportunity. So many people in the industry are vying for a role in that film. Meng Chunin is willing to help you connect. It's his way of making amends. The implication was clear. Since they had extended a hand, it would be ungrateful not to accept it. Wen Tan lowered her eyelashes in acknowledgement. I understand. Yet, the fact remained that Zhou Jiguang did not hold her in high regard, rendering Meng Chunin's assistance inconsequential. It was merely a formality. Meng Chunin not only garnered a good reputation, but also managed to divert her attention from this matter. It was truly a win-win situation. Wen Tan chuckled to herself, pressing her fingers against her throbbing temples and closing her eyes. Sister Mai continued, Filming begins next week, and you have no work scheduled for the next couple of days. So make sure to rest well. Your new assistant will report before we start. Due to Wen Tan's previous 3-month hiatus, her assistant had been reassigned to work with another artist. The The car fell silent for a moment before Wen Tan unexpectedly spoke. Sister Mai, I want to fall in love. Sister Mai was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? Our contract clearly states that you cannot date. Wen Tan replied earnestly, but I am dating Ming Zhuo. That is entirely different. Your situation is. Thus, the contract could indeed be breached, with all interpretation rights belonging to the first party. Sister Mai patted her chest. Regaining her composure, let us set that aside for now. Who do you want to date? She quickly fired off names of male actors who had previously worked with Wen Tan. Leaning back at her seat, Wen Tan responded, stop guessing, none of them. And he isn't in the entertainment industry. Sister Mai asked with caution, when did you two get together? We aren't together yet. So what stage are you at? We just added each other on WeChat. As she spoke, Wen Tan picked up her phone, uncertain if he had accepted her request. Sister Mai sighed, what a false alarm. She suspected that Wen Tan was merely being stubborn. Most female stars in the entertainment industry looked down upon ordinary people, unless they were affluent and powerful. Yet, she knew that no such person was currently in Wen Tan's life. When Wen Tan first entered the industry, many wealthy individuals had shown interest in her. But after she publicly declared her relationship with Ming Zhuo, they shifted their focus elsewhere. The entertainment industry was never short of beautiful female stars. Ming Zhuo accepted Wen Tan's WeChat friend request after finishing a cigarette. His WeChat was not a secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left his phone number in the classroom. He would respond to students' queries related to geology whenever he had the time. Wen Tan's avatar, like her name, was serene, a blooming white lotus adorned with the words I have come to terms. The name was accompanied by a smiling emoji. Together, the avatar and name conveyed a hint of irony. Chapter 6. The Snow Mountain. Ming Zhuo curled the corner of his lips and exited the page. Upon returning to the private room, the old professor remarked quietly, I thought you had left after being gone for so long. Ming Zhuo replied, I ran into a friend and chatted for a bit. The old professor moved closer. The talents returning from the Arctic expedition are being prioritized for development. The young lady across from you is about your age. After dinner, you should add her on WeChat and chat. Ming Zhuo responded, why are you starting this too? The old professor shot him a stern look. You're about to turn 30. Your grandmother occasionally calls to scold me for delaying your romantic pursuits. How can I not take this to heart? Ming Zhuo chuckled. I spend all my time in the lab. When would I have the time to date? Precisely. The old professor's expression softened. I found you someone suitable who also works in the lab. The young lady across from him had been blushing since he entered. Her gaze fixed downward. Ming Zhuo remarked, office romances carry significant risks. If we were to break up, who do you think would leave the research institute? Why would you break up? You should be dating with the intention of marriage. Ending in divorce is even harder. The old professor nearly choked on his tea in exasperation. After calming himself, he said, all right, I can't argue with you. I'll have your grandmother choose for you. If it's not an office romance, what excuse will you have? After dinner, as Ming Zhuo escorted the old professor to his car, he overheard a conversation behind him. Chunin, Wen Tan is a bit thoughtless and has caused you trouble this time. Please extend my apologies to Manager Zhou. Mr. Jiang spoke sternly. This is a minor issue. Manager Zhou Wen take it to heart. Before coming today, he asked me to ensure you're well. Mr. Jiang, smiling broadly, patted Meng Chunin's shoulder. Thanks to your mediation, this matter could have ended poorly. Meng Chunin replied, Xiao Tan is my girlfriend. It's my responsibility. Both the business and entertainment circles are filled with shrewd individuals. Mr. Jiang understood from Meng Chunin's words that he still had feelings for Wen Tan, and his smile grew even brighter. When you two get married, I'll definitely send you a generous red envelope. Meng Chunin nodded with a smile and opened the car door for him. After Mr. Jiang's Bentley drove away, Meng Chunin also departed in his official vehicle. Ming Zhuo maintained a neutral expression, devoid of any emotion. Halfway through his drive, as he waited at a red light, his phone vibrated. The white lotus that had come to terms sent a message. Your avatar of the Snow Mountain is stunning. Where's it from? Starry-eyed, JPG. Ming Zhuo glanced at the waiting time and casually typed a response. Ming Zhuo, your avatar is even more beautiful. There was a pause on the other end, followed by an image fitting of starlet. Wen Tan, compliment me again. Just then, the green light appeared. Ming Zhuo set his phone down. Wen Tan waited for a full half hour, but received no further response from him. She lay on her bed, switching to her newly updated avatar, lost in thought. The photo was taken last year on her birthday, her favorite shot, captured by the seaside. With a glimmering sea as a backdrop, Wen Tan donned a black spaghetti strap top, her porcelain skin radiant even with minimal makeup, exuding an otherworldly beauty. The post had garnered positive feedback from her fans, many commenting on her stunning looks. Was she not attractive? Or did he simply dislike this style? In the following minutes, Wen Tan changed her avatar several times, each one beautiful but feeling somewhat lacking. Just as she was about to switch again, her phone finally buzzed. She quickly exited the page, only to find a message was from Lin Zhuo. Lin Zhuo, has your company finally taken action against your WeChat avatar? Wen Tan recalled her previous avatar, a carefree lotus flower image, which Sister Mai had subtly suggested she change to something more dignified and befitting her stature. Without delay, Wen Tan replaced it with a rather silly image of Patrick Star drooling. After that, Sister Mai never brought the matter up again. As Wen Tan turned over and pressed the voice message button, she sighed, feeling lethargic. I added him on WeChat and exchanged a couple of messages. Well, just one, actually, and he hasn't responded since. Lin Zhuo, ever the source of emotional support, remarked this guy really knows how to show off. Hearing this, Wen Tan felt a twinge of guilt, as she had never disclosed to Lin Zhuo that the man she was interested in was Ming Zhuo. Although Ming Zhuo was merely a visiting professor at Lin Zhuo's school, he held a position of authority, and their friendship added a layer of moral conflict. Moreover, she hadn't even made any progress. Failing to pursue him would be humiliating. It's not really showing off. He is genuinely impressive, Wen Tan replied ambiguously. After assisting Lin Zhuo with her registration, she had researched Ming Zhuo's background. He had achieved the status of a geological expert at a remarkably young age, working at the National Geological Research Institute before being invited back by the university as a visiting professor, all before reaching 30. Each of his accomplishments was something most could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. After a brief chat with Lin Zhuo, Wen Tan ultimately decided to change her avatar to an image of Zheng Feng Appa holding a lotus flower, embodying a sense of unpretentiousness. She tossed her phone aside and stepped into the bathroom for a shower. When she emerged an hour later, she casually unlocked her phone, only to discover a message from Ming Zhuo sent 10 minutes prior, very special. He couldn't even muster the word beautiful. Wen Tan felt a rush of panic. She typed out an elaborate explanation, but then reconsidered, feeling it might be excessive. Just a simple reply from him had sent her into a frenzy. Perhaps it was best to leave the conversation there and continue it tomorrow. A few days later, Wen Tan discreetly joined the set, where a new assistant had also reported for duty. The young girl, named Wen, had just graduated and seemed unsure of what to say or not say, reporting every minor online commotion to Wen Tan. Sister Wen Tan, you've made the trending list. They're saying you haven't made any progress over the years and are only taking on mediocre romantic comedies. Wen continued, several of your major fans have unfollowed you. Wen Tan closed her eyes, slamming the script down on the makeup table, taking a deep breath. For the past 2 years, she had endured this every time a new drama started filming, and it was no longer a surprise. Regardless of the chaos online, her company would buy followers and hire online commenters to manage her social media presence. This situation typically dissipated within a day. It was disingenuous for Wen Tan to claim she was unaffected. Many of the familiar usernames that had followed her since her debut were now gone. Feeling irritated, she said, "Stop looking." Woman nodded slowly. "Oh, okay." Chapter 7. Disappointment. Wen Tan picked up the script again, attempting to calm her mind, but she found it impossible to focus. Her gaze fell on her phone beside her, and she ultimately unlocked the screen. Ever since her heated argument with trolls 3 months ago, all her social media accounts have been taken over by the company, yet that didn't stop her from using a secondary account to continue sparring with them. However, before opening Weibo, her fingers hesitated and landed on WeChat instead. Her conversation with Ming Zhuo had stalled 2 days prior. She had inquired about the snow-capped mountain in his avatar, known as Namcha Barwa, but whenever she tried to ask more, he would not respond. After a few moments of contemplation, she began to type. "It's been so hot lately. Thank goodness for your indifference. It's made my heart feel a bit cooler." Just as she sent these 3 messages, her makeup artist arrived with clothing options. "Xiao Tan, come choose an outfit." In recent years, every time a contemporary drama aired, the costume design was often criticized, yet Wen Tan's productions rarely faced such backlash. Apart from her tall stature and beauty, she also had a keen sense of fashion, often wearing her own clothes on set. Although she had portrayed numerous similar roles in light romantic comedies and lost some fans, each drama's release garnered her a new batch of admirers due to her style and appearance, maintaining a balance in her popularity. In this new role, she played a haughty heiress opposite her stubborn childhood rival, evolving from mutual disdain to mutual affection. She chose a white shirt dress paired with a tailored coffee-colored blazer. While these pieces seemed unremarkable, they exuded the air of a spoiled heiress returning from abroad when worn by Wen Tan. She adorned herself with pearl earrings and declared, "Let's go." The male lead of this drama was Lin Jianian, who had gained fame last year for his role as the deeply affectionate second male lead in a period drama. In an industry where male actors often ascend faster than their female counterparts, his agency had insisted on a co-starring arrangement with Wen Tan. Consequently, his fans remained disgruntled, questioning why a rising star like him would partner with a lesser-known actress who seemed to rely on romantic publicity for attention. Wen Tan believed that her not being overshadowed by Lin Jianian was solely due to the fact that the production company was part of her own agency, Chuangmei Entertainment. Lin Jianian himself was quite approachable. Upon seeing Wen Tan as he exited the van, he greeted her warmly, "Teacher Wen Tan." She nodded in acknowledgement, "Long time no see." They had met once at an event last year. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a third person approached. Lu Shui, a newcomer being promoted by Chuangmei Entertainment, affectionately linked her arm with Wen Tan's. "I never expected to collaborate with you, Sister Wen Tan. I hope to learn a lot from you." Wen Tan smiled and replied, "Not at all. We can learn from each other." At the cafeteria, Ming Zhuo had just taken a seat at the table when his phone vibrated 3 times in quick succession. Upon unlocking the screen, he noticed Chun Yinzhou sitting across from him, holding his breath. Is there another issue with the experimental data? A few days prior, a new assistant researcher had mistakenly reported geological survey data from the eastern mountain range, leading Ming Zhuo and Chun Yinzhou to spend 2 arduous days verifying and sourcing new materials. They had only just completed it that afternoon. Ming Zhuo glanced at the complaints sent by Wen Tan and then looked back at the other messages, replying, "It's not that." Chun Yinzhou let out a sigh of relief, adding, "My girlfriend just blocked me. If something else goes wrong, I won't be able to handle it." Ming Zhuo raised an eyebrow. "Blocked?" Chun Yinzhou explained, "If I don't reply to her messages within 24 hours, I automatically get blacklisted. It takes ages to smooth things over. It's tough enough to find a girlfriend in our line of work. If she dumps me, who will I cry to?" As he spoke, he resumed, frantically transferring money, understanding that women are naturally sensitive creatures. He could only imagine how disappointed she must feel waiting for his response. Ming Zhuo looked back at the dim screen. Disappointment? Chun Yinzhou had been inquiring about his girlfriend's whereabouts from their mutual friends, finally discovering that she had gone to support her idol's new drama launch today. After leaving the research institute, Chun Yinzhou rushed over with a bouquet of roses. "Hey, could you give me a ride? My car's restricted today." Without a word, Ming Zhuo replied, "Get in." The filming location was at a cultural and creative park in the east of the city, a mere 20-minute drive from the research institute. As Chun Yinzhou observed the throngs of people gathered outside and the rows of floral arrangements celebrating the new drama's launch, he remarked, "Wow, you think they were hosting the Olympics or something?" Ming Zhuo found a place to park. Chun Yinzhou reached for the car door, but halfway through, he turned back and tentatively asked, "Teacher Ming, could you assist me with one more favor?" Wen Tan, having just completed a scene, gazed at the fans waiting in the scorching sun outside and inquired, "How long until the milk tea arrives?" Wen glanced at her phone, which indicated it would arrive in 5 minutes. Wen Tan replied, "Once it arrives, please distribute it to them." The director was busy readjusting the lighting, and there was still some time before the next scene. Wen Tan sat in a nearby camping chair and opened her phone. To her surprise, Ming Zhuo had responded to her message 2 hours earlier, sharing all the details about the Namjik Barwa Snow Mountain, including its geographical location and the best seasons to visit. Wen Tan thought to herself, how considerate. As she scrolled down, she noticed 2 more messages from Ming Zhuo. He wrote, "I was in the lab the past couple of days and didn't check my phone." Followed by, "Sorry." A smile crept onto Wen Tan's lips just as she was about to reply when she heard a commotion outside. She looked up and noticed Wen was missing. Rising from her seat, she approached the scene, where her fans and Lu Shui's fans had escalated from arguing to shoving. Wen was caught in the middle, attempting to mediate, but it seemed futile. Wen Tan quickened her pace and called over 2 male crew members for assistance, shouting, "Stop fighting." Upon hearing her voice, her fans immediately ceased their actions. However, Lu Shui's fans were relentless, seizing the moment to push and grab. 2 of Wen Tan's fans were knocked to the ground, and as she frowned, contemplating intervening, someone in the crowd shoved again. Wearing high heels, Wen Tan stumbled and was about to fall when a steady hand grasped her arm, pulling her securely into someone's embrace. Instinctively, she tried to maintain distance, but was met with a familiar profile upon glancing up. Chapter 8. thought she froze for a moment, taken aback by his unexpected presence. The man spoke in a clear voice, stepped back a bit. As Wen Tan retreated, the hand on her arm released its grip. With the crew's efforts, the two factions of fans were finally separated. Lu Shui arrived late and gasped, covering her mouth in surprise as she looked at Wen Tan, saying, "Oh my, Wen Tan, why are your fans fighting?" At that moment, Wen emerged from the crowd, visibly hurt with several scratches on her face. Wen Tan Jia. Wen Tan asked what happened. The milk tea ordered by Wen, and that for Lu Shui's fans had arrived around the same time. When Wen went to collect it, she mistakenly took the delivery meant for Lu Shui's fans. As soon as she started distributing it, one of the fans noticed the merchandise in the bag belonged to Lu Shui. Wen promptly retrieved the milk tea and apologized to Lu Shui's fans. But one fan retorted, "Now that Wen Tan has separated from Ming Zhuo, she doesn't even treat us to a cup of milk tea and still wants to take ours?" The mention of Ming Zhuo was already a taboo among Wen Tan's fans, leading to an argument that quickly escalated into physical confrontation. Although Lu Shui played a supporting role to Wen Tan, she was an idol with a substantial fanbase and formidable fighting spirit, having joined the industry just last year. It was rumored that Shuangmei intended to cultivate her as a successor to GCC. This production was merely a trial for her transition from idol to actress. If the reception was favorable, everyone would benefit. If not, as the leading lady, Wen Tan would shoulder the blame. Lu Shui remarked, "So it was just a misunderstanding. Wen Tan Jia, I'll cover your fans' milk tea as an apology." As soon as she finished speaking, both groups of fans erupted in further agitation. Lu Shui's fans felt wronged and questioned why they should apologize to Wen Tan's fans. Conversely, Wen Tan's fans scoffed at Lu Shui's feigned compassion, declaring they had no need for her milk tea. Wen Tan glanced at Lu Shui, "No need." Turning to Wen, she instructed, "Take the injured fans to the hospital for a checkup. I will cover all medical expenses." Wen nodded and said to the injured fans, "Please come with me." Lu Shui signaled to her assistant, who promptly stated, "Those injured from our side should come with me to the hospital. Travel and examination costs will be covered by Shui. In an instant, half of the initially crowded area cleared out. Wen Tan addressed the remaining fans. "It is quite hot today. You should head home early." Despite her suggestion, the fans shouted, "Go Tan Tan. We will always be your support," unable to persuade them otherwise. Wen Tan asked the staff to bring out the milk tea when one had purchased for them to share. When she turned back, she realized Ming Zhuo's figure had already vanished. Lu Shui approached her side and said, "Wen Tan Jia, it's just a minor scuffle between fans. You aren't upset, are you?" Wen Tan continued walking, offering a perfunctory smile, "Of course not." Lu Shui attempted to say more, but Wen Tan had already slipped into her RV. Wen Tan took out her phone and called Sister Mai to explain the situation. Given the commotion, it would undoubtedly circulate online, and without prior preparation, the narrative would favor whoever cried the loudest first. Sister Mai replied, "I understand. Focus on your filming. I'll head to the hospital first and then come to you." Wen Tan acknowledged and put away her phone. After sitting on the sofa for a couple of seconds, she turned her gaze to her ankle, quickly unlocked her screen, and opened the chat with Ming Zhuo. Wen Tan typed, "Teacher Ming, does geology explain how mirages are formed?" Ming Zhuo responded promptly. Soon after, the typing indicator appeared. Wen Tan rested her chin on her hand, waiting patiently. A minute later, Ming Zhuo replied, "A mirage is a natural phenomenon caused by the refraction and total internal reflection of light due to differing densities. Light refracts at the gradient boundary of temperature." Wen Tan responded, "Oh." She added, "I thought the formation of a mirage was due to what one thinks by day, one dreams about by night." There was silence on the other end. Perhaps she had caught him off guard. Outside the set, Chun Yinzhou helped his girlfriend sit on the steps, saying, "The cost of chasing a star seems rather steep. You've put yourself on the line." His girlfriend, still fuming, turned away and retorted, "Mind your own business." Chun Yinzhou quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I truly had an urgent matter at the lab and was working overtime. My phone died, and I couldn't check it. If you don't believe me, you can ask my supervisor." Chun Yinzhou had been Ming Zhuo's assistant researcher since joining the lab, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call him his superior. Shirya glanced behind Chun Yinzhou, taking in the tall, handsome figure with an air of elegance. He wore a simple white shirt and black trousers, exuding an aura of high fashion, as if he had just stepped off a magazine shoot. Ming Zhuo slightly nodded in acknowledgement and spoke with a clear voice. "He has been with me in the lab these past few days." Shirya felt dizzy, tugging on Chun Yinzhou's sleeve, and gritted her teeth. Why didn't you tell me your supervisor was so handsome? Chen Yinzhou looked innocently at her. You never asked. Si daddy played. Chen Yinzhou added, just sit here. I'll go get you some medicine. Shirya, having sustained injuries and twisted her ankle, needed assistance. Just as he was about to leave, she grabbed his arm. Hey, I'm worried about being alone with such a handsome guy. I might not be able to resist. Ming Zhuo interjected. You stay with her. I'll go. Chen Yinzhou replied. Oh, thank you, Teacher Ming. Once Ming Zhuo walked away, Shirya whispered, so that really is your supervisor. I thought he was a newcomer. An idol? No star can compare to our Teacher Ming, who is young, handsome, and the sharpest mind of the lab. Your infatuation with celebrities pales in comparison to the admiration for our esteemed Teacher Ming. Shirya's eyes sparkled. Then let's part ways. I shall pursue him at once. A pharmacy was not far, merely a few dozen meters away. Ming Zhuo collected antiseptic supplies and band-aids, along with 2 ice packs. As he turned to the checkout, he hesitated briefly. Lowering his gaze to the ice packs in hand, his eyes dimmed. 5 minutes later, Ming Zhuo handed the paper bag to Chen Yinzhou, who expressed gratitude while accepting it. Ming Zhuo remarked, the dust outside is considerable. Let us handle this in the car. He then tossed the car keys towards Chen Yinzhou. Chen Yinzhou replied, no need for the trouble. You take her back. I have some matters to attend to. With Shirya in this state, taking a taxi was indeed inconvenient. Chen Yinzhou did not refuse again, assisting her. Thank you, Teacher Ming. I will take her now. Shirya quickly added, thank you. Teacher Ming, farewell. Ming Zhuo responded with a gentle nod. Chapter 9. The injury as Wen Tan was retouching her makeup, her phone vibrated beside her. Glancing casually, she saw it was a voice call from Ming Zhuo and immediately answered, placing the phone to her ear. Ming Zhuo's voice resonated. Is your foot feeling any better? Wen Tan replied without hesitation. Not really, it still hurts. Ming Zhuo responded. A sprained ankle requires ice treatment within 24 hours. Wen Tan's tone lifted slightly. Oh, do you have ice packs there? No, he replied. Is it convenient for you to come out and get some? Wen Tan felt a surge of energy. Not really. My assistant has gone to the hospital, and I can't move well due to my sprained ankle. I'm currently in the RV. She paused, tentatively asking, could you bring it in, Teacher Ming? Ming Zhuo, holding the phone, glanced toward the entrance. They do not allow outsiders in here. Wen Tan proposed, then just tell them you're my boyfriend. Silence ensued on the other end. Regret washed over Wen Tan for her boldness. She tightened her grip on the phone, awkwardly saying, just kidding. I'll come out to get it. Ming Zhuo instructed, send me your license plate number. Wen Tan, bewildered by the sudden request, took a moment before sending him the number. Disbelief etched on her face. Is he really coming? Soon, a knock echoed outside the RV. Wen Tan's head shot up, only to hear Lin Jianyin's voice. Teacher Wen, I heard from Lu Shui about what happened earlier. Are you all right? Quite well, she replied. Lin Jianyin stood at the RV entrance, seemingly avoiding any implication, and didn't enter. It's normal for fans to be rowdy. Don't take it to heart. Wen Tan nodded. Understood. Thank you for your concern. Lin Jianyin further inquired. The afternoon tea ordered by the crew has arrived, with coffee, fruit salad, and sugar-free cake. What would you like? I can bring it to you. Wen Tan maintained her smile. I'm not hungry. You all enjoy. Seeing her lack of enthusiasm, Lin Jianyin assumed she was still upset about the fan altercation and chose not to linger. Then I'll take my leave. See you later. See you later, Wen Tan echoed, exhaling deeply. 2 minutes passed before another knock sounded. Wen Tan glanced over, and a girl from the crew entered, holding a paper bag. Teacher Wen, someone asked me to give you this. Wen Tan knew it wouldn't be so simple. She reached out to receive it. Thank you. The girl appeared somewhat excited. Is that the new male artist signed by your agency? He is so handsome. Wen Tan chuckled. No, he's not. Really? It seemed like he was on his way here. Many in the crew thought so. Wen Tan seized the critical piece of information. Where did he give you the items? The girl answered, right outside the RV. Without a second thought, Wen Tan sprang into action, rushing outside. She searched the path but found no sign of Ming Zhuo. A sense of regret washed over her as she returned, her pace considerably slower. Halfway back, she caught sight of a tall figure standing under the shade of a tree. Ming Zhuo was turned slightly on a phone call, one hand in his pants pocket, revealing a glimpse of his arm. His complexion was not the fragile pale of someone who spends all day in an office, but rather exuded strength. Wen Tan had previously researched that those studying geology often venture into the wild for fieldwork, traversing volcanoes, snow-capped mountains, deserts, and the Arctic. These are commonplace for them. Good health was a given. Perhaps her gaze was too open and unabashed For Ming Zhuo turned his head. In the few seconds their eyes met, a breeze stirred, and pink hydrangea petals drifted down, one landing perfectly on Wen Tan's shoulder. Unaware, she smiled brightly as she approached Ming Zhuo. Teacher Ming. Ming Zhuo concluded his call and stowed his phone. Standing before him, Wen Tan expressed, I received the ice packs. Thank you. Ming Zhuo's eyes flicked down. Does it still hurt? Wen Tan hesitated. She gasped softly, propping herself against the tree, gently lifting her left foot, sincerely declaring, it hurts. Ming Zhuo's gaze landed on her shoulder. If it hurts, don't run around. Wen Tan felt she was overplaying her part. She gradually lowered her foot, forcing a laugh. Actually, it's not so painful that I can't walk. She quickly shifted the topic. Why the hurry to leave? Now that you're here? I see you're busy, he replied. Wen Tan understood he must have seen Lin Jianian at her RV door. She hastily clarified. He*s just a colleague from my crew, checking in on me since he heard I was injured. Ming Zhuo regarded her thoughtfully, momentarily silent. Wen Tan blinked innocently. Her earlier statement had shifted the atmosphere around them. Lin Jianian, merely a colleague, had shown concern, while Ming Zhuo, a near stranger, had personally brought her ice packs. Moments later, Ming Zhuo stated, let us head back. Are you leaving, Teacher Ming? Allow me to escort you. Your fans are outside. Wen Tan was unafraid. Is Teacher Ming worried they might mistake you for my boyfriend? Ming Zhuo strode forward, unhurried, replying with two simple words. Yes, worried. Wen Tan bolted, retracting her hand to follow him. Having rushed earlier, her foot hit the ground again, and she suddenly stretched a muscle, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. After stumbling twice, she paused, bending slightly, contemplating whether to remove her high heels. Just as she hesitated, the man ahead turned back, extending his arm in front of her. Wen Tan looked up and slowly placed her hand on his arm. Thank you. She stood remarkably close to Ming Zhuo, inhaling a crisp scent, while his body radiated warmth. This stark contrast stirred her heart once more. She feigned nonchalance. How did you manage to come in? I told them, Ming Zhuo replied, his demeanor calm. That I am your boyfriend. Wen Tan was taken aback by his unexpected response, her face flushing instantly. Such words, when uttered by her, were mere jest. But for Ming Zhuo, they held a different weight. Struggling to maintain her composure, she managed a response, with a face like Teacher Ming's. It's quite convincing when you say it. Ming Zhuo glanced down, noticing how her grip had wrinkled his shirt sleeve. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Arriving at the RV, Wen Tan leaned against the door, turning to say, Thank you, Teacher Ming. Ming Zhuo withdrew his hand. I shall take my leave now. Wait, Wen Tan called out. When will you have time? I still owe you a meal from last time. Ming Zhuo replied. We shall discuss it once you feel better. It's a promise. Chapter 10. The aftermath. Ming Zhuo nodded slightly and strode away. As he walked away, Wen Tan finally removed her high heels and stepped onto the ground. She opened a paper bag on the small table, which contained 2 ice packs and a bottle of spraying spray. A smile spread across her face as she sat on the sofa, pressing the ice packs against her. The pain was alleviated almost instantly. While she waited, her gaze fell upon the hydrangeas resting on her shoulder. Wen Tan reached out, picked them up, and, after a brief moment of contemplation, opened her phone case and tucked them inside. In the afternoon, Sister Mai arrived on set. After greeting the director's team with a smile, she approached Wen Tan. I've been to the hospital. Everything has been taken care of, and those fans have gone home. Wen Tan acknowledged with a brief Sister Mai continued, with so many people on site, it's inevitable that it'll make its way online. However, I've arranged for it to be managed. It shouldn't escalate too much and will likely blow over in a couple of days, so you needn't worry. Holding Herr Secret, Wen Tan replied monotonously, understood. Lu Xue is your junior. She's young and inexperienced, so please look after her a bit more to prevent such incidents from happening again. Wen Tan lifted her head. Are you implying that this incident is entirely my fault? Sister Mai took a deep breath. That's not what I meant. Regardless of whose fault it is, the altercation among fans is never a good look. If it escalates, which side do you think the company would support? Yours or Lu Xue's? Wen Tan chuckled softly. Sister Mai, if it were Jaisai C standing here today, would you still say the same things to her? Sister Mai frowned, displeased. Wen Tan, why do you always oppose me? It's nothing, Wen Tan responded. I was being inconsiderate, making you come all this way. You don't need to speak to me like this. I know you're unhappy, but this industry operates on popularity. If you feel wronged, seek out Meng Chen and for a significant role in that disaster film about to be released by Huan Yu, and let your work speak for itself. Wen Tan turned her head, her expression growing cold. Do you believe that without Meng Chun in, I would be incapable of achieving anything? Or that anyone could just trample on me? Seeing her reaction, Sister Mai softened her tone. Xiao Tan, why do you always misconstrue my words? Wen Tan replied, Sister Mai, I still have filming to do. Sister Mai retrieved a document from her bag. By the way, I noticed your contract is set to expire in a few months. This is a revised contract from our legal team, which increases your profit share. Take a look, and if there are no issues, please sign it. Wen Tan did not accept it, her expression unchanged. Please give it to Wen. Based on her years of experience as a manager, Sister Mai could discern that Wen Tan was clearly declining. She contemplated for a moment before saying, All right, review it when you have time, and if you have any other requests, feel free to mention them, and I'll have legal include them. Jiangshui Xiaoxia is the residence of the old lady of the Ming family. Though it is called a small pavilion, it spans several acres and is anything but small. It showcases a typical Chinese garden style. Crossing the rain corridor leads to an elegant Suzhou-style landscape, with koi frolicking and willows swaying, each building imbued with an ancient charm. When Ming Zhuo arrived, the old lady was feeding fish in the water pavilion. She put down the feed in her hand and turned to adjust her shawl. Why are you only just arriving? Your father just left. Ming Zhuo replied, I was delayed by some matters. The old lady feigned reproach. You, now a busy person, I have to schedule an appointment just to see you, which is harder than meeting your father. Ming Zhuo chuckled. You always want to set me up with someone whenever we meet. How can I not avoid that? The old lady took a few steps forward and sat in an armchair, saying crossly, I heard from Professor Zhao that he introduced you to a girl from a research institute. Did you reject her? Ming Zhuo pressed his fingers against his temples. Sitting across from her, I have no intention of dating. I wouldn't want to waste someone else's time. No intention of dating? Are you really planning to spend your life in a laboratory? It's not impossible. The old lady glared at him. I think you are intentionally trying to upset me. Ming Zhuo replied, How could that be? I asked Dr. Zheng last time. Your health is better than that of your peers. You could live to be 100. Dr. Zheng is the old lady's personal physician. The old lady retorted sternly, What good is living to 100 if each day is filled with frustration from you two? I'd rather just die now. Ming Zhuo's cool voice carried a hint of helplessness. Grandma. The old lady paused for a moment before saying, In 2 months, it will be Xiao Jing's memorial. Are you still not planning to return to the Ming family? Ming Zhuo replied blandly, I will not return. So many years have passed. If Xiao Jing were still alive, he certainly wouldn't want to see you two at odds. Ming Zhuo remained silent. All right, the old lady shifted the topic. I had the kitchen prepare black bone chicken soup. Drink a bowl before you leave. I can already smell it. Even if you hurry me, I want to leave. The old lady shot him a mock glare and got up to check the cooking herself. Ming Zhuo walked to the outer corridor and lit a cigarette. Not long after, a female voice called from behind, Cousin. Ming Zhuo brushed off the ash, his tone lazy. What brings you back? Lin Chua spoke with some pride. I often come back to visit Grandma. Unlike you, the busy person who disappears for 10 days or half a month. Ming Zhuo replied, If you put as much effort into studying as you do into visiting, you wouldn't have scored a mere 5 on the last test. Lin Chua retorted softly, Geology is too difficult. I don't even understand the questions you assigned. Ming Zhuo glanced at her, his tone unhurried. I covered everything in class. Lin Chua had to change her approach. While I was on vacation in the Maldives with my parents, my friend helped me with the arrangements. Your class is like math. I just can't comprehend it once I look down. Having someone help you, and you feel proud about it? Lin Chua argued back. Isn't it great that you get to see a stunning beauty for free? Many people would pay to see her and still wouldn't get the chance. Ming Zhuo chose to ignore her. At that moment, the old lady approached. What are you two chatting about so happily? Lin Chua linked her arm with her grandmother's, playfully saying, We were talking about that friend whose pictures I showed you last time. Isn't she's super pretty? The old lady nodded in agreement. Does she know your cousin as well? Just as Lin Chua was about to respond, she realized that mentioning her skipping class would lead to a reprimand from the old lady. She quickly thought of a different angle. I plan to introduce her to cousin as a girlfriend. What do you think? The old lady pursed her lips. What I think doesn't matter. It's whether your cousin finds her agreeable. Lin Chua symbolically sought the opinion of the person involved. Cousin, what do you think? Chapter 11. Contract renewal. Ming Zhuo snapped the remaining half of his cigarette and tossed it into the trash. Speaking leisurely, I think you should put in some effort and aim for a 10 next time. At least it would be progress. Sure enough, The old lady's voice soon rang out. Chuyue, did your school have another exam? The Ming family is composed of scholars. The old lady has been a professor at Hucking University since her youth and only retired in her 50s due to health issues. Lin Chue's parents are both dual master's degree holders in finance, and her uncle, Ming Zhuo's father, graduated with honors from Stanford University. Ming Zhuo's achievements speak for themselves. He became a guest professor at an age even younger than when the old lady received her title. In contrast, Lin Chuyue feels like the family's underachiever, which is why she is determined to keep her relationship with Ming Zhuo a secret. The embarrassment would be unbearable. Lin Chuyue gently shook Grandma Ming's arm, saying, "Grandma, I was unwell during the exam. Otherwise, I surely would have scored full marks." Ming Zhuo chuckled without regard for her feelings. A servant approached and announced, "Madam, the soup is ready." Grandma Ming waved her hand dismissively and sighed. "Let us go have some soup to refresh our minds." As they walked ahead, Grandma Ming whispered, "You were supposed to keep an eye on your cousin, but look at your exam results." Lin Chuyue lowered her voice in response. "Grandma, you know very well that I am not cut out for academics. Just getting into graduate school is an achievement for me. As a humanities student, geology is even more challenging than astronomy." Grandma Ming understood that it was an unreasonable expectation, yet she couldn't help but worry about Ming Zhuo, which is why she had sent Lin Chuyue as a little spy to check on him weekly. She then asked, "Did you really intend to introduce your friend to your cousin?" Naturally, that was a falsehood. Wen Tan was not at all the type her cousin would fancy. However, once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Lin Chuyue nodded yes indeed. Only then did Grandma Ming relax and urge her to keep a close watch. Behind them, Ming Zhuo followed at a distance, leaving uncertain whether he had overheard their conversation. After finishing work, Wen Tan gazed at the sprain relief spray Ming Zhuo had bought for her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Wen observed this and asked, "Wen Tan, are you going to the hospital?" Wen Tan returned to reality, placing the spray aside. "No need. It's just a sprain. A few applications of the spray, and it will heal in a couple of days." Wen produced a document from her bag, saying, "This is what Sister Mai asked me to give you. She said to make sure you sign it." Wen Tan mused. "What an honest girl." She replied, "Just leave it there for now. If Sister Mai asks, tell her I'm still busy." Wen, ever straightforward, inquired, "Wen Tan, do you not wish to renew your contract?" Wen Tan paused for a moment, acknowledging that the restructuring in the industry had finally reached her. She was not naive. Having witnessed many unpleasant contract terminations in the entertainment world over the years, she knew that while her contract with Chuangmei Entertainment was simply not being renewed upon expiration, if the company refused to release her, it would be no better than a termination. With over 2 months until her contract ended, she had no intention of confronting the company unless absolutely necessary. However, Sister Mai was exceedingly astute. No one understood that a refusal to sign immediately indicated other intentions better than she did. Thus, the incident involving Wen Tan and Lu Shue's fans, which had begun as a minor conflict in their circles, had escalated to trending on social media by evening. Marketing accounts were overwhelmingly supporting Lu Shue, accusing Wen Tan of bullying a junior simply because she had debuted 2 years earlier. Wen quietly suggested, "Wen Tan, should we clarify this?" Wen Tan remained unperturbed. "No need. Why entrap ourselves in a self-defensive situation? It's just marketing accounts talking. If we jump in to explain, it would only make us seem guilty. Should we inform Sister Mai?" Wen Tan smiled faintly, allowing her to proceed. "If you wish to say something, go ahead." This was a warning from Sister Mai, and though Wen couldn't discern the subtlety, Wen Tan recognized it clearly. These marketing accounts were the same ones that had widely circulated rumors about her relationship with Meng Chenin, all orchestrated by Sister Mai. As Wen dialed Sister Mai, Wen Tan had already risen and walked barefoot towards the bathroom. She settled into the bathtub, reviewing her chat history with Ming Zhuo. Reflecting on the day's events, she suddenly perceived that this man was not merely the aloof gentleman he appeared to be. He concealed an elusive wildness within him, akin to a beast that, having sheathed its claws, could strike at any moment. Leaning on the edge of the tub, she cradled her face with one hand, contemplating whether to send him a message. However, she feared that frequent messages without face-to-face meetings might lead to exhaustion. Wary of annoying him, she decided to wait until her foot healed before reaching out. Within 2 minutes, her phone vibrated. Had she not been quick enough to catch it, it would have slipped into the water. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Lin Chuyue. Emerging from the bathtub, she answered while putting the call on speaker, donning her bathrobe. Soon, Lin Chuyue's voice came through. "Why did you clash with Lu Shue?" Wen Tan, accustomed to her bluntness, replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a disagreement among fans." Although she downplayed it, Lin Chuyao sensed the gravity of the online situation, saying, "Does your company know you're planning to leave? Are they trying to tarnish your image?" Wen Tan checked. Fastening her bathrobe, "Today, Sister Mai presented me with a renewal contract, and I didn't sign immediately." She probably caught on. Lin Chuyao exclaimed, "I really don't understand. You're stunning and talented, yet they insist on keeping you in those low-budget web dramas and won't let you go. It's ridiculous." Wen Tan switched to earpiece mode. "It's fine. I just need to endure these next few months." Given the current situation, she could only confront challenges as they arose. "All right, just be careful. If it gets too tough, you'll have to endure it." Quickly, Lin Chuyao shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. "What about that man you were interested in before? How is it developing?" Wen Tan paused. "Have you heard the fable of the tortoise and the hare? Fast like the hare? No, slow like the tortoise." She continued, "However, the fable imparts a truth. To achieve something, it doesn't matter if it takes time. As long as one perseveres, success will follow." "How philosophical," remarked Lin Chuyao. Chapter 12. Lowering one's head, Wen Tan hummed in response. "What prompted you to ask about this?" Lin Chuyao laughed. "Oh, it's nothing much. I visited my grandmother today, and my cousin was there. I didn't want Grandma to know I skipped class, so I told her I was planning to introduce you to my cousin." Wen Tan listened, perplexed by the connection, but felt a twinge of guilt at the mention of Lin Chuyao's cousin. She asked, "Is your cousin in good health?" "Quite healthy," came the reply, before Lin Chuyao added, "You asked me to send him your regards last time," tentatively. Lin Chuyao inquired, "You wouldn't happen to know that my cousin is Wen Tan?" Interjected. "The last time I helped you, I mentioned your cousin might need an amputation due to the car accident. Did you go to sign for him?" Silence ensued. Wen Tan broke it first. "What did you mean by your cousin is?" Lin Chuyao chuckled nervously, swallowing hard. Nothing she feared that if she revealed Ming Zhuo was her cousin, Wen Tan would react unfavorably. Lin Chuyao, now earnest, exaggerated slightly, "Rest assured. My cousin is in great shape. He can punch down 10 bulls." Wen Tan responded, "Very well." From that moment, Lin Chuyao's cousin took on a vivid image in her mind. Robust, glistening with muscle, possibly possessing a strong build that could rival a tiger. Upon returning home, the subject of such strength fixed his gaze on a framed photo at the entrance. The young man, clad in a blue-green mountaineering outfit, stood amidst the pristine snow, his face obscured by goggles and a mask, yet his smile was unmistakable. Behind him loomed the majestic Namcha Barwa snow mountain. Ming Zhuo glanced at the date circled in red beside the photo, signifying that another year was approaching. He withdrew his gaze and strode toward the bathroom. When Ming Zhuo emerged once more, he received several messages of gratitude from Chen Yinzhou, who informed him that he had safely delivered his girlfriend home and that he would bring the car to the research institute the following day. Ming Zhuo replied, "No need to rush." He added, "Tomorrow, I'll grant you a day off to spend quality time with your girlfriend." Chen Yinzhou responded promptly, expressing his appreciation, "Thank you. Teacher Ming, you are my savior." Ming Zhuo stared at the message with an impassive expression, contemplating whether to rescind the holiday. He exited the chat interface, intending to set his phone aside, but a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to scroll down. Aside from messages from elective course students seeking his guidance, there were no new notifications. He turned off the screen. In the next moment, his phone vibrated again. Upon glancing back, he saw that Chen Yinzhou perhaps felt it inappropriate to address his superiors so informally, thus retracting his previous message and offering a more respectful note instead. "Thank you, Teacher Ming." Bose, meanwhile, the trending topic regarding the altercation between Wen Tan and Lu Shui's fans had been removed from the hot search list by dawn. Wen felt a surge of happiness, believing her call to Sister Mai had made a difference. During filming thereafter, no one mentioned the incident, as if nothing had transpired. Although Wen Tan's foot injury was not severe and had improved with medication, it still ached after standing for long periods in high heels. Only Lin Jianian noticed this. During a scene, he remarked, "Teacher Wen, shall we sit?" Wen Tan paused, looking up at him, and replied, "Thank you." Lin Jianian, radiating a bright smile, said, "You're welcome." He was 2 years younger than Wen Tan, exuding youthful vitality and charm, reminiscent of a pure-hearted young man. Soon after, Lu Shui approached Sister Wen. "Brother Jianian, what are you discussing?" Lin Jianian waved his script. "Nothing much, we're rehearsing." Lu Shui chimed in, "Then count me in." "Our next scene involves the 3 of us." Lin Jianian chuckled lightly. "We haven't finished our current scene yet. Could you please wait a moment?" Lu Shui replied, "Oh, that's fine. I'll just observe and learn." Wen Tan stood up, saying, "You continue. I'll step out for a moment." Lu Shui's eagerness to ship a romance between herself and Lin Jianian was nearly palpable, her intentions clearly written on her face. Just as Wen Tan exited the restroom, she spotted Wen standing nearby, clutching her phone, her expression a mix of hesitation and urgency. Wen Tan could easily guess that Sister Mai called again. Wen whispered beside her, "Sister, I told Sister Mai you were filming, but she has called several times these past few days. I'm worried if you don't sign soon, she might come to the set." Wen Tan took the phone from Wen and dialed the number. "Sister Mai, how about we have dinner together tonight?" The restaurant, Lu Wai Lu, was the premier dining establishment in Jiangsu, where Wen Tan had taken Sister Mai out to celebrate receiving her first paycheck. Nestled in the city center, the venue was extravagantly adorned, with the stair railings intricately carved from golden namu, and every ornament around was worth 6 figures or more, epitomizing opulence. When Sister Mai arrived at the private room, Wen Tan was already seated. She approached, placing her bag on the table, and joked, "This meal is beyond budget. The company won't reimburse it." Wen Tan smiled. "No need for reimbursement. I'm treating." Sister Mai took a seat and wiped her hand with a hot towel, teasingly asking, "Did you win the lottery?" Wen Tan rested her chin on her hand, grinning, "Yes, I never expected such good fortune. I might as well prepare for retirement." Sister Mai's expression shifted slightly. "Wen Tan, let us eat first. In such an expensive place, we need to get our money's worth." Sister Mai swallowed her words and picked up her chopsticks. Although Wen Tan claimed to be eating, she was mindful of her weight for filming and had a small appetite, so she felt full quickly. Noticing this, Sister Mai retrieved a document from her bag. "This is the contract I had the legal team rewrite. The last blank space is for your requests. As long as they are reasonable, I can negotiate with President Jiang." "What counts as unreasonable?" Sister Mai sipped her tea. "Anything within the realm of normalcy is not considered excessive. Wen Tan, many companies wanted to sign me initially. Do you know why I ultimately chose Chuangmei?" Sister Mai furrowed her brow. "Wen Tan, you once told me that if you couldn't sign me, I wouldn't make it through the probation period. You said you were only a few years older than I, able to understand what I wanted better than others, and you spent 2 days discussing my career path, claiming you would help me become the youngest best actress." Sister Mai sighed. "You know that the film industry has been in decline for the past 2 years. Many projects have been canceled. The fact that you still have work is already quite fortunate. Breaking into the film industry is no easy feat. It requires resources and support." She continued, "At the very least, you need an opportunity. Now that Ming Zhuo has extended an olive branch, offering you a role in Huan Yu's film, you're unwilling. Wen Tan, sometimes maintaining one's pride isn't as important as you think. You must learn to lower your head." Chapter 13. Stubbornness. Wen Tan maintained her smile. "I have lowered my head. You pressured me into becoming a contractual couple with Ming Zhuo. I had no other choice." Seeing her bluntness, Sister Mai dropped the pretense. "Don't frame it so harshly. Without your relationship with Ming Zhuo, you would have faded into obscurity. Even with my negotiations with President Jiang, you and T have so many projects." Sister Mai, a few months ago, I attended a gathering where someone mentioned that the ancient drama featuring GCC, which became a hit, was initially intended for me. I don't understand why I never received the script, nor why GCC was ultimately chosen. Can you enlighten me?" Upon hearing this, Sister Mai's gaze faltered briefly before she regained her composure. That was because the production team, after careful consideration, found GCC to be more suitable. "Wen Tan, such decisions are beyond my control. I have no say in casting." Wen Tan closed her eyes, unwilling to engage in a futile argument. The ancient drama aired 2 months after Wen Tan and Ming Zhuo made their relationship public. At that time, GCC was still an unknown actress, but with an excellent production team and a compelling storyline, it became a surprise hit of the summer, amassing millions of fans within a month. Every subsequent project GCC undertook was high budget and grand, even landing her a leading role. However, before that ancient drama aired, GCC didn't even have a verified Baidu account. Thus, Wen Tan couldn't fathom why a script meant for her was suddenly reassigned without her ever even seeing it. Sister Mai softened her tone. "Wen Tan, the path to success is gradual. It requires both talent and a stroke of luck. Some individuals are fortunate enough to achieve instant fame with their debut, while others may struggle their entire lives without recognition. In truth, your current position is ideal, not overly busy, yet well compensated. What exactly are you dissatisfied with?" Wen Tan replied with a smile. "Indeed, what am I dissatisfied with? Sister Mai stood, saying, think carefully about it. I have a business meeting to attend shortly, so I must take my leave. You need to call Wen again. I will not sign the renewal contract. Sister Mai looked at her, her brow furrowing once more. Wen Tan, now is not the time for your whims. Wen Tan also stood, her words clear and resolute. Thank you for your care over the years, Sister Mai. After Sister Mai stormed out in anger, Wen Tan left the private room alone. She had barely taken a few steps when a voice called out from behind. Well, who is unfortunate enough to be schemed against here? Wen Tan turned, her expression unchanged. President Zhuo. Zhou Jiguan smirked dismissively. I heard from Ming Zhuo that you wish to star in that disaster film. No, I don't think so. It's best to first consider whether you are worthy of it. Wen Tan politely nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. However, Zhou Jiguan called after her. You truly don't wish to act? Wen Tan looked back at him, her voice calm and detached. I am unaware of what Ming Zhuo may have conveyed to you, but I have never expressed a desire to act. I know I'm not suitable. Zhou Jiguan leaned casually against the wall. Self-awareness is commendable, he remarked, then shifted his tone. Yet I am the type who enjoys a challenge. The more you resist, the more I wish to see you perform. Wen Tan replied, Are you out of your mind? Zhou Jiguan tilted his head slightly toward her. Step inside. They are discussing this matter. If you perform well, you might indeed be offered a role. Wen Tan remained unmoved. I appreciate your kind invitation, but I am not worthy of such an honor. Zhou Jiguan narrowed his eyes, but remained silent. Wen Tan was acutely aware of the precarious nature of their interaction. Huanyu Entertainment was not only one of the top 3 entertainment companies, but also backed by Zhou Jiguan's formidable family. A mere flick of his finger could spell her doom if he so desired. After a brief pause, Zhou Jiguan chuckled softly. You possess a certain spirit. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Zhou. He then looked up and remarked, You are late. Wen Tan found herself perplexed, unsure of the nature of his antics. Just then, a cool male voice from beside her interjected, There was a bit of traffic. Wen Tan instinctively straightened her back. Zhou Jiguan paid her no further mind and addressed Ming Zhuo. Let's go inside. Mr. Zhou, Wen Tan called out impulsively, striving to appear composed. I have given your previous proposal some thought. Since you extended such a generous invitation, it would be discourteous to refuse. I accept. Zhou Jiguan cast a strange glance her way. You have issues. Wen Tan mantanda poistes mai. Upon entering the private room, she discreetly turned her head to glance at Ming Zhuo, locking eyes with his dark gaze. He was also observing her. Wen Tan formed the words hello. Teacher Ming with her lips. Zhou Jiguan's voice cut in. You sit over there. Wen Tan promptly redirected hergaze, thus missing the slight movement at the corner of the man's mouth. The room was filled with key investors and producers behind the film, each a heavyweight in their own right. Upon seeing a beautiful woman enter, they assumed Zhou Jiguan had chosen the female lead. One remarked, Mr. Zhou has a discerning eye. Where did he find such a beauty? This film is bound to be a box office hit. Zhou Jiguan sat down. Pay her no mind. She merely barged in to mooch a meal. Wen Tan nodded slightly. Having encountered similar situations before, she handled it with grace. Good evening, everyone. I am Wen Tan. Someone exclaimed. So you are Wen Tan? I spoke of you during dinner with General Jiang. Soon after, another turned to the person sitting next to Zhou Jiguan and asked, Who is this? Zhou Jiguan replied, This is my specially invited geology expert, Ming Zhuo. The group was momentarily taken aback. The surname Ming was quite rare in Jiang City. Before they could inquire further, Zhou Jiguan swiftly changed the subject. What were we discussing earlier? Let us continue. Now that the expert is here, feel free to ask any questions. As they engaged in conversation, Wen Tan quietly settled herself, remaining unobtrusive. They transitioned from discussing volcanic eruptions to the melting of glaciers, and then from land fractures to the potential for underground habitation. Wen Tan struggled to understand, and in the presence of such distinguished figures, she dared not pull out her phone. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze drifted toward Ming Zhuo. Even within this room, his demeanor was exceptional, reminiscent of a privileged young master. Each movement pleasing to the eye. Although Zhou Jiguan was the young master of Huanyu Entertainment, he appeared overshadowed in Ming Zhuo's presence. Just as Wen Tan was lost in thought, her phone on the table vibrated. Instinctively, she glanced down to unlock it. A message from the man appeared unexpectedly. Ming Zhuo, is there something on my face? Chapter 14. Late night snack. Wen Tan never expected to be caught in the act. Her ears flushed slightly. It seemed they had transitioned from discussing professional matters to other topics. Maintaining her composure, she typed a response, her mind racing. Wen Tan, yes, there is. Ming Zhuo, what is it? Wen Tan, my gaze. In truth, she regretted sending that message almost immediately. It felt awkward. Thus, she quickly retracted it 10 seconds later. Ming Zhuo, holding his phone, subtly curved his lips into a faint smile. Zhou Jiguan, noticing this, inquired curiously, "Who are you messaging?" Ming Zhuo replied, "No one." Zhou Jiguan clearly found this hard to believe, but it was evident that he could extract no more information from Ming Zhuo. He looked up to see Wen Tan also engrossed in her phone. Though they had yet to connect properly, he found it displeasing. "You were invited for dinner, not to play on your phone." Wen Tan replied with an "oh" and turned off the screen. The producers, having indulged in drink, continued their endless chatter. Although Wen Tan needed to shoot early the next morning, she dared not leave abruptly in such a setting. After glancing at her phone's time for the third time, Ming Zhuo's voice rang out. "I have other matters to attend to. I must leave." Zhou Jiguan stood up alongside him. "I will see you off." Ming Zhuo replied. "No need, you're busy." Zhou Jiguan, irritated by the incessant chatter of the drunken guests, could not dismiss them, so he remained. Just as he nodded, Wen Tan interjected, "Mr. Zhou, I shall take my leave as well." Zhou Jiguan, recalling Wen Tan's earlier attempt to engage Ming Zhuo, became instantly wary, fearing she had not yet given up. "Sit down. Wait until he leaves." Wen Tan maintained her smile and complied. After 10 minutes, she asked, "Mr. Zhou, may I leave now?" Zhou Jiguan waved his hand dismissively, too lethargic to utter a word. Once outside the private room, Wen Tan mentally cursed Zhou Jiguan repeatedly. Passing by a faux rock formation, she inadvertently kicked a decorative pebble, sending it tumbling away. Just then, a languid voice drifted over. "Is your foot all right?" Wen Tan turned to see Ming Zhuo standing beneath the faux rock, smoking, his figure tall and well-defined, his thin lips exuding an air of indifference. "I applied the ointment Teacher Ming gave me. It feels much better." Ming Zhuo turned slightly to extinguish the cigarette, but his tone measured. "Traveling this far for a meal, it seems you are indeed on the mend." Wen Tan had intended to explain that she was there with her manager, but the words morphed into, "Will Teacher Ming be guiding the crew soon?" Ming Zhuo met her gaze. Wen Tan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The warm-toned streetlights in the courtyard softened the quiet night, enveloping it in a gentle haze. Having come without makeup, Wen Tan's skin radiated health. Even without foundation, her complexion was flawless, her features strikingly beautiful, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Ming Zhuo averted his gaze nonchalantly, striding forward. Uncertain, Wen Tan followed alongside him, responding, "Of course, Teacher Ming must be quite busy." As the conversation flowed, curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, "What brought you to the filming location the other day?" Ming Zhuo replied, "Just a matter." Wen Tan, without a second thought, expressed, "I thought you had come specifically to find me." She paused before continuing, "To treat me to that meal." Ming Zhuo's eyebrows flickered slightly, but he remained silent. Wen Tan was indeed being intentional. Ming Zhuo exuded an air of coldness and detachment. If she did not make an effort to advance their rapport, it would be a daunting task to win him over, let alone to unravel his defenses. As they passed through the moon gate, Wen Tan added, "My driver has taken leave. If it is convenient for you, Teacher Ming, could you give me a ride?" As she spoke, her gaze fell upon a luxury Alford parked not far away. The black business vehicle stood out, far more striking than ordinary models. Ming Zhuo also noticed this. The driver, perhaps apprehensive about Wen Tan passing by, honked twice as a reminder. Wen Tan calmly adjusted her hair, demonstrating the poise of a professional actress. As if she were a stranger to the driver, Ming Zhuo chose not to expose her ruse, simply saying, "Get in the car." As she turned, Wen Tan quickly waved to the driver, signaling him to leave first. She took her seat in the passenger side and fastened her seatbelt. "I'll cause you more trouble. Teacher Ming, with this, I owe you 3 meals now." Ming Zhuo inquired, "Do you enjoy treating others to meals?" "Of course not. I only treat those I cherish." Wen Tan replied without a hint of hesitation. "So, when will Teacher Ming be free for me to invite you to the first meal I owe?" He replied while driving. "Friday evening." Just as Wen Tan was about to respond, she suddenly recalled, "Isn't there a geology elective on Friday? The class starts at 7. Even if she finished work early, it would still be around 6. There simply wouldn't be enough time." After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Would you mind if I treat you to a late-night snack, Teacher Ming?" Ming Zhuo queried, "What time do you finish work?" Wen Tan replied, "If there are no night shoots, it's usually around 6 or 7. "Understood." Wen Tan was about to inquire what he meant by that when her phone rang. Wen's voice came through softly. Sister Wen Tan, Sister Mai just called me and said that aside from the drama you are currently filming, all other work has to be halted. Wen Tan responded, let it be halted then. Wen added, but have you reviewed your previous endorsement contracts? If activities or promotions that you were supposed to attend are halted due to you, you'll have to pay a breach of contract penalty. Wen Tan furrowed her brow at this, about to speak, but she remembered Ming Zhuo was beside her and said, let us talk about it later. She hung up, and at the same time, Wen sent over the details of the contract's inner pages. As Wen Tan flipped through the images, her expression grew colder. Wen added, by the way, Sister Mai also mentioned that during the 3 months you were inactive, you were supposed to pay the brand penalty. But the company covered it for you. This time, you need to cover it yourself. The contract stated that endorsements were the company's resources. If her contract with the company ended before the endorsement expired, it meant automatic termination of the endorsement, and she would have to pay double the breach of contract penalty. These endorsements were all signed at least 6 months prior, during which she had been harassed by fans of Meng Chunin and was in poor condition. Sister Mai had told her that all the terms had been reviewed by the company's legal team, and there were no issues, so she should just sign. Wen Tan never expected they would set a trap for her here. She closed her eyes, her breathing becoming uncontrollable. After 2 seconds, Wen Tan composed herself and said, please find a place to pull over. Teacher Ming, I'll get out here. She did not want Ming Zhuo to witness her breaking down. Soon, the car stopped by the roadside. Wen Tan quickly unfastened her seatbelt and reached for the door when Ming Zhuo's voice called out. Wen Tan. In a calm tone, he asked, are you going for a late-night snack? Chapter 15. Rock climbing. Wen Tan was taken aback. The surging emotions within her receded like a crashing wave. She turned back and asked, now? Ming Zhuo replied, yes, now. Wen Tan settled back in her seat and slowly buckled her seatbelt. The remainder of the journey was enveloped in silence. The night scenery of Jiangsheng was beautiful, with towering buildings and intertwining lights. Yet, behind the glamorous facade lay a darkness that seemed capable of swallowing one whole. After an indeterminate amount of time, they arrived at an indoor climbing gym. Wen Tan followed Ming Zhuo out of the car, exclaiming, are we going for a late-night snack? Ming Zhuo responded, they offer snacks here. Wen Tan replied, Teacher Ming, I actually have a bit of money. You don't need to save for me. Ming Zhuo smirked slightly and ascended the steps. The place was larger than Wen Tan had imagined. Besides rock climbing, there were various other competitive activities, resembling a club more than anything else. Ming Zhuo appeared quite familiar with the environment, clearly a frequent visitor. He turned his head and asked, can you climb? Wen Tan shook her head gently, no. Do you want to try? Wen Tan glanced at the towering rock wall beside her, her expression shifting slightly. The Chinese often adhere to the principle of since we're here, we might as well. Moreover, it looked rather interesting. Wen Tan quickly replied yes. At that moment, someone approached Ming Zhuo, greeting him. Why are you so late today? Ming Zhuo lazily replied, just here to mooch a meal. What a joke, you came here to mooch. Guanxi began, but suddenly noticed the attractive woman beside Ming Zhuo. His face instantly lit up with a knowing smile. Hello, I'm Guanxi, a friend of Ming Zhuo. Wen Tan nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, I'm Wen Tan. Guanxi cleared his throat and pointed to a nearby female instructor. Let us get Miss Wen changed into climbing shoes first. After they left, Guanxi nudged Ming Zhuo with his elbow. Girlfriend? Ming Zhuo replied, no. Guanxi chuckled, not a girlfriend? I was beginning to wonder about your orientation. I haven't seen a woman by your side in all these years. Ming Zhuo, with one hand in his pocket, chose not to elaborate, feeling no guilt in the matter. Given Wen Tan's previous state, letting her get out alone could lead to trouble. 5 minutes later, Wen Tan returned after changing into specialized climbing shoes. Guanxi greeted her warmly. Miss Wen, would you like to try bouldering or rock climbing? Wen Tan did not know the difference between the two and looked toward Ming Zhuo. Ming Zhuo explained, bouldering is only 5 meters high, without safety ropes, and there are soft mats below for protection if you jump down. The indoor climbing here is 20 meters high, requiring harnesses. Guanxi continued, if you're climbing for the first time, I recommend starting with bouldering. Wen Tan agreed, okay. Guanxi clapped his hands. All right, then I hope you enjoy yourself, Miss Wen. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be off now. If you have any questions, just ask Ming Zhuo. He knows everything. As he spoke, he led the female instructor away. Wen Tan blinked at Ming Zhuo. He picked up the tape left by the instructor, securing one end around her wrist and wrapping it around in circles. His scent was pleasant, a cool cedar mingled with a hint of tobacco. This was the first time Wen Tan had observed him from such close proximity. Ming Zhuo had long eyelashes and a well-defined nose. Once he finished wrapping the tape, he sprinkled magnesium powder into her palm to enhance grip and prevent slipping due to sweat. Wen Tan finally had enough and said, "Thank you, Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo replied leisurely, "If you call me teacher, I ought to teach you something." Wen Tan responded. Ming Zhuo pointed to the side. Bouldering has two difficulty scales internationally, V scale and font scale. Most indoor venues adopt the V scale, with difficulty ranging from V0, V1, V2, V3, and so on, indicating increasing difficulty. Wen Tan listened, somewhat grasping the concept. Ming Zhuo continued, "Do you see that color board? Different colors correspond to different difficulties, and points of the same color represent a single route." Noticing Wen Tan's bewildered expression, he reassured her, "It's fine, just try it out." Wen Tan nodded and walked over to the soft mat, grasping a rock with her hands and stepping up with her feet. As she attempted to ascend, she misapplied her strength and fell back down. Ming Zhuo stood outside the mat, steadying her arm. "Take it step by step when climbing. Keep your center of gravity low and your arms straight." Wen Tan climbed again. After several failures, she gradually made progress, mastering the technique, and soon reached the top. Without hesitation, she jumped down effortlessly. She gazed at Ming Zhuo, a smile gracing her face, her chin slightly raised as if seeking affirmation. "Teacher Ming, what do you think? Is it acceptable? I'm ready to embark on this journey." After conquering bouldering, Wen Tan yearned to challenge true rock climbing. Under Ming Zhuo's guidance, she donned her safety harness and approached the rock face, fastening the main rope. Ming Zhuo cautioned, "Don't climb too high on your first attempt. You might struggle to descend." At that moment, Wen Tan's eagerness peaked, and after acknowledging his advice, she began her ascent. Rock climbing, unlike bouldering which offers multiple angles, presents a more formidable challenge on a vertical plane. After climbing a few meters with exhilaration, she realized her limbs had begun to weaken. The energy she had exerted during bouldering had nearly depleted her strength. Clinging to the wall like a gecko, she turned to glance down, feeling increasingly dizzy. Swallowing hard, she called out for her instructor, "Teacher Ming, I can't come down." The distance made it difficult for her to discern Ming Zhuo's expression, but she heard him say, "Just wait a moment." A soft whimper escaped her lips, feeling rather pitiful. She dared not look down again and resumed her position on the wall, straining her hands and feet to maintain her grip. Before long, her left hand faltered, and just as she felt herself losing balance and about to collide with the wall, a steady hand supported her arm. Ming Zhuo's voice reached her. "Relax a bit." Startled, she turned her head, mistakenly thinking he had gone to fetch a coach. Ming Zhuo continued, "Hold onto the rope with that hand. Shift your center of gravity back and steady your feet. Don't be afraid." With him nearby, Wen Tan felt an inexplicable sense of security. She adjusted her posture, firmly gripping the rock before slowly taking hold of the rope, leaning back slightly. Ming Zhuo retracted his hand and instructed, "Maintain this position while descending. You can use your feet to gently push against the wall for assistance." Wen Tan responded, "Understood." Grasping the rope, she occasionally pushed against the wall and descended at a steady pace. The moment her feet touched the ground, Ming Zhuo stood beside her. He inquired, "Are you all right?" Breathing slightly heavier, Wen Tan replied, "I'm fine." To put it simply, this was far more engaging than running for an hour at the gym. Chapter 16. Student in the restroom. Wen Tan first peeled off the tape from her hands, then retrieved a hair tie from a nearby basket, gathering her hair into a ponytail. Instantly feeling refreshed, she bowed her head, splashing cold water on her face. After cleansing, with one hand reaching for a tissue while the other propped against the sink, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror, noticing her flushed complexion, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Wen Tan nearly forgot that just an hour ago, she had been on the brink of an emotional breakdown. Initially, she should have sought a solitary place to quietly endure the evening. Yet now, she felt surprisingly at ease, as if the irritations of the day had evaporated with her perspiration, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, love appears to be the ultimate remedy for all troubles in the world. It seems she ought to hold on a little tighter. As she exited, Ming Zhuo was nowhere to be found, while Guanqi stood nearby, conversing with someone. Upon noticing her, he raised his hand and greeted her with a smile. She returned his gesture with a nod. Guanqi asked, "How was your experience?" Wen Tan replied, "Quite good. It was very enjoyable." Raising an eyebrow, Guanqi added, "Then you are welcome to return next time. There's archery and bowling over there, along with the spa treatments that girls like. It's too late today, so I want to invite you to try them." Wen Tan took out her phone and said, "Then I'll get a membership and settle today, as charges as well." "No need," Guanqi laughed. "You can come and play anytime. Consider it Ming Zhuo's treat." Wen Tan was unsure whether Guanxi was merely being polite or had already regarded her as Ming Zhuo's girlfriend, but she was not one to take advantage of others. She insisted, I should still get one. I'll come often if I have a chance. Really don't, Guanxi urged. Ming Zhuo brought you here. If I grant you a membership, others might think we're colluding for business. Wen Tan was about to say something else when Ming Zhuo's calm voice drifted from behind. Lin Shuiwei is a member here. She rarely visits, so you can use her card. Surprised, Wen Tan turned around, astonished that a mere elective course instructor would know such details about a student. Guanxi, catching on, remarked meaningfully, Are you a friend of Shuiwei? Wen Tan withdrew her gaze and replied, Yes. After a moment, she asked, Do you know her too? Observing Wen Tan's expression, Guanxi discerned she was unaware of the connection between Ming Zhuo and Lin Shuiwei. He teased, Of course I know her. She is a member here, after all. Wen Tan suddenly felt a sense of wonder. The world felt quite small. Guanxi continued, Since you're Shuiwei's friend, I certainly can't charge you. Ming Zhuo is right. Just come by next time, and I'll arrange for them to issue you a supplementary card. With such an offer, Wen Tan felt it would be impolite to refuse, saying, Then I appreciate it. Guanxi casually tucked his hands into his pants pockets. No need to be so polite. On the way back, Wen Tan tucked the card in her bag and turned to Ming Zhuo, asking, Do you come here often? Ming Zhuo was driving, his profile illuminated by the interplay of light and shadow. His voice was clear and pleasant, tinged with a hint of weariness, occasionally. Wen Tan inquired, When do you usually come? Perhaps her question was too direct, prompting Ming Zhuo to hesitate for a moment before replying. Wen Tan, sensing the awkwardness, quickly redirected the conversation. Didn't you mention you would teach me rock climbing? Ming Zhuo, as if amused by her persistence, replied, When did I say that? She retorted, You said that if I call you teacher, you must teach me something. After calling you so many times, surely that's enough for you to teach me? You've already grasped the techniques of climbing. With a few more practices and controlling your strength, you'll climb even higher. Wen Tan, emboldened, declared, Then Teacher Ming can teach me something else. My learning ability is quite strong, and I will undoubtedly become your most outstanding student. Ming Zhuo queried, Not working anymore? Wen Tan leaned back in her seat, casually remarking, Almost. I'm on the verge of unemployment. Then, brimming with curiosity, she asked, Does Teacher Ming need a teaching assistant? I'm rather interested in geology. What specific area are you interested in? Wen Tan wanted to say that if she were to be specific, it would be her interest in the person teaching geology. Having been overly bold tonight, she wisely chose to temper her enthusiasm, pausing for a moment before saying, Snow mountains. I truly adore snow mountains. The one you mentioned in the south. The name eluded her momentarily. Ming Zhuo's voice was devoid of discernible emotion. Namcha Barwa. Yes. Wen Tan replied with composure. My greatest aspiration in life is to climb every snow-capped mountain in the world. According to incomplete statistics, there are approximately 13,000 known snow-capped mountains worldwide. Isn't that merely a wish? Wen Tan said slowly, just like how I hope every night before sleeping that I will wake up the next day to win the lottery. Without dreams, what motivation is there for a mundane life? She turned her gaze back to Ming Zhuo, wondering if he would think her aspirations too pragmatic. Ming Zhuo reassured, Not at all. Then what kind of girl does Teacher Ming prefer? Her abrupt shift in topic caught him off guard. On the surface, Wen Tan appeared unfazed, but her heart raced slightly. In truth, she could discern that Ming Zhuo had intentionally waited for her earlier at the restaurant, and his nonchalant responses to her excuses about her driver's absence, along with taking her to the climbing gym, indicated he harbored some feelings for her. After a few seconds, Ming Zhuo leisurely replied, We've arrived. Wen waited at the hotel for half the day, watching as time grew late. When she attempted to call Wen Tan, there was no response, and she nearly resorted to contacting the authorities. Just as she was about to take action, a noise came from the entrance. Wen hurried over, exclaiming, Sister Wen Tan, you're finally back. Wen Tan replied, somewhat dejected, You're still awake? Wen softly reminded her about the contract. Wen almost forgot about that matter. She closed the door and, with a calm demeanor, said, It's nothing serious. I'll consult a lawyer in a couple of days. Oh, previously, during their phone conversation, Wen Tan's tone had seemed quite grave and angry. How could you calm down so quickly? Wen Tan remarked, I'm going to take a shower now. You should rest early. Okay, Wen replied. Even after entering the bathroom, Wen Tan regretted asking Ming Zhuo that last question in the car. It was not the inquiry about what type of girl he liked that troubled her, but rather the timing of the question. She should have either asked midway or saved it for their next meeting, instead of awkwardly placing it at the end of their conversation. In the dead of night, Wen Tan lay in bed, messaging Ming Zhuo. Teacher Ming, have you arrived home? Chapter 17. Good night. Ming Zhuo did not reply. Perhaps he was still on the road or occupied. Wen Tan switched to another chat page and transferred some money to Lin Chuyu. The next moment, Lin Chuyu called her. I was wondering why I had such bad luck today. Turns out I fell into a pot of gold. Woman replied, I used one of your membership cards. Lin Chuyu casually said, use it if you want. No need to send me money. Wen Tan insisted I might. Probably will use it often, so just accept the money. No way. I'm happy to let you use it. Lin Chuyu added, by the way, which beauty salon is it? It must be good if you're going frequently. I should try it someday. Lin Chuyu was a typical rich second generation who lived without a care, possessing countless membership cards she often forgot about. Wen hesitated before replying. It's not a beauty salon. Lin Chuyu's curiosity piqued. Then what is it? Chanel? Hermes? Or some hotel restaurant? A climbing gym. Lin Chuyu was baffled. What on earth are you doing there? Woman had no choice but to say, a friend took me. She subtly changed the subject. Isn't the owner someone you know? Yeah. Lin Chuyu was easily diverted. He's a friend of my cousin. When the climbing gym opened, I was just bored at home, so I went to help him with his business. I haven't been there since I got the card. If you like it, feel free to go often. The word ways coming from Lin Chuyu sounded as foreign as an alien. Yet, Wen's focus shifted. Your cousin doesn't go there often, does he? Lin Chuyu replied. He should be busy. He works a lot. If it weren't for our weekly video calls, I might not see him for a year or more. Wen was surprised. You and your cousin have a good relationship. Lin Chuyu had never mentioned her cousin to Wen before, mainly because Ming Zhuo was too distant from her life. Their conversations had primarily revolved around topics typical of young women. After Wen helped her out, Lin Chuyu feared that mentioning Ming Zhuo as her cousin would deter Wen from visiting. Of course, there were other reasons as well. However, Lin Chuyu primarily believed that after their previous encounter, Wen and Ming Zhuo would have no further connection. Little did she expect that the term cousin would frequently appear in their conversations thereafter, leaving her in a dilemma of whether to confess or not. After hanging up, Lin Chuyu sent her cousin a message. Lin Chuyu, dear cousin Ming Zhuo, not approved. Lin Chuyu, I'm not here to ask for leave. Ming Zhuo sent a voice message, his tone languid. I want to go easy on you for the final exams. Lin Chuyu quickly called him back, whispering, I'm not trying to take shortcuts. I genuinely have questions to ask you. Ming Zhuo had just arrived home and turned on the lights. Go on. Well, do you remember the friend who helped me out? The one who is super beautiful? Ming Zhuo replied nonchalantly, your super beautiful friend was wearing a mask the day we met. Lin Chuyu suggested, what if I send you a couple of her photos? Ming Zhuo responded, it's fine. Just hang up. There is something important. Lin Chuyu quickly added, I've never told her you're my cousin, but I feel guilty about it. Can I tell her? Your mouth is yours. I can't stop you. Lin Chuyu lowered her voice further. But don't you want to avoid any ties with the Ming family? Ming Zhuo remained silent, his expression dimming slightly. Lin Chuyu realized she had broached a sensitive topic and laughed it off. Got it. I'll ponder it myself. Before Lin Chuyu hung up, Ming Zhuo's voice rang out again. Don't go out aimlessly. Pay more attention to your friends. Lin Chuyu was puzzled. What is wrong with her? Ming Zhuo replied blandly, hang up. As Lin Chuyu heard the busy tone on the phone, she tilted her head, feeling somewhat bewildered. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen Wen Tan for quite a while. Wen Tan was almost asleep when she received Ming Zhuo's reply. As succinct as ever, it read, home. Looking at those two words, her thoughts gradually settled. After a long pause, she slowly typed a message. Wen Tan, thank you, Teacher Ming. Wen Tan, good night. Ming Zhuo, good night. Wen Tan put down her phone, listening to the rain that had begun to fall outside, not knowing when it had started. A few months ago, the weather had been similar. Yet, Wen Tan's state of mind was entirely different from that time. Perhaps she truly could live anew. After last night's dinner, Wen Tan had completely severed ties with the company and Sister Mai. While reading the script, she quietly listened to Wen's report, besides all business being paused. The driver and makeup artist must return to the company within this week. Wen Tan chuckled softly. That's fair. At least I have a few days to adjust. Wen, however, was not as optimistic, her face grim as she said, Sister Wen Tan, you really haven't found a new opportunity, have you? Aside from the film you're currently shooting, all your work is on hold. The company is effectively soft-blocking you. Plus, you'll have to pay a hefty penalty. Wen Tan replied, you just said it yourself. With such a large penalty, which company would be willing to take on a losing deal? Woman sincerely marveled, "Sister, you are the most laid-back and emotionally stable person I've ever met." Upon hearing such praise, Wen Tan's lips curled into a faint smile, remaining silent. Matters like halting business could not be concealed. Even if it hadn't reached the fans yet, it was no secret within the industry. Wen's phone had been buzzing all afternoon, with many past collaborators inquiring about the situation, some genuinely concerned, while others simply eager for gossip. One of them was on set. While Wen Tan was acting alongside Lin Jianian, Lu Shui casually interjected, "Sister Wen Tan, are you in some kind of conflict with the company?" Wen Tan replied, "No." Lu Shui seemed slightly surprised. "Then why did I hear?" "Hear what?" Lin Jianian looked over with curiosity. "What gossip did you hear?" Lu Shui observed the serene expression on Wen Tan's face and smiled softly. "It's nothing, perhaps just the wild imaginings of those marketing accounts." Lin Jianian seemed perplexed. "You still pay attention to those marketing accounts? Such things are utterly untrustworthy. I once suffered a relapse of a back injury and went to the hospital for acupuncture. Those marketing accounts claimed." His voice trailed off, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 18. A visit on set. When Tan looked up, curious. "What did they say about you?" Lin Jianian gritted his teeth. "They suggested I was being toyed with by a wealthy benefactor, unable to get out of bed." Lu Shui, feeling out of place, chuckled awkwardly and walked away. Not long after, a commotion erupted outside the set. Wen Tan initially thought it was fans clashing again, but as she was about to send Wen to check, she spotted 2 trucks arriving. At the same moment, someone announced, "Teacher Ming is here to visit." Wen Tan's expression visibly soured. In their entire production team, none held a status as significant as Ming Zhuo. As soon as he appeared, the director and producer rushed to greet him. Having debuted many years ago, Ming Zhuo had secured a portion of shares in Huanyu and had invested in numerous films, establishing himself as a significant player in the industry. Connecting with him could pave a bright future in the entertainment world. With a humble demeanor, Ming Zhuo addressed everyone. "Thank you for your hard work. The weather has been hot lately. Please enjoy some cold drinks to cool off." "Not at all, Teacher Ming." The director replied with a smile, turning to the crew, "Let's take a 20-minute break to honor Teacher Ming's kindness." A chorus of "Thank you, Teacher Ming" resonated throughout the set. Ming Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement and brought a cold Americano to Wen Tan, gently saying, "I know you're managing your figure, so I brought this just for you." Wen Tan did not accept it. "Is there something you need, Teacher Ming?" With many people around, Ming Zhuo beckoned her to a quieter corner. His tone was caring. "As far as I know, you haven't engaged with a new company yet. You shouldn't let things become so strained with Chuangmei at this stage." Wen Tan glanced at those nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation, and quickly turned away, returning to her own thoughts. "What do you mean by that, Teacher Ming? Is this a humanitarian concern for your ex-girlfriend? Or are you here to scold me on behalf of Mr. Jiang for being an ungrateful wretch?" Months ago, Wen Tan and Ming Zhuo had publicly announced their amicable breakup on social media. But just days later, she found herself embroiled in fierce disputes with his fans. Many of her detractors were fervent supporters of Ming Zhuo. Just when everyone thought the matter would blow over, Wen Tan took legal action against those fans. The atmosphere in Huanyu Entertainment was so hostile that merely spotting Wen Tan's advertisements would provoke a disdainful reaction from his followers. Who would have thought that Ming Zhuo would one day come bearing gifts to visit Wen Tan? It was uncertain whether their connection had remained intact or if they had reached a monumental reconciliation. In a brief moment, news spread like wildfire, with various marketing accounts eagerly digging up evidence of their entanglement. Outside, the storm was raging, yet Ming Zhuo remained unfazed, looking at Wen Tan with an air of resignation. "Wen Tan, please don't think of me that way." At times, Wen Tan found it difficult to comprehend Ming Zhuo, unsure whether his acting skills had reached a level of mastery or if he genuinely harbored feelings for her. Did he seek to undermine her out of spite for unrequited love? If it were the former, then his films would not be receiving increasingly lower ratings. If it were the latter, that was even more distasteful. Since 3 years ago, he had always exploited her while feigning deep affection, ignoring the vitriol hurled at her by his fans. Moreover, having entered the industry earlier than Wen Tan, he was adept at navigating these marketing tactics. He surely understood the magnitude of the chaos his actions could incite and the difficulties they would impose on her. Yet, he still chose to make a grand entrance, seemingly eager for the world to take notice. "I genuinely want to help you," he insisted. Wen Tan turned her head, forcing a smile. "Teacher Ming, leaving this place immediately would be the best way to assist me." Meng Qianen did not take offense at her bluntness. Instead, he produced a business card from his bag and handed it to her. This is my new company, Aloof Films, open with friends. If you're willing to join us, I can cover your breach of contract with Chuangmei and provide you with the best conditions. Wen Tan paused, reconsidering. You've terminated your contract with Huanyu? This hasn't been made public yet. You're the first to know, Meng Qianen replied. So what do you think? Is my sincerity sufficient? Wen Tan felt a sudden urge to laugh, as if she had grasped a fleeting insight. Yesterday, Zhou Jiguang had inexplicably urged her to audition for that disaster film. She murmured, no wonder. Meng Qianen inquired, no wonder what? Wen Tan offered no answer, merely stating, I initially thought you were here as a mediator for Chuangmei. But I see now I've underestimated your ambitions, Teacher Meng. Meng Qianen shook his head. This isn't ambition, Wen Tan. Everyone desires to ascend. Your contract termination with Chuangmei stems from their inability to provide the resources you seek. My wish to establish my own company arises from the numerous constraints imposed by Huanyu. However, if you come on my side, I assure you, I will provide you with the finest resources. I guarantee you'll be the top female artist at Aloof Films. Such promises have been made to her before by Sister Mai and Mr. Jiang, leaving her overwhelmed. She had yet to digest them. Wen Tan responded with indifference. Isn't what you're doing bound to upset your fans? Meng Qianen shrugged. You can continue sending out lawyers' letters. Eventually, they will serve as a warning. Wen Tan, do not fear criticism. Which artist hasn't faced scorn at the beginning? In 2 years, once you have commendable work, people will speak up for you, and your reputation will rebound. His words rang true, reflecting the reality of the entertainment industry. Teacher Meng was indeed well-versed in the art of survival. He did not pressure her further. Take your time to consider my offer and think about what conditions you might propose. I have said as long as you ask, I will fulfill your requests. As he departed, he handed the business card to Wen, who had been waiting nearby, craning her neck in anticipation. Once Meng Qianen was out of sight, Wen hurried over, examining the card with curiosity. Aloof Films? Never heard of it. Is it some fraudulent company? Wen Tan replied coolly. It's founded by Meng Qianen. Wen's eyes widened as if she had stumbled upon a significant revelation, covering her mouth in astonishment. After a moment, she leaned closer to Wen Tan, whispering, Sister Wen Tan, do you think Meng Qianen intends to recruit you for his company? Will you become an artist, or perhaps the boss lady? Wen Tan patted her shoulder solemnly, more like becoming his ancestor. Chapter 19. Public Opinion. Meng Qianen's actions, at first glance, appear to be in her best interest, yet they were, in truth, designed to ensnare her. Should she agree to join Meng Qianen's company, the ensuing gossip would cast her as the villain, and discussion surrounding their past romance would intensify. As for his contract termination with Huanyu, that would quietly merge into the background noise. This was the subtlety of his manipulation, shifting public opinion. Furthermore, his ostentatious visit had effectively closed off all avenues for Wen Tan with Chuangmei. She faced a choice: either accept his offer or endure a more vehement backlash from Meng Qianen's fans. Given Meng Qianen's influence and his fans' fervor, other companies would hesitate to take her on, weighing whether her value warranted such a risk and whether they could recoup their investment. A masterstroke of underhanded strategy. Had it been 3 years ago, Wen Tan would have undoubtedly fallen for such a ploy. However, it was a pitfall. She wished to stumble only once. One lesson was sufficient. Yet, Wen Tan felt that there was someone else at this moment who harbored even more resentment towards Meng Qianen than she did. After the filming concluded, Wen Tan donned a mask and hat, instructed Wen to return to the hotel with the driver, and turned to slip away from the production team. Just as she took a few steps, someone caught hold of her. Lin Shuyo's lowered voice reached her ears. Dressed like that, you wouldn't be going on a date, would you? So soon. Have you already moved on? Is it true that in the race between the tortoise and the hare ultimately wins? Wen Tan, what are you doing here? Lin Shuyu, feeling guilty, replied, I just happened to be on summer break and thought it had been a while since I saw you. So I specifically came to wait for you to finish work and have dinner. Wen Tan hadn't anticipated her visit to be so ill-timed. Let's do it another day. I have something to attend to today. She needed to ascertain whether her suspicions held any truth. Seeing her in such a hurry, Lin Shuyu was even more concerned. Where are you going? I just saw your driver leave. Let me give you a ride. On the way, under Lin Shuyo's relentless questioning, Wen Tan disclosed that the company and Sister Mai were already aware of her intent to terminate her contract. Lin Shuyu cursed. I knew that foolish boss of yours was up to no good. And that Sister Mai too? I initially thought she was a decent person, But it turns out she is just a lapdog for the capitalists. So what do you plan to do now? Are you going to confront them head-on, or have you already found a new opportunity? Wen Tan replied, Ming Zhuo came to see me today. He has terminated his contract with Huanyu Entertainment and started his own company, wanting to bring me on board. Lin Zhuo, he has quite a thick skin. Wen Tan, however, smiled. No, this is called a resurrection from despair. Seeing her spirits so battered, Lin Zhuo felt a twinge of worry. Perhaps it's better to wait a while before discussing that. Soon, the car halted in front of Huanyu Entertainment. Wen Tan adjusted her mask. You wait here. I'll be down shortly. Lin Zhuo agreed. All right, be careful. Wen Tan opened the car door and stepped out. At Huanyu Entertainment, in the president's office, Zhou Jiguang sat at his desk, browsing through today's entertainment news on his iPad, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. 2 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door, and the assistant announced, President Zhou, Miss Wen Tan from Chuangmei is here. She wishes to see you. Zhou Jiguang paused his movements, intrigued, and looked up. Let her in. On the iPad screen, the latest entertainment gossip played. According to insider information, Ming Zhuo and Wen Tan have reconciled. Or rather, they never truly separated. The earlier incident was merely a typical couple's quarrel. Ming Zhuo has promised Chuangmei Entertainment that he will cover Wen Tan's penalty fees, which is no small sum. One can only say that these two are indeed true love. We wish them well. Upon entering, Wen Tan was greeted by those last two sentences. Wen Tan, President Zhou, don't you fear that indulging in such gossip might ruin your appetite for dinner? Zhou Jiguang swiped the screen to change the page. Isn't it quite good? When are you getting married? Remember to inform me. If I'm not present, neither will my gift be. Wen Tan chose not to dance around the subject. Speaking directly, President Zhou, you mentioned yesterday that you wanted me to star in that disaster film. Is that offer still valid? I said I would assess your performance. Do you believe your performance is adequate? Wen Tan nodded gently, showing no hesitation. I believe it is. Zhou Jiguang slammed the iPad onto the desk. Adequate? You only spoke 2 sentences, and your gaze never left Ming Zhuo. Do you think I'm blind? How could that be? President Zhou, with your keen insight and discerning eye, you must see through everything. Speak plainly. I understand that your invitation yesterday was not a spontaneous thought. You intend to use me against Ming Zhuo. Zhou Jiguang leaned back in his office chair, unhurried, saying, Why would I want to go against Ming Zhuo? Wen Tan stepped forward, standing beside the desk, articulating each word, because Ming Zhuo has terminated his contract with Huanyu. Zhou Jiguang scoffed, not changing his posture. It seems you two are indeed true love. He even confided such matters to you. President Zhou, Wen Tan interjected, do you genuinely believe everything you see online? If Ming Zhuo truly cared for me, would he push me into the limelight at such a time? Who knows what your relationship entails? Wen Tan, sensing Zhou Jiguang's wariness, decided to be forthright. President Zhou, you saw it yesterday. I have feelings for Ming Zhuo. Zhou Jiguang. He was infuriated by this topic, exclaiming, You, a mere toad, dreaming of eating swan meat. What status does Ming Zhuo hold? You, a celebrity who rose to prominence through scandalous relationships, dare to entertain such thoughts. Moreover, you remain entangled with Ming Zhuo. Wen Tan looked at him, remaining silent for a moment before stating, All right, it is my honor to have you as a rival. Wen Tan slightly bowed her head in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Had she known it would unfold this way, she would not have come. However, Ming Zhuo was indeed remarkable, appealing to both genders. It appeared her competitive pressure was quite substantial. Zhou Jiguang, watching her retreating figure, gritted his teeth. Come back. Wen Tan turned to him, regaining her formal smile. Is there anything else you wish to convey, President Zhou? Zhou Jiguang's temples throbbed twice. Put away your wild imaginings, Ming Zhuo, before he could finish. A new message popped up on the iPad. Perhaps the headline had piqued Zhou Jiguang's interest. He unlocked the screen to glance at the content. However, 2 seconds later, he slammed the iPad face down on the desk, expressionless. Zhou Jiguang looked at Wen Tan with a deep sigh, realizing she had indeed ensnared him. Wen Tan. Chapter 20. Old Flames Ming Zhuo's visit to the set to see Wen Tan trended on social media for an entire afternoon. Wen Tan's ancestors have been thoroughly scrutinized by Ming Zhuo's fans. However, as evening approached, a random netizen posted under the trending topic, No way. It seems Wen Tan already has a boyfriend, and he's quite handsome. Instantly, her post was met with thousands of attacks, accusing her of being a hired supporter of Wen Tan, a mere dog of Wen Tan. Initially, the netizens engaged in disputes, but soon she decided to share a photo. See for yourselves, I captured this while rock climbing last night. They looked quite sweet. I didn't dare to interrupt, so I only got a side shot. The photo she posted depicted Ming Zhuo helping Wen Tan bind tape around her hands. Ming Zhuo stood tall, even with his head slightly bowed. One could discern the superiority of his features from the shadows. As for Wen Tan, her gaze upon him was almost magnetic. The comments beneath the photo erupted in fervor. I must say, he's undeniably handsome. Isn't he? He holds his own against Ming Zhuo. Ha! Am I the only one who thinks he's more attractive than Ming Zhuo? I've never understood Ming Zhuo's appeal. Those claiming Ming Zhuo isn't handsome should perhaps reconsider. He was once considered the top of the four major beauties. And this photo doesn't even show a frontal view. What is all the fuss about? Indeed, it's laughable. There are many who proclaim themselves handsome online, yet in reality, they fall flat. Ming Zhuo can withstand the harshest scrutiny from the media, while others are mere pretenders. Wen Tan, my dear, can we not cling to Ming Zhuo for publicity? You broken up? Why drag along a random boyfriend while still trying to ride on Ming Zhuo's coattails? Can't you live without him? The discussions have come to an end. In my opinion, Wen Tan is recently embroiled in a contract termination dispute with Chuangmei Entertainment, fearing that no company will want her, and is likely stirring the pot for publicity. Let us not grant her any further attention. Indeed, one wonders who is engaging in this publicity stunt. Who cannot survive without whom? Wen Tan evidently has a new romantic interest, while Ming Zhuo is making a grand show of visiting her on set. Who is he attempting to irritate? Furthermore, have you noticed that when Wen Tan previously attended events with Ming Zhuo, she maintained a polite distance, devoid of the sweetness typically associated with romance? This time, however, the atmosphere is entirely different. Exactly. I initially assumed Wen Tan possessed a cool demeanor, but it appears she embodies the essence of youthful affection. This is indeed how love ought to manifest. Who can argue against that? This is the manner a brother-in-law ought to conduct himself. My sister has faced misfortune in relationships, much to our amusement, but she is bound to flourish in the future. Due to this remark about misfortune in relationships, fans of Wen Tan and Ming Zhuo have engaged in yet another fierce debate. However, Wen Tan's fanbase pales in comparison to that of Ming Zhuo. Nevertheless, over the years, they have become seasoned warriors, especially when it comes to matters concerning Ming Zhuo, willing to rise from their despair to seek vengeance for past grievances. Initially, both sides may achieve a stalemate, but as Ming Zhuo's fanbase grows, it inevitably becomes a one-sided slaughter. Yet this time, many bystanders have come to Wen Tan's defense, primarily enamored with her new boyfriend. In previous situations like this, Huanyu Entertainment would typically respond. However, this time, there has been no reaction. A few prominent fans stirred up a fuss, but without support, it fizzled out. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that it was Ming Zhuo who voluntarily brought gifts to Wen Tan on set. Previously, Ming Zhuo's fans would mock her. But now, with the revelation of Wen Tan's new romantic involvement, they find themselves in a less defensible position. In the office of Huanyu Entertainment's president, Zhou Jiguang swiveled in his chair and approached Wen Tan. Instinctively, Wen Tan took 2 steps back. President Zhou Jiguang regarded her with disdain. The only thing you have going for you is your looks. I fail to comprehend what he finds appealing about you. Wen Tan presumed he was referring to Ming Zhuo and replied, perhaps I possess certain qualities yet undiscovered by President Zhou. You might consider engaging with me further. Zhou Jiguang dismissed her advances, taking a seat on the sofa. What need have I to engage with you? Are you expecting us to compete for your affections? Wen Tan retorted. President Zhou, whether you believe it or not, Ming Zhuo and I have indeed parted ways, and there is no possibility of reconciliation. Therefore, if you wish to vent your frustrations, I am your best option. Zhou Jiguang chuckled. You overestimate your own value. Do you think that by acting in a film, you can alleviate my grievances? Wen Tan pursed her lips and replied thoughtfully, once my contract with Chuangmei Entertainment expires, I could join Huanyu Entertainment. Zhou Jiguang's expression was inscrutable. Are you pleading with me or issuing a threat? Given Wen Tan's qualifications, she does not meet the criteria for signing with Huanyu. Ming Zhuo is one of their top artists, and his departure would undoubtedly affect Huanyu's stock price. Currently, both parties have refrained from disclosing this matter to the public due to various considerations. If Wen Tan were to leak news of Ming Zhuo's contract termination, it would undoubtedly strike a blow to Huanyu Entertainment. Wen Tan smiled slightly. It should be a collaboration. If my assumptions are correct, President Zhou contemplated this matter last night. Otherwise, you would not have invited me into that private room. Even if Zhou Jiguang genuinely desired to cast Wen Tan in that disaster film to provoke Meng Chunin, there would be no need to introduce her to so many investors and producers. In this industry, connections are tantamount to resources. Merely dining at the same table as influential figures can elevate one's profile significantly. Zhou Jiguang scoffed, with your intelligence. How have you managed to languish at Chuangmei for so many years, only to star in minor web dramas? Wen Tan was uncertain whether Zhou Jiguang was complimenting or criticizing her, yet she maintained her composure and replied, because Chairman Jiang lacks the vision and breadth of character that you possess, President Zhou. Zhou Jiguang was momentarily taken aback by her flattery. He inquired lazily, you and Meng Chunin were together for 3 years. Are you truly so devoid of sentiment? If Wen Tan were to sign with Huanyu Entertainment, Meng Chunin's life would undoubtedly become tumultuous. Not only would his departure from Huanyu and the establishment of his own company be magnified, but it would also raise questions about the animosity that led Huanyu, which already harbored disdain for Wen Tan, to take such drastic measures. From that point on, every time Wen Tan trends on social media, people will not only recall her past relationship with Meng Chunin, but also the ensuing conflict with his former agency. Meng Chunin's reputation will likely require time to mend. Investors for his new projects will adopt a wait-and-see approach before deciding whether to invest. However, Zhou Jiguang's interest in signing Wen Tan goes beyond mere superficiality. Chapter 21. Romance. The arrangement between Wen Tan and Meng Chunin as contractual lovers was shrouded in confidentiality, as stipulated in the agreement with Chuangmei Entertainment. Even if she were to exit the entertainment industry, this agreement would retain legal standing. Had it not been for Lin Chuyue discovering that Wen Tan had not been in a romantic relationship, and subsequently contacting her upon the revelation of her relationship with Meng Chunin, she might never have learned the truth. At that time, Wen Tan was en route back to the company, unaware that she was about to attend a treacherous gathering, feeling rather lighthearted, believing that clarifying the misunderstanding would suffice. Despite having signed a confidentiality agreement, it was ineffective against Lin Chuyue's inquiries. However, the agreement had already been signed, and even if Lin Chuyue sensed something amiss and wished to defend her, it was too late. The two of them, one just entering society and the other not yet in it, were entirely naive to the treachery involved. They could only accept their fate. Lin Chuyue recalled that during their university days, many boys pursued Wen Tan. With her naturally cool demeanor and reserved nature, she seemed distant to those unfamiliar with her. Lin Chuyue had even inquired about Wen Tan's ideal type, to which she replied, I prefer someone sunny and cheerful, a bit amusing. This universally appealing standard for choosing a partner seemed fitting for Wen Tan. Lin Chuyue wholly endorsed this notion, reasoning that given Wen Tan's cool temperament, pairing her with someone even more taciturn would yield no sparks, perhaps a competition to see who could be more frigid. Thus, when Wen Tan disclosed her interest in a particular gentleman, Lin Chuyue speculated about everyone she knew who had interacted with Wen Tan, but never once considered that her distant, meticulous, and eloquent cousin was the one she was interested in. It was simply too incongruous. Of course, this conclusion was only valid until the very moment Lin Chuyue saw the photos online. Upon viewing the images, she felt as if the sky had collapsed. How was she to tell Wen Tan that the cousin she believed was incapacitated and needed her signature was, in fact, the same person she found intriguing? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. It was too terrifying. Just then, the car door swung open. Lin Chuyue quickly closed her phone, and Wen Tan entered. I'm ready. Let's go. Lin Chuyue swallowed hard and tentatively asked, Is everything resolved? Wen Tan nodded lightly. Yes. She did not mention to Zhou Jiguang that her relationship with Meng Chunin was contractual, but she did place Meng Chunin's business card on Zhou Jiguang's desk to clarify her stance. Zhou Jiguang did not respond immediately, and Wen Tan understood that such matters were not easily decided upon. Her visit was driven by a tentative spirit of exploration. She could not simply sit idly by while Chuangmei and Meng Chainan placed her on the hot seat. Lin Chuyu, however, did not dwell too long on this issue and quickly inquired, How far have you and teacher Ming progressed? Wen Tan, taken aback, stammered, How do you know? Lin Chuyu handed her the phone, saying, It's not just me. Everyone knows now. Your fans have already claimed him as their brother-in-law and expressed satisfaction. Wen Tan fell silent, immediately drawn to the photo on the screen. She scrolled up a couple of times, catching sight of the trending topic, Wen Tan's new romance. Thanks to Ming Zhuo, this topic had surged into the top 10 of the trending searches. While some criticized her, others offered support. However, the news of Ming Zhuo visiting the set had vanished from the trending list, likely due to his awareness of the unfavorable public sentiment. If Wen Tan truly had a new romantic involvement, his visit would not yield the desired effect and would instead be interpreted as him clinging to her. Public opinion would undoubtedly turn against him. Wen Tan returned the phone to Lin Zhuo, remained silent for 2 seconds, and finally said, "I apologize. I intended to wait until I had pursued him further before telling you." Now, with such extensive exposure, it seemed likely that it would all come crashing down. Lin Zhuo could not help but remark, "Had I known you would like him, I would have." Wen Tan turned to her, asking, "What?" Lin Zhuo, with a serious demeanor, replied, "It's nothing." Wen Tan gazed at her, feeling a sense of guilt. Lin Zhuo considered her a friend. While she harbored aspirations of becoming her mentor's wife, this felt profoundly unethical. Sensing Wen Tan's inner turmoil, Lin Zhuo raised her hand and said, "Stop. You need not feel awkward with me. I haven't told you about my cousin either." As she spoke, her voice grew softer, revealing her evident discomfort. Wen Tan understood, saying, "It's fine. Family matters are inherently private." Initially, she had assumed Lin Zhuo did not have a cousin, and had even fabricated one, feeling somewhat guilty about it. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Zhuo resolved to be forthright and, with determination, said, "Actually, my cousin is." Just then, Wen Tan's phone rang. "Wait a moment," Wen Tan said to Lin Zhuo. She answered the call, where Wen, speaking softly as if covering the phone, asked Sister Wen Tan, "When will you be back?" "On my way, what is the matter?" Wen replied, "Sister Mai is here and has been waiting for you for quite some time." After Chen Yinzhou emerged from the laboratory, the first thing he did was check his phone for any new directives from their queen. Sure enough, as soon as the internet connected, messages from Shirya began to flood in. Shirya wrote, "Is this your superior? They look somewhat familiar." Chen Yinzhou opened the photo she sent earlier and, upon recognizing its content, decisively replied, "No. If this were Teacher Ming, I would offer my head for you to kick like a ball." Shirya responded with a pause. "Why do you seem so defensive upon seeing the true sister-in-law?" "What do you mean by defensive?" This was illogical. After years of being by Ming Zhuo's side, he had never seen any female companion around him. Given the multitude of women at the research institute who admired him, and Professor Zhao's numerous attempts to set him up, he had always declined. To Chen Yinzhou, Ming Zhuo seemed wholly devoted to his work, treating the lab instruments as his true companions. It was unfathomable that those skilled hands, used for geological exploration and the operation of precision instruments worth a fortune, would engage in such dissimilar pursuits. The photo was so blurry, merely revealing a silhouette and profile. It could simply be a case of mistaken identity. Not receiving a response from Shirya, Chen Yinzhou tucked his phone away and returned to his office to confirm. "Is Teacher Ming here?" Inside, there was only one assistant, who replied, "A girl is looking for Teacher Ming." He just stepped out. After receiving Wen's call, Wen Tan completely lost interest in returning to the hotel. She asked Lin Zhuo to go back first and wandered aimlessly through the streets for a while. Glancing at the chat window with Ming Zhuo, she ultimately decided to take a taxi to the Geological Research Institute. Wen Tan was uncertain if Ming Zhuo had finished work. With nowhere else to go, she opted to test her luck. As it turned out, fortune smiled upon her that day. Standing at the entrance, she spotted the familiar figure walking out, a smile gradually forming on her lips. Once Ming Zhuo was close, she leaped from the nearby steps, calling out, "Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo inquired, "Do you need something?" Wen Tan averted her gaze, saying, "I just happened to pass by and wanted to see what your workplace looks like." Ming Zhuo glanced back, asking, "Would you like to come in for a visit?" Her eyes brightened. "Is that possible?" "Unfortunately, no." Ming Zhuo explained. The Institute opens certain exhibition halls and laboratories to the public during the annual National Science Popularization Day, but you need to make a reservation in advance. This year's event has not yet occurred. Wen Tan, undeterred, pressed, "Do family members not have any privileges?" Ming Zhuo remained silent, looking at her. Clearing her throat, Wen Tan confessed, "Actually, I came here to inform you that during our rock climbing outing last night, someone captured our moments and shared them online. Now, they're claiming you are my boyfriend. I plan to post a clarification on Weibo later, but I am unsure if they will believe it. In any case, I apologize for causing you any trouble." Ming Zhuo, with his hands tucked in his pockets, replied, "It's no trouble." Wen Tan rubbed her palms on her clothing and continued during this time, "I want to thank you, Teacher Ming. I know you took me to the climbing gym to help relieve my stress. You truly are an excellent teacher. Ming Zhuo remained silent. Wen Tan, uncertain of her own words, expressed her reluctance and a sense of sadness. She added, whether it's geology or climbing, you excel at both. I regret not being able to become your true student. Ming Zhuo paused for a moment, then asked, would you like to go to the hospital? That won't be necessary. Wen Tan took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and smiled brightly. I'm here to say goodbye to you, Teacher Ming. I'm genuinely glad to have met you and hope my presence hasn't caused you any inconvenience. If it has, I can only apologize once more. Ming Zhuo's voice remained calm. There has been no inconvenience. Wen Tan's eyes curved into a smile. Thank you. She raised her hand to wave, adding, I'll take my leave now. Wen Tan initially intended to say goodbye, but then felt that they might not have the opportunity to see each other again. They were fundamentally two individuals from different worlds, brought together only by chance. This extraordinary connection was indeed something to cherish in her heart. Just as she was about to turn away, Ming Zhuo's voice reached her. Let me walk you out. She turned back, saying, no need. My driver is waiting for me up ahead. Goodbye, Teacher Ming. After saying this, Wen Tan waved once more, stepped back a few paces, and then turned to vanish into the darkness. Ming Zhuo observed her retreating figure, his long strides following her. Wen Tan had told another lie. Yesterday, she fabricated a story to have Ming Zhuo accompany her, while today, she lied to avoid his company. After walking a considerable distance, she halted when the streets became desolate. Standing at the intersection for a moment without hurrying to hail a taxi, she lowered her head, her toes tapping the ground absent-mindedly. Minutes later, feeling somewhat weary, she sat down on the steps. Taking out her phone, she stared at the screen, typing a few words before deleting them. Wen Tan gently tapped her fingers against the side of her phone. Lost in thought, a hint of frustration etched across her features. She had been seated there for 20 minutes, seemingly unable to finalize her message. Ming Zhuo stood a short distance away, suppressing a bemused smile. At that moment, two inebriated men, noticing Wen Tan alone by the roadside, approached with intentions to flirt, only to be deterred by a shadowy figure that emerged from the darkness. Upon recognizing Ming Zhuo, they begrudgingly veered away, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Immersed in her own world, Wen Tan remained oblivious to the passers-by. She pondered how to articulate her thoughts for Weibo. Initially, she typed, thank you all for your concern, but there was no pursuit. Then she reconsidered, finding it rather foolish. After all, she was a celebrity, and a semblance of dignity was in order. If Ming Zhuo were to see that statement, he would likely find it absurd. Weighing her options, she ultimately decided on a more conventional approach. After a considerable time, she composed a solemn message. Thank you all for your concern. We are merely friends. Staring at her words, she felt a pang of uncertainty. She and Ming Zhuo could hardly be classified as friends. They had only met a few times, and it was often she who had been overly persistent. Moreover, what was she that she should presume to befriend someone so exceptional? To avoid causing unnecessary complications for Ming Zhuo, it was prudent to clarify their relationship. After half an hour of contemplation, she finally dispatched her message. Since her main account had been taken over by the company, this post originated from her secondary account, which primarily shared mundane aspects of her life, known to many of her longtime fans. Wen Tan tucked her phone away and stood up slowly. The wide street was bustling with cars passing in succession. Spotting a taxi approaching in the distance, she pulled up the mask hanging from her chin, concealing her face as she entered the vehicle. After providing the driver with her destination, he glanced at her through the rearview mirror and inquired, young lady, did you have a quarrel with your boyfriend? Wen Tan was momentarily taken aback. What? The driver continued. Wasn't it your boyfriend? I saw him taking a picture of the license plate. Instinctively, Wen Tan turned to look, but the car had already distanced itself significantly, rendering her unable to see anything. She offered a faint smile. You must be mistaken. Where would she have a boyfriend? It was far too removed from the Geological Research Institute for that to be Ming Zhuo. She conjectured that perhaps a passerby had recognized her as she got into the car, prompting the photo. The driver, though puzzled, chose to remain silent. Ming Zhuo stood there until the taxi vanished from sight, then withdrew his gaze. Soon after, a call from Zhou came through. Teacher Ming, are you coming back? Ming Zhuo turned and ambled forward. You all can clock out first. Should I leave the car keys with the security? Ming Zhuo acknowledged with a sound. He set down his phone and glanced at his unread messages. Wen Tan had reverted to her cheerful lotus flower avatar, tranquil as ever. Chapter 23. The coach, as Ming Zhuo was tidying up to leave, he received a message from his queen. Oh, never mind. I must have mistaken him for someone else. That was the climbing gym's coach. Ming Zhuo replied. Immediately, Shirya sent over a screenshot. 5 minutes earlier, Wen Tan had posted on Weibo. Thank you all for your concern. I am currently learning rock climbing, and that is my coach. Ming Zhuo was bewildered. What on earth? When he initially saw the photo Shirya sent him, he had been firm in his conviction that it was not Ming Zhuo, though perhaps it was more a matter of reluctance to accept. Now, with the revelation of the climbing coach, he found it absurd. He had spent countless hours in Ming Zhuo's company and could not have mistaken him. Ming Zhuo spent most of his time at the research institute, rarely returning home. Where would he find the time and energy to work as a climbing coach? Ming Zhuo tilted his head, unable to comprehend. Shirya, uninterested in his confusion, moved on to engage in online disputes. Although Wen Tan's secondary account was less prominent, it served as a response to the recent romantic speculation. And with the fervent sharing by fans, it even trended briefly on entertainment news. Aside from fans, numerous detractors emerged, engaging in heated exchanges. Detractors remarked, "Stop pretending, sister. Who would look at a coach with such eyes? If you acknowledged it openly, I might even regard you more favorably. What is wrong? Afraid that being in a relationship would diminish your chances of riding on Ming Zhuo's coattails?" Fans countered. Wen Tan said, "It's just the coach. Everyone, please disperse." Others chimed in, "The wise do not fall into love. Beautiful women should focus on their careers." Amidst the chaos, some began to notice inconsistencies. Wen Tan's clarification came from her secondary account, while neither her primary account nor her agency showed any activity. This inevitably led to speculation regarding her previous conflict with Lu Shui, where her agency had sided with Lu Shui, neglecting to address the derogatory comments directed at Wen Tan and even issuing warnings to several of her prominent fans. Finally, some began to piece together that Wen Tan was likely seeking to terminate her contract with the agency. Wen Tan was never a mere fleeting star. Her appearances on trending topics were primarily due to the backlash from Ming Zhuo's fans. With the clarification of her relationship, the onlookers soon lost interest and dispersed. When Wen Tan returned to the hotel, it was nearly midnight. As soon as Wen spotted her, she hurried over. "Sister Wen Tan, where have you been?" Wen Tan replied, "Just took a stroll." "When did Sister Mai leave?" Wen cleared her throat, and before she could respond, Sister Mai appeared before them. "I haven't left yet. I was waiting for you." Wen Tan offered a perfunctory smile. Sister Mai truly has perseverance. Sister Mai, not wishing to nitpick, appeared considerably calmer than the day before when she had stormed out. "What is going on between you and Ming Zhuo?" The instigator of this matter was Ming Zhuo, and Wen Tan had no idea what his intentions were. "Why don't you ask him instead of coming to me?" Sister Mai squinted at her. "Your refusal to renew your contract means you intend to align with Ming Zhuo?" The fact that Ming Zhuo co-founded Anha Films was likely still a secret in the entertainment industry, but could not be hidden from investors. Sister Mai had heard whispers of this before, but had never expected Wen Tan to be entangled in it. Though Wen Tan had acted as if she loathed Ming Zhuo, they might have long since established a covert relationship without her knowledge. Wen Tan perceived her suspicions and replied with a calm smile. "If I were truly to align with Ming Zhuo, would you and General Jiang be preparing to blacklist me?" Sister Mai's expression darkened. "Wen Tan, your actions constitute a breach of contract. We elevated your status and arranged for you to partner with Ming Zhuo. You have clandestinely reached an agreement with him during your contract period, one detrimental to the company's interests." Wen Tan responded nonchalantly. "It seems my breach of contract penalty is about to increase." Sister Mai inhaled sharply. "I stand by my previous statement. If you signed a renewal contract now, I will pretend nothing has occurred." The company had never agreed to let Wen Tan depart, and now, with her ambiguous relationship with Ming Zhuo, they were even less likely to release her. Since Ming Zhuo had established his own company, there would be ample opportunities for future collaboration. Wen Tan turned towards her bedroom. "I have to shoot tomorrow. I'm going to bed now." Sister Mai, do as you please. Having already severed ties, she saw no reason to maintain pretense. Sister Mai watched her retreating figure, her expression a mixture of complexity. "Wen Tan, those penalties add up to a significant sum. Are you certain Ming Zhuo will cover it for you? If you turn back now, it's not too late. Don't provoke General Jiang to the point where even I cannot assist you." Wen Tan's steps did not falter as she lazily replied, "Thank you for your concern." Sister Mai pressed her lips together, turning to Wen. "Keep a close watch on her. If Ming Zhuo comes looking for her, inform me immediately. If any other companies reach out to her, report back to me as well. Wen Tan nodded in acknowledgement, perhaps out of consideration for Ming Zhuo. The driver and makeup artist, who were originally scheduled to report back to the company this week, decided to stay on and work as usual. Their presence or absence mattered little to Wen Tan. Her focus was solely on performing her duties and completing her final shift. 2 days later, Lin Zhuo approached her. Tentatively, Lin Zhuo began, "I saw your Weibo post about you and Teacher Ming." Leaning back on the sofa and sipping the iced Americano Lin Zhuo had brought, Wen Tan replied calmly, "Forget it, I'm not worthy." Lin Zhuo questioned, "What do you mean you're not worthy?" Wen Tan bit her straw. "I'm just a minor celebrity with no remarkable works, merely churning out mediocre web dramas and constantly facing criticism. I contribute nothing to society. Teacher Ming is someone who adds value to national scientific research. It's better I don't become a burden to him." "You're thinking too highly of yourself," Lin Zhuo remarked, pausing before adding, "Love doesn't require such considerations. Mutual affection is enough." Wen Tan responded candidly, "Isn't it a case of unrequited love? If I had succeeded in winning him over, it would be a different story." Lin Zhuo found her reasoning valid. Her cousin was a workaholic, solely devoted to geology, showing little interest in romantic matters. Even if they were together, it would merely be an empty relationship. She patted Wen Tan on the shoulder, encouraging her, "It's all right. There are plenty of men out there. I think the actor in your current drama is quite good-looking, sunny, and cheerful. A perfect little puppy type, just your style." Wen Tan set down her coffee and stood up, stating, "No thanks, I want to focus on my work, contribute more in taxes, and become a person of value to the country." Chapter 24. Reckoning Sister might have been cautious of Wen Tan for more than half a month, keeping a close eye on online developments. However, ever since Ming Zhuo visited the set, no further news had surfaced. Just as she began to doubt her judgment, she unexpectedly encountered Zhou Jiguang from Huanyu Entertainment at an event. As a man approached her, Sister Mai greeted him, "Mr. Zhou." Zhou Jiguang smiled, "I've seen you before. You're Wen Tan's manager, aren't you?" "Yes," Sister Mai replied. "Wen Tan and Teacher Ming," she hesitated. "If it's convenient, could you help me calculate something?" For a moment, Sister Mai was bewildered. What calculation? At that moment, she thought Zhou Jiguang was still concerned about Wen Tan's legal disputes with Ming Zhuo's fans. Before she could apologize, Zhou Jiguang clarified, "I meant calculating how much Wen Tan owes Chuangmei in breach of contract penalties." Sister Mai's expression instantly changed. "Mr. Zhou, wouldn't he understand the implication in his words?" Zhou Jiguang handed her a business card. "Once you have the figures, contact my assistant." Of course, Huanyu Entertainment's legal team is always on standby. Any owed compensation must be paid, and we need to scrutinize any areas that shouldn't entail payment. The news of Huanyu Entertainment signing Wen Tan spread like wildfire from this event. Not only was Sister Mai stunned, but the entire entertainment industry was taken aback. Wen Tan was Ming Zhuo's ex-girlfriend. Just months ago, Zhou Jiguang had openly disdained her. What was happening? Moreover, if it weren't for Ming Zhuo's mediation, Wen Tan, with her current standing, wouldn't have even been considered for Huanyu Entertainment. Many began to believe that Ming Zhuo genuinely loved Wen Tan, reigniting questions about whether they had truly broken up. Zhou Jiguang, a capitalist, would not engage in charity. His agreement to sign Wen Tan and to pay Chuangmei's breach of contract penalties indicated Ming Zhuo would incur substantial losses. However, before Ming Zhuo's fans could mobilize against Wen Tan, Huanyu Entertainment cryptically stated online, 1,000 sails passed beside a sunken boat. 10,000 trees blossom in front of a sick tree. The metaphor of a sunken boat and a sick tree was not merely a subtle jab. It was a direct affront to Ming Zhuo. Both Ming Zhuo and his studio hastily addressed the situation, releasing statements about non-renewal of contracts due to expiration. Even though Ming Zhuo had established his own agency, he dared not confront Huanyu Entertainment, the industry giant, head-on. Nevertheless, Ming Zhuo's fans were outraged, openly attacking Huanyu Entertainment and casually expressing their disdain for Wen Tan. Despite the online uproar, Wen Tan remained unperturbed. She had been filming this drama for 2 months and had at most half a month left to complete it. Regarding the breach of contract penalties with Chuangmei, she chose not to concern herself with it any longer. Huanyu Entertainment's legal team had taken over negotiations with Chuangmei. Lu Shui's attitude towards Wen Tan had improved significantly since then. She smiled brightly, stating, "Sister Wen Tan, you're beautiful and talented. Huan Yu will surely provide you with the best resources in the future. I hope we have another chance to collaborate. Wen Tan held her script, replying playfully, sure. I'll portray the wicked supporting role. Lu Shui's expression shifted from pale to flushed. Lin Jianian, having missed the context, quizzed, what wicked supporting role? Lu Shui forced a laugh, nothing much. Before entering the production, Lu Shui had expressed dissatisfaction with being assigned to support Wen Tan. Once outside the company, she complained to her assistant, Wen Tan's looks? She's all about that cold, aloof beauty. I think she'd fit better as the wicked supporting character. Coincidentally, Wen Tan happened to be in the adjacent business vehicle, overhearing every word clearly. Throughout the past 2 months of filming, Lu Shui had engaged in various antics. But Wen Tan chose not to retaliate. Lu Shui was a product of fan support, a pampered princess from a well-off family. Whatever she did, she had backing. Wen Tan felt that words were futile. One day, when she could let her work speak for itself, all criticism would crumble. Wen Tan consoled herself with this thought. Yet occasionally, upon seeing Ming Zhuo's profile picture, she couldn't help but revisit their chat history. There wasn't much content, and it took less than a minute to read through. Exiting the chat, she opened a photo saved from the climbing gym, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. It was wise to curb her feelings before becoming too deeply entangled. Moreover, Wen Tan had approached Ming Zhuo with ulterior motives, a reality that felt unjust to him. The graduate school summer break was brief, lasting just over a month. Lin Shui had waited so long and finally saw the geology elective course commence. She lingered until most had left before hesitantly approaching Ming Zhuo. Whispering, cousin Ming Zhuo was organizing his belongings, not lifting his head. Speak. Lin Shui probed. What type of girl do you like? Ming Zhuo's eyelids flickered as he glanced at her. Lin Shui quickly clarified. It's Grandma who asked me to inquire. She wants to set you up with someone. Ming Zhuo tapped her head lightly with a rolled-up course materials busybody. With that, he turned and exited the classroom. Lin Shui hurriedly followed. Just tell me. What if I have suitable friends to introduce to you? Isn't Wen Tan the only one around you? Lin Shui's secret was exposed, but she felt no embarrassment, replying vaguely. Who said that? Wen Tan is my best friend. But I do have some not-so-good friends, Ming Zhuo retorted. Are your not-so-good friends indebted to you? Lin Shui pouted. Her friends hadn't done anything wrong, certainly not deserving of such a label. If she were to marry her cousin, wouldn't that mean living a life akin to being a widow? Ming Zhuo was an emotionally detached individual. Nothing in life seemed capable of stirring him. Lin Shui couldn't imagine what he would be like in a romantic relationship. She muttered, got it. Anyway, Wen Tan doesn't like you anymore, so asking is pointless. Ming Zhuo paused momentarily. Lin Shui, confused, looked at him. What's wrong? Ming Zhuo lightly remarked. Please notify that next week's elective course has been canceled. Lin Shui, midway through her sentence, suddenly realized that it was that time of year again. Instantly, she became much more compliant. Oh, okay, I will inform everyone. After a brief pause, she added, what about the week after next? Ming Zhuo continued on. We will see then. If I am unable to return, I will contact you in advance. Lin Shui nodded vigorously, understood. Without uttering another word, Ming Zhuo strode away. Lin Shui remained in place, exhaling softly once he had distanced himself. Each year during this period, Ming Zhuo would retreat to some snowy mountain for half a month. This year marked the 10th consecutive year. Chapter 25. Official announcement. Since Meng Chunin publicly announced his decision not to renew his contract with Huanyu Entertainment, his fans had relentlessly pursued and berated Wen Tan for an entire month. They bombarded her social media, accusing her of sabotaging business deals, while also downvoting all her previous works. This behavior had incited discontent among many, including creators of the shows and bystanders, who could no longer tolerate the situation and began to defend Wen Tan. However, Meng Chunin's fans remained indifferent. Their sole intent was to dissuade Huanyu from considering Wen Tan for a contract. Despite the lack of movement from Huanyu, which had not retaliated against Wen Tan, the official Huanyu Entertainment account simultaneously announced across major social platforms, "Welcome Wen Tan to Huanyu Entertainment. We hope for a brilliant future together." Before Meng Chunin's fans could react, Huanyu's legal team had already compiled a list of IDs responsible for personal attacks against Wen Tan and issued legal letters. Oh my, this is lengthy. I thought it was a military briefing. Huanyu's legal team is the strongest in the entertainment industry. When they say they will sue, they truly mean it. Haha. I bet Meng Chunin's fans never imagined they'd be ousted from their camp. Thinking back to when Meng Qinin's fans were arrogantly tagging Huan Yu's legal team, threatening to sue this and that, I can't help but laugh. Now, their own bullets have struck true. I've come to understand. Huan Yu's previous silence was likely due to Wen Tan's contract with Chuang Mei still being active as they gathered evidence. They were simply waiting for Wen Tan to sign and then planned a significant counterattack. How amusing! Many of those involved have swiftly deleted their accounts and fled. It feels somewhat satisfying. Don't you find Huan Yu and Wen Tan's actions difficult to evaluate? A former girlfriend and a former company joining forces against Meng Qinin? Is it wrong for Meng Qinin's fans to seek legitimate rights? When your fans were cursing Wen Tan a few years back, did you ever consider she was your brother's girlfriend? Now you come here to impose moral constraints. Exactly. They fail to think that when Wen Tan sued Meng Qinin's major fan, Huan Yu Entertainment despised her. Why would they now want to collaborate? Could it be that Meng Qinin betrayed Huan Yu first? Industry gossip suggests Meng Qinin highballed several key personnel from Huan Yu's film department and took away projects that were nearly finalized. Reportedly, just a signature away from completion. He privately approached the investors, substantially lowering the prices to secure the projects. No wonder Huan Yu has taken such a strong stance against him. This constitutes malicious commercial competition. Huan Yu not suing him is already an act of leniency. Wen Tan has had a rough time, chased and berated by Meng Qinin's fans for years. Now it seems she hasn't gained any advantageous resources from him. That's the truth, and even in a romantic relationship, it is a mutual agreement. Why do they insist on targeting a woman instead of holding the man accountable? This world is like a vast Edinburgh. Now, public opinion had shifted in favor of Wen Tan and Huan Yu Entertainment. Meng Qinin's fans had quieted significantly, no longer causing such a ruckus, and had moved their vitriol to private messages. Wen Tan was unaware of how Huan Yu was negotiating with Chuang Mei. Recently, Zhou Jiguang's assistant had approached her to inquire about her demands. Wen Tan merely stated she wanted to reclaim her Weibo account. Wen was quite saddened at the time, believing Wen Tan no longer wanted her. After spending 3 months together, they had formed a bond. On the day of Wen Tan's wrap, while packing her belongings, Wen lamented, "Sister Wen Tan, please take care of yourself." However, she added, "Huan Yu Entertainment should assign you a new assistant. You will forget me in no time." Wen Tan replied, "Are you planning to resign?" Wen looked bewildered. "Huh? Can I still continue with you? Chuang Mei had already terminated your contract, so there was nothing I could do." Wen's cloud of gloom lifted instantly, and she cheerfully said, "When you spoke with Huan Yu Entertainment, you only asked to get your Weibo account back. I thought you wouldn't take me along." Wen Tan explained, "The Weibo account pertains to operational costs. She hesitated, not wanting to reveal that when Wen, a newcomer earning a mere 4,000 a month, was of no concern to Chuang Mei. Thus there was no need for Huan Yu to negotiate on her behalf. She continued, "I will personally ensure your salary. I will pay you 8,000 a month, and once I start earning more, I will increase it." Initially, Wen Tan found it challenging to understand Wen's perspective, but over time, she grew fond of her youthful boldness and vibrant spirit. When Wen's eyes lit up, the salary for an artist assistant was generally not high, largely reliant on various benefits, making 8,000 a considerable salary for a first-tier artist assistant. Wen embraced her arm, declaring, "Sister Wen Tan, I will work hard from now on." Wen Tan playfully tapped her forehead and pushed her away. "Focus on doing well now. There's no need to think about the future." "Oh, right." Wen almost forgot. Her luggage was still unpacked. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wen Tan set down her belongings and walked toward the door. It was Sister Mai. Wen Tan greeted her with a calm expression. "Sister Mai, is there something you need?" Sister Mai replied, "Once you've finished packing, let us have a meal together." "No need. I am on a diet." Sister Mai paused for a moment before saying, "Wen Tan, I wish you a bright future." Wen Tan smiled slightly. "Thank you. I have actually wanted to apologize to you, but these past 2 months have been too hectic for me to find the time. Initially, I genuinely believed you planned to work independently with Meng Qinin, which is why Sister Mai, over the past 3 years, you should be well aware of my situation. You and Meng Qinin schemed against me. I'm not that desperate, nor do I suffer from Stockholm Syndrome." Sister Mai pressed her lips together. "I apologize. In truth, there were only a few days left until Wen Tan's contract expired, but aside from this film, all her other projects have been halted. Chuang Mei likely intended to save face for Huan Yu by releasing her early. Wen Tan did not accept, merely asking, "Is there anything else?" "Sister Mai, when I signed you with Chuang Mei, the promises I made were not mere empty words. Who wouldn't want to nurture a successful star? However, I too have faced many constraints. You certainly deserved better development than you received at Chuangmei. System, I continued, once you join Huanyu. Do not continue being so carefree and passive as before. To achieve success, one must seize every opportunity. Chapter 26. Altitude sickness upon returning. Wen Tan granted one a week's leave. That very evening, she booked a flight to Tibet. However, in order to reach Nyanki, she first needed to arrive in Lhasa and then take a vehicle. As soon as Wen Tan stepped off the plane, a wave of cold air enveloped her. She zipped her jacket all the way to the top and pulled her hat down, grasping her suitcase as she made her way outside. Upon reaching the exit, she saw someone holding a sign waiting for her. Wen Tan approached. Hello. The person looked at her and lowered the sign. Hello, are you Miss Lin? He carried a slight Tibetan accent, yet his enunciation was clear, and he appeared to have no difficulty in communication. Wen Tan nodded in acknowledgement. I am. Throughout this journey, she had registered under the name Lin Chuyo. The man introduced himself. Hello, Miss Lin. My name is Kaju. Let's be on our way. Upon exiting the airport, Wen Tan caught sight of the snow-capped peaks from a distance as she approached the car. She inquired, Is it the Namjigbarwa mountain? Kaju replied, Indeed, Miss Lin. You are quite fortunate. Namjigbarwa Peak is perpetually covered in snow, shrouded in clouds and mist. It is seldom seen by anyone. Wen Tan smiled, took out her phone to capture a photograph, and opened the car door, saying, Let us go. The vehicle followed the Neong River into the Yarlung Tsangpa Grand Canyon, where undulating snow-capped mountains and dense primordial forests mingled with cascading waterfalls, each view more breathtaking than the last. Occasionally, one could spot snow leopards and Tibetan horses on either side of the road. At the canyon's heart lay Namjigbarwa Peak. Wen Tan had booked a homestay in Suasong village, reputed to be the finest vantage point for viewing Namjigbarwa. After nearly 3 hours of travel, they arrived at their destination in the evening. As Wen Tan checked in, the staff glanced at her identification but merely addressed her as Miss Lin. In the outside world, one's identity is self-assigned. Moreover, visitors here often harbor their own secrets, seeking a semblance of tranquility. After completing the check-in process, Kaju assisted Wen Tan in carrying her luggage to the second floor. He remarked, The room you booked, Miss Lin, has a viewing platform. If you wish to see the sunrise on the mountains, it is best viewed between 6 and 7 in the evening. However, it has been raining frequently these days, so the chances of witnessing the sunrise are slim. I wish you the same good fortune as today, Tashi Delek. Wen Tan understood that Tashi Delek means good luck in Tibetan. She expressed her gratitude and pushed her luggage into the room. The room, though not large, exuded an antique charm, appearing clean and comfortable. Wen Tan spread her luggage on the floor, and halfway through organizing, she collapsed onto the bed, feeling fatigued. Perhaps the star temperature difference from Jiangsheng was to blame, as she now felt slightly dizzy. Sitting up, she rummaged through her suitcase for cold medication. Not wanting to use the hotel's kettle, she embraced her thermos and descended to the lobby, hoping to borrow a cup of hot water. As she lethargically ambled a few steps, she recognized a familiar figure conversing with Kaju from a distance. Squinting her eyes, she had not yet focused clearly when Kaju raised his hand to greet her, Miss Lin. The man beside him also turned his head. Their eyes met for 2 seconds. Wen Tan quickly lowered her gaze, instinctively lifting her thermos to shield her face. Kaju, sensing something amiss, questioned, Do you know each other? The man, Ming Zhuo, nonchalantly replied, She is my student. Wen Tan felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. Kaju, realizing the connection, said, Then I shall leave you two to chat. Once he departed, Wen Tan slowly lowered the thermos. Her cheeks flushed as she uttered, Ming. Teacher. Ming Zhuo approached her. When did you arrive? I just got here. He glanced at the thermos in her hand and remarked, The hot water is over there. Wen Tan responded with a soft thank you, walked to the water dispenser, and turned the handle to fill her thermos. Upon completing her task, she stated, I'll take my leave then, Teacher Ming. Ming Zhuo interjected, You are experiencing altitude sickness. The cold medicine will not suffice. Wen Tan paused. Altitude sickness? Ming Zhuo strode past her, heading up the stairs. Did you not prepare any travel guides before coming? Following him, Wen Tan quietly replied, I glanced at a few. I thought altitude sickness just meant lack of oxygen. I even bought an oxygen tank. The symptoms can be alleviated by oxygen if they worsen, Ming Zhuo continued. What symptoms are you experiencing now? Dizziness and slight nausea. Ming Zhuo halted, looking back at her. Do you have a fever? Wen Tan shook her head. I don't think so. Your face is very red. Wen Tan mumbled, "My flushed cheeks are not due to altitude sickness. It's because—" She abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Ming Zhuo remained silent, withdrew his gaze, and walked a few steps ahead before saying, "Wait for me." He opened his door and entered. It was only then that Wen Tan realized Ming Zhuo's room was directly opposite hers. This coincidence was not one she desired. It felt far too awkward. It was as if she had intentionally pursued him, though the reality was not far from that. Wen Tan took a deep breath, leaning against the wooden wall. 2 minutes later, Ming Zhuo emerged, handing her 2 packets of medicine. "Take this first. If you experience a headache or fever, take ibuprofen." Wen Tan accepted the medication, her voice gentle. "Thank you, Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo inquired, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." She felt somewhat nauseous and lacked an appetite. Ming Zhuo advised, "You should go rest." Wen Tan waved her hand at him, clutching the medicine as she swiftly retreated into her room, closing the door without daring to look back at him. Completing the action in one fluid motion. Leaning against the door, she exhaled softly. Wen Tan, already feeling dizzy, found her head spinning even more after their encounter. As if she were dreaming, she opened her thermos, the cold medicine still steaming. Placing the cup and medication on the table, she retrieved her sleepwear and headed to the bathroom. After showering, with her hair half dried, she heard a knock at the door. Setting down the hairdryer, she walked over to open it. Ming Zhuo stood outside, one hand tucked into his pants pocket, asking, "Feeling any better?" Wen Tan slowly pointed inside. "The water is a bit hot. I haven't taken the medicine yet. Let us go downstairs to eat." In truth, Wen Tan was not particularly eager to eat, but since Ming Zhuo had come to fetch her, she felt it would be impolite to refuse. As she began to step forward, Ming Zhuo added, "I'll wait for you downstairs. Dry your hair before coming down." The restaurant was to the right upon entering, furnished with several large wooden tables. It appeared that guests here retired early, for when Wen Tan arrived, only Ming Zhuo was present, with Kazhu and the staff who checked her an absent. She approached Ming Zhuo. Seated opposite him, clearing her throat, "Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo glanced at the noodles on the table. "Eat, it's getting cold." Though she initially had little appetite, after a couple of bites, her hunger unexpectedly surged. Perhaps it was due to her minimal food intake since boarding the plane. She finished an entire bowl of noodles, leaving not even a drop of broth. Gazing at the empty bowl, her pride as a celebrity belatedly kicked in, and her ears flushed as she defended herself. "I don't usually eat this much. It's just that the chef here is exceptionally skilled." Ming Zhuo smirked. "You should head upstairs to rest. Remember to take your medicine." Wen Tan stood with the bowl in hand. "I'll take this to the kitchen." "No need. Just leave it there." Wen Tan assumed someone would come to collect it later, so she placed it back down. Ming Zhuo asked, "How long will you be staying here?" Wen Tan, unsure of his intent, replied, "About a week." Typically, one requires 24 to 48 hours to acclimatize to altitude sickness, allowing the body to adjust to the high-altitude environment. If you plan to visit other places, that time may not suffice. Wen Tan whispered, "I just wanted to see Namjabarwa Peak. I have no plans to go elsewhere." A week's time is sufficient. And even if she were to avoid altitude sickness, she had no intention of venturing outdoors. From her room, Wen Tan could gaze upon the snow-capped mountains while reclining on her bed, which was rather delightful. Ming Zhuo refrained from saying anything further. Rest now. After bidding him farewell, Wen Tan ascended the staircase. Upon returning to her room, the temperature of the cold remedy in her thermos was just right. She unwrapped the altitude sickness medication provided by Ming Zhuo, examined the instructions, tore open the foil, extracted 2 pills, and swallowed them along with the cold remedy. After taking her medication, Wen Tan lay down on the bed. A little later, a video call from Lin Zhuo arrived. "Hey, how is the fun going?" Wen Tan replied weakly, "Altitude sickness." Lin Zhuo inquired, "Have you taken your medicine?" "Just did." Lin Zhuo continued, "I've heard that when one travels alone, especially to Tibet, it's easy to have romantic encounters. Are there any handsome guys where you're staying?" Wen Tan paused for 2 seconds before responding, "Yes." Lin Zhuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? How handsome? I wish I had come along with you." Wen Tan chose not to mention that it was Ming Zhuo she had encountered. Her emotions were too complex, and she felt dizzy, unable to sort through her thoughts. This connection seemed ephemeral, undeniably beautiful yet fleeting, as if it slipped through her fingers. Wen Tan replied vaguely, "He is quite handsome, my type." "Well then, this trip is worth it, sis. Put in some effort and try to win him over." Wen Tan chuckled and chatted with Lin Zhuo for a few more moments before sleepiness overcame her, prompting her to set aside her phone and drift off. The autumn sunrise over Namcha Barwa fell between 7 and 8 o'clock. It took several rings of her alarm for Wen Tan to finally muster the strength to rise from her bed. With half-closed eyes, she drew back the curtains, only to find not the expected clear skies, but a gentle rain that seemed to have fallen throughout the night. The snow-capped mountains were shrouded in layers of mist, creating a scene reminiscent of an ink-wash painting. Grabbing her ethnic-style shawl from the chair, she stepped through the glass door onto the viewing balcony. After capturing 2 photographs with her phone, she nestled into a wrought-tan chair, quietly admiring the view. Namcha Barwa Peak, rightly acclaimed by National Geographic as one of the most beautiful mountains, was breathtaking in both rain and sunshine. Wen Tan remained there for 2 hours until her phone vibrated at 9 o'clock. Lowering her gaze, she unlocked the screen. Ming Zhuo, are you awake? Wen Tan considered not replying, but that would reveal too much. Just as she contemplated ignoring the message, her phone vibrated again. Ming Zhuo, breakfast is served until 9:30 here. Wen Tan replied. Just woke up on my way. She stood, changed her clothes, and, after freshening up, gazed at her slightly haggard reflection in the mirror, feeling a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have brought her cosmetics. After rummaging through her belongings, she finally found a lipstick and applied a light coat to her lips, adding a hint of color to her face. Upon entering the dining area downstairs, she noticed a few tourists engaged in conversation over their meals. She grabbed breakfast, avoiding the crowd, and seated herself in the farthest corner. Her meal was modest, just an egg and a glass of milk. At that moment, Kazhu approached her and greeted, I heard from Ming Zhuo that you had altitude sickness. Are you feeling any better? Wen Tan nodded gently. Much better. After taking the medication that Ming Zhuo had given her last night, the nausea had dissipated significantly by morning, though her head still felt a bit dizzy and she lacked energy. Kazhu remarked, it's a good thing it's raining today. You can rest in your room and venture out tomorrow. You could also visit the Yarlung Songpa Grand Canyon, which is only a few hundred meters away. Wen Tan bit into her egg. Got it. Thank you. As she spoke, she casually glanced around. Kazhu, understanding her unspoken thoughts, smiled. Are you looking for Ming Zhuo? Wen Tan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively denied. No, I was just looking around. Her gaze suddenly fixed on the viewing balcony at a distance. That wouldn't be my room, would it? Kazhu followed her line of sight. Yes, that is your room. A sense of foreboding washed over Wen Tan. But Ming Laosher usually sits in your spot. Wen Tan felt a surge of relief that when Ming Zhuo inquired if she was awake, she and T sent an unspoken message. Kazhu had other matters to attend to and said, enjoy your meal. If you need anything, feel free to find me. If I'm not around, you can also contact Ming Zhuo. Wen Tan, puzzled, replied. It seems like you've known him for a long time. Kazhu nodded. He comes here every year to stay for a while. After speaking, she did not linger and turned to leave. Wen Tan remained silent for a moment before finishing her egg, taking a few sips of milk, and rising to exit the dining area. As she passed through the corridor, she caught a glimpse of Ming Zhuo's figure. He stood before the stable, his back to her, feeding the horses. The rain seemed to have lessened since the morning, yet the air remained thick with mist. Wen Tan returned to her room for an umbrella and headed toward him. Hearing her footsteps, Ming Zhuo did not turn but asked, have you had breakfast? Wen Tan replied, yes, thank you, Ming Laosher. Ming Zhuo set down the fodder and turned to smile at her. Thank me again? Dressed in a black windbreaker, his dark hair slightly damp, the moisture softened his usually stern demeanor, infusing him with a casual and wild charm. Chapter 28. The fairy Wen Tan felt her heart race involuntarily. Maintaining her composure, she held the umbrella aloft toward him. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have missed breakfast. Ming Zhuo removed his gloves and tossed them onto the nearby wooden railing, simply gazing at her. Wen Tan felt a touch of discomfort under his gaze. While she was generally confident in her appearance, her physical state over the past few days had not been ideal. Shifting her gaze, she handed the umbrella to him. Here, Ming Laosher, you can hold this. I'll head back now. Just as she was about to turn away, he grasped her arm, his voice firm. Go back and rest well. Don't sit outside in the wind. If you truly catch a cold, altitude sickness may worsen. After speaking, Ming Zhuo returned the umbrella to her hand and stepped into the rain. His tall, slender frame appeared resolute and cold. Wen Tan watched his retreating figure, her mouth opening as if to say something, but ultimately, she swallowed her words. Why must he be so handsome? After collecting water at the front desk, and recalling her experience from the previous night, she only filled half of her thermos with hot water before returning to her room to take her medication, then snuggled under the covers for some much-needed rest. When Wen Tan finally awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Stretching lazily, she felt much better. Pulling back the curtains, she noticed the sky remained hazy, though the rain had ceased. Perhaps due to just waking up, Wen Tan felt slightly colder than in the morning. Wrapped in her shawl, she descended the stairs and, upon entering the lobby, was greeted by the young woman at the front desk. "Miss Lin, good afternoon." Wen Tan nodded in acknowledgement. "Good afternoon." The girl, named Zhuo Ma, informed her, "Lunch has ended here. Now that the rain has stopped, you might stroll outside and see if any restaurants are still open." Wen Tan paused briefly before asking, "What time does dinner end here?" "Dinner is served from 5:30 to 7:30. If I miss dinner, can I still order food?" Zhuo Ma replied, "That is not possible. The chef needs to go home and rest." Wen Tan nodded slightly. "Understood. Thank you." The bowl of noodles from last night could have been made by Ming Zhuo. Exiting the inn, Wen Tan wandered aimlessly through the village, unsure of where to go. The air was fresh after the rain, and there were few tourists in the village, most of whom had ventured out to capture views of Namcha Barwa Peak. As she meandered, she encountered several yaks and sheep raised by the villagers, capturing cheerful selfies with them using her phone. Upon reaching the edge of the village, she finally spotted a restaurant that was still open. Wen Tan lifted the door curtain and stepped inside. "Hello, is it still possible to get a meal here?" A woman emerged from within, her Mandarin not particularly polished, yet she warmly beckoned Wen Tan to sit down, indicating it was time to eat, and presented her with the menu. Through gestures, Wen Tan, with a mix of guesswork, ordered the local specialty she recommended, the Lulong stone pot chicken. Once the woman had retreated to the kitchen, Wen Tan picked up her phone, discovering a message from Ming Zhuo sent 2 minutes prior. "Ming Zhuo, have you found a place to eat?" It seemed Zhu Ma had informed him. Wen Tan hesitated before typing back, "I found one." She accompanied her message with a photo of the view outside the window. After a moment's contemplation, she added, "Are you coming?" Initially, she had intended to invite him, as she still owed him a few meals. However, after sending the message, she felt a twinge of regret. Her intentions were never entirely innocent, and more likely than not, Ming Zhuo would not come. By this hour, he had probably already dined. Deciding to relinquish any lingering hopes, she swiftly retracted the message. Feigning nonchalance, she set her phone down and gazed out at the scenery. Suosong village undoubtedly offered the finest vantage point for viewing the snow-capped mountains. No matter where one turned, a portion of the peaks was always visible. Just as Wen Tan became lost in her reverie, a sudden dark figure intruded upon her line of sight. She widened her eyes in surprise, unable to react before the curtain at the door was lifted. Her hand, resting on the table, slowly descended into her lap, feeling somewhat flustered. Ming Zhuo pulled out a chair and sat across from her, leisurely speaking, regretting the invitation. It took Wen Tan a moment to regain her voice, and she managed a dry smile. "No, I just thought you must have already eaten, Professor Ming." Ming Zhuo replied, "I happen to be hungry now." At that moment, the woman returned from the kitchen with the stone pot chicken. She seemed somewhat surprised to see Ming Zhuo and glanced at Wen Tan before addressing him in Tibetan. Ming Zhuo smiled and said no. The woman instructed them to wait a moment as she went back to retrieve 2 sets of chopsticks. Curiously, Wen Tan inquired, "What did she just say?" Ming Zhuo replied in a leisurely manner. "She said, 'You're so beautiful. You must be a fairy from the snow mountains.'" Wen Tan's face turned crimson at the compliment, and she struggled to maintain her composure, adjusting her hair before retorting. "Then why did you deceive her?" Ming Zhuo raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Wen Tan knew it was rather shameless to call herself a fairy. She cleared her throat, hastily changing the subject. "I only ordered this one dish. Professor Ming, what else do you want? We can order more." "No need, this is sufficient." Wen Tan observed the generous portion before her. After finishing the meal, she intended to settle the bill, but the woman waved her hand, indicating it was not necessary, while muttering something. Unable to comprehend, Wen Tan cast a pleading glance at Ming Zhuo, who, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, said nonchalantly, "She insists that you're a fairy. So this meal is on her." Wen Tan was genuinely taken aback by Ming Zhuo's lightheartedness, yet she could not contend with the woman's insistence, ultimately being ushered out of the restaurant. Watching the woman wave goodbye before re-entering, she turned to Ming Zhuo. "She was actually treating you, wasn't she?" Ming Zhuo strolled ahead, not denying it, casually affirming, "So you still owe me 3 meals." The bullet had ricocheted back to her own brow. Wen Tan matched his pace, walking alongside him. "Then Professor Ming, Choose a place. Are you still planning to sleep until the afternoon tomorrow? Wen Tan adjusted her shawl, muttering softly, traveling is about relaxation. How pleasant it is to wake up naturally. Ming Zhuo raised an eyebrow, saying nothing more. After a moment, he inquired, would you like to visit the base camp? Wen Tan looked at him, puzzled. What base camp? The Nyanki base camp, Ming Zhuo explained slowly. The photo you asked about was taken there. Now curious, Wen Tan asked, is it far? Not too far, he replied. Wen Tan quickened her steps, then I'll research how to get there tonight. Ming Zhuo watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After walking a bit, Wen Tan realized she was no longer on the path she had taken earlier. The surrounding tourists had increased, many taking photos for social media. She had reached the Yarlung Songpa Grand Canyon. Just as she snapped a photo, she noticed two girls nearby looking at her, perhaps finding her familiar yet uncertain. She took a step back, about to cover her face with her shawl when a man stood beside her, shielding her from the crowd. Wen Tan looked up earnestly. Professor Ming, if someone captures this moment, they might think you're my boyfriend. Ming Zhuo remained unperturbed. Am I not your coach? Wen Tan was taken aback. Hadn't Lin Chu mentioned he didn't follow entertainment news? She tried to argue. My climbing skills were taught by you. You are indeed my coach. Yet, her conviction waned, her voice growing softer. Ming Zhuo offered no response. Embarrassed, Wen Tan decided not to linger and swiftly turned to leave. As she walked, fearing further recognition, she pulled her shawl over her head, obscuring the lower half of her face. However, after a few moments, she realized she had lost her way back to the inn. Turning around, she found no sign of Ming Zhuo. An inexplicable sense of panic surged within her. The uncertainty and fear of the unfamiliar environment overwhelmed her. Wen Tan had never traveled alone before. Her impulsive decision to come to Nyanki was made without much thought. Moreover, she had only just arrived yesterday and encountered Ming Zhuo here, making the feeling of isolation even more pronounced. Clutching her phone, she hesitated, contemplating whether to message him when Ming Zhuo approached from the other side, asking, what is wrong? Only her eyes were visible beneath her shawl, her lashes fluttering slightly. Where have you been? I took a call, he replied. Wen Tan merely responded with a faint "oh," remaining rooted in place. Sensing her discomfort, Ming Zhuo turned to walk ahead, rather than walking beside him as before. Wen Tan kept a respectful distance, following at a measured pace. Minutes later, the inn finally came into view. Kazhu, weeding in the garden, spotted them from afar and waved to Wen Tan. As Ming Zhuo approached, he exchanged a few words with her. Wen Tan walked past, nodding in acknowledgement before ascending the steps into the inn. Once she was a distance away, Kazhu asked, when did you reschedule your flight? The flights from Linji to Jiangsheng operated every other day, and Ming Zhuo had originally planned to leave today. I haven't rescheduled, Ming Zhuo replied. Kazhu understood. It meant he had forfeited his ticket. Are you planning to leave with her? Ming Zhuo smiled softly. She might not want to accompany me. Why not? I can tell she likes you. Ming Zhuo said nothing. Kazhu returned to her weeding. After returning to her room, Wen Tan opened her phone to search for information on the Nyanki base camp. It would take over half an hour to drive there. It seemed rather distant. However, it appeared to be the closest spot for tourists to admire the snowy peaks. Wen Tan felt a stirring of excitement. Switching pages, she checked the weather forecast, noting rain was expected over the next few days. Lying on her bed, she tossed her phone aside. Never mind, I'll just go with the flow. If the weather were favorable, it might be worth a visit. If not, staying in her room to sleep would also be quite pleasant. Embracing a carefree spirit, Wen Tan didn't eat dinner, having had lunch around 4 and feeling no hunger. She lay idly in her room, contemplating a call to Lin Shuyao. When a chorus of cheers erupted from outside her window, Wen Tan rose, pulled open the glass door, and stepped out. In the distance, a gathering of people had formed around a bonfire, engaged in singing and dancing, creating a lively atmosphere. Wen Tan took out her phone to snap a photo, then leaned against the railing, resting her chin on her hand as she observed. Should I go over and take a look? Wen Tan hesitated for a moment, glancing down to see Ming Zhuo standing in the garden, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, his voice languid. I want to go, she replied. In truth, Wen Tan wanted to join, but the fear of being recognized held her back. Images of the past flashed in her mind, causing a slight tension in her scalp. Ming Zhuo said nothing, extinguishing his cigarette and fading into the darkness. Wen Tan withdrew her gaze, watching the bonfire party for a little while longer before slowly returning to her room. Just as she was about to take a shower and sleep, a knock sounded at the door. Wen Tan opened it to find Ming Zhuo outside, holding a colorful woven hat of ethnic style, which he handed to her. I borrowed this from Zhuoma. Wen Tan's breath hitched slightly as she suppressed the frantic beating of her heart and reached out to accept it. Thank you. Ming Zhuo added, it's cold outside. Dress warmly. I'll wait for you downstairs. The hat was quite loose, nearly obscuring half her face. She rummaged through her wardrobe, but found nothing suitable to wear. Eventually, she chose a light-colored long dress and wrapped herself in a red shawl, achieving a much more harmonious look. Glancing at her lipstick in the mirror, she decided to apply some. If someone were to capture her on camera and post it online, she at least wanted to look presentable. 10 minutes later, Wen Tan descended the stairs and cleared her throat, saying, I'm ready. Ming Zhuo turned to see her attire and asked, Aren't you cold? Wen Tan replied calmly, Not at all. I can withstand the chill. A starlet must always pay attention to her appearance, regardless of the occasion. Ming Zhuo said, Let us go. As they stepped out of the inn, a gust of cold wind hit Wen Tan, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Ming Zhuo turned to her, and Wen Tan quickly composed herself, stating, There are mosquitoes. Ming Zhuo chuckled. Just don't catch a cold. Wen Tan thought to herself that once they reached the bonfire, she would feel warm again. She tightened her shawl and quickened her pace, saying, It's fine, I won tea. Upon arriving at the bonfire gathering, 2 local young men stood up to offer their seats, joining the circle of dancers. Wen Tan settled down, indeed feeling much warmer. The crowd was large enough that even the wind seemed to be blocked. The experience of participating in the bonfire was entirely different from merely observing from afar. Enveloped by the joyful atmosphere, Wen Tan found herself swaying to the rhythm of the music, clapping her hands, and her smile blossomed brighter. Ming Zhuo turned to look at her, the flickering firelight reflecting in his calm black eyes. Before long, Zhuoma, who was dancing, spotted Wen Tan and rushed over to pull her into the dance. Wen Tan quickly waved her hands in refusal, but Zhuoma, beaming with joy, exerted enough force to lift her up. Unable to decline any further, Wen Tan stood, instinctively glancing back at Ming Zhuo. He sat there watching her, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Zhuoma led her by the hand, and soon Wen Tan was swept into the circle of dancers. With her dance background, she adapted quickly to the lively atmosphere after an initial moment of awkwardness. Here, apart from the locals, were tourists from all corners of the globe, each a stranger to the other. In that moment, Wen Tan shed her fear of recognition and fully immersed herself in the fun, dressed vibrantly in her red shawl and colorful hat. Ming Zhuo's gaze remained fixed on her, rendering the surrounding chaos a mere backdrop. After 10 minutes, the group dance concluded and all the tourists returned to their seats. Only Zhuoma and a few girls continued to perform the local ethnic dance, drawing cheers from the crowd. Seated there, Wen Tan suddenly felt a chill as the cool breeze hit her, causing her to sneeze. Under normal circumstances, this would signal a return home, but Wen Tan was too exhilarated to leave. The next moment, warmth enveloped her shoulder, a crisp, woody fragrance wrapping around her. Wen Tan turned, surprised by the sudden intimacy. Ming Zhuo, still gazing ahead, spoke in a calm voice, catching a cold can be troublesome. Wen Tan recalled his earlier words about how altitude sickness worsens with a cold and chose not to refuse, pulling her clothes tighter around her chest. Thank you, Teacher Ming. Her voice was barely audible over the surrounding music, and she couldn't tell if he had heard her. The bonfire party lasted until 10 o'clock that night, but did not conclude entirely, as a whole roasted lamb was brought out for post-party festivities. Wen Tan, mindful of maintaining her figure, hesitated to indulge so late and expressed her desire to return to Ming Zhuo. He stood up, let us go. On their way back, the surroundings were quiet, just the 2 of them, with only the sound of the wind. Wen Tan inhaled deeply, the scent of Ming Zhuo lingering in the air. His clothing was thick enough to shield him from the cold. Wen Tan turned to him, finally voicing the question that had been on her mind for 2 days. Do you really like this place, Teacher Ming? Ming Zhuo's voice was low, almost merging with the night. I heard Kazhu say you come here every year for a while. Ming Zhuo remained silent for a few seconds before responding. Why do you want to come here? Wen Tan paused, realizing he was asking her. She averted her gaze, unconsciously clutching her clothing tighter, and mumbled, You sent me such detailed guides. It's quite convenient. Not that detailed, Ming Zhuo replied leisurely. At least I forgot to tell you to bring altitude sickness medicine. After returning, Wen Tan contemplated whether to brew a cup of cold medicine as a precaution. Looking down, she realized she was still wearing Ming Zhuo's coat. She pulled it down from her shoulders and embraced it before stepping out of her room to knock on the door across the hall. No response came, likely because he was busy, not wanting to wait idly. She returned the coat and took her thermos to fetch water downstairs. She hesitated for a moment at the sight of the cold medicine on the table before deciding to take an extra packet. It was quite chilly tonight, and since Ming Zhuo had lent her his coat, what if she caught a cold? Wen Tan found a paper cup by the hot water, prepared the medicine, and with one hand cradling her thermos and the other holding the paper cup, she ascended to the second floor. Standing outside Ming Zhuo's room, she raised her hand to knock on the door. Within a minute, the door opened. Wen Tan opened her mouth, but the words caught in her throat. Ming Zhuo had just finished showering, his hair still damp and clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, the collar slightly wet, exuding warmth. Suddenly feeling parched, she momentarily forgot what she intended to say. A word Lin Chuyao had once used flashed through her mind: romantic encounter. The scene felt rather fitting. Ming Zhuo's gaze fell upon the paper cup in her hand, his tone gentle. Is this for me? When Anne snapped back to reality, extended her hand forward. Yes. Thank you, Teacher Ming. Ming Zhuo accepted it and, in her presence, tilted his head back to drink. As Wen Tan watched his throat move, her thoughts wandered, recalling the first time she had met him. He stood at the podium, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, refined yet reserved. It was hard not to let one's imagination run wild. After finishing, Ming Zhuo held the paper cup, looking at her. What plans do you have for tomorrow? Wen Tan replied softly, I checked the weather forecast. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. I was planning to sleep in my room. The rain should stop by the afternoon. I'll wait until then to take you somewhere nearby, Ming Zhuo suggested. Wen Tan blinked in surprise, then asked to the base camp. We'll go to the base camp when the weather clears up in a few days. Wen Tan felt a momentary daze. Had he already planned their itinerary? She was about to politely decline when Ming Zhuo raised the paper cup in his hand, saying, a token of gratitude. Wen Tan believe. It's merely a cup of cold medicine. No need for special thanks. Ming Zhuo continued, sleep early. Good night. Wen Tan nodded slowly, good night. Upon returning to her room, she leaned against the door, pressing her hand to her flushed face, her heart racing faster than before. After a moment, Wen Tan set down the thermos, sat on the bed, and noticed the gentleman's jacket beside her, suddenly recalling that she had forgotten to return it. She flopped down and aimlessly scrolled through her phone. Was it her imagination, or did Ming Zhuo seem more proactive than before during their recent encounter? Perhaps he felt a sense of responsibility, considering she was a girl alone here, and thus took it upon himself to look after her. Much like the time he took her to the climbing gym when he sensed her distress and wanted to help her unwind. Ming Zhuo's upbringing and elegance emanated from his very core. He likely treated everyone with the same courtesy, and this shouldn't be a reason for her to overthink. Wen Tan exhaled softly, opened her phone case, and a dried hydrangea petal fluttered down onto the bed. Memories from months prior surged before her eyes. Wen Tan mused that perhaps she should simply treat everything that transpired here as a fleeting romance. For once she returned to Jiangsheng, her paths with Ming Zhuo would diverge completely. With this thought, she inhaled deeply, steeling herself as she entered the bathroom. Chapter 31. The Bracelet in Jiangsheng. Lin Chuyao had just returned home from a day of fun when she received a message from her cousin. Ming Zhuo, just a heads up, this week's elective class is also canceled. Lin Chuyao, upon seeing this, promptly called him. Cousin, when are you coming back? Ming Zhuo's voice was languid. I've never seen you so keen on attending class. Lin Chuyao muttered softly, I've always loved learning, you know? She continued, a hint of pride in her tone. I just want to let you know that Wen Tan has a new crush. You're completely out of the picture now. You might as well wait for Grandma to arrange more blind dates for you. Ming Zhuo asked, what does crush mean? It means someone you have feelings for. And she met him while out having fun. He happens to be exactly her type. So, well, they must have plenty in common. Such encounters during travel often blossom into something more. Have you ever had such an encounter? Lin Chuyao hesitated, but resolutely decided to defend her dear friend. Well, if you missed out on Wen Tan, you'll just have to regret it. Ming Zhuo put away his phone, paused for 2 seconds, then opened his photo album. In the flickering firelight, Wen Tan was seen linking arms with another person, her smile dazzling. Meanwhile, in the opposite room, Wen Tan was blissfully unaware that she had been thoroughly sold out. After sneezing twice, she quickly took her cold medicine and snuggled into bed. Beside her lay the carefully coordinated outfit she had prepared for the following day. Although she hadn't brought any cosmetics, fortunately, she had packed quite a few clothes. She had initially thought that even if she were photographed and posted online, she would maintain the poise of a celebrity. Little did she know how unexpectedly useful they would become. The next morning, Wen Tan had lost her enthusiasm for an early rise to gaze at the snow-capped peaks. She slept until 9, washed up, and headed downstairs to catch the tail into breakfast. First, she returned the hat to Zhuo. Thank you. Zhuo accepted it with a smile. No problem. Did you enjoy yesterday? Wen Tan's lips curved into a smile. Very much. Zhuo couldn't resist asking, what is your relationship with Ming Zhuo? 'Cause you said you're his student, but it doesn't seem that way. Do you like him? Wen Tan was momentarily speechless. Just then, a guest came down to check out, and Zhuo Ma left to attend to them. After finishing her breakfast, Wen Tan wandered to the stable, where she indeed found Ming Zhuo. She pulled her hood over her head and walked over. The rain continued, just as it had the day before, light yet unrelenting. Mimicking Ming Zhuo, Wen Tan picked up some straw to feed the horses, asking, can these horses be ridden? Ming Zhuo replied, yes. He tilted his head to look at her. You're not wearing gloves? You might hurt your hands. After feeding the few handfuls she had, Wen Tan ceased and turned to him. Where are we going this afternoon? Is it far? Can we ride there? Ming Zhuo replied, it's a bit far. Riding would be inconvenient. Wen Tan responded, oh, okay. She had never shot a costume drama, let alone a horseback riding scene, and was quite eager to try it out. Ming Zhuo continued to feed the horses. It's still raining. You should go inside first. Having slept well and mostly recovered from the altitude sickness, Wen Tan didn't feel the need to return to her room for more rest. Behind the inn was a handicraft shop filled with ethnic-style trinkets. Wen Tan strolled leisurely, contemplating gifts to bring back for Lin Chuyo and Wenwen. Before she realized it, she had gathered quite a handful, nearly unable to hold them all. When she reached the front desk to check out, she noticed a photo wall nearby, adorned with pictures of tourists taken at the foot of Namcha Barwa Peak. As she looked on, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a group photo of a climbing team at the bottom. Wen Tan inquired of the owner, are these the people who reached the summit last year? She had researched that only in 1992 did a Sino-Japanese climbing team successfully summit Namcha Barwa. The owner sighed, no, this is a group of young people who formed their own climbing team 10 years ago. They encountered an avalanche halfway up when a rescue team found them. One was dead and two were severely injured. The deceased was only 18. Such a pity. Wen Tan was taken aback, completely unprepared for the tragic story hidden behind the seemingly vibrant and spirited photo. After settling the bill, Wen Tan stepped outside only to find Ming Zhuo had vanished. She returned to her room and placed her purchases in her suitcase. Finally, she opened a small wooden box she had set aside, revealing a bracelet made of small purple sandalwood beads with a bamboo joint crafted from Hutian jade in the center. Cool and elegant. The moment Wen Tan laid eyes on the bracelet, she felt it was perfectly suited for Ming Zhuo and considered it a token of gratitude. After some thought, not wishing to present it too formally, she slipped the bracelet into the pocket of Ming Zhuo's jacket and knocked on the door opposite her to return the clothing. Ming Zhuo inquired, shall we depart after lunch? Wen Tan nodded gently, yes. Ming Zhuo reminded her, dress warmly. Wen Tan replied vaguely, got it. Today, Wen Tan had chosen a long red cotton linen dress paired with a blue-gray shawl. To avoid any implication that she had borrowed Ming Zhuo's coat, she had brought her own windbreaker, which she could wear if it turned particularly cold. At noon, as Wen Tan went down for lunch, Zhuo looked at her with envy, remarking, Miss Lin is truly beautiful. You look good in anything. Wen Tan smiled and thanked her. You look beautiful too. Zhuo added, by the way, Ming Zhuo and Zhu have gone out. He asked you to wait for him after lunch. Wen Tan nodded. Okay. She chose a seat by the window. The rain had stopped outside. The weather was clear, but Namcha Barwa Peak remained shrouded in layers of clouds, obscuring its true form. At that moment, Wen Tan finally understood why Zhu had said she was lucky to have arrived and seen the complete mountain. Indeed, the odds were against most people. Few would linger long enough here to witness it. Whether one could see it depended entirely on luck. Wen Tan felt that by the time she left. She probably wouldn't have another chance to see it. After finishing her meal, Wen Tan wandered through the garden outside. At that moment, a cautious female voice called from behind. Hello, are you Wen Tan? Wen Tan stiffened slightly and slowly turned around. Standing before her were the two girls she had encountered the day before in the canyon. Wen Tan replied softly, I am. The two girls immediately beamed. We are your fans. Can we take a picture with you? Wen Tan agreed, of course. They took a photo together with their phones. Afterward, the two girls said, we hope you enjoy your time here. Wen Tan's lips curled slightly. You too. We are heading to Linji today and returning tomorrow. Wishing you a smooth journey. The two girls waved goodbye. Tan, farewell. Wen Tan smiled as she bid them farewell, and once they were out of sight, she silently exhaled, feeling the sweat in her palms. Just as she was about to head back to the inn, she noticed Ming Zhuo was standing at the door, quietly watching her. Chapter 32. The journey from Suosong village to Pai Town takes about 40 to 50 minutes. Lush trees line the roads, and scattered herds of yaks graze on the mountains. Wen Tan leaned against the window, her hair tousled by the wind, a genuine smile illuminating her face. Tibet truly lives up to its reputation as a sacred place, capable of cleansing the soul. Even without doing anything, one feels a sense of relaxation and peace here. Ming Zhuo glanced at her. If you keep blowing like that, you'll really need oxygen when we return tonight. Wen Tan closed the car window and leaned back in the passenger seat. She tidied her hair and recalled the story she had heard that morning in the handicraft shop. Feeling a tinge of curiosity, she turned to him. Mr. Ming, having visited here so many times, have you ever climbed the snow peak? Ming Zhuo replied, I have. Wen Tan continued, it must be quite difficult to climb, considering that over the years, only the Sino-Japanese joint climbing team succeeded in reaching the summit in 1992. Ming Zhuo nodded. Though Namchao Barwa isn't as tall as Mount Everest, its terrain is steep, with sheer cliffs and glaciers. The climate here is extreme, with unpredictable weather. Frequent strong winds, blizzards, and fog. He continued, besides the weather, this area is located at the convergence of tectonic plates, with intense geological activity, resulting in a high risk of earthquakes and avalanches. Wen Tan absorbed this professional knowledge, nodding slowly. I heard that 10 years ago, a climbing team encountered an avalanche halfway up, and some people lost their lives. Ming Zhuo's hand on the steering wheel paused momentarily, and he remained silent. Wen Tan keenly sensed a drop in the car's atmosphere. Realizing she had broached an inappropriate topic, she unconsciously tightened her grip on her skirt and tentatively asked, were you part of that climbing team, Mr. Ming? Ming Zhuo's lips parted slightly, no. Wen Tan's anxious heart finally settled. Just as she sought to shift the conversation to a lighter topic, Ming Zhuo spoke again. You seemed quite nervous when taking photos with them. Wen Tan hadn't expected him to notice, and she nodded gently. Yes. Previously, when someone recognized me for a photo, I almost had sulfuric acid thrown at me. That incident had occurred 2 months after she publicly announced her relationship with Meng Chunin. While out shopping with her assistant, she was recognized by someone claiming to be a fan who had admired her for a long time and requested a photo. Wen Tan, not thinking much of it, readily agreed. However, halfway through the photo, that person pulled out a canister from their bag and splashed it toward her. Her assistant, positioned across from them, saw the movement. As the acid was thrown, her assistant rushed forward to pull Wen Tan aside. Before Wen Tan could comprehend what was happening, she heard a scream. Her assistant, the young girl who joined the company around the same time as Wen Tan, had half of her arm severely burned by the acid. The crowd in the plaza was large, and with patrolling police nearby, they quickly subdued the assailant. The girl who had thrown the acid was a fan of Meng Chunin, and her family had connections, attempting to negotiate a settlement with the company, which Wen Tan firmly rejected, insisting on following legal procedures. However, her manager advised her that if they proceeded with legal action, given that the perpetrator was underage, they would only receive a light sentence and no substantial compensation. Her assistant also conceded, Tan, it's not just about them compensating me. The company has also promised to give me a sum of money, one that I could never earn in my lifetime. Let's settle this. I don't want to work anymore. I can return home and start a small business with that. This was the outcome of their three-way negotiation. And Wen Tan felt like both a participant and an outsider. She felt powerless, yet unable to do anything. Consequently, whenever she encountered fans wanting a photo, she would inevitably feel nervous, fearing they might pull out another canister of acid or a knife. For these reasons, she became increasingly afraid of being recognized. Ming Zhuo's brow subtly furrowed. Next time you face such uncertainty, you can refuse. Wen Tan shook her head. But if I reject sincere fans because of an incident caused by someone who dislikes me, that would be unfair to them. In life, one cannot refuse the arrival of beauty out of fear of unexpected occurrences. She spoke lightly. However, it proves to be a very rare event. It hasn't happened again in all these years. Ming Zhuo had turned his gaze to her. If it happens again, the consequences are irreversible. Wen Tan shrugged. So I say I'm fortunate. I saw the snow peak on my first day here. Ming Zhuo withdrew his gaze, saying nothing further. Soon, they arrived at the Pai Town dock. After disembarking, Wen Tan looked at the yacht moored nearby and turned back to ask Ming Zhuo, are we going to board that? Ming Zhuo closed the car door, no. Wen Tan appeared puzzled. Ming Zhuo replied leisurely, that requires a ticket. Just as Wen Tan was about to respond, he had already started walking in another direction. She wrapped her shawl around her and hurriedly followed. Mr. Ming, you don't need to save me money. I still owe you. Before she could finish her sentence, she spotted a small wooden boat tethered nearby. The boatman sat there, seemingly waiting for a long time. Ming Zhuo strode up the steps to the boat and then turned, extending his hand towards her. Come aboard. This one is free. Wen Tan was skeptical, knowing that in tourist spots like this, a human-powered boat would likely cost more than a yacht. She looked at the hand before her, momentarily stunned. Ming Zhuo's hands were beautiful, resembling a work of art, with distinct joints and long fingers. A string of purple sandalwood beads adorned his wrist. Ming Zhuo followed her gaze and quietly inquired, Isn't that for me? Wen Tan snapped back to reality, affirming while placing her hand on his to climb aboard. After steadying herself, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Ming. And I suppose I should also say thank you. He paused slightly before continuing, Miss Lin. Wen Tan. She had intended to skip that topic, but found herself drawn back in. Sitting on the boat, she mumbled, Mr. Ming has helped me so much, and I have nothing to repay you. This morning, I happened to see this bracelet and thought it suited you well. Ming Zhuo, sitting beside her, casually replied, I can tell, it's made of sandalwood. Wen Tan's face flushed instantly, panicking, he can't possibly think I intended to give him a sandalwood bracelet. She clenched her fingers, attempting to explain, there are many items made from sandalwood. Actually, Wen Tan finally decided to abandon pretense. Mr. Ming might not know, but I'm referring to the flower, the epiphyllum. Chapter 33. The small wooden boat moved slowly, gliding into the river only after the yacht had passed. The surrounding scenery opened up, with the emerald river flowing like a silken ribbon between the mountains, gentle and continuous. Wen Tan turned to take photos with her phone, calmly pretending nothing had happened. After an indeterminate period, the boat came to a stop, and upon looking up, she was greeted by the majestic Namcha Barwa Peak. The snow-capped summit reflected in the lake, resembling an underwater glacier, evoking awe. Wen Tan felt her phone couldn't capture such exquisite beauty and chose to simply admire the view in silence. Before long, she noticed a faint glimmer on the horizon. The sun was breaking through the clouds, though not very prominently. Ming Zhuo's voice reached her. Tomorrow will bring good weather. Wen Tan paused for a moment before turning to him. So, are we going to the base camp? We need to rise early to reach the base camp. Wen Tan, filled with curiosity, remarked, but I see the journey only takes half an hour. Ming Zhuo replied, the vehicle cannot reach the base camp. We must trek the rest of the way. The midday sun is quite fierce. Upon hearing the word trek, Wen Tan's eyes widened, and she inquired, is the distance considerable? Not particularly, Ming Zhuo clarified. The car can take us to the hillside, and then it's merely a few kilometers. Wen Tan began to concoct excuses. But I didn't bring hiking shoes. You can purchase them in the village, he suggested. Wen Tan fell silent for a moment. Well, since I'm here, it would be a rare experience. She then asked, what time do we depart? 7 o'clock. Is that all right with you? Ming Zhuo inquired. Wen Tan nodded, that works. Unbeknownst to them, the sunlight gradually waned, the sky darkening, and a chill breeze swept across the river. Suddenly, Wen Tan sibedet, recalling that she had left her jacket in the car. Before regret could settle in, Ming Zhuo draped his coat over her shoulders once more. Wen Tan felt her ears flush with embarrassment. I didn't mean to. I brought my own clothes. As she spoke, she attempted to remove the coat. You should take it back. It's quite cold. Ming Zhuo grasped her wrist gently. No need. His warm palm contrasted sharply with Wen Tan's icy fingers. Her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her hand, striving to maintain her composure. Oh, all right. Ming Zhuo withdrew his hand. Yet the warmth lingered, and Wen Tan found herself feeling warmer. She tugged at the hem of his coat and asked, when will you return, Teacher Ming? The day after tomorrow, he replied. Elective classes can wait, but the Research Institute cannot. Wen Tan acknowledged this with an O, realizing that after returning from the base camp the following day, he would be departing. These few days had flown by faster than she had anticipated. Upon returning to the vehicle, Wen Tan promptly returned the coat to Ming Zhuo. I'll wear my own. Thank you, Teacher Ming. He said nothing, accepting the garment and putting it on. He glanced toward a nearby restaurant and asked, are you hungry? Wen Tan seized the opportunity to treat him for the meal she owed him. I am. Ming Zhuo closed the car door. Let us go. The town was renowned for its Tibetan cuisine, and Wen Tan ordered a selection of local specialties. As she perused the menu, her gaze fell upon the barley wine. She looked up and asked, Teacher Ming, do you drink this? Ming Zhuo replied with a hint of resignation. I have to drive. Oh, Wen Tan said, slightly embarrassed. I forgot. You could give it a try, he encouraged. Turning to the waiter, Wen Tan ordered, then let us have a bottle. Barley wine is an integral part of Tibetan culture, and since she was here, it was only fitting to sample it. The first dish to arrive was butter tea, and after a tentative sip, Wen Tan scrunched her brows. Ming Zhuo chuckled, how is it? Wen Tan candidly replied, a bit overwhelming. Putter, made from milk or goat's milk fat, combined with tea leaves and salt, varies in taste for each individual. If it proved too challenging, she could simply forego it. Wen Tan picked up the wooden bowl again. I'll have a couple more sips. I can't let it go to waste. Gradually acclimating to the flavor, she found it somewhat agreeable. Soon, sample was served. Wen Tan sampled a piece and found it quite palatable, lacking any peculiar taste, with a subtle fragrance of barley. The local specialty, Yajiang fish, was also on offer, and she ordered some yak meat as well. Overall, the flavors were delightful. After tasting the barley wine, she found it somewhat spicy and concluded that she would have to take the remainder back with her. After finishing their meal, Wen Tan approached the counter to settle the bill, only to be informed by the owner that it had already been taken care of. Surprised, she looked at Ming Zhuo, who had been sitting across from her the entire time. What had he paid? Just then, the owner emerged, greeting Ming Zhuo in Tibetan and exchanging a few words. Ming Zhuo nodded lightly. I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. Wen Tan gaped in disbelief as she left the restaurant. Teacher Ming, you must have been born here. It feels like everyone knows you. Ming Zhuo walked steadily. When you dine in Pai Town often, you become familiar with the locals. Wen Tan found it fascinating. I consider myself fortunate to have you as my guide. Yes, should there be other part-time opportunities in the future, you may seek me out. Wen Tan hesitated, but you don't charge for your part-time work. So I feel awkward asking. Ming Zhuo replied, you've already gifted me something. It's not worth much, she retorted. It might even be less than today's meal. Ming Zhuo smiled. Gifts are not measured by monetary value. Wen Tan, realizing her narrow perspective, decided that she would purchase something from the handicraft shop to give him the next day. By the time they returned to the inn, night had completely fallen. Wen Tan stood at the door of her room. Teacher Ming, I'll head in first. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Ming Zhuo responded. Wen Tan added, I had a wonderful time today. Good night. With that, she quickly opened the door and slipped inside. Ming Zhuo's lips curled into a gentle smile. Once at her room, Wen Tan turned on the light and placed the barley wine she had carried on the table before heading into the bathroom. After her shower, while drying her hair, she opened the wardrobe. If they were to hike tomorrow, she certainly could not wear a dress. She ought to dress warmly instead. This thought struck her suddenly. She hadn't yet purchased shoes. As she contemplated going downstairs to ask where she could buy some, her phone on the bed vibrated. It was a message from Ming Zhuo. Ming Zhuo, what size shoes do you wear? Wen Tan, 37, Ming Zhuo, Olait. Wen Tan gazed at the exchange, an indescribable feeling welling up within her. They had previously seemed like strangers from different worlds, their only conversations limited to awkward flattery and polite distance. Yet, in just a few short days, they were now discussing such mundane details. Looking down, a term suddenly surfaced in her mind, withdrawal symptoms. Once she returned home, it would likely take a long time to adjust. Chapter 34. Crisis. Wen Tan was unaware of when she had fallen asleep. When the alarm rang, the outside world remained cloaked in darkness. She glanced at her phone, 6 o'clock sharp. Yawning, she tossed aside the covers and rose. Standing before the sink, she found herself lost in thought for a while, before picking up her toothbrush. With no need for makeup, Wen Tan had ample time to prepare. She changed into clothes, donned a baseball cap, and packed her sunglasses, portable charger, and thermos in her backpack. Just as she finished organizing her belongings, a knock sounded at the door. Coming, she called. Ming Zhuo stood outside, offering her a box. Did you sleep well? He asked. Wen Tan accepted it, nodding lightly, quite well. After receiving a message from Ming Zhuo the previous night, she had soon drifted off to sleep. Ming Zhuo, seemingly aware of this, had brought her the shoes. It's still early. Take your time getting ready. I'll wait for you downstairs. Wen Tan replied softly, thank you. Back at her room, she opened the box to find a pair of hiking shoes. Expecting the village's offerings to be rather outdated, she was pleasantly surprised. The shoes were stylish, perfectly matching her taste, and the sole was soft and comfortable. It appeared that the tourism industry in Suosong village had developed even better than she had imagined. Wen Tan slipped into the shoes and headed downstairs. Upon her arrival, she found Ku Zhu conversing with Ming Zhuo. She raised her hand in greeting. "Hi, good morning." "Miss Lin, good morning," Ku Zhu exclaimed cheerfully. Wen Tan thought to herself, "I shouldn't have greeted him like that." Ming Zhuo approached her in a bit. "Two guests will be joining us. Is that all right?" Wen Tan had no grounds to refuse, sure. Ming Zhuo handed her a mask. "Let us go have breakfast first." The two guests were a couple who, on a whim late last night, had called the front desk inquiring about how to reach the base camp. This morning, Ku Zhu was scheduled to pick up guests in Linji, and coincidentally, Ming Zhuo was to bring Wen Tan along, so he inquired if he could give the two individuals a ride. By the time Wen Tan finished her breakfast, the two guests arrived, albeit a bit late. The young woman was strikingly beautiful, dressed in a skirt and sunglasses, appearing effortlessly chic. The young man, of similar height to her, was slightly plump, carrying a large backpack and a sizable thermos. Ku Zhu asked if they would like to have breakfast before departing. The young woman crossed her arms and replied dismissively, "No need, let's just go." The young man patted his bag and cheerfully said, "It's fine, I brought snacks. She can eat if she's hungry." Ku Zhu chose not to press further. Outside, Ming Zhuo stood in front of the SUV, smoking a cigarette, his tall and slender figure appearing even more austere in the early morning mist. The young man approached and greeted him. "Hello, I'm Xiangdong. This is my girlfriend, Qin Wanwan." Ming Zhuo nodded slightly. Ming Zhuo. Xiangdong paused momentarily, about to ask something, when Qin Wanwan removed her sunglasses and unabashedly scrutinized him. "Are all the guides here this handsome?" Xiangdong felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to respond. Observing the approaching figures, Ming Zhuo folded his half-burnt cigarette and extinguished it, stating coolly, "Let's get in the car." Xiangdong promptly opened the rear door for Qin Wanwan. Wen Tan, wearing a hat and a cap, was fully equipped. Xiangdong looked to Ming Zhuo and asked, "What does your girlfriend go by?" Chapter 35, Mastery. Ming Zhuo replied leisurely, "Her surname is Lin." Xiangdong acknowledged this with O, turning to greet Wen Tan as she approached. "Hello, Miss Lin." Wen Tan responded, "Hello." Meanwhile, Qin Wanwan had already bent down to enter the vehicle. They set off precisely at 7 o'clock. The previously overcast sky had begun to show hints of light, gradually brightening the surroundings. Xiangdong, like a character from a comic, rummaged through his backpack, producing snacks and inquiring if Qin Wanwan and Wen Tan would like any. Qin Wanwan impatiently retorted, "Are you annoying? Can't you let me enjoy a moment of peace and sleep?" Xiangdong immediately fell silent, and the vehicle was enveloped in an awkward stillness. After a brief moment, Ming Zhuo glanced sideways. "We still have half an hour. You can rest." Wen Tan gently shook her head. "I'm not tired." Xiangdong leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice to ask, "Miss Lin, are you feeling unwell?" Wen Tan instinctively touched her mask and cleared her throat. "Yes, a little. I brought some medicine. Would you like some?" He offered. "Thank you, but I've already taken some." She declined. Xiangdong then asked, "Where have you two been exploring?" "We just came from Shinsui yesterday." Wen Tan replied, "Nowhere I've only been around here, not to other places." "That is quite all right. Did you see the sunrise over the mountains?" "That is why we came here. I saw Mount Namchao Barwal my first day, but I haven't seen the sunrise yet." Just as Xiangdong was about to speak again, Qin Wanwan shifted, discontentedly clicking her tongue. Xiangdong cast an apologetic glance at Wen Tan and slowly leaned back. Wen Tan smiled faintly, indicating it was fine. As the day grew brighter, sunlight began to pierce through the clouds. Upon entering the Yarlung Songpa Grand Canyon Scenic Area, they needed to purchase tickets. Ming Zhuo opened the car door and said to Wen Tan, "Wait for me a moment." Xiangdong followed him out, rushing ahead to say, "Let me handle it. Thank you for bringing me along." Ming Zhuo replied, "No need. It's on the way." Inside the vehicle, Wen Tan initially intended to step out and stretch, but as she moved, Qin Wanwan's voice called from behind. "Aren't you worried about your boyfriend being so handsome? Wouldn't he that make you feel insecure?" Wen Tan paused for 2 seconds, turned her head, and asked, "Why should I feel insecure?" Qin Wanwan continued, "He is so good-looking. Surely many people are pursuing him. Perhaps he is dating several at once. You are quite beautiful yourself. Are you dating multiple people?" Wen Tan countered. Qin Wanwan laughed, responding ambiguously, "Guess." Wen Tan had no interest in engaging further, but Xiangdong appeared quite earnest, evidently unable to manage Qin Wanwan's demeanor. Before long, Ming Zhuo and Xiangdong returned after purchasing the tickets. Once inside the car, Xiangdong looked at Qin Wanwan, his face beaming with a smile. "Wanwan, you're awake. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Qin Wanwan, acting like royalty, inquired, "What do you have?" Shandong promptly revealed his treasure trove of snacks. The SUV wound along a narrow path, climbing halfway up the mountain. Ming Zhuo parked the vehicle, announcing, "We have arrived." Wen Tan opened the door and stepped out, stretching comfortably before spotting the steep stone steps ahead. She questioned with a hint of trepidation, "We're not going that way, are we?" Ming Zhuo smirked slightly. "After this stretch, it's all flat." Wen Tan sighed inwardly, accepting that she would treat this as a climbing adventure. Chapter 36. Hiking. Wen Tan tightened the straps of her backpack, inhaled deeply, and commenced her journey. However, due to the recent rainfall, the mountain path was rather damp and muddy. Ming Zhuo followed closely behind, cautioning, "Don't rush, regulate your breathing." Wen Tan nodded, considerably slowing her pace, yet wearing a mask. The lack of fresh air led to a slight dizziness. She paused, pulled down her mask, and took a few deep breaths before continuing. After a few minutes of climbing, they had distanced themselves from Shandong and Qin Wanwan. Wen Tan turned back to ask if they should wait, but Qin Wanwan's shoes were ill-suited for the hike. Slipping with each step, prompting Shandong to assist her, "Miss Lin, you go ahead. We'll meet you at the base camp." Wen Tan agreed. Continuing up a few more steps before hearing Ming Zhuo's voice, "You can take off your mask." Wen Tan wished to remove not just her mask, but also her hat. Standing still, she looked up and asked, "How much further do we have to climb?" Ming Zhuo replied, "2/3 more." Wen Tan tucked her hands into her pockets, took a breath, and, just as she was about to resume her ascent, she felt her backpack lighten unexpectedly. Ming Zhuo had taken her bag, saying, "Let us go." Wen Tan protested, "It's not heavy, I can manage. Just conserving energy." She bit her lip. "Thank you, Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo chuckled softly, his long strides taking him up the steps. "Let us go." Wen Tan followed closely behind. As they approached a steeper section, Wen Tan slipped slightly, reaching instinctively for the railing, only to have her wrist securely held by Ming Zhuo. "Be careful," he advised. Wen Tan responded with a soft acknowledgement. She did not withdraw her hand, nor did Ming Zhuo release his grip. This stretch was surprisingly long, yet Wen Tan felt time flew by much quicker than during the initial ascent. Upon reaching the flat ground, Ming Zhuo withdrew his hand and asked, "Are you all right?" With the warmth of his hand gone, Wen Tan felt an emptiness in her heart and nodded slowly, "I'm fine." Unlike the uphill path, this route was teeming with small animals. Alongside chickens, horses, and yaks, there were also Tibetan pigs. It was Wen Tan's first time seeing black pigs, and when she pulled out her phone to take a picture, Ming Zhuo's voice cautioned, "It's best not to photograph them." Assuming there was some local taboo, she hastily put her phone away, but couldn't resist asking, "Why?" Ming Zhuo remained silent for a moment before replying, "They are mating." Wen Tan was taken aback. Upon looking again, indeed, she noticed two pigs engaged in an intimate encounter, something she had completely overlooked while focused on the grazing pigs ahead. Nonchalantly adjusting her hair and clearing her throat, she quickened her pace. After a while, she slowed down to walk alongside Ming Zhuo and inquired, "Teacher Ming, what are you leaving tomorrow?" Ming Zhuo replied, "At 6 in the morning." "Then I suppose I want to get up to see you off," she said. Ming Zhuo acknowledged this with a hum. Wen Tan felt that, out of social courtesy, she should add a farewell remark for when they returned to Jiangcheng. However, it is better to let it go. After returning to Jiangcheng, they would become two individuals with no connection, and there would be no opportunity to meet again. Let everything here be regarded as a dream. As she continued onward, the number of tourists gradually increased. Wen Tan put her mask back on. From this vantage point, she could already see a portion of the mountain peaks. After walking for another half hour, she spotted a row of colorful flags fluttering in the wind from a distance, along with many camping tents. Raising her eyes, she beheld the towering body of Namcha Barwa, as if it were rising majestically before her. She felt a surge of excitement akin to witnessing the moon emerge after the clouds part, tugging at Ming Zhuo's sleeve. "That must be the base camp, right?" Ming Zhuo glanced at her. "Yes." Wen Tan lowered her mask slightly, joyfully ran ahead, and took out her phone to capture the moment. Looking at the screen displaying Namcha Barwa, it truly resembled the photographs Ming Zhuo had shown her. Turning back, she extended her hand. "Teacher Ming, look." Ming Zhuo understood her intent, his gaze settling on her face, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "I see." Wen Tan's smile broadened as she turned around to continue photographing. Once she finished, Ming Zhuo led her to the camping area, where the staff had already prepared food. Ming Zhuo said, "You rest for a bit. I'll be back shortly." Wen Tan took her bag from him. "All right." Opening her phone, she noticed a message from Wen sent an hour ago. "Wen, Sister Wen Tan, I went to Huanyu Entertainment today to complete my onboarding procedures. And I heard they're starting to shoot that disaster film next week. Wen, Huanyu is really going all out this time. I saw several experts. After pondering for a moment, Wen Tan typed a few words. Wen Tan, the experts have arrived? Wen almost immediately replied. Wen, yes, they're all foreigners. And they look very impressive. Wen Tan recalled initially hearing about Huanyu Entertainment preparing this film and that they had invited both domestic and international geological experts. Previously, Ming Zhuo had mentioned that he might not have time to join the team, likely just assisting them with some technical issues. Sister Wen Tan, when are you coming back? It seems Huanyu has already arranged a manager for you. Wen Tan, in a couple of days. Wen, should I pick you up? Wen Tan, no need. After replying, just as she set her phone down, Ming Zhuo sat beside her, handing her something. She reached out to receive it. What is this? A commemorative badge from the trek to the base camp. Wen Tan's eyes brightened as she opened the box. Inside was a colorful ribbon tied to a bronze badge, evoking an irresistible urge to trek another 10 kilometers. Wen Tan turned and faced the snow-capped mountain, snapping a photo of the badge against the majestic backdrop. Are you even capable of taking a decent photograph? How many times have I told you to crouch and angle the phone upward? A somewhat familiar voice drifted from nearby. Wen Tan looked over to see Xiangdong and Qin Wanwan approaching. Xiangdong, with his backpack slung in front, was constantly shifting angles with his phone, wearing a hearty smile. No matter how my baby takes photos, they always turn out beautiful. Qin Wanwan, evidently unimpressed, adjusted her hair and glanced toward Wen Tan and Ming Zhuo. Wen Tan averted her gaze, pulling her mask up slightly. Suddenly, she recalled Qin Wanwan's question in the car. Teacher Ming. Ming Zhuo replied in a low voice. Wen Tan asked earnestly, You're so handsome. Do you ever date multiple girlfriends at once? Ming Zhuo. Wen Tan struggled to maintain her composure, taking a sip of the butter tea in front of her. I'm just asking casually. It's fine if you don't answer. After a moment, Ming Zhuo replied slowly. I've been busy being a coach lately, with no time to date. Chapter 37. Commemoration for a brief moment. Wen Tan felt as if the surrounding wind had stilled. Silently sipping her butter tea, she bowed her head in silence. At that moment, Qin Wanwan and Xiangdong approached. Qin Wanwan plopped down onto a camping chair opposite them without a hint of courtesy. Xiangdong, wearing a sheepish smile, greeted them. So, you're here. As he spoke, he pulled out a bag of oranges from his backpack. I brought oranges. Would you like some? Wen Tan discreetly tightened her mask. No, thank you. Qin Wanwan eyed the badge in front of Wen Tan, reaching out to grab it. What's this? Wen Tan replied. It's a commemorative badge from the trek. Qin Wanwan looked at Xiangdong, her expression discontent. Why didn't Tiwi get one? Xiangdong appeared bewildered, glancing pleadingly at Ming Zhuo. Ming Zhuo stated, Take your ticket to the scenic spot to claim one from the staff. Xiangdong nodded, standing up. Thank you, I'll go get it now. Wen Tan looked at Qin Wanwan. Can I have it back now? Qin Wanwan made a dismissive sound, tossing the badge onto the small table, as if to say she didn't care. Wen Tan pressed her lips together, picked up the badge, and, after adjusting the ribbon, carefully placed it back in the box. Ming Zhuo's voice was neither cold nor warm. Miss Qin, do you have any other business? Qin Wanwan paused, seemingly not comprehending his implication. Ming Zhuo continued simply and directly. There's an empty spot over there. Qin Wanwan crossed her legs, leaning forward slightly, removing her sunglasses. Her tone now more flirtatious, as if she were coaxing. Can't we sit here? No. She did not relent. We came together. Sharing a table wouldn't be a problem, right? Ming Zhuo gently raised his eyes, enunciating each word. Miss Qin hasn't noticed that I. He paused before slowly adding. My girlfriend can't even eat properly seeing you. Not only did Qin Wanwan feel the sudden shift in atmosphere, but even Wen Tan sensed the abrupt suppression of energy. Ming Zhuo's expression remained largely unchanged, still courteous and genteel, yet the surrounding temperature plummeted to a freezing point. Qin Wanwan no longer exuded her previous composure. She dropped her legs, hesitated to say anything, donned her sunglasses, and departed. Wen Tan still clutched the box, turning to Ming Zhuo. Teacher Ming. Saying I'm your coach, they won't believe it. Wen Tan acknowledged, realizing how ambiguous it seemed for a man and a woman to climb a mountain together. Simply claiming to be a couple would save them from speculation and avoid much trouble. Ming Zhuo reclined casually in his chair beside her. Eat up. We'll head down after. The earlier chilliness and pressure dissipated, replaced by a relaxed demeanor. Wen Tan then noticed he had chosen the table at the far end, where no one else was seated. The people on the other side were also obstructed by him. Wen Tan removed her mask, taking a bite of the buttery cake in front of her. Besides the local pastries and snacks, there was a small hot pot with an aromatic broth. Not spicy, but delightfully fragrant. Normally, Wen Tan had a modest appetite. After quickly finishing, she put her mask back on. "I'm done, Teacher Ming. You can eat now." Ming Zhuo replied, "We'll be heading down soon. If you eat so little, you'll be hungry." Wen Tan shook her head. "I won tea. When I was on a diet, I only ate a boiled vegetable a day, so I'm used to it. No rush. Eat a bit more." As Xiang Dong cheerfully sat beside Qin Wanwan with a badge, he was met with nothing but reprimands. "Can't you find your way? Why did you take so long?" He explained. "There were many people claiming badges. I had to queue." Qin Wanwan took the badge he handed her, glanced at it, and tossed it back onto the table. "Boring." Xiang Dong opened his treasure trove again. "Let us eat something first. We'll be heading down in a bit." Qin Wanwan frowned in displeasure. "Didn't Tiwi just arrive?" I asked Ming Zhuo. He said they would be heading down before noon. "Aren't Tiwi taking their car?" He then quickly added, "By noon, the UV rays here are intense." Qin Wanwan refrained from responding further, turning her gaze away. However, only Ming Zhuo's silhouette was visible, while Miss Lin's profile remained unseen. Qin Wanwan found her familiar, yet could not recall where she had encountered her before. Xiang Dong suggested, "Wanwan, let us visit Namso for a couple more days before we return to Jiangcheng. I have matters to attend to at the company." Qin Wanwan shifted her gaze and replied, "I don't want to go." Xiang Dong was taken aback, wondering if he had inadvertently upset her. "Why not? I'm tired from these past few days. This place is quite pleasant. Let us just stay here a bit longer." "All right then, we could take some time to relax." After a while, Xiang Dong noticed Ming Zhuo and Wen Tan preparing to leave, so he hastily packed his belongings and said to Qin Wanwan, "Since we're using their vehicle, you should express your gratitude later." Qin Wanwan retorted, "Then should have arranged for our transport. You didn't plan well, leaving me to rely on others' goodwill. Why should I say thank you?" Yes, it's my fault for not organizing properly and causing you discomfort. Despite this, he urged, regardless, they did help us. Please soften your attitude towards them for my sake, will you?" The Xiang family had significant influence in the business realm, and although Xiang Dong seldom attended social gatherings with his father, he understood the weight of the Ming surname in Jiangqing. Qin Wanwan huffed, her agreement or disagreement unclear. The descent was much easier than the ascent, allowing Xiang Dong and Qin Wanwan to follow closely behind Ming Zhuo and Wen Tan. After a stretch of flat ground, they encountered steep stone steps. Although Wen Tan appeared light on her feet, she felt a slight perspiration in her palms. Ming Zhuo had held her hand while climbing up. Surely he would do the same while descending. Wen Tan thought perhaps it was time for her to take the initiative. After all, he had just referred to her as his girlfriend, and not holding hands would seem odd to outsiders. As they reached the downhill segment, Wen Tan nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, preparing to reach out, when suddenly Qin Wanwan's voice called out, "Ah!" Both Ming Zhuo and Wen Tan turned around. Qin Wanwan, wearing shoes unsuitable for the terrain, had relied on Xiang Dong's support to ascend. Now, feeling confident, she broke away from him, only to slip and fall. Xiang Dong rushed over to help her up, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" "I'm hurt. My ankle is twisted. Do you think I'm fine?" "My apologies." "Darling, it's my fault." Xiang Dong quickly shifted his backpack to the front. "Squatting down, I'll carry you down." Qin Wanwan did not refuse and comfortably settled onto his back. Chapter 38. Envy. Wen Tan observed Xiang Dong carrying a heavy backpack while also supporting Qin Wanwan, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. The path was arduous, particularly the steep steps ahead. Yet Xiang Dong remained steadfast, approaching them with a smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we proceed?" Wen Tan, unable to bear it, suggested, "You should take off that backpack. Allow me to carry it for you." No, I can manage." Qin Wanwan patted his shoulder. "If you can't, don't overexert yourself. The path ahead is treacherous." Upon hearing this, Xiang Dong finally set her down, removed the backpack, and handed it to Wen Tan. "I appreciate your help, Miss Lin." Just as Wen Tan reached out to accept it, a long, slender hand swiftly grabbed the backpack. Ming Zhuo instructed Wen Tan, "You walk ahead. Take your time and watch your step." Understanding she could not contest his authority, Wen Tan nodded. "Okay." She carefully navigated the steps one by one. Meanwhile, Xiang Dong struggled under the weight of Qin Wanwan, his legs trembling with fatigue. With each step, Ming Zhuo offered support. Xiang Dong, drenched in sweat, repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Wen Tan moved at a leisurely pace, occasionally stopping to wait for them, feeling unburdened as she captured numerous scenic photographs along the way. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, it was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and the sun blazed fiercely. Xiang Dong set Qin Wanwan down, his clothes soaked and his face pale from exhaustion. Qin Wanwan fanned herself, complaining it's sweltering. Xiang Dong quickly opened the car door. Darling, you should rest inside. Wen Tan handed him a tissue. Here, wipe your face. Xiang Dong accepted it gratefully. Ming Zhuo opened the trunk and retrieved several bottles of water, tossing one to Xiang Dong. Wen Tan, intending to give Ming Zhuo a packet of tissues, found him just as he unscrewed a bottle, offering it to her. Caught between holding the water and the tissues, she hesitated. Suddenly, Ming Zhuo stepped closer, slightly bending forward, enveloping her in a strong, masculine presence. Wen Tan was momentarily taken aback, but did not overthink it. Sensing he had his hands full, she extended a hand to retrieve a tissue, dabbing the sweat from his brow. Ming Zhuo paused, his hand lowering naturally. His gaze shifted from the dried leaves above her to her face. Outside her mask, her skin glowed with a rosy hue, and strands of hair at her neck lay damp with perspiration. Not far away, Xiang Dong, having finished a bottle of water, watched the scene with envy. Soon, Wen Tan withdrew her hand. All right, that's enough. She nonchalantly accepted the water from Ming Zhuo's hand, turning to drink a few sips with her mask pulled down. Facing away from them, Ming Zhuo instructed Xiang Dong, you should get in the car first. Xiang Dong acknowledged and climbed into the vehicle. Just as Wen Tan finished her water, Ming Zhuo grasped her wrist, guiding her toward the shade. Confused, she asked, aren't we leaving? Ming Zhuo took her bag from her. Let us rest a moment. You may remove your mask to breathe. Wen Tan complied, removing her hat and mask. Although the sun was intense, the breeze was refreshing. She tilted her head back, immediately feeling a wave of comfort. Inside the car, Qin Wanwan, gazing outside with a furrowed brow, questioned, why aren't we leaving yet? Xiang Dong, still sweating and with a used tissue in hand, replied, they might have something to discuss. We should wait a bit. We owe them this journey. Qin Wanwan rolled her eyes. I didn't see Miss Lin helping at all. A few polite words, and you're overjoyed. Xiang Dong looked embarrassed. You can't say that, Wanwan. Miss Lin is Ming Zhuo's girlfriend. Without us, they would have descended long ago, and she's unwell. Only you would be so naive to believe everything you hear. Even if she has a cold, she wouldn't wear a mask the entire time, and while eating, Ming Zhuo conveniently blocked her face. Clearly, she is trying not to be recognized. 10 minutes later, Ming Zhuo and Wen Tan returned to the vehicle. The return journey retraced their steps. Yet the sunlight filtered gently through the leaves, creating a serene and leisurely afternoon atmosphere. Xiang Dong, exhausted, leaned against the back seat and fell asleep, snoring softly. Qin Wanwan, irritated by the noise, nudged him. He stirred momentarily, blinking sleepily, then succumbed to slumber once more. Qin Wanwan clicked her tongue, preparing to push him again when Wen Tan interjected, let him sleep for a while. Crossing her arms, Qin Wanwan reclined back. Upon returning to Suosong village, Ming Zhuo first escorted them to the village doctor. Xiang Dong finally awoke, assisting Qin Wanwan out of the car while expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much for today. I truly appreciate it. Wen Tan replied, it's no trouble. Once they departed, Ming Zhuo turned the car back toward the inn, saying, rest for a while in your room. I will call you when it's time for dinner. Wen Tan nodded, clutching her bag. You should also take a break. Ming Zhuo, having driven them both ways and assisted Xiang Dong with Qin Wanwan, was undoubtedly weary. He smiled slightly, all right. Wen Tan entered the inn, where Zhuoma greeted her, Miss Lin. Did you enjoy the main camp? Wen Tan replied, it was delightful. The weather was splendid today, with high visibility, and you must have caught a glimpse of the snow-capped mountains. Wen Tan smiled and replied, yes, I saw them. After returning to her room, she set down her belongings, took a shower, and then lay on the bed to review the photos she had taken that day. Ultimately, Wen Tan selected a picture of herself holding the hiking commemorative badge in front of the snow-capped mountains and posted it on her Moments. Almost immediately, dozens of likes and comments flooded in. Since her debut, Wen Tan had not changed her WeChat number nor removed any contacts. Among her friends were her former classmates and later brand representatives and colleagues from various productions. Soon, Lin Shuyu sent her a message. Impressive, sister. You actually went hiking. Wen Tan responded, The distance wasn't too long, thankfully. Lin Chuyu continued, but this snow mountain looks quite familiar. I feel like I've seen it before. At this point, Wen Tan decided to confide in her. The handsome guy I mentioned meeting here last time is actually Ming Zhuo. I don't know how I encountered him here. It's just quite miraculous. Wen Tan added, I intended to tell you after I returned. Lin Chuyu took a while to respond, making Wen Tan worry that she was upset. After contemplating, she decided to call her. When Lin Chuyu answered, her voice trembled. Hello. Wen Tan paused. What is wrong? I feel guilty. A grave sin, Lin Chuyu mumbled. I genuinely thought you had developed feelings for someone else. The other day, when Teacher Ming asked me to inform you that this week's elective class was canceled, I mentioned that you had met your crush while out having fun, and he happened to be your type. Wen Tan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had thought she had been discreet around Ming Zhuo, only to have her feelings exposed right at the start. After a moment of silence, she said, Forget it. It's my fault for not being clear with you. After all, her affection for Ming Zhuo was no secret. She had previously exhausted all her efforts to pursue him and had lost face long ago. Amidst the confusion, Wen Tan keenly caught another point. What did you just say about this week's elective class being canceled? Lin Chi replied yes. He has been away for over half a month, and he should have returned a few days ago. This week's elective classes should have proceeded as usual, but it seems he has encountered some delays and canceled them. Wen Tan fell silent again. In the past few days, Ming Zhuo had only taken her out to explore the nearby area. Did he postpone his return due to her? Chapter 39. Intoxicated Wen Tan lay quietly on her bed, unable to fall asleep until the sun had set. She tossed the covers aside, intending to head downstairs for another visit to the craft store, when she heard a knock at the door from the opposite room. Instinctively, she walked to the peephole. Qin Wanwan stood at Ming Zhuo's door, and after knocking, she said something that prompted Ming Zhuo to step aside and let her in, closing the door behind them. Wen Tan widened her eyes slightly, instinctively wanting to open the door and step out, but as her hand rested on the doorknob, she realized she had no standing to do so. She couldn't truly believe that today's events made her Ming Zhuo's girlfriend. After 2 minutes of waiting, she finally opened the door and descended the stairs. Inside Ming Zhuo's room, he stood at the door, his demeanor cold. Miss Qin, may I ask what you wish to discuss? Before entering, Qin Wanwan had said, Your girlfriend is Wen Tan, right? If you prefer, I can speak to you privately, or would you rather let everyone know? She smiled. I recall she recently clarified her relationship status, and this could be deemed misleading to her fans. During that time, she also signed with a new company. As far as I know, most entertainment companies prohibit their artists from dating. I wonder if her company will hold her accountable. Ming Zhuo stared at her in silence. Qin Wanwan slowly raised her hand, her intentions clear. I have no real interest in exposing her. How about you accompany me for one night? And I'll act as if I know nothing? Just as her hand was about to touch Ming Zhuo's collar, he swiftly seized her wrist. His voice, devoid of emotion, was menacingly low. Does your boyfriend know you are here, Miss Qin? Qin Wanwan shrugged nonchalantly. He is asleep, completely unresponsive. Or are you worried Wen Tan might find out? We can wait until we return to Jiangxing. If Miss Qin is not interested in him, why not just break up? He is wealthy, she retorted confidently. Aren't you with Wen Tan for her money as well? We are of the same kind. Ming Zhuo smirked, choosing not to respond. Just as Qin Wanwan was about to speak again, he released her hand and turned to walk back into the room. She assumed he had agreed and followed him inside. Ming Zhuo picked up a tablet, displaying an ongoing call, and glanced at her. Does Miss Qin have any further business? Qin Wanwan's expression changed. On the other end of the line, Lin Chuyu excitedly exclaimed, Cousin, I recorded everything. Realizing she had been duped, Qin Wanwan's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. You, Ming Zhuo stated flatly. No need to see her out. After Qin Wanwan stormed away in frustration, Lin Chuyu tentatively asked, Cousin, are you really with Wen Tan? Not yet. Then why are you behaving like a scoundrel, flirting with her without taking responsibility? I mean, Ming Zhuo added leisurely. Not at this moment. Wen Tan spent over half an hour wandering the craft store, yet her mind was elsewhere. Perhaps having purchased all the appealing items yesterday, she found nothing to her liking today. With a silent sigh, she was about to leave when a refreshing male voice called from behind. Not interested in anything? She stiffened momentarily before replying. Does Teacher Ming have any preferences? I could get it for you. Ming Zhuo lowered his gaze, focusing on a colorful natural stone bracelet before him. Why not explore other options? Wen Tan averted her gaze, momentarily captivated by a wolf-tooth necklace. It looked cool. but it wouldn't suit Ming Zhuo. After a moment of contemplation, she set it down, and Ming Zhuo said, "Let us go." She had also picked up 2 small items. "I'll go pay." Ming Zhuo grasped her arm. "It's already taken care of." Wen Tan looked up to see the shop owner smiling at her. She nodded in acknowledgement before following Ming Zhuo outside. Wen Tan remarked, "Teacher Ming, you should really consider not taking on side jobs anymore. They don't pay and end up costing you." Ming Zhuo chuckled silently, choosing not to respond. Dinner that evening was lavish, featuring pork and a whole roasted lamb. Zhuoma quietly informed Wen Tan that it was because Ming Zhuo would be leaving soon. During the meal, aside from Zhuoma and Kaju, the cook and a few villagers gathered around the large wooden table, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Wen Tan sat next to Ming Zhuo, and just as she reached for the wine in front of her, he exchanged it for a cup of rice wine. "Drink this." Recalling the potency of the barley wine from the previous day, she found the rice wine smooth and sweet, quite delightful. Noticing her enjoyment, Zhuoma placed the entire jug of rice wine in front of her. Ming Zhuo had merely stepped out to take a phone call, yet by the time he returned, Wen Tan had nearly consumed half the jug. He chuckled. "Only drinking and not eating?" Wen Tan, perhaps feeling a bit tipsy, replied obediently, "I have eaten." Ming Zhuo glanced at her nearly untouched plate and then at the meat-laden table. "Do you not enjoy this?" Wen Tan shook her head. "I do." Ming Zhuo said nothing further and stepped away again. A few minutes later, when he returned, Wen Tan found a bowl of tomato and egg noodles placed before her. Ming Zhuo sat down. "Eat up, then rest in your room." At that moment, Wen Tan was even more convinced that the meal prepared on her first night was indeed made by him. As she lowered her head to take a few bites, silent tears began to fall. Zhuoma, sitting across from her, was the first to notice her distress. "Miss Lin, what's wrong?" Ming Zhuo was conversing with Kaju when she turned her head upon hearing the words. Wen Tan wiped the tears off her face, remarking, "This dish is so delicious. It reminds me of my mother's cooking." The surroundings seemed to hush, all eyes fixated on her. Embarrassed, Wen Tan stood up and declared, "I'm full now. You all enjoy. I'll head upstairs to sleep." With that, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. Leaning against the door, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, reminiscent of pearls slipping from a broken string. She was unsure of what was troubling her. Perhaps the thought of Ming Zhuo leaving soon made her realize that the dreams of the past few days were about to end. Or perhaps, sensing that Ming Zhuo held a slight affection for her, made her feel even more reluctant to part ways. After a while, when her tears had subsided and her emotions began to stabilize, a knock echoed through the air. Opening the door, she found Zhuoma waiting outside. "Miss Lin, are you all right?" Wen Tan nodded softly. "Yemifine." Zhuoma continued. "Brother Ming asked me to inquire if you would like to go horseback riding." Wen Tan hesitated now. "Yes, we can ride in the evening too." After tending to her swollen eyes, she decided to go. In the dining room, they were still indulging in food and drink. Ming Zhuo stood beside the stable, holding a horse and feeding it hay. Wen Tan approached quietly. "Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo looked at her. "Have you ridden before?" "No." Ming Zhuo instructed, "First place your foot in the stirrup and grip the saddle. Once seated, relax your knees and lean slightly forward." With her background in dance, Wen Tan's body felt light, and despite her lack of experience, she swiftly mounted the horse. Ming Zhuo asked, "Are you settled?" Wen Tan adjusted her posture slightly. "Yes." Ming Zhuo patted the horse's neck, and it began to move forward. Wen Tan felt the sway of the horse and instinctively gripped the saddle tightly. At that moment, the horse bolted forward. She closed her eyes in fear. Only the sound of rushing wind remained. Soon, the lights around them vanished, leaving only the tranquil night. Slowly opening her eyes, she realized Ming Zhuo spoke the truth. She could not only see the vast grasslands, but also a splendid expanse of stars. The outline of Namjag Barwa peak loomed faintly, like a colossal entity silently concealed in the night. Wen Tan had never witnessed such beauty, even more breathtaking than the close view of the snowy peaks she had seen earlier that day. The grass swayed in the wind, waves of freedom and abandon filling the air. Time lost its meaning until the galloping horse finally came to a halt. The myriad stars seemed so close, as if she could reach out and grasp them. Ming Zhuo's voice broke the silence. "Get down." Wen Tan shifted her gaze. "Oh, okay." Ming Zhuo dismounted, gently supporting her arm as she stepped down. Her legs felt slightly weak, and she asked, "Are there stars here every night?" "Depends on the weather. It should be sunny tomorrow." Ming Zhuo looked into the distance. Indeed. Wen Tan mused, "That's wonderful." Ming Zhuo turned to her and unexpectedly remarked, Lin Zhuo mentioned that you came here and found someone who makes your heart flutter? Wen Tan hesitated, prepared for this inquiry, and replied vaguely, well, sort of. I do. Have a bit of a liking for Kaju's type. What type is that? Someone a bit dark, yet appearing very healthy and robust, likely muscular. Able to protect me. As she spoke, Wen Tan felt increasingly flustered, struggling to continue. Ming Zhuo seemed to chuckle. Are you seeking a bodyguard or a boyfriend? Wen Tan maintained her composure. A good boyfriend should possess the skills of a bodyguard. She tucked her hands into her pockets, her voice softer. Liking someone is one thing. But I never intended to seek out a boyfriend. Ming Zhuo replied, I can see that. Wen Tan bit her lip and turned to him. Teacher Ming, after you return, will you be able to forget everything that happened here? Ming Zhuo met her gaze, his dark eyes calm. The wind tousled Wen Tan's hair, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if pleading. After a moment, he responded, all right. Wen Tan solemnly added, everything. Before Ming Zhuo could say another word, she tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. The next morning, when the alarm clock rang, Wen Tan felt a splitting headache. She glanced at the time, intending to sleep a bit longer, but soon heard voices from downstairs. Almost instantly, she jumped out of bed, pushed open the glass door, and stepped onto the viewing balcony. Below, Zhuo was tearfully bidding farewell to Ming Zhuo, clearly distressed. Ming Zhuo chuckled lightly. Why are you crying? I'm coming back next year. Zhuo choked back her tears, Brother Ming. We all hope you one day return. Kaju added, this is already the 10th year. It's time for you to let go. Ming Zhuo's lips remained curled. All right. I want to come back. Kaju sighed, knowing he was merely saying that. He opened the car door. Let us go. Ming Zhuo acknowledged, and, before leaving, cast a gentle glance upwards. Upon noticing this, Wen Tan quickly crouched down, hiding behind the railing. In the dim light, he surely couldn't see her. Could he? Soon, the sound of the car starting echoed. When Wen Tan looked again, the SUV had gradually disappeared into the night. Ming Zhuo was gone. Her dream had come to a complete end. Returning to her room, she closed the curtains and attempted to catch some more sleep. Though she didn't fall into a deep slumber, she drifted in and out until noon before finally getting up to go downstairs. As Wen Tan opened the door, she felt something drop to the floor. Bending down to pick it up, she discovered a natural stone bracelet. She remembered that Ming Zhuo had been looking at this bracelet yesterday. She hadn't expected him to actually purchase it. Clutching the bracelet in her palm, she slowly stood up. Once downstairs, she greeted Zhuo. Good morning. After a brief silence, Zhuo replied, Miss Lin, it's already noon. Wen Tan smiled, then I'll go have lunch. The weather was pleasant, and most tourists had gone out. She settled into her usual spot, her gaze drifting over to the large wooden table nearby, where the lively scene from last night still lingered in her mind. Before long, Xiang Dong walked in, glancing at Wen Tan several times, finding her familiar, yet hesitant to acknowledge her. Wen Tan looked up and greeted him. Hi. Xiang Dong was taken aback. Miss Lin, it really is you. I thought I mistook you for someone else. He quickly followed up. Are you feeling better from your cold? Wen Tan replied, yes, I am. Xiang Dong took a seat across from her. I didn't see Ming Zhuo this morning. Is he still in his room? No. He has already left. Xiang Dong looked surprised. Left? It appeared he was puzzled as to why Wen Tan hadn't accompanied him. Wen Tan didn't respond, merely asking, is your girlfriend feeling better? Xiang Dong nodded eagerly, much better, but her shoes can't be worn anymore, so I'm about to go buy her a new pair. That's fine. The shoes here are quite nice. She should like them. Xiang Dong thanked her and went out to buy shoes. After finishing her meal, Wen Tan took a stroll around the stable, mimicking Ming Zhuo from before. She donned gloves and picked up a handful of fodder, gently stroking the horse's head as she fed it. As she made her way back, she could hear Xiang Dong being scolded from a distance. Qin Wanwan's voice was laced with irritation. These shoes are so ugly. How can you expect me to wear them out? Xiang Dong replied, darling, don't be upset. This is the prettiest pair they have. Just make do for now, and I'll buy you a better pair when we return. Zhuo had stealthily approached Wen Tan, munching on sunflower seeds. This couple is quite entertaining. Wen Tan glanced at the pair of dull, gray hiking shoes in Xiang Dong's hands, puzzled. Did he go to the wrong place? Even if the store doesn't sell the most stylish shoes, they shouldn't be that bad. The pair he bought looks quite outdated. Zhuo seemed to catch her thoughts. Miss Lin, that pair of shoes was bought by Brother Ming when he drove to Linji the night before last. Chapter 41. Exploitation at Jiangshui Xiaoxia. Upon hearing that Ming Zhuo would return today, old Madame Ming had the kitchen start preparations first thing in the morning. Lin Shuyu supported her as they walked along the pond. Grandma, Cousin S flight is at noon. Even if he arrives, it'll be afternoon, and he still needs to return to the research institute, so he won't be back until later. Old Madam Ming replied. He must not have eaten well over there. Let the kitchen take their time preparing. Then she inquired. He usually goes for half a month, but this time it seems he has been delayed a few days. Is something wrong? Lin Shuyu reassured her. It should be. Nothing serious. Perhaps someone there is reluctant to see him go. Contemplating the situation, Lin Shuyu reflected on how her cousin S statement of not being together yet indicated that this was part of his plan, just not the right moment. Otherwise, he would have directly stated that he and Wen Tan were impossible. Old Madam Ming, oblivious to her underlying meaning, sighed, since Xiao Jing's accident. He has been going there every year for 10 years now, still unable to forgive himself. She continued, I've been arranging blind dates for him this past year, hoping he can let go of the past and start anew. Lin Shuyu comforted her. Don't worry, cousin knows his limits. He always felt that if he had gone along back then, second cousin Wen Tan have had the accident. She then expressed her confusion. But I remember second cousin was always gentle and often sick. Why would he want to climb a snow mountain? Old Madam Ming explained. Your cousin has loved geology since childhood and has a talent for it. However, being the eldest son, he is destined to take over the family business. So it's just a pastime. Your uncle would never truly agree to him pursuing such things. Xiao Jing idolized his older brother, and after Ming Zhuo went to Stanford, he said he wanted to see the world in his stead, visiting every corner. The Namcha Barwa Snow Mountain has seen no summits for many years. Perhaps he wanted to earn Ming Zhuo's recognition. Lin Shuyu nodded, realizing. So that's why cousin dropped out of Stanford and returned home to study geology after second cousin's accident. He likely didn't want to disappoint him. At that time, Ming Zhuo bore not only his own aspirations, but also those of Ming Jing. Old Madam Ming added, Indeed, your uncle was furious, even threatening to sever ties. After all these years, he regrets it deeply, but can't bring himself to admit it. By evening, when Jiangshui Xiaoxia lit up, Ming Zhuo finally arrived. Old Madam Ming looked at him with concern. You've lost quite a bit of weight from this trip. Ming Zhuo chuckled. You say that every time you see me. Next time, I might as well turn into a skeleton. Her pent-up emotions dissipated instantly, and she playfully smacked his arm. You only know how to tease me. Lin Shuyu chimed in. Yes, cousin is working hard. I'd like to lose weight, but can't. Ming Zhuo retorted. If you skip 2 classes a day, you'd lose weight. Lin Shuyu fell silent, quickly diverting the conversation before old Madam Ming could inquire further. This week, she had been out late every night, hardly attending her morning classes. After dinner, knowing Ming Zhuo had not been home since landing, old Madam Ming urged him to rest. Lin Shuyu left with him, jogging to keep pace. Cousin, how are things with Wen Tan? Ming Zhuo maintained a neutral expression. What do you mean by how are things? You've returned. Surely you've established your relationship by now? Are you okay? If not, I can help you. Ming Zhuo turned to her, seeing her eager expression. He pushed her away gently, resting his hand on her forehead. First, take care of your own matters. Lin Shuyu felt a wave of anxiety at the thought of confessing to Wen Tan that Ming Zhuo was her cousin. Initially, she had missed her chance, and it had only become more difficult to speak of. She muttered softly, If she finds out I've been lying to her all this time, she'll cut ties with me. Ming Zhuo strolled ahead, one hand in his pants pocket. Then that is not so bad. Lin Shuyu pouted and followed him, suddenly serious. Cousin, please treat Wen Tan better. A few years ago, she was constantly harassed and threatened by fans of Meng Chainan. She suffered from depression multiple times, and it was only after the contract was terminated that she started to feel better. Ming Zhuo paused. Did she not report it? She replied. Her company advised against it, saying those fans were young and it wouldn't be effective. Plus, making it a big deal would be embarrassing. And her boyfriend? Ming Zhuo inquired. Lin Shuyu realized, oh, you mean Meng Chainan? He's quite selfish. He only ever used Wen Tan without any genuine feelings. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ming Zhuo said no more. As they exited Jiangshui Xiaoxia, Lin Shuyu waved goodbye. Cousin, see you. Ming Zhuo lazily responded and got into the car. He watched as Lin Shuyu's vehicle slowly drove away, rolling down the window to light a cigarette. Ming Zhuo glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, lost in thought. As memories flooded back, the winds of the prairie howled. Wen Tan had just urged him to forget the events that had transpired here, and in the next moment, she had kissed him. Her hair danced in the wind, brushing against his face. Wen Tan's eyelashes fluttered, glistening with unshed tears. Moments later, she stepped back, still holding onto his sleeve, and spoke with discomfort. "Mr. Ming, I feel nauseous." It was the first time in 30 years that Ming Zhuo found himself laughing in anger. Wen Tan seemed unable to hold it in any longer, racing to a nearby open space to bend over and retch several times. She hadn't eaten much for dinner, and her stomach was mostly filled with rice wine. The bumpy ride on horseback had set her stomach churning. After she had emptied her stomach, Ming Zhuo handed her the water bag from his horse. Wen Tan took it, her voice barely audible. "Thank you." Ming Zhuo asked gently. "Do you feel better now?" Wen Tan rinsed her mouth. "Much better. Let's head back." Leading the horse ahead, Ming Zhuo walked while Wen Tan trailed a respectful distance behind. The journey took over an hour. Upon returning to the inn, Ming Zhuo went to the stable while Wen Tan ascended to the second floor alone. Having not slept all night, Ming Zhuo hung the bracelet on Wen Tan's door handle as he departed. On the way to the airport, Zhu asked him, "Do you like Miss Lin?" Ming Zhuo did not answer, but he had already found the answer within himself. Even though he knew she had initially approached him merely to extricate herself from her previous relationship, and aware that she considered their recent interactions merely a fleeting romance. Chapter 42, Discontent. The journey from Suosong village to Linji city takes about 2 hours. At night, visibility decreases, prolonging the trip. The round trip would take at least 5 hours. During the day, they also visited Pai Town. The following morning, it was once again an early rise to the base camp. Wen Tan lay on the wrought tan table of the balcony, her eyes blurred by tears unbeknownst to her. She gazed at the bracelet before her, weeping even harder. Below, Zhuo observed her shuddering silhouette and murmured, "Should I not have told Miss Lin that those shoes were bought by Brother Ming when he drove to the city?" Zhu nodded. "Mind your own business." Zhuo replied, "But she likes Brother Ming, and he likes her too. I don't understand." Children, of course, do not grasp such complexities. After Zhu spoke, she busied herself with her own matters. Zhuo clicked her tongue in confusion. If they liked each other, why not simply be together? By evening, Wen Tan had calmed her emotions and greeted Zhuo normally. Zhuo asked, "Miss Lin, there's a bonfire party tonight. Shall we go together?" Wen Tan chuckled and shook her head. "I want to go. You all enjoy yourselves. Come on, you had so much fun last time. You go ahead. I'll join later." Wen Tan sat quietly in the dining area, eating her meal. Before long, Xiang Dong and Qin Wanwan descended, presumably to attend the bonfire party. Xiang Dong vit Wen Tan, while Qin Wanwan stood still and said to him, "You go ahead. I have something to ask Miss Lin." Xiang Dong, thinking it was merely a topic for girls, left cheerfully. Qin Wanwan took a seat opposite Wen Tan and opened with an ambiguous inquiry. "Miss Lin, has your cold improved?" Upon hearing this, Wen Tan understood that Qin Wanwan had already recognized her. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "Yes, thank you for your concern. I heard from Xiang Dong that Ming Zhuo left. Did you two have a quarrel?" This seemed unrelated to Qin Wanwan. Qin Wanwan smiled. "I just happened to see Ming Zhuo yesterday and chatted with him for a bit." Wen Tan remarked, "Miss Qin, you certainly have a unique way of expressing that you knocked on his door." Qin Wanwan's expression shifted slightly. "Did he tell you?" Wen Tan smirked, responding with 2 words, "Guess." Without waiting for Qin Wanwan to say more, Wen Tan stood and returned to her room. Outside, the bonfire party had already commenced. Wen Tan stood on the balcony, watching from a distance. It seemed this was where she truly belonged, away from the crowd. No matter where she went, she was always alone. This was her norm. The following morning, Wen Tan rose early, just as she had on her first day, to watch the sunrise outside. She was unaware of how long she had sat there, only knowing the sky had brightened and sunlight enveloped the entire Suosong village. Suddenly, Zhuo called from below, "Miss Lin, breakfast is almost ready." Wen Tan moved her stiff limbs and replied, "Okay, I'm coming." After breakfast, Wen Tan went to the stable, where Zhu was feeding the horses. "Good morning, Miss Lin," Zhu greeted. "Good morning. You have the ticket for tomorrow, right?" Wen Tan nodded gently, "Yes." "Can we leave at 6? "That works." Zhu, with her back to Wen Tan, continued feeding the horses. "Are you here for Ming Zhuo?" Wen Tan paused, remaining silent, indicating her agreement. "He comes here every year. When the weather is good, I accompany him to climb the snow peaks. However, we can only reach the point the climbing team did 10 years ago." After finishing with the horses, she asked Wen Tan, "Do you know why he comes here every year?" Wen Tan shook her head, "No." Zhu continued, 10 years ago, I was the guide for that climbing team, and Ming Zhuo's brother was among them. They encountered an avalanche, and his brother died." Wen Tan was taken aback, recalling what the artisan had said about the young man who perished at only 18. "So, it was Ming Zhuo's brother," Zhu added. We all wish Ming Zhuo wouldn't come back. His continued visits indicate he is yet to move on. He was supposed to leave that day, but upon seeing you, he stayed. Wen Tan withdrew her thoughts, murmuring, "Are you suggesting I should persuade him? He likes you, which is a positive sign. It means his heart has begun to open." Wen Tan chuckled. "He probably dislikes me now." Remembering her own contradictory words from the previous day on the prairie, she felt rather foolish. Ming Zhuo had shown considerable gentlemanly conduct by not leaving her alone. Kazhu said nothing further, nodding respectfully before departing. Following her recollection from the previous evening, Wen Tan walked along the path, and after a considerable time, her view finally opened up. The vast prairie reappeared before her, but unlike the starry night, the verdant grasslands stretched out like an ocean. Wen Tan found a spot to sit, watching the sunset gradually descend. She took out her phone, dialed a number, and tentatively spoke. "Mr. Zhuo, may I terminate my contract?" Zhou Jiguang responded. "You should be taking medication for that illness of yours instead of going mad here." Wen Tan replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhou." After a brief pause, he continued, "Have you gone to Nanjibarwa?" "Yes." "Have you seen Ming Zhuo?" Wen Tan asked in confusion. "How does Mr. Zhou know?" Zhou Jiguang scoffed. "I saw him liking your post." Wen Tan had not noticed this. Since posting, many had liked it, and she hadn't checked to see who they were. Zhou Jiguang remarked, "People go to Tibet to cleanse their souls, but you seem to have muddied yours further." Mr. Zhou, decades ago, was akin to a slave master dividing lovers, destined to be submerged. "Stop with the nonsense. This is your own choice." Listening to the wind around her, Wen Tan slowly put her phone away. Reflecting on Zhou Jiguang's words, she opened her social media to find Ming Zhuo's like was among the first, likely shortly after she posted. As she gazed at her chat history with Ming Zhuo, her eyelashes fluttered slightly. After a moment, she rose, brushing the grass off her skirt, and retraced her steps. Just a few paces into her return, she felt as though the sunset had gathered above her head. Instinctively, she turned back and saw the complete silhouette of Namjigbarwa for the first time in ages, its peak shrouded in a warm golden glow of the sunset. This was likely the legendary Golden Mountain at sunrise. Wen Tan halted, refraining from taking out her phone to capture the moment. She simply wished to etch this scene into her memory. Indeed, she had been quite fortunate on this trip, arriving to see Namjigbarwa and witnessing the Golden Mountain before departing. And she had encountered Ming Zhuo here. Chapter 43. Management. Wen Tan felt that witnessing the Golden Mountain was indeed a significant stroke of luck, yet by the following evening, her fortune seemed to have turned. Had she known that Xiang Dong and Qin Wanwan were departing on the same day, she would have preferred to stay a couple more days. Just as Kazhu helped Wen Tan bring her luggage downstairs, Xiang Dong raised his hand to greet her. "Miss Lin." "What a coincidence." Wen Tan smiled back. "It is quite a coincidence." Once in the car, Wen Tan sat in the front passenger seat, donned her mask, and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing no one speaking, Xiang Dong settled back quietly in his seat. As daylight gradually brightened outside, Wen Tan opened her eyes. Upon arriving at the airport, Kazhu assisted them in unloading their luggage, saying, "We welcome you to visit again." Xiang Dong bumped shoulders with him. "Thanks, brother. I'll definitely return." Wen Tan inclined her head slightly. "Thank you." Kazhu waved goodbye and turned to leave. While checking in their luggage, Xiang Dong seemed to want to express gratitude for their assistance the other day, and he placed Wen Tan's luggage on the conveyor belt. Wen Tan thanked him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xiang Dong said, "Miss Lin, you don't need to be so polite. Feel free to ask me for anything." Qin Wanwan, wearing sunglasses, stood quietly beside them, her demeanor considerably more reserved than in previous days. After passing through security, Xiang Dong said to Wanwan, "Baby, go take a look. Buy whatever you like, we'll get it all." Qin Wanwan scoffed. What could possibly be in this shabby little place? Xiang Dong, linking arms with her, replied, "Let us take a stroll. Who knows, you might find something you like." He then turned to Wen Tan. "Miss Lin, why don't you join us?" Wen Tan responded, "I'll rest for a while. You two go ahead." An hour and a half later, check-in commenced. Wen Tan found her seat, donned her eye mask, and prepared to sleep. Just a few minutes before the cabin door closed, Xiang Dong entered with Qin Wanwan. Their seats were conveniently located just across the aisle from Wen Tan. As Wen Tan drifted in and out of slumber, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. "Miss Lin?" came Xiang Dong's voice. Wen Tan removed her eye mask. "What is it?" He handed her a large Chanel bag, saying, "This is for you, Miss Lin. Thank you for your help with Ming Zhuo." Wen Tan was momentarily stunned. "There's no need." Xiang Dong placed the bag at her feet. "Please accept it. Wanwan reminded me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought to bring you a gift. By the way, there are also some things from Ming Zhuo in there. Could you please pass them on? Qin Wanwan sat there, still wearing sunglasses, concealing her expression. If Wen Tan's intuition served her right, this was likely a form of hush money. Xiang Dong was indeed affluent. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually gift Chanel bags. Regardless of how many affairs Qin Wanwan was involved in, she certainly didn't wish to part with this golden opportunity. Wen Tan chose not to engage in a back and forth with him on the plane. She nodded and thanked him before resuming her slumber. Observing this, Qin Wanwan let out a soft scoff. 4 hours later, the plane landed at Jiangqing International Airport. After retrieving her luggage, Wen Tan placed the bag she received from Xiang Dong into his overhead compartment, stating, "I really didn't help you much. There's no need for such courtesy. It's merely serendipitous to meet while traveling." With that, she nodded to Xiang Dong and took her leave with her luggage. Xiang Dong stood there, momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Qin Wanwan, who crossed her arms, her lips pursed. Upon returning home, Wen Tan collapsed onto the sofa, relishing the comfort. After a while, the door swung open, revealing Wenwan, who entered with a bouquet of freshly bought flowers and exclaimed joyfully, "Sister Wen Tan, you're back." Wen Tan sat up slightly. "Didn't I tell you to rest at home?" Wenwan replied, "I thought you would return today, so I came to tidy up a bit." She set down her belongings, approached Wen Tan, and shared a WeChat contact card, saying, "By the way, this is your new agent, Sister Sue. Contact her when you get back." Wen Tan paused. "Is it Su Qiu?" Wenwan nodded. "Yes, that's her. Do you know her?" Wen Tan remarked, "Apart from you, I doubt anyone is unfamiliar with her." Su Qiu was a renowned agent at Huanyu Entertainment, having nurtured numerous top-tier talents, including several best actors and actresses. The disaster film she was currently working on was tailored specifically for Ji Hui, whom Huanyu was keen on promoting toward a leading role. After adding her contact, Wen Tan waited about 10 minutes for Su Qiu to respond. Just as she was about to send a greeting, a message from Su Qiu popped up. "Su Qiu, Wen Tan." Wen Tan, "Yes, hello, Sister Sue." "Su Qiu, I happen to have time tonight. Let us meet and discuss." After confirming the meeting location with Su Qiu, Wen's voice chimed in, "Sister Wen Tan, should I put away these shoes for you?" She dashed over and took the shoes into her arms. Wen Tan replied, "I'll handle that. You take care of the rest." The pair of hiking shoes was spotless and carefully wrapped in plastic, having journeyed all the way from Suosong village back to Jiangqing. Wen Tan retrieved a colorful woven bag from her suitcase, confirming its contents before saying, "These are your gifts." Another package was meant for Lin Chuyu. Wen's eyes sparkled. "I have gifts too." Wen Tan responded, "They're just trinkets. See if you like them." Wen opened the woven bag, revealing an array of ethnic-style handicrafts and ornaments. "I like them. As long as it's a gift, I love it. And these are all so beautiful." Wen Tan smiled. "I'll take a quick shower. Then I need to meet Su Qiu." After entering her bedroom, she carefully placed the shoes at the very bottom of her closet. Su Qiu, at the age of 40, was known for her decisive and assertive work ethic, embodying the quintessential image of a career-driven woman. She had mentored numerous A-list celebrities, including both best actors and actresses, and possessed a wealth of top-tier connections and fashion resources. Previously, other companies had attempted to lure her away with lucrative offers, yet none succeeded. Since then, rumors circulated in the industry that Su Qiu was Zhou Jiguang's aunt. Such speculative gossip found believers as well as skeptics. Wen Tan simply felt that whether true or not, it did not diminish Su Qiu's capabilities. When Wen Tan and Wenwan arrived at the private room, Su Qiu was already waiting. "Sister Su, I apologize for my tardiness." Wen Tan said. Su Qiu nodded in acknowledgement. "No problem. I arrived early." She added, "Just call me Qiu Jia." Wen Tan gently nodded. "Qiu Jia." Wenwan echoed the salutation. Once seated, Su Qiu remarked, "I've reviewed your previous works. Your acting is commendable, yet they are all company productions. Why haven't you taken on any external projects?" Wen Tan candidly replied, "The company said my image must be maintained and that I shouldn't accept roles that could damage it. I did have opportunities in other productions, but due to my relationship with Meng Chunin, it was all derailed." Su Qiu acknowledged this, reminding her, "Zhou Zong should have mentioned that once you join the company, romantic relationships are off limits." Chapter 44. Choices in the entertainment industry. Countless artists have faced career collapse due to romantic entanglements. The fortunate ones might only experience a dip in popularity, and if they ride out the storm, they can rebound if they encounter good projects. However, for those less fortunate, their careers may dwindle progressively. Moreover, scandals involving infidelity, exploitation of fans, casual encounters, or solicitation can lead to moral and legal repercussions, effectively resulting in a soft ban. Typically, contracts signed by artists include clauses prohibiting romantic relationships during the contract period. However, as long as the aforementioned situations are avoided and private relationships remain discreet or yield minimal fan backlash, companies tend to overlook such matters. Wen Tan's situation was unique. Her career had stagnated for nearly 3 years due to her relationship with Ming Zhuo. Huanyu Entertainment took a gamble by signing her, determined not to allow her to regress or tarnish their reputation. Possibly influenced by Zhou Jiguang's personal motives, the clause prohibiting relationships was a non-negotiable requirement for her. Wen Tan nodded. He did mention it. On the day she visited Huanyu Entertainment to speak with Zhou Jiguang, he had told her that to join Huanyu, she must choose between her personal life and her career. Ultimately, Wen Tan chose the latter. She bid farewell to Ming Zhuo at the Research Institute and initially intended to say goodbye to her past in Nangabawa, returning with the resolve to forego love and dedicate herself to her work, embracing it as her partner. Little did she know, fate had a different plan in store. Su Qiu continued, "What are your boundaries?" When Tan hesitated, Su Qiu, sipping her water, maintained a composed demeanor. Your previous company likely refrained from allowing you to shoot any provocative scenes to uphold your image. However, film and television differ significantly. The artistry of cinematography is paramount. If you resist shedding your current image, it will be challenging to garner awards. Wen Tan lightly pressed her lips together. As long as the scenes and narrative are justified, I can accept a range of intimacy. However, Su Qiu chuckled, sensing her concern. Sister, we are making a film, not an adult one. Su Qiu produced a script from her bag. This is a spy film currently in production, titled Long Wind. Their essay role for a dancer that has unexpectedly opened up, and I've recommended you to the director. Would you be interested? Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Tan nodded eagerly. Absolutely. She has long desired to challenge herself with diverse roles. Su Qiu remarked, this film primarily revolves around the male protagonist infiltrating the enemy camp to steal intelligence, leading to a successful transmission of that information. Throughout this journey, he interacts with several women, yet the female roles are rather limited. Thus, it is up to the actress to seize the opportunity and shine. She continued, if you feel ready, you can join the crew the day after tomorrow. I hope you won't disappoint me by being rejected after the first scene. After Su Qiu departed, Wen Tan quietly commented, Sister Wen Tan, I have a feeling you're about to rise in prominence. Wen Tan replied. Believing she was skeptical, Wen Tan hurriedly insisted. I truly believe that Huanyu Entertainment signed you to placate Ming Zhuo, and since you had a falling out with them, I thought they wouldn't even let you film, leaving you hanging until you couldn't bear it and opted for a contract termination. I never expected they were genuinely planning for you, and even cast you in movie. Wen Tan stood up, patted Wen Tan's shoulder, and resignedly said, let's go. Upon returning home, Wen Tan devoted an entire night to reading the script. The character of the dancer, sold to the bustling city by her family since childhood, must navigate the treacherous waters of affluent society to survive. She possesses something vital to the male lead and agrees to collaborate, but only if he promises to take her away. Ultimately, when faced with the temptations of high-ranking Japanese officials, she unhesitatingly betrays him, successfully boarding a ship to Hong Kong. Although this was part of their prearranged deception, her betrayal must evoke a detestable emotion, requiring her to portray the character's inner complexity. After finishing the script, Wen Tan sought similar films for inspiration, losing track of time until dawn broke. Her phone vibrated fervently, and after rummaging through her belongings, she finally located it. The call was from Lin Shuyu. Have you returned, darling? Wen Tan pinched the bridge of her nose, replying yes. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Sounds good, she affirmed, planning to give her the gift she had brought back. They arranged to enjoy hot pot together. As Wen Tan pushed open the private room door, she spotted Lin Shuyu waving enthusiastically. Approaching her, Wen Tan teased, did you win the lottery or something? Lin Shuyu pulled out a chair for her, exclaiming, no, I'm just happier to see you than winning the lottery. Wen Tan chuckled, handing her the bag. I brought you something. Lin Shuyu eagerly accepted it and then turned to retrieve a large paper bag from the side. Perfect timing. I also have a gift for you. Wen Tan stared at the Hermes bag, pausing for a moment. What have you done that requires such a hefty gift? Lin Shuyu clung to her arm. I accidentally let it slip to Teacher Ming that you still have feelings for him. This is my apology gift. That incident has long passed. There's no need for such a grand gesture, Wen Tan remarked. Lin Chuyu pouted. Please accept it. I want to give it to you. I haven't slept well these past few nights. Only if you accept it can I sleep peacefully. Although Wen Tan had not given the matter much thought. Seeing Lin Chuyu's earnestness, she decided to accept the gift, planning to return the favor at a later date. All right then, I want to be polite. Lin Chuyu's face instantly lit up with a smile. Good sisters. Halfway through the meal, she couldn't help but ask, what is going on between you and Teacher Ming? Just as Wen Tan dipped 2 slices of beef into the pot, she replied calmly, There's nothing. It's all over. You ended things before they even started? Wen Tan gently nodded. Isn't that how fleeting romances go? You enjoy the moment, and once the journey ends, you return to normal life. Lin Chuyu felt she had instilled a misguided notion in Wen Tan. Clear her throat, she tentatively suggested, How about I introduce you to my cousin? He's quite handsome. Similar to Teacher Ming, definitely your type. No way. I couldn't possibly face your cousin, Wen Tan retorted. Besides, I'm about to join the crew, and my focus will be entirely on work from now on. Chapter 45. Autograph photo at the Geological Research Institute. Chen Yinzhou was nearly overwhelmed as he prepared a birthday gift for Shirya. He had already given her the usual gifts for holidays and special occasions. And since this marked their 3rd anniversary, he wished to present something truly unique. Just then, he spotted Ming Zhuo entering the office and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Teacher Ming, I need your help. Ming Zhuo placed the documents on his desk. Even with 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to save you. This is serious. My girlfriend's birthday is coming up, and if I fail to surprise her with a satisfactory gift, I'll be in deep trouble. I have no advice to offer. Chen Yinzhou quickly spun his chair to face him, eagerly proposing, You know Wen Tan, right? My girlfriend is a fan of hers. If you could help me get an autograph photo, it would save my life. Ming Zhuo sat down, his expression devoid of emotion. I can't do that. Chen Yinzhou's face fell. Then I'm done for. I was planning to propose if her birthday went well. You know how hard it is to find a girlfriend in our line of work, and marriage is even more challenging. I'm so busy that I hardly have time for her. If she dumps me, I'll be single for life. Ming Zhuo rubbed his temples in irritation as Chen Yinzhou's dramatic lamentations grew louder. Shut up. I'll ask, Ming Zhuo finally interjected. Instantly, the room fell silent. He picked up his phone, his dark eyes reflecting a hint of annoyance. At the hot pot restaurant, Lin Chuyu had just bitten into a beef ball when her phone buzzed. She casually picked it up, and upon seeing the message, her eyes widened in shock. Wen Tan noticed and asked what is wrong. Lin Chuyu spat out the hot beef ball, articulating clearly, Teacher Ming asked me to get an autograph photo of you. Her voice trailed off mid-sentence. Wen Tan blinked in surprise. An autograph photo? Lin Chuyu awkwardly retracted her statement. He said not to let you know it was his request. On Lin Chuyu's phone, 2 messages lay silently. Ming Zhuo, help me get an autograph photo of Wen Tan. Ming Zhuo, don't tell her it's for me. Lin Chuyu quietly set her phone down, pretending to eat. After a moment, Wen Tan remarked, I'll bring one back for you tonight. Lin Chuyu mumbled, I can only give it to him during next week's elective class. If he asks asking, it might be urgent. We shouldn't delay. Autograph photos are usually given as gifts, Wen Tan thought, assuming he might be requesting it for someone else. She chose not to comment further, sipping her water instead. Later that evening, Wen Tan retrieved a stack of photographs from her drawer, selected the 2 she liked best, signed them, and placed them in an envelope before heading out. Seeing her, Wen Tan's friend asked, Sister Wen Tan, where are you off to so late? Wen Tan grabbed her car keys. You go ahead and sleep. I'll be back shortly. She drove straight to the Geological Research Institute, intending to hand the envelope to the security guard. Hello. Could you please give this to Ming Zhuo tomorrow? Before the guard could respond, he glanced behind her. Isn't Teacher Ming right here? Wen Tan paused, slowly turning around. Ming Zhuo had just emerged, looking cool and aloof in a white shirt and black trousers, distinctly different from his appearance in Suosong Village. He regarded her. Is there something you need? Wen Tan slowly extended the envelope in her hand, whispering, I will be joining the crew tomorrow. I was concerned that Teacher Ming might have something urgent, so I brought it to you in advance. Ming Zhu's expression remained largely unchanged as he reached out to accept it. Thank you. You're welcome. Teacher Ming has also helped me a great deal, she replied. By the way, at the airport, Xiang Dong and the others gave me gifts, including one from Teacher Ming, but I didn't accept it. She was aware that Ming Zhu would likely have no interest in it either, so she returned everything without much thought at the time. Ming Zhu asked indifferently, Who is Xiang Dong? Wen Tan was taken aback by his quick forgetfulness. Yes, the couple who went to the base camp with us that day. What base camp? I don't remember. Wen Tan was momentarily speechless. She suddenly recalled a previous night when she had asked Ming Zhuo if he could forget everything upon his return. It seemed he had indeed kept his word, having forgotten everything entirely. Unsure of what else to say, she fell silent. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Teacher Ming. With that, she turned it apart. Ming Zhuo watched her retreating figure and suddenly spoke. Did you drive here? Wen Tan turned back, nodding lightly yes. Ming Zhuo took a couple of steps forward, his tone unhurried. Would you mind giving me a lift? Wen Tan did not refuse, nor did she have a reason to. Ming Zhuo had been her driver for so many days at Nanga Parbat, treating her to meals, buying her things, and taking her on boat rides and hikes. She still owed him a debt of gratitude. Of course, she replied. Once inside the car, Wen Tan unconsciously tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Where do you live? Teacher Ming? Ming Zhuo glanced down at his phone. Just drive toward your home first. I'll let you know if we need to turn. Assuming he had work to attend to, Wen Tan refrained from disturbing him. All right. Throughout the journey, she drove slowly, wary of missing any turns. When they were stopped at a red light, she discreetly glanced at the screen Ming Zhuo was focused on, filled with dense data that she could not comprehend. After a considerable time, she couldn't help but speak up. Teacher Ming, I'm almost home. Only then did Ming Zhuo lift his gaze, pull over. Wen Tan bit her lip and parked the car by the roadside. Teacher Ming. Ming Zhuo unbuckled his seatbelt. Get some rest. I'm leaving. Wen Tan held back the words she wanted to say, watching him exit the vehicle, feeling an indescribable sensation in her heart. She felt like a love fraud, deserving of punishment. Ming Zhuo stood by the roadside, waiting until Wen Tan's car slowly drove away before picking up his phone again, chuckling softly at the useless data he had stumbled upon. He raised his hand to hail a cab. Upon returning home, Wen Tan sent a message to Lin Chuyu, assuring her that the signed photo had been delivered to Ming Zhuo, so she need not worry. Lin Chuyu replied, Oh my gosh, I just got out of the bath. You're so proactive. Wen Tan smiled as she began to pack her belongings. This filming was set in a film base several hundred kilometers away from Jiangcheng, and if all went smoothly, her scenes could be wrapped up in half a month. If things dragged on, it would take nearly a month. Meanwhile, Lin Chuyu directly called her cousin. Hey cousin, did Wen Tan personally give you the signed photo? Ming Zhuo was still in the taxi, responding lazily, mind your own business. This time I can't be blamed. When you messaged me, I was having dinner with Wen Tan, and I told her about it before I saw your message asking me not to tell her. Lin Chuyu sighed again, but you truly have no hope. I initially thought she was just sad and thus not interested in you. Under such circumstances, with some effort, you might have had a chance of reconciliation. But now she is entirely focused on her career. Men will only hinder her. Chapter 46. Training. Ming Zhuo held his phone, replying with a subtle acknowledging her words. Lin Chuyu sighed for him. See, this is the consequence of not cherishing your opportunities. The chances are held by a select few, and once missed, one can only live with regret. It seems you've been taking your philosophy class seriously. Goodbye, cousin. Ming Zhuo gazed out the window, his dark eyes quiet, lost in thought. When Ming Zhuo arrived at the office the next day, he found an envelope on his desk. Yawning, he opened it. What is this? The exclamation was infused with various tones of excitement. Ming Zhuo was almost ready to leap out of his seat, nearly rushing over to hug Ming Zhuo. Teacher Ming, your efficiency is astounding. I thought it would take at least 2 days. Ming Zhuo's demeanor remained unchanged. As long as the matter is resolved, focus on your work. Ming Zhuo nodded enthusiastically, but then paused. Why are there 2? Teacher Ming must have quite the influence. My girlfriend will surely be thrilled. Ming Zhuo paused for a moment, lifting his gaze slightly. One is mine. Huh. Ming Zhuo stood up, taking the paper from his hands, and firmly stated, back to work. Ming Zhuo sat down, delighted, realizing the surprise for his birthday was secure now. On her first day on set, Wen Tan was accompanied by Su Qiu. The director of Changfeng was Guishu, a renowned figure in the industry at 60, known for his numerous award-winning spy films. Directors of his caliber often possess an aloof personality, maintaining high standards for both actors and the camera. Su Qiu approached Guishu with a bright smile. Director Guo. This is Wen Tan, whom I mentioned. Wen Tan nodded in greeting. Hello, Director Guo. Guishu merely glanced at her before continuing with his intercom. Let us run that scene again, and the lighting team should stay put. Once he finished the arrangements, he turned to Wen Tan. You look decent. Go change in a costume and get styled. I want to see how it turns out. Guishu's assistant beckoned Wen Tan to follow her. Wen Tan nodded and left with her. Once they were out of earshot, Guoshu remarked to Su Qiu. I've seen her profile. She has only done low-budget web dramas and hasn't even appeared in a satellite television series. Why are you trying to push her into my project? The entertainment industry often exhibits a hierarchy of disdain. Theater actors look down on film actors disdain television actors, and television actors scoff at web drama performers. Most aspire to ascend the ladder. Su Qiu maintained her smile. Don't you think she has great bone structure, perfect for the big screen? There are many with good bone structure, but they still need to have acting skills. Let us give her a chance. Since we signed her on, we can't undermine our own reputation. Regarding the recent uproar about Ming Zhuo and Huanyu Entertainment's contract termination, it's hard not to be aware of it. Guoshu replied, fine, let us see how she performs. If she shows potential, I'll help coach her. If she is truly lacking, there's little I can do. After changing into a sleeveless Chong Sam, Wen Tan sat before the mirror. The makeup artist finished her makeup and began styling her hair. When Su Qiu arrived, the makeup was mostly complete. Wen Tan, noticing her, quickly stood up, Sister Qiu. Su Qiu glanced at Wen Tan before asking, what do you think? I think she looks so beautiful. I can hardly recognize her as Wen Tan. The reflection in the mirror revealed Wen Tan with smoky eye makeup, bright red lips, and vintage curls, a look she had never tried before. Su Qiu remarked, an actor must possess versatility. One should embody the role rather than be confined to the repetitive characters and images they've portrayed before, which blend together and leave the audience confused. But I can distinguish them. Every different role Wen Tan plays strives to look unique. Su Qiu chuckled, what does striving matter? Those who like you will praise even the worst performance. Those who dislike you won't care about the details. Wen Tan nodded slowly, finding her reasoning sound. Soon, her hair was also styled perfectly. She draped the shawl given to her by the makeup artist over her shoulders. At that moment, Guoshu entered the room. He looked at Wen Tan and gestured towards Wen, saying, you should treat him as a high-ranking Japanese officer and enact a scene where you seduce her. Wen was taken aback. Me? I can't do it. I just want to laugh when I make eye contact with someone. Guoshu replied, I didn't ask you to act. Just sit there. This undoubtedly posed a greater challenge for Wen Tan. Not only would there be the awkwardness of making eye contact with someone familiar, but Wen was a complete novice and might inadvertently disrupt Wen Tan's performance with her laughter. Wen Tan nodded, all right. She was an actress. If she couldn't even manage this, it would be tantamount to sabotaging her career. This was an audition, and there was little time for preparation. Retreating to the doorway, Wen Tan took a few deep breaths before adjusting the shawl to reveal her shoulders. Guoshu, seated nearby, called out, 3, 2, 1, action. A smile instantly blossomed on Wen Tan's face as she swayed her hips and walked in, exclaiming, oh, Commander, why didn't you inform me of your arrival in advance? As she spoke, she placed her hand on Wen's shoulder, teasingly rubbing it a couple of times. Wen seemed to feel a bit ticklish and instinctively shrank back, struggling to suppress a laugh. Wen Tan quickly turned sideways, leaning into her embrace, her slender brows furrowed and her eyes shimmering with emotion. Commander, do you dislike Xiao Dai? Wen está it? No. Not all. Wen Tan smiled, extending her finger to playfully lift Wen's chin. How about Xiao Dai sings for you? Aren't you the one who loves to hear me sing, Wen? Will you come again the most? After humming a few lines, she stood up, poured a cup of tea, and softly gazed at her. Commander, does it sound good? All right, cut. Guoshu stood up, scratching his brow. Wen Tan thought her performance had fallen short. Glancing nervously at Su Qiu, holding her breath. Su Qiu offered her a reassuring glance. Guoshu turned to his assistant, instructing, fetch the screenwriter. We need to revise the script. Wen Tan's portrayal of Xiao Dai was not merely one of flattery. It embodied a resilience and pride born from being thrust into such a predicament, forced to yield while secretly resisting, striving to escape her reality. This made her decision to betray the male lead significantly more comprehensible. From the moment Guoshu laid eyes on her entrance, he felt that the character's background and setting could be further enriched. Once the assistant departed, Guoshu remarked to Wen Tan, well performed. A smile unconsciously lifted on Wen Tan's face, and her previously tense heart relaxed. Clearing his throat, Guoshu, adhering to his principle of offering a sweet compliment followed by constructive criticism, added, but don't celebrate too soon. While your adaptability is commendable, your movements lack the seductiveness befitting a seasoned courtesan. You need to practice more. After Su Qiu organized the crew's affairs, she left for home that very night. Wen Tan and Wen checked into the hotel arranged by the production team. Just as Wen Tan was about to remove her makeup, Wen exclaimed, "Sister Wen Tan, your performance was fantastic." Previously worried about breaking into laughter, she found that when she made eye contact with Wen Tan, she felt as if she were interacting with an entirely different person. The emotion reflected in Wen Tan's eyes was so compelling that it irresistibly drew her in. In that moment, it felt as though if Wen Tan were the enchanting Daji, she would willingly become the tyrant Zhou. Wen Tan removed her earrings and chuckled. "All right, I'll raise your salary tomorrow. I'm not buttering you up. I'm being sincere." Wen Tan's previous roles had been so homogeneous that there was little room for expression. At the filming site, Wen felt it was merely business as usual. However, perhaps witnessing Wen Tan's distinct performance today, or perhaps due to their close proximity, she felt a refreshing change, sending tingles down her spine. Had Chuangmei Entertainment not restricted her from accepting outside roles and solely assigned her to their low-budget productions, perhaps now GCC Wen T have surpassed her in popularity. Unaware of Wen's myriad thoughts, Wen Tan walked towards the bathroom, saying, "I'm going to take a shower. You should tidy up and get some rest. We have an early makeup call tomorrow." Wen replied, "Okay." While organizing Wen Tan's belongings, she spotted a pair of hiking shoes, exclaiming quietly. In the bathroom, Wen Tan began by removing her eye makeup, followed by her lipstick. Gradually, she watched as her reflection transformed back into her true self. When she donned the attire of Xiao Dai earlier, she experienced a profound resonance of the soul, a sensation she had never felt before, igniting a fervor within her. This opportunity was not only a chance for Wen Tan. She also yearned to discover the limits of her acting prowess. After emerging from the bathroom, she searched for videos related to courtesans, meticulously observing their movements and subtle expressions when conversing with different individuals, practicing repetitively in front of the mirror. By the time filming commenced the next day, all the flaws Guishu had previously pointed out had vanished. Guishu regarded her intently, suddenly comprehending why Huanyu Entertainment had chosen to sign her despite the pressure and entrusted her to Su Chio's guidance. It was uncertain who would secure an award first, Wen Tan or Ji Hui, whom Huanyu now heavily promoted. Zhou Jiguang's business acumen was indeed commendable. The thought of Wen Tan eventually winning the Best Actress award, with his film Chongfeng being her debut, made him realize that his own reputation would significantly rise as her mentor, prompting him to guide her with even greater diligence. Wen Tan did not disappoint. She was quick to grasp corrections. To immerse herself further into the character, she completely disconnected from the internet, dedicating her days to pondering the script or observing others' performances, wholly unaffected by external influences. Wen refrained from informing her that a photo from her recent outing had surfaced online, sparking a wave of controversy. Huanyu Entertainment had not released any news regarding Wen Tan's entry into the group, and the production team had maintained utmost confidentiality. The incident began when two girls, who had taken a photo with Wen Tan at an inn, posted it on social media, which was then picked up by marketing accounts, claiming that after joining Huanyu, she was not assigned any work and was instead being sidelined. Shortly thereafter, others shared photos of their chance encounters with her, commenting, "From afar, she looked somewhat familiar, but I didn't dare to recognize her. I never expected it to actually be Wen Tan." The ensuing comments were equally entertaining. "Haha, this sister thought she could turn her fortunes around by joining Huanyu, only to realize she was merely being used all along. Dream shattered, huh?" I said. Huanyu Entertainment previously disliked Wen Tan. How could they possibly sign her? It turns out they brought her in just to keep her under wraps. Well played. Why is she all alone? She really looks so lonely, like a drowned rat. I almost feel pity for her, haha. To be fair, traveling alone is quite normal. ISNT it? Why does it sound like a punishment in your words? Who goes on vacation alone? Or has Wen Tan's reputation sunk so low that she has no friends left? Who would want to be friends with someone who stabbed her ex-boyfriend in the back? Who knows if she would turn around and betray you too? Serve her right. Some people are really delusional. I frequently travel alone, just decide and go wherever I please. ISNT that the essence of freedom? Meng Shenan's fans are truly unhinged. I'm starting to doubt whether Wen Tan is riding on Meng Shenan's coattails for fame, or if every little thing she does gets her dragged into the trending topics by Meng Shenan's fans. Spot on. The comments above are just a bunch of triggered, delusional fans, envious of Wen Tan's beauty and her connection to her brother. This particular comment was relentlessly pursued and insulted by Meng Shenan's fans for half a month. Amidst the clamor of countless discussions, there were whispers of witnesses who claimed to have seen Wen Tan in the company of a man clad in black. However, Each time they attempted to capture the moment on their phones, the man would deftly position himself to obscure Wen Tan from view, his tall stature ensuring that only his back was visible in the frame. Even if such an image were to surface, it would offer no substantial proof. Absent was Wen Tan's visage, leaving the onlookers with nothing to speculate upon. One had discreetly contacted Su Qiu, inquiring whether it might be prudent to circulate rumors regarding Wen Tan's entry into the film crew. Su Qiu replied, "No need. What purpose would that serve now?" Yet, they continued to mock Wen Tan for her lack of work, chastising her for her plight. Every actor has faced criticism. One must avoid falling into the trap of self-justification. When the time is right, it will be impossible for them to remain oblivious. Su Qiu returned to her post by the monitors, where the disaster film was already in production. Zhou Jiguang lounged behind the director's chair, inquiring, "Wen Tan?" Su Qiu clarified, "No, it's her assistant. I worry about her receiving harsh criticism." Zhou Jiguang chuckled. She has grown accustomed to it by now. Su Qiu recalled something with curiosity. "I once saw photos of Wen Tan amidst rumors. Was the man in those images Ming Zhuo?" Zhou Jiguang responded, "If my eyesight serves me correctly, then yes." Su Qiu posed a question. "Is your reluctance to let Wen Tan date possibly due to the fact that her suitor is Ming Zhuo?" Zhou Jiguang bristled at the mention. "You know how she latched onto Meng Chunin. She is a woman with a heart of a viper, willing to employ any means to achieve her ends. Given Ming Zhuo's fallout with the Ming family over the Ming Jing affair, he cannot afford to fall into her snares." Su Qiu disagreed. "I find her quite likable, and you must have noticed that she lacks a voice in the company. Whether in love or acting, it is always Chuang Mei that takes the lead." Chapter 48. Potential Wen Tan spent 20 days on set, completing all her scenes for Changfo. The male lead, Han Yu, a seasoned actor in his 40s, stood beside Guo, unable to restrain his curiosity. Where did director Guo discover this promising talent? Guo smiled enigmatically. "Do you believe she possesses potential?" "To speak candidly, among the actresses I have worked with, her performance stands out the most." Han Yu, puzzled, remarked, "She is beautiful and her acting is commendable. Why has she not gained recognition before?" Guo mused. "While exceptional horses are often found, a discerning rider is a rarity." He then clapped Han Yu on the shoulder. "Director Guo is indeed a remarkable talent scout." Han Yu lowered his voice. "Just a word of caution. Please don't betray my confidence." Guo shrugged him off. "Away with you. I have no time for such trivialities." Once Han Yu departed, Wen Tan set down her flowers and approached Guo. "Thank you for your guidance during this time. I have learned so much." Guo acknowledged her with a serious demeanor. "Should your future performances falter, do not attribute it to my teachings." Before she could respond, he added, "Do not disappoint me." Wen Tan beamed. "Thank you, Director Guo. I shall strive to excel." These 20 days had been fulfilling for Wen Tan, who relished every moment. While packing her belongings at the hotel, Woman finally broached a question that had been on her mind. "Sister Wen Tan, you brought these shoes, but Haven T worn them. Do you need to take them back?" Wen Tan replied, "Yes, I do." Though Wen didn't understand, she respected her decision. On the ride back, Wen Tan opened her phone and scrolled through recent messages. During filming, she had scarcely checked her device. Su Qiu typically communicated directly with Wen regarding work matters. As she continued to scroll, she found a plethora of unread messages. One from Lin Shuyu, lamenting the exhaustion of classes. Another from Jama, inviting her to receive 2 bottles of freshly brewed rice wine, along with various other miscellaneous notes. Wen Tan reached the end of the list and began to reply one by one. Upon returning to the company, Wen Tan was summoned to Zhou Jiguang's office. He lounged in his chair, toying with a pen. "What is this? You appear quite disheveled. Have you been sent packing?" Wen Tan maintained her composure. "I just wrapped filming. If there is nothing else, I'd like to rest." "Hold on." Zhou Jiguang interjected with a smirk. "You possess quite the audacity, ignoring directives and turning the tables on your superiors. Do you wish to resign?" Wen Tan replied, "Is there something you require, Zhou Zong?" Zhou Jiguang scrutinized her with narrowed eyes. "I have a question for you. Why did you and Meng Chunin part ways?" Wen Tan answered nonchalantly, "I found him displeasing. Thus, I chose to end it. After being together for so long, why now?" Zhou Jiguang assessed her critically. "You give the impression of someone who never cared for him at all." Wen Tan met his gaze, her expression remarkably calm. "Zhou Zong's sudden interest in my personal affairs. Should I interpret that as a sign of your intent to court me?" Zhou Jiguang hesitated, slowly responding, "Your imagination is quite vivid. Why shouldn't I fantasize? I am forbidden from romance, yet I cannot indulge in a little daydreaming about the dashing and affluent Zhou Zong. Zhou Jiguang fell into a prolonged silence. The words he almost spoke transformed into a simple command. Leave. Wen Tan acknowledged and exited swiftly. The netizens had not misled her. Her strategy of disarming her ever-critical boss proved effective. As she reached the door, Zhou Jiguang's voice rang out once more. Ensure to cleanse your mind of those unseemly thoughts before returning tomorrow. Wen Tan turned back, returning to the set. Are you weary and in need of rest? Not at all, Wen Tan clarified. What I mean is I would like to know what my role entails so I can prepare. Zhou Jiguang replied. You merely play a corpse. Just lie there. No script required. Understood, Wen Tan confirmed before departing. Once the office door closed, Zhou Jiguang resumed his focus on the tablet before him, a frown creasing his brow. 3 years prior, when Ming Zhuo publicly declared his relationship with Wen Tan, it coincided with Chuangmei Entertainment's IPO. Whispers circulated within the industry that Ming Zhuo might consider switching to Chuangmei for Wen Tan's sake. Consequently, Huan Yu offered him a greater share of stock to retain him. During their relationship, Chuangmei successfully went public, and Ming Zhuo gained more shares from Huan Yu, while Wen Tan endured 3 years of scorn with little sign of progress in her career. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Jiguang muttered a curse under his breath. Damn. Had he been played since 3 years ago? Upon exiting Zhou Jiguang's office, Wen Tan was about to leave when a voice called out, Miss Lin. It was as though a switch had been flipped. She paused mid-stride and turned. Indeed, Xiang Dong approached with a broad smile, greeting her from afar. Wen Tan regarded him. Forcing a slight smile, Xiang Dong, engaged in the development of new energy vehicles, had come to discuss a potential collaboration with Huan Yu Entertainment. Settling in the waiting area, Xiang Dong began, Miss Lin. Oh no, I should say Miss Wen now. Wen Tan replied, I apologize. When I visited Namjabarwa, I made the reservation under my friend's name. Xiang Dong nodded understandingly. That is perfectly reasonable. As a public figure, it's wise to exercise caution. He then produced his phone, suggesting, how about dinner tonight? I can invite Wan, and you can bring Ming Zhuo. Wen Tan hesitated. Actually, Ming Zhuo and I are not in a romantic relationship. I didn't clarify earlier because I thought it would complicate matters. Xiang Dong appeared surprised. Oh, is that so? I happened to see him just a couple of days ago. Wen Tan paused, gripping her cup, remaining silent. Looking east, Xiang Dong noticed her hesitation and explained, our company is developing a new energy vehicle. Isn't Wen Zhuo studying geology? I had a few questions to consult him about. Wen Tan took a sip of water and nodded slowly. That's great. After chatting for a while, Xiang Dong had other matters to attend to, so he took his leave. It was only after exiting Huan Yu Entertainment that he remembered he had not added Wen Tan's contact information. Thus, he messaged Wen Zhuo, asking if he could share Wen Tan's WeChat with him, as they might discuss potential collaborations in the future. Wen Zhuo replied, Did you meet her? Xiang Dong responded, Yes. She just returned from filming and seems to have lost some weight. Chapter 49. Heartstrings after meeting Xiang Dong. Wen Tan couldn't help but recall the events that transpired in Suosong village. For a while, she had been immersed in Xiao Dai's story and had genuinely not thought of anything else. However, at this moment, it felt as if a dam had burst, and memories flooded back like a torrent. When one, sitting beside her, whispered, Sister Wen Tan, what's wrong? It was then that Wen Tan realized tears had fallen without her noticing. She quickly raised her hand to wipe them away. It's nothing, I just thought of Xiao Dai, and I feel a bit reluctant. When one, innocent and straightforward, simply remarked, I feel the same. Time flies so fast. I hope to see your wonderful performance in the cinemas soon. This unrelated response completely pulled Wen Tan out of her reverie. Upon returning home, Wen began packing her bags again and pointed to her hiking boots, asking, Sister Wen Tan, should I take these? Wen Tan replied, Forget it. Let's leave them behind. That evening, as Wen Tan lay in bed, she flipped through photos on her phone. Among them were several landscape pictures featuring Wen Zhuo. His tall stature and striking profile captivated her, evoking a fluttering sensation in her heart regardless of how many times she gazed at them. The next day, upon arriving at the film set, Wen Tan discovered that this was the disaster film for which Huan Yu Entertainment had invested heavily. The set was filled with lifelike scenes, each meticulously recreated, and the sight of crumbling walls and fissured ground was truly astonishing. The crew led Wen Tan to Su Qiu, who was monitoring the shoot. She turned and said, You're here? Wen Tan nodded in greeting, Sister Qiu. Su Qiu remarked, Director Guo called me yesterday to praise you. It seems he is quite impressed. Guishu was not known for his compliments, particularly not in person, as he believed it could lead to an inflated ego among actors. Yet, after the wrap yesterday, he had spent a full half-hour on the phone with Su Qiu, expressing his admiration for Wen Tan. Wen Tan's maid. It's all thanks to director Gui's guidance. Just as she finished speaking, someone shouted cut, followed by a lively blend of Chinese and foreign languages. For this disaster film, in addition to hiring geological experts from both China and abroad, they had employed dual directors. Due to the scarcity of disaster films in the country, the domestic directors lacked sufficient experience, which is why Zhou Jiguang had to prepare for both contingencies. The two directors often disagreed, arguing in languages the other could not comprehend, creating quite a ruckus. However, they typically managed to reach a satisfactory outcome. Wen Tan found this quite fascinating and turned her gaze in their direction. Don't mind them, Su Qiu said, observing the approaching individuals. Come, let me introduce you. Ji Hui, this is Wen Tan. Wen Tan withdrew her gaze and extended her hand to the dusty man before her. Hello. Ji Hui flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, and wiped his dirty hands on his clothes before shaking hers. Hello. Sorry for the mess. Wen Tan chuckled. It's fine. Su Qiu added, Wen Tan starts shooting tomorrow. And coincidentally, Mr. Zhou will be coming tonight. We'll have dinner together with both directors to get acquainted. Ji Hui raised two fingers and nodded. Sounds good. You all continue chatting. I'll check in on what those two old men are arguing about. After he left, Su Qiu showed Wen Tan around the set, saying, Your role isn't extensive. You'll play Ji Hui's girlfriend, who tragically falls into a fissure and dies while escaping with him. Wen Tan nodded gently. All right. Su Qiu continued. You'll need to shoot without any makeup. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Wen Tan replied. Su Qiu nodded, continuing, For now, don't rush to expose yourself. Take your time to settle in and focus on your acting. I've declined several endorsement and variety show offers that came your way. The most crucial aspect for an actor is to maintain an air of mystery. If you wish to make a striking comeback, you must remain composed. Wen Tan acknowledged. I understand. Thank you, Sister Qiu. I'm in discussions for a lead role in a film, and I should have news once I finish filming here. Su Qiu then turned to her, asking meaningfully, You're okay with playing a couple with Ji Hui, right? Of course, Wen Tan said. Although she had starred in several romantic comedies before, where she had had 5 or 6 on-screen boyfriends, it wasn't too long before Wen Tan understood why Su Qiu had posed that question. As they arrived on the second floor, where the control and directing center was located, she spotted a familiar figure. Wen Zhuo was conversing with a foreign expert, speaking fluent English with a clear and pleasant tone. Wen Tan felt a bit dazed. Hadn't it been said that he would not be involved with the directing team? Su Qiu cleared her throat. Let us go. Wen Tan hurriedly averted her gaze and descended the stairs. After she and Su Qiu left, Wen Zhuo, holding some documents, glanced back. Once they had finished touring the filming location, Su Qiu brought her back to the original spot. All right, you should rest now. Filming begins tomorrow. Your role doesn't have a script. The director will explain the scenes to you during the shoot. Be prepared to come directly. She added, Oh, and remember we're having dinner together tonight. I'll send you the time and place shortly. Wen Tan replied, Okay. As soon as Wen Tan checked into the hotel, she received a call from Lin Chuyu. What are you up to? Going shopping? I just joined the crew, Wen Tan responded. Didn't you just finish filming yesterday? Wen Tan stepped into the elevator. Yes, but today I'm starting with a new crew. Lin Chuyu sounded slightly melancholic. Sister, you're really committed to your career now. I'm happy for you, but also a bit sad for myself. Wen Tan chuckled. It's all right. I won't be filming for long. I'll be back in a few days, and I'll treat you to a meal. All right. I'll wait for you, Lin Chuyu replied. After hanging up, Wen Tan exhaled slowly as she watched the rising numbers in the elevator. Her only wish at that moment was not to share the same floor as Wen Zhuo and avoid any chance encounters. Wen Tan felt that she was not a paragon of virtue who could uphold promises. Her adherence was entirely due to the binding contract, as failing to comply would result in penalties. Humans are not saints, and not encountering Wen Zhuo would allow her to maintain a semblance of rationality. However, should they cross paths daily, who could resist such a lure? Yet, reality continually proved that the more one fears something, the more it manifests. Not long after Wen Tan finished packing in her room, she received a call from Su Qiu, instructing her to come downstairs immediately. Wen had apparently eaten something bad the previous day and was suffering from severe diarrhea, leaving her feeling weak. Wen Tan advised her to take some medicine and rest, telling her not to come along. As Wen Tan exited her room and walked toward the elevator, just as she was about to place her card in her bag. She overheard voices behind her. Wen Tan stiffened slightly. Could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 50. Compatibility. Ming Zhuo was conversing with the film's director, Wen Tan, who was discussing some professional matters with him. He stated that Peter keeps insisting volcanic eruptions happen in an instant, but the flow of lava takes time, and we have more than enough footage for those scenes. Wen Tan aspires to delve into the nuances of human behavior, meticulously portraying each individual's reactions in the face of calamity, along with the manifestations of familial and romantic bonds. Meanwhile, Peter, accustomed to grand international productions, seeks to emphasize the awe-inspiring nature of the scenes. Ming Zhuo, remaining neutral, observes the figures before him and casually remarks, "Why don't you deliberate a bit more?" Just then, the elevator doors slide open. As Wen Tan steps forward, he notices a girl standing still ahead of him and queries, "Come on, young lady, the elevator is here." Wen Tan, feeling a twinge of apprehension, musters her courage to step inside. As Wen Tan and Ming Zhuo enter the elevator in succession, she hesitantly introduces herself. "Hello, director. I am Wen Tan, the new actress joining today." Wen Tan's face brightens with recognition. "Ah, it's you. I know you. You are Ming Zhuo's girlfriend, correct? We are all part of the same circle. Ming Zhuo has acted in a few films, albeit with mixed reviews, yet he has certainly made his mark in the industry. Having met Ming Zhuo multiple times at film festivals and exchanged contact information, Wen Tan is well aware of their relationship. Within the elevator, another gaze lingers. Wen Tan feels a prickling sensation, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stammers. "We have already broken up." The older gentleman, ever inquisitive, probes why the breakup. Was there an argument? Wen Tan is left regretting her timing, wishing she had lingered in her room just 2 minutes longer. What sins had she committed in her lifetime to warrant such divine retribution? Just as she grapples with how to respond, a cool, detached voice interjects, "What kind of effect do you desire for the tsunami scene?" This inquiry captivates Wen Tan's attention entirely, prompting him to enthusiastically expound upon his vision. Meanwhile, downstairs, Su Qiu and the business vehicle await. Upon spotting Wen Tan and Ming Zhuo, she greets them warmly. Wen Tan lingers at the back, anxious that Wen Tan might once again focus on her. Su Qiu continues, "Director Deng, why don't you all board the vehicle? Ji Hui will arrive shortly." Wen Tan replies, "No worries, let us wait a bit." As he speaks, he glances back at Wen Tan, waving her over with genuine concern. "Young lady, you haven't yet shared why you broke up." Wen Tan remains silent. Su Qiu, recognizing the situation, smiles and quips, "Are you hoping to play the mediator and reconcile them?" Her words resonate with Wen Tan, who, with his hands clasped behind his back, sighs. Today's youth approach relationships as if they were mere games. Unlike our time, where courtship led directly to marriage. I've met Ming Zhuo a few times. He is a decent fellow, humble and courteous. He turns to Wen Tan, earnestly stating, "Sometimes, minor misunderstandings can escalate when neither party is willing to concede, leading to an inevitable demise." Su Qiu interjects, "Perhaps they have significant issues that remain unsaid." Your probing only adds to her discomfort. Realizing his misstep, Wen Tan coughs lightly and reassures Wen Tan, "Please don't take it to heart. I was merely speaking off the cuff." Su Qiu adds, "Not at all. Director Deng is simply showing concern for the younger generation. His intentions are good. Wen Tan, you should be grateful." Their back and forth dissipates the awkward tension, allowing Wen Tan to relax somewhat. At that moment, Ji Hui rushes in, apologizing. "I'm so sorry for keeping everyone waiting." When Wen Tan instinctively looks up, she notices Ming Zhuo's gaze simultaneously divert from her. Could he have been watching her all along? The business vehicle is a 7-seater, with Su Qiu occupying the front alone. Wen Tan sits beside Ji Hui, while Ming Zhuo and Wen Tan take the rear seats. Ji Hui turns to Wen Tan, extending his hand. "Let us get acquainted. I'm Ji Hui." Ji Hui possesses a striking appearance, not in a delicate, idol-like manner, but with a rugged handsomeness that seems perfectly crafted for the silver screen. Wen Tan shakes his hand and nods slightly. "I'm Wen Tan." Ji Hui leans back and continues, "I heard you just finished a film with Director Gua. Is he particularly strict and demanding?" Before Wen Tan can respond, Wen Tan interjects with a chuckle from the back. "That old man Guishan adores basking in glory, continuously making art films, dreaming of collecting awards to take with him to the grave." Ji Hui, with a lazy demeanor, replies, "What filmmaker doesn't he aspire for accolades? Not just Director Gua. I do as well. Isn't it all relying on you? Deng Wenshan playfully taps Ji Hui on the back of his head. Spare me the flattery. If this film flops, you'll be blaming me. With you on board. This film cannot possibly fail. It must gross at least 100 million. Then I, too, can claim the title of 100 million box office king, Deng Wenshan retorts, feigning indifference while secretly reveling in the praise. He chuckles, you'd best elevate your pillow tonight. Good dreams await. Yet, reflecting on the substantial investment in this film and the array of experts involved, he realizes that failure would tarnish his reputation in the industry. After a few more lighthearted exchanges with Ji Hui, Deng Wenshan nudges the person beside him and quietly observes, do you not think they make quite the pair? One silent, the other endlessly talkative and yet directionless. Ming Zhuo's voice reveals no discernible emotion. You might as well change careers and become a matchmaker. Deng Wenshan responds, you know, I have a little niece who is quite the chatterbox. She would suit you perfectly. Deng Wenshan persists. Finding a partner is about complementing each other. If both individuals are reticent, what joy is there in cohabitation? The more he elaborates, the more he finds it plausible, pulling out his phone to take action. I shall have my niece visit the set tomorrow. You may meet, and who knows what might blossom. Su Qiu, overhearing this, feels overwhelmed and is about to voice her thoughts when Ji Hui chimes in, please don't worry about it. Teacher Ming is even more handsome than I am. Even if he is single, I'm sure he has no shortage of admirers. Deng Wenshan, now even more curious, nudges Ming Zhuo and inquires, do you truly have no girlfriend? None. Ming Zhuo replies, unfazed. Aren't you waiting for an introduction? Then my niece, Deng Wenshan muses, would certainly prefer someone less talkative. Chapter 51. Waste the weather in Jiangsheng in October exhibits the early signs of autumn, with ginkgo leaves strewn along the roadsides. The sky at 6 or 7 in the evening takes on a grayish hue, almost blending seamlessly with half the city. It is neither dark nor brightly lit. The business vehicle halts in front of a Chinese restaurant, which, while not as opulent as the more renowned establishments, boasts a serene ambience and fresh air. Inside the private room, Zhou Jiguang awaits with 2 foreign experts and another director, Peter. Ming Zhuo is called over to join them, while Su Qiu arranges for Wen Tan to sit beside Ji Hui. Upon entering the private room, Deng Wenshan resumes a previously unresolved discussion with Peter, alternating between English and Chinese, sometimes merging the 2 languages, wary of whether the other comprehends. Everyone present wears expressions of nonchalance. Ji Hui leans towards Wen Tan and whispers, Director Guo, doesn't he operate like this, does he? Wen Tan chuckles softly. Director Guo is rather taciturn on set. When he speaks, it's often to reprimand. This might be attributed to the nature of his espionage films, which require an atmosphere of tension and gravity. Guo Shun prioritizes emotional nuance and meticulous attention to detail. If the atmosphere is too jovial, it becomes challenging for both actors and director to immerse themselves in the work. Ji Hui adds, a few years ago at the Golden Rooster Awards, director Deng lost to director Guo's art film despite his own action film. He claims not to care, but deep down, he is likely competing. In this passage, there are keywords that trigger Deng Wenshan's attention. He looks over and, with a hint of annoyance, remarks, what mischief are you up to now? Ji Hui raises his glass and smiles sincerely. Not at all. I'm praising you. Deng Wenshan scoffs, clearly unconvinced. Then he gestures towards Ji Hui and Wen Tan, saying, you two should drink a bit more. When you return later, don't rush to sleep. Cultivate your feelings. If you can't cry on set tomorrow, I might just have to rough you up. Tomorrow's shoot involves one of the few emotional scenes in the film. Wen Tan plays Ji Hui's girlfriend, who has been in love with him for many years and is about to discuss marriage. Faced with the sudden separation of life and death, she must evoke a strong emotional response, which is crucial for Ji Hui's character development during his escape. Comparatively, Wen Tan's role is simpler, as she will likely only have a couple of scenes before her character's demise, mainly focusing on Ji Hui's reaction after her death. Ji Hui quips, you don't need to find excuses to hit me. This jest not only addresses Deng Wenshan's challenge, but also lightens the atmosphere in the room. Deng Wenshan laughs, you rascal. Zhou Jiguang, taking advantage of the drinking moment, discreetly observes the person beside him. Ming Zhuo remains composed, showing no excess emotion. Shortly after, Ming Zhuo's phone rings. He glances at the caller ID and stands to take the call outside. Zhou Jiguang squints at Wen Tan. She no longer stares openly at Ming Zhuo, but keeps her head lowered, only raising it slightly to smile and respond when Deng Wenshan mentions her. As Ming Zhuo steps outside, it begins to rain. Some experimental data has left Chen Yinzhou uncertain and is seeking his confirmation. Ming Zhuo stands under the covered walkway, beside a small pond where raindrops create ripples. He listens quietly to Chen Yinzhou's inquiries, occasionally responding while smoking a cigarette. This call lasts nearly 10 minutes, and Chen Yinzhou finally breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you, Teacher Ming, it's all sorted. When will you be back? Ming Zhuo replies, in a couple of days. Oh, okay, then you get busy. Did your girlfriend like the last gift? Chen Yinzhou nods emphatically. She loved it. She was so happy that I felt she would have said yes if I had proposed on the spot. Ming Zhuo leans against a pillar, extinguishing his cigarette. Have you prepared the proposal gift? Not yet, Chen Yinzhou admits, looking somewhat troubled. I've been secretly meeting with my proposal planner after work every day. It feels like a covert operation. If this continues, my girlfriend might suspect I'm cheating. Ming Zhuo lazily responds, good luck with that. Suddenly, Chen Yinzhou seems to have a thought. My proposal planner suggested recording a congratulatory video from friends and family, but I thought that was too silly. However, he hesitantly asks, Teacher Ming, could you help me get a video blessing from Wen Tan? If my girlfriend sees it, she would definitely agree to my proposal. In truth, Chen Yinzhou finds this request a bit unreasonable. Asking for a signed photo is one thing, but recording a video blessing is another, especially since Wen Tan is a star. Such a time-consuming endeavor might not be something she'd agree to. Not wanting to put Ming Zhuo in a difficult position, he adds, maybe forget it. When do you need it? Chen Yinzhou hesitates and replies awkwardly, whenever is fine. I'm not in a rush. Ming Zhuo responds, understood. I'll get it to you in a couple of days. Chen Yinzhou is taken aback, sensing that Ming Zhuo seems quite agreeable. In stark contrast to his previous attitude regarding the signed photo. Just as Ming Zhuo puts away his phone and prepares to return, Zhou Jiguang emerges from inside. Wen Tan and Ji Hui have left, he informs. Ming Zhuo acknowledges with a nod, saying nothing further. Zhou Jiguang lights a cigarette, taking a puff before continuing. You saw for yourself. She's an actress and will have emotional scenes with different male actors. Of course, she could choose not to get involved, but then she risks being criticized for lacking professionalism and could quickly be eliminated from the market. Ming Zhuo asks, what are you trying to say? The entertainment industry largely keeps its relationships internal. Few look outside the circle because everyone understands the nature of the work. Thus, it's less likely for one to be bothered by their partner's on-screen romances. Zhou Jiguang states earnestly, I think Wen Tan is not suitable for you. Don't waste your time on her. If it's just for fun, that's one thing, but Ming Zhuo is not the type to engage lightly, which is precisely what Zhou Jiguang fears. Ming Zhuo has already had a falling out with his father due to the Ming Jing incident. He cannot afford another complication with Wen Tan. Ming Zhuo looks at him, his voice steady amidst the pouring rain. I don't believe that pursuing someone I like is a waste of time. In Chapter 52, titled Hangover Cure, Ji Hui and Wen Tan are alone in the car on their way back. Ji Hui, feeling somewhat awkward, asks, what do you usually enjoy doing? Wen Tan responds, I don't have many interests. I just stay idle when I'm not filming. Idling? Ji Hui echoes, that sounds nice, a way to relax. Wen Tan's life has always been rather dull. She has never developed a strong interest in anything. She once considered adopting a kitten or puppy, but investing too much emotion in a single thing can lead to heartache. Similarly, failing to pursue something one loves only deepens sadness, potentially leading to internal conflict. Without desires, one can avoid many troubles. Realizing her response was somewhat dry, Wen Tan pauses before asking, what do you like to do in your free time? I enjoy outdoor activities. Ji Hui replies, when I have time, I go rock climbing, diving, skiing, and I also like basketball. Ji Hui clearly exudes vitality, brimming with energy as if he can't sit still. After speaking, he suddenly recalls something, turning to ask, I remember you also climb, right? I think I saw something about it in the news. Wen Tan chuckles lightly, I went once with friends. Climbing is a great stress reliever. Let us go together next time, I can take you. Wen Tan politely responds, sure. After returning to the hotel, Ji Hui asks if she would like to go to the bar for a drink. Wen Tan nods in agreement. Her return with Ji Hui is, after all, at Deng Wenshan's request to cultivate their relationship. The bar is dimly lit. The music is sensual, creating an inherently stimulating atmosphere. The cocktails are potent, and after just one, Wen Tan begins to feel a little dizzy. Noticing this, Ji Hui offers, shall I escort you back to your room? Wen Tan stands up, it's fine. I can go back on my own. Ji Hui understands her perspective. Work is work, life is life. They can sit here and nurture their relationship for the sake of filming, but outside of that, if a paparazzo catches them, it could lead to misunderstandings that are hard to clarify. Ji Hui says, "All right, then I'll have another drink to find my groove. If you start feeling unwell, you should call your assistant to pick you up." Wen Tan smiles and nods in response, gathering her belongings to leave. The bar is located on the second floor of the hotel, and upon exiting, they find a spacious outdoor terrace. It has begun to rain softly, the droplets pattering against the banana leaves, creating a soothing sound. Wen Tan gazes out, lost in thought, her mind drifting back to a figure she stood behind those very leaves just months ago. She stood still for a moment before retracting her gaze and turning to enter the elevator. Whether it was the lingering effects of that cocktail or the breeze she had just enjoyed, Wen Tan felt a throbbing headache threatening to overwhelm her. Leaning against the elevator wall, she sent a message to Su Qiu, informing her that she had finished with Ji Hui and would return to her room shortly. Su Qiu replied promptly, "All right, rest early." Soon, the elevator came to a halt. Wen Tan put away her phone and took a few steps forward, only to see a man smoking in the corridor. Uncertain whether it was the alcohol playing tricks on her or if it was truly him, she instinctively spoke, "Teacher Ming?" Ming Zhuo lifted his gaze lightly, locking eyes with her. His dark eyes were calm and unruffled. Yet Wen Tan felt an inexplicable undercurrent that made her hesitant to look directly at him. Regaining some clarity, she tilted her head slightly and asked, "Is there something you need, Teacher Ming?" Ming Zhuo extinguished his cigarette and replied in a clear, soothing voice, "Could you help me record a video?" "What kind of video?" Wen Tan inquired. "One of my colleagues' girlfriend is your fan, and he wishes to propose. He was wondering if you could help record a congratulatory video." Ming Zhuo continued, "I'm not quite sure in what manner it should be done, but if you agree, I can ask tomorrow." Wen Tan caught on quickly. "No need. I have a general idea of how to do it." In their circle, it was common for artists or colleagues from the same agency to record congratulatory messages. She then asked, "What is your colleague's girlfriend's name?" "Siya." This name was one Wen Tan had heard countless times spoken by Chun Yinzhou, and she recognized it immediately. "Is it urgent? If not, I can record it tomorrow instead. I'm feeling quite dizzy now, and probably wouldn't do it well." Ming Zhuo looked at her and replied, "It's not urgent." Wen Tan pointed ahead, "Then I'll head back to my room." "Thank you," Ming Zhuo responded. "Not at all. You've helped me a lot in the past, Teacher Ming." After saying this, Wen Tan nodded and hurried back to her room. Leaning against the door, she felt her temples throb. After a moment of recovery, she made her way to the bathroom while calling Wen to check on her. "I'm feeling much better," Wen said. "I'm having dinner with the crew outside. Do you want me to bring you something? Just eat. When you come back, bring me some hangover remedy." Wen Tan replied, "All right." Wen Tan hung up, set her phone aside, and turned on the shower. After showering and drying her hair halfway, there was a sudden ring at the doorbell. Thinking it was Wen when returning, she turned to open the door. She was wearing a green silk nightgown that accentuated her fair skin. Unlike cotton pajamas, silk clung softly to her curves, providing an almost imperceptible sensation of foreignness. Usually, even for Wen, she would put on a robe. However, today, perhaps due to her muddled thoughts while showering, she opened the door without a second thought. "You finished eating so quickly?" she began, only to lift her gaze and meet a pair of familiar dark eyes. After a few seconds of mutual gaze, Wen Tan's face flushed crimson, and she found herself uncertain whether to close the door or cover herself. At that moment, the quiet corridor echoed with the chime announcing the elevator's arrival on the floor. The entire floor was filled with crew members. If spotted, there would be endless speculation, especially from Zhou Jiguang, who would certainly assume her heart was racing and might even think she was deliberately dressed to entice Ming Zhuo. Wen Tan, having no time to contemplate, grasped Ming Zhuo's arm and pulled him inside, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. She listened intently to the sounds outside, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, Teacher Ming. You'll have to bear with me here for a couple of minutes of calm." Deep voice responded, "I should be the one apologizing." Chapter 53. Sobering up, the hotel room was dimly lit, and upon her return, Wen Tan went straight to the bathroom without adjusting the lights. Only a small wall lamp in the corridor provided a hazy glow. Slowly retracting her gaze to the man before her, she recalled what he had said earlier in the car. "I prefer those who speak little." Deng Wenshan, oblivious, had remarked, "That's simple. I'll just have my little niece talk less." He was about to continue when Su Qiu interjected. Wen Tan sat there, her hands subtly clenched, her heart racing faster than it had on that night under the vast sky. Yet the current scene bore a striking resemblance to that evening. Her breathing felt restrained as she asked, "Is there something you need, Teacher Ming?" Ming Zhuo's voice revealed no emotions. "I brought you a hangover remedy. I had my assistant buy it for me," he added. "Understood." The room fell silent, no one speaking further. Wen Tan still half held his arm, feeling the warmth of his body through his shirt, intense and solid. Their gazes intertwined, one bright, the other dark, the tension palpable in the air. Something was brewing silently, fermenting, waiting to erupt. In that moment, Wen Tan felt a fierce resolve, as if she could disregard the enormous penalty from Huanyu Entertainment, even if it meant halting her career entirely without a second thought. She rose on her toes, just as she was about to kiss him, when her forehead was gently pressed against his. Ming Zhuo turned his head slightly, his tone casually husky. "Miss Wen, I'm not an AI. The one-click delete function doesn't work twice." Wen Tan. She slowly retreated, her ears burning with embarrassment. "I'm sorry." At that moment, footsteps and voices echoed outside, signaling the return of the crew from their meal. Realizing the urgency, her heart tightened. Just then, the doorbell rang again, and Wen's cheerful voice called out, "Wen Tan." "I'm back." Wen Tan's scalp prickled with anxiety. She dared not open the door. Deng Wenshan had several details to discuss with Ming Zhuo regarding the scene they were to shoot the next day. He and Zhou Jiguang went to Ming Zhuo's room, knocking persistently, but no one answered. Zhou Jiguang felt a sense of foreboding, and soon enough, he heard Wen Tan's assistant ringing the doorbell as well. He stepped a few paces closer, leaning against the corner, observing intently. Wen, not receiving a response, assumed Wen Tan had fallen asleep and was about to leave when she spotted Zhou Jiguang nearby. She stammered, "Zhou Zhong." Zhou Jiguang remained silent. After Wen awkwardly greeted him, she left stiffly. Zhou Jiguang's gaze remained fixed on the closed door, intense enough to bore a hole through it. Shortly after, Deng Wenshan approached and patted his shoulder. "Let it go. Ming Zhuo has probably gone to sleep. I'll ask him on set tomorrow." Zhou Jiguang replied, "You should rest early too." Inside the room, upon hearing Wen call out Zhou Zong, Wen Tan's heart nearly leaped into her throat. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around Ming Zhuo's arm, crumpling his shirt. Just as she focused intently on the commotion outside, Ming Zhuo asked, "What did he say to you?" Wen Tan hesitated for a moment before responding, "Nothing. Zhou Zong is my boss. He was just discussing work-related matters." When the noise outside subsided completely, Ming Zhuo handed her the hangover remedy. "I'm leaving now." Wen Tan held it tightly. "Thank you, Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo said nothing further and turned to leave. Once the door was closed before her, Wen Tan felt as if she had come back to life. She quickly turned on all the lights in the room, attempting to dispel the emotions that had accumulated in the night. Faced with temptation, she found herself unable to resist. Fortunately, Ming Zhuo was more composed than she was. Wen Tan walked to the dining area, poured herself a glass of water, extracted the hangover remedy from its packaging, and swallowed it in one swift motion before collapsing on her bed, burying her head under the covers in deep slumber. Upon returning to his room, Ming Zhuo opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of icy water, consuming the entire contents in one go, yet the fervent blood coursing through his veins refused to settle. The vivid image of that green figure lingered in his mind, impossible to dispel. His throat itched, and as he reached for a cigarette, he recalled that he had already finished a pack in the corridor. Though he rarely craved cigarettes, he indulged occasionally either for a boost of energy or to clarify his thoughts. Yet this was a different circumstance altogether. He opened the refrigerator once more, only to find it empty of cold water. In the morning, Wen Tan arrived on set. The makeup artist, while applying a layer of dirt to her face, exclaimed, "You truly haven't used any foundation? Your skin is simply too pristine. Even your pores are invisible." In the entertainment industry, many artists maintain their complexion with expensive skincare products, but few possess the delicate and smooth skin that Wen Tan exhibited. Wen, standing nearby, proudly remarked. Sister Chiao insisted on a completely natural look for the shoot. Wen Tan didn't even do the most basic moisturizing this morning. The makeup artist responded with a tinge of envy. Sipping water, Wen Tan smiled faintly. After her makeup was complete, the artist styled her hair into a low ponytail bun, a hairstyle that demanded a striking appearance and impeccable attire. However, on Wen Tan, it exuded an aura of effortless elegance. Once she changed into her outfit, she proceeded to the filming site. Deng Wenshan gazed at her with awe, though his satisfaction was tempered. He bent down to brush off some dust from the ground and casually smeared it on her face, instructing Wen to let a few strands of her hair fall loose. Now, this looks like someone escaping disaster, Deng Wenshan declared, nodding approvingly. Shortly after, Ji Hui arrived, appearing much cleaner than the previous day and on par with Wen Tan's level of neatness. Deng Wenshan glanced around and urged, "You too, do not let me down." That last shot of the ground collapsing must be flawless. Given the complexity of the scene, they had prepared extensively, knowing any misstep would cause significant delays. Ji Hui smiled brightly, reassuring, "Rest assured, we are professionals." Deng Wenshan grunted dismissively, placing his hands behind his back. Generally, the more confidently one speaks, the more likely they are to be proven wrong. Ji Hui, though joking, was fully focused, as Deng Wenshan intended to capture the dramatic sunset scene later that afternoon. They spent the day filming other segments under Peter's direction. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, as the time approached, Deng Wenshan picked up the walkie-talkie, his demeanor shifting from casual to serious. "All departments, prepare." Wen took a deep breath and moved forward. This scene depicted a volcanic eruption, with Ji Hui portraying the male lead alongside his 2 friends, including Wen Tan as his girlfriend, fleeing towards higher ground. However, Wen Tan's character had sustained an injury to her right foot earlier, causing her to falter halfway through their escape, collapsing to the ground. Ji Hui attempted to help her, but she, as if foreseeing something, forcefully pushed him away. In the next moment, a massive chasm opened beneath her, swallowing her whole. Chapter 54. Crucial, the shot of her falling during the escape was filmed several times from different angles. When the sunset appeared, Deng Wenshan called out, "All right, this is the final take. It must be seamless. No one is allowed to falter." The lights, camera, and angles were all set. Ji Hui grasped Wen Tan's hand, both visibly tense. At Deng Wenshan's command, they dashed out, surrounded by wrecked vehicles and the echoes of anguished cries. Everything unfolded according to the script, even surpassing the quality of previous attempts. In the end, Wen Tan knelt on the ground, with the ruins of a collapsed structure behind her, the distant horizon painted with the crimson hues of the setting sun. She smiled at him, her disheveled hair tousled by the wind, tears cascading down her cheeks as she uttered, "Live well." Ji Hui, still reeling from the push, barely had time to regain his balance before she was consumed by the fissure. No. Remaining to be filmed was Ji Hui's explosive emotional response, with his 2 friends straining to restrain him. Wen Tan lay quietly on the padded surface below, too afraid to move lest she disrupt his emotional state. Ji Hui's cries resonated throughout the filming base, raw and heart-wrenching. Deng Wenshan, stationed before the monitor, finally allowed a smile of satisfaction to grace his face as he announced via walkie-talkie, "All right, cut. That essay wrap." Ji Hui, deeply immersed in his role, remained kneeling on the ground, struggling to compose himself. As the actress opposite him, Wen Tan approached gently to offer a comforting embrace. Ji Hui held her tightly, his sobs leaving him breathless. Meanwhile, in the directing room on the 2nd floor, Ming Zhuo stood with one hand tucked into his pants pocket, his expression cool and detached. Zhou Jiguang appeared beside him, speaking softly, "Did you see that? This is merely the basics. Beyond this, she will also film kissing scenes and intimate moments. This is her line of work." Ming Zhuo cast a sidelong glance at him. "Are you quite idle?" Zhou Jiguang was not idle. Rather, he relished in the spectacle. He believed Ming Zhuo was momentarily blinded by that woman, destined to eventually see through her facade. Downstairs, Ji Hui's emotions began to stabilize as he thanked Wen Tan. She replied softly, "It's nothing." Deng Wenshan, arms crossed and watching for some time, chimed in, "Well done. This scene was impressive. Thank you for your hard work. Give yourself a round of applause." Ji Hui brushed off the dust from his clothes, rising while pulling Wen Tan up with him, teasing as usual, "You said it. If I don't win the Best Actor award, I'll be coming to you." Deng Wenshan laughed, "I can't guarantee Best Actor, but I think you two would make a great on-screen couple." Ji Hui accepted cheerfully that as something, any award is welcome. Deng Wenshan advised, "Enough banter. Go wash up and rest well." He then turned to Wen Tan, adding, "You performed admirably in this scene. Maintain that level tomorrow." The filming sequence was somewhat scrambled, and today Wen Tan was shooting the final scenes, leaving earlier sequences yet to be filmed. She nodded in agreement, understood. Deng Wenshan turned, satisfied, declaring, "All right. That concludes today's work. Everyone is dismissed." As Wen Tan prepared to leave, she inadvertently glanced up, Noticing the control room's glass was one way, obscuring the interior from view. All she could see was the glass reflecting the soft glow of the sunset. When one approached with her belongings, Sister Wen Tan, shall we go? Wen Tan withdrew her gaze and lowered her head as she departed. Upon returning home, she took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and applied light makeup. When puzzled, asked, Sister Wen Tan, are you going out soon? No, I'm just helping a friend record an ID. Oh, then I'll prepare. Once Wen Tan finished her makeup, uncertain of how to proceed, she opened her phone to search for appropriate phrases for a proposal blessing. After watching a few videos, when one had already set up the phone stand, Sister Wen Tan, it's ready. Wen Tan acknowledged, okay. She handed the phone to Wen, saying, just film it as I direct. As the recording commenced, Wen Tan stood before the screen, waved at the camera, and cheerfully began, hello, Xia, it's Wen Tan. Mid-sentence, she glanced at Wen. Do you think hello sounds too casual? It seems rather informal. Wen inquired, is this Xia a senior in the industry or the owner of a brand? Oh, not at all. Wen Tan clarified, Xia's just a colleague of a friend. The girl being proposed to is named Xia, and she's one of my fans. Wen pointedly remarked, then this friend must be quite important to you. Wen Tan paused, deleting the previous recording, her demeanor unflinching. This is my first time recording a blessing ID for a fan. It must be done with care and formality. Wen reassured her, whatever you say, your fans will appreciate it. Before resuming the recording, Wen Tan picked up the nearby makeup mirror to tidy her hair. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she positioned herself in front of her phone. After several attempts, she ultimately selected the version that felt the most satisfying, trimming away the unnecessary intro and outro before sending it to Ming Zhuo. Just as Wen Tan was contemplating what to say, Wen suddenly leaned in. Sister Wen Tan, have you seen the geologist that President Zhou invited? He is quite handsome. Without waiting for an answer, she continued rambling, but I think his profile resembles that of your rock climbing instructor. Wen Tan, lost in thought, became somewhat distracted and forgot to message Ming Zhuo. Shortly thereafter, Su Qiu knocked on the door. She had been out during the day, and upon her return, overheard Deng Wenshan praising Wen Tan profusely. Su Qiu remarked, you did well. Director Deng mentioned he wants to add 2 more scenes for you. This film revolves around the protagonist played by Ji Hui, with other characters serving merely as supporting roles. The fact that Deng Wenshan took the initiative to mention adding scenes for Wen Tan attests to his recognition of her talent. Wen Tan smiled and replied, thank you. Sister Qiu, thank you for what? It's your own merit. You haven't embarrassed me, Su Qiu retorted. She continued, there's a film festival at the end of the month. You should attend with Ji Hui. All right, as Ji Hui is the rising star nurtured by Huanyu Entertainment. Wen Tan's appearance alongside him would effectively dispel the rumors suggesting that Huanyu had signed her merely to shelve her talents. After Su Qiu sent Wen away, she turned to Wen Tan and asked, do you still feel regret? Wen Tan, puzzled, replied, regret what? Regret choosing your career over love. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Tan responded, if I said I didn't regret it, that would be untrue, but if given the chance to start over, I might still make the same choice. Su Qiu became intrigued. Why? Chapter 55. A kiss. Wen Tan's greatest regret lingered just before leaving Namjagbarwa. She spent an entire afternoon sitting on the grassland, witnessing the sunlight illuminating the mountain. She left all her regrets and beauty behind, taking with her only a fragment of luck. Regret is a common facet of life. She is not the type to crumble without love. Perhaps she feels sadness and reluctance now, but she is acutely aware that her journey ahead remains long. Despite the thorns that may line her path, she will not turn back. As for matters of the heart, she will recalibrate herself. Su Qiu greatly admires this aspect of Wen Tan, knowing precisely what she desires. In this industry, ambition is not a derogatory term. Having a sense of career drive is not a flaw. Everyone aspires to ascend, albeit through different means. Su Qiu stood up. Once this film wraps, I will grant you a few days off. By the end of the month, your workload will increase, so cherish the time you have now. Wen Tan nodded, escorting her to the door. Su Qiu turned back. By the way, Ming Zhuo is leaving tonight. Did you know? Wen Tan paused. I didn't. Su Qiu smiled and said nothing more before departing. Upon returning to her room, Wen Tan discovered that Ming Zhuo had replied moments earlier. Ming Zhuo, received it, thank you. Today at the film set, Wen Tan was aware he was there. After last night's incident, no one mentioned it again, as if nothing had transpired. Sitting on the sofa, her mind was consumed by Su Qiu's statement about Ming Zhuo leaving that evening. Out of social etiquette, she should inquire politely and express well wishes for his journey. But just moments ago, she had been resolutely preparing to move on from this relationship, which felt contradictory. Wen Tan wrestled with her thoughts, nearly boring a hole in her phone screen. After a considerable time, she suddenly noticed the words Ming Zhuo changed to typing. Her breath hitched, and moments later, Ming Zhuo's message arrived. Ming Zhuo, have you eaten? Wen Tan hesitated, gradually typing her response. Wen Tan, yes. Ming Zhuo, what did you eat? Wen Tan began to make up an elaborate list. Wen Tan, beer duck, cola chicken wings, mixed seafood, sweet and sour ribs, and spicy chicken. Ming Zhuo, sounds good. Just as she was about to reply, another message from him came. Ming Zhuo, seafood is cold in nature. You should eat less at night. Looking at the words on the screen, Wen Tan finally sent the message she had been struggling to convey. Wen Tan, I heard from Sister Chiu that you're leaving tonight. Ming Zhuo, yes. Ming Zhuo, will you see me off? Wen Tan felt her ears flush slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. Wen Tan, I'm still eating, I haven't finished. Wen Tan, safe travels, Ming Zhuo. Ming Zhuo did not respond further. Wen Tan sank into the sofa, glancing at her phone every couple of minutes. She was uncertain of what she was hoping for. She had already made a choice, fully aware that there would be no resolution between them. Yet, she could not suppress the fluttering in her heart. Time passed, and the doorbell rang. Wen Tan immediately jumped up, checking her appearance in the front camera, relieved that she hadn't removed her makeup after filming. Ensuring her appearance was satisfactory, she hurried to the door, coming. However, when she opened the door, she was met with a wide-eyed Wen. In just 2 seconds, Wen Tan concealed the disappointment in her eyes. Wen had been sent by Su Chiu to run an errand. Wen Tan stepped de casually inviting, come in. Wen, carrying several bags, closed the door and asked, Sister Wen Tan, did you order takeout? Wen Tan, distracted, replied, no. Wen responded, then this must have been mistakenly delivered. I'll take it back. Just as she finished speaking, Wen Tan suddenly realized something. What was mistakenly delivered? Wen raised her left hand slightly. I saw it at your door when I returned. If you didn't order it, then it must be. Wen Tan took the bag. Let me see. Inside the bag were several containers, containing the cola chicken wings, spicy chicken, beer duck, and sweet and sour ribs she had mentioned earlier. The only thing missing was the mixed seafood, as he had said seafood is cold in nature and should be eaten sparingly at night. Wen Tan placed the bag on a nearby dresser and hurriedly told Wen, it's not a mistake. I need to step out for a moment. I'll be right back. She didn't even have time to change her shoes and dashed out. The contents were still warm, and it took time to purchase them. Ming Zhuo should not have gone far. Wen Tan reached the ground floor, but aside from a few fans waiting for Ji Hui, there was no one else in sight. The fans exchanged glances upon seeing her, and just as they realized they should take pictures, a figure stepped in front of her. Wen Tan looked up, slightly breathless. Ming Zhuo. Ming Zhuo asked, have you finished eating? Wen Tan recalled the lie she had told earlier, feeling a bit uneasy, and responded vaguely. The hotel entrance was crowded, and Ming Zhuo's car was parked at the side entrance. Outside the side entrance, there was a long garden corridor with a glow of wall lamps casting a hazy light. Wen Tan walked a comfortable distance behind Ming Zhuo, reminiscent of that night in Suosong village. She softly said, thank you, Ming Zhuo. Ming Zhuo's voice was calm. Thank me for what? Wen Tan hugged her coat tighter. For many things. Ming Zhuo halted, turning to look at her, his tone laced with mild fatigue. Please be more specific. I do not accept unearned gratitude. Wen Tan's fingers clenched slightly as she met his gaze. Finally breaking through the barrier. I heard from Zhuoma that those hiking shoes were bought by you when you drove to Linji City at night. Ming Zhuo did not respond as he had previously, saying he didn't remember. Instead, he replied leisurely, so, you intend to express your gratitude verbally? Wen Tan was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Ming Zhuo's gaze remained steady, his calm demeanor shrouded in a subtle, yet clear intensity. As the sensation of dryness and itchiness surged in Wen Tan's throat, she dared not meet his gaze. She averted her eyes, murmuring. Ming Zhuo softly called out Wen Tan. It seemed to be the first time he had ever addressed her by name after all this time. Turning her head, before she could utter a word, a familiar, crisp scent of pine enveloped her senses. In that fleeting moment when Ming Zhuo leaned in to kiss her, he suddenly halted. The distance between them was but a mere millimeter. Wen Tan's pupils dilated slightly, her mind exploding with confusion. After 2 seconds, her eyelashes fluttered as she closed her eyes. Yet ultimately, that intense warmth withdrew. Ming Zhuo adjusted the hood of her jacket, saying, I'm leaving now. You should head back. As Wen Tan slowly opened her eyes, She could only see the man's upright silhouette. She exhaled, uncertain whether to feel relieved or sorrowful, as she tugged at the hem of her clothing. Just as she was about to turn away, the figure in front of her suddenly pivoted back, cupping her face and kissing her deeply. Chapter 56. The mosquito. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of even the sound of the wind. A wall lamp flickered as if malfunctioning, casting an increasingly ambiguous glow. Wen Tan tilted her head back, closing her eyes in response, her hand unknowingly gripping the side of Ming Zhuo's shirt. Above, a crescent moon had quietly risen, though she had not noticed. Ming Zhuo released her, his voice low and husky. The token of appreciation has been received. Wen Tan's eyes glistened, remnants of his warmth lingering on her lips, her voice imbued with a shimmer. Didn't teacher Ming say that your one-click deletion function could only be used twice? He merely grunted in acknowledgement, a slight movement of his Adam's apple betraying his calm demeanor. This time, you deleted. Wen Tan was finally beginning to comprehend the emotions Ming Zhuo had harbored that night on the grassland when she uttered those words. Upon returning to her room, Wen had already organized the items she had purchased, neatly placing the food containers from the paper bag on the coffee table. Pondering something while resting her chin on her hand, she rushed to the door upon hearing a sound. Wen Tan, you're back. Wen Tan turned her head, responding vaguely. Wen, resembling a detective, inquired, are those things really not a mix-up? You wouldn't eat something so greasy while filming at night. It was ordered by a friend. Wen Tan clarified. Wen suddenly understood. No wonder. You should eat while it's hot, or it'll get cold. Wen Tan paused, then nodded and approached. As she settled onto the sofa, Wen handed her chopsticks and exclaimed, Wen Tan, your face is so red, and your lips are swollen. Vänta maintainit härkomposure. There are mosquitoes downstairs. This explanation successfully misled Wen, who had also been bitten twice by mosquitoes the previous evening. She huffed. Autumn mosquitoes are the most annoying, large and venomous, always targeting the most conspicuous spots. Wen Tan felt a pang of guilt, having just placed a piece of rib in her mouth when Wen suggested, let me get you some anti-swelling ointment, or it might affect your filming tomorrow. That won't be necessary, Wen Tan replied. It should be fine by tomorrow. Attempting to divert her attention, she added, you should eat some too. I can't finish it all. Wen, unbothered by weight management, willingly took on this sweet burden. Though Wen Tan didn't eat much, she woke up at 6, had a cup of black coffee, and headed to the gym downstairs. Coincidentally, Ji Hui and a few male actors from the same crew were there as well. Surprised to see her, Ji Hui wiped his sweat with a towel. You're up so early? Wen Tan chuckled dryly. I indulged a bit last night. All right, you practice first. I'll be over there. Feel free to ask me anything. Ji Hui offered, well-versed in gym equipment. Wen Tan nodded and stepped onto the treadmill. Okay, thank you. Wen Tan spent over an hour in the gym, and through the floor-to-ceiling glass, she beheld the sunrise. She took a photo with her phone and posted it on her social media, captioning it, Good morning sunrise. JPG. Rarely did she post, the last time being during her trek to Namcha Barwa. Few were awake at 7, resulting in little response. As she left, she noticed Ji Hui and the others still present and greeted them. Upon returning to her room, her phone buzzed. Lin Chuyu messaged, Good morning. Then, who are you sending this to? Wen Tan replied, followed by, Of course it's for you, my darling. Lin Chuyu was skeptical. Knowing Wen Tan, she would only post such lively and vibrant content when in exceptionally high spirits. It had been ages since she had seen this version of her. Initially intending to inquire about her cousin, Lin Chuyu hesitated, fearing a repeat of their previous misunderstanding, and ultimately decided against it. After a quick shower and a breakfast run, Wen knocked on her door. She opened it with a beaming smile. Good morning. Wen had never seen her this enthusiastic, stammering, Gee, good morning. Wen Tan, is there something happy happening today? Not really. Waking up early is the beginning of a beautiful life, Wen Tan replied. I believe taking time to sleep more makes life even better, Wen countered. However, she felt immensely fortunate to be working alongside Wen Tan, often hearing tales of how difficult many artists could be to manage. Some made their assistants sleep in bathtubs, others had their laundry done, and some even demanded late-night errands for the most absurd items. 411. Each day concluded with Wen Tan, allowing her to clock out once filming wrapped, and during breaks, she was never disturbed by phone calls. Moreover, there were always treats and gifts to enjoy. Upon arriving at the filming location, Deng Wenshan was already adjusting the lighting. Spotting Wen Tan, he called her over, handing her a camera. Do you know how to use this? Wen Tan examined it briefly. I can manage. The additional scenes Deng Wenxian had assigned her involved filming a documentary-style portrayal of Wen Tan and Ji Hui's character's sweet moments, serving as the sole thread connecting Ji Hui's character after Wen Tan's character's demise. The initial shots were captured by Wen Tan, but most of the footage would later be taken by Ji Hui. Deng Wenxian cautioned her, "I must inform you beforehand. This footage may not necessarily make it into the final cut. It might be released as an Easter egg or as behind-the-scenes content." Many actors grew discontented when their hard work was cut, hence his precautionary note. Wen Tan nodded, "I'm fine with that." This was her profession. By performing her duties diligently and impressively, she would naturally leave a mark, regardless of the form the final product took. If omitted, it merely indicated room for improvement in her performance. Before long, Ji Hui arrived on set, presenting a stark contrast to his previously disheveled appearance, looking clean and refreshing, radiating charm. Even when one, typically oblivious, clung to Wen Tan's arm, unable to suppress a squeal. "Wen Tan, he looks so handsome." Ji Hui seemed to catch her remark, turning to raise an eyebrow, exuding charisma. Deng Wenxian, unrestrained, playfully tapped Ji Hui's head with the script. "What are you trying to be charming for? Did you remember what I just told you?" Ji Hui coughed. "I remember." The atmosphere during the day's filming was sweet and warm, a far cry from the intense scenes previously shot, and it was recorded in a vlog format. Wen Tan and Ji Hui managed to capture each take in a single continuous shot. Deng Wenxian, increasingly satisfied, remarked to the crew, "Perhaps I should also film a romantic art film. It's delightful to watch young people fall in love." The crew exchanged glances, reasonably suspecting that the scenes Deng Wenxian added were merely to satisfy his own desires for shipper content. Chapter 57. Gifts 2 months prior. A surveying team returned from the mountains with samples of soil and rock, necessitating an assessment based on relevant data to ascertain the potential of mineral resources and the feasibility of extraction. After Ming Zhuo returned to the Geological Research Institute last night, he had been engaged in meetings until 9 o'clock this morning, when the discussions finally reached a conclusion. Professor Zhao called out to him, blowing on the tea leaves in his thermos before inquiring, "Has the guidance work for the film crew concluded?" Ming Zhuo replied, "Almost. The scene simulations are all fine. They will contact me again if there are issues during post-production." Professor Zhao nodded, "You've worked hard during this time. Once the data evaluation is complete, take a couple of days off and lead a team to the northwest for surveying. This task is arduous, and I am not at ease with anyone else going." "Understood." Professor Zhao capped his thermos, rising with a sigh. "It will take at least 3 months for you to return this time." Agreeing so readily, "It seems your romantic endeavors have yet to progress." Ming Zhuo lazily remarked, "If I didn't agree, would I be able to avoid going?" Professor Zhao straightened his posture. "Well, if you truly had a situation, I would personally lead the team to spare you from your grandmother's daily phone calls scolding me for delaying your life's significant matters." Ming Zhuo gathered the documents. "You would actually relish her calling you every day." Professor Zhao's face flushed. What nonsense was this young man spouting? In his youth, Professor Zhao indeed harbored a secret affection for Ming Zhuo's grandmother, but that was many years ago. Now, with the weight of time pressing down, such sentiments only served to evoke laughter. Ming Zhuo smiled slightly. "I must be off. You have work to attend to." Upon returning to his office, Chen Yanzhou pushed the door open, yawning as he entered. Seeing Ming Zhuo, he perked up considerably. "Teacher Ming, you're back." Ming Zhuo acknowledged him. "Take a look at the documents on the table. We have a meeting this afternoon." "Got it." Chen Yanzhou set down his bag and took a seat. Ming Zhuo picked up his phone and saw a post from Wen Tan earlier that morning. A subtle smile appeared on his lips as he opened the video she sent him last night. She stood before the camera, her smile gentle and beautiful. "Teacher Ming?" Chen Yanzhou's voice interrupted his reverie. Ming Zhuo switched off his phone screen, glancing at him. Chen Yanzhou continued, "I made a copy of the documents. I wanted to highlight the important sections to avoid forgetting them." "That's fine." Chen Yanzhou hesitated, his expression filled with unspoken words. Ming Zhuo inquired, "Is there something else?" Finally summoning his courage, Chen Yanzhou spoke, "Teacher Ming, did you receive Wen Tan's congratulatory video?" Ming Zhuo's mind conjured her captivating eyes, and almost instantaneously, he changed his mind. Slowly placing his phone into his pocket, his expression calm, "No." Chen Yanzhou seemed not particularly disappointed, unsurprisingly so. After all, to Wen Tan, Teacher Ming was merely a climbing instructor. Their relationship wasn't intimate enough for that. Ming Zhuo coughed lightly into his hand, What else is your girlfriend like? Hey, Chen Yinzhou comforted him in return. It's all right. You needn't blame yourself. My girlfriend surely loves me the most. Everything else is secondary. If I simply proposed to her, even without preparations, she would undoubtedly accept, crying without a moment's hesitation. Ming Zhuo regarded him and remained silent for a few seconds. Are you certain? Chen Yinzhou replied. Teacher Ming, you're being rather heartless. Ming Zhuo shifted his head work. Chen Yinzhou immediately adopted a serious demeanor, quickly immersing himself in work. After the afternoon meeting concluded, Ming Zhuo visited Jiangshui Xiaoxia. Elderly Lady Ming was in the garden pruning flowers. Upon seeing Ming Zhuo, she handed the scissors to her assistant behind her. You come by without a word of warning. Ming Zhuo replied, I thought to surprise you. Elderly Lady Ming chuckled. You, always trying to make me happy. When will you introduce a girlfriend to me? That would truly be a surprise. Ming Zhuo raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Elderly Lady Ming continued. Speak up. You're a busy man, and you wouldn't visit unless there was something on your mind. What brings you here? Ming Zhuo turned to follow her leisurely. I wanted to ask, what kind of gifts would make a girl happy upon receiving a marriage proposal? Elderly Lady Ming paused, her spirits visibly lifting as she turned abruptly. Are you proposing? Not me, Ming Zhuo clarified. A colleague at the institute asked for assistance, but I couldn't fulfill it. Elderly Lady Ming appeared skeptical. You're not the type to agree to something and then back out. Ming Zhuo smiled. There are many things in this world that I cannot accomplish. Elderly Lady Ming sensed that he was not in a hurry, and with no romantic interest, how could he be proposing? She led Ming Zhuo into a side room filled with Suzhou embroidery. Choose. Although these aren't extravagant, they are still presentable as a wedding gift. Elderly Lady Ming, being a native of Suzhou, had a deep affection for Suzhou embroidery and collected numerous exquisite pieces. Ming Zhuo was dazzled. I wouldn't know how to choose. Just pick one for me. Elderly Lady Ming shot him a reproachful glance. While it was acceptable for him to choose randomly, this young man was deliberately making her decide. Knowing she could not pick poorly, after some deliberation, she chose a fitting pair of mandarin ducks, placed them in a sandalwood box, and closed her eyes. Take it and leave. Don't wait for me to regret it. Ming Zhuo accepted. Thank you, Grandma. Elderly Lady Ming huffed, turning to close the door. If you ever do propose, not only will I give you one piece, but I would gladly part with everything in this room. Ming Zhuo held the wooden box, pausing for 2 seconds before saying, I have a girl I like. Elderly Lady Ming's eyes brightened. Really? Ming Zhuo affirmed, but she was scared away by Zhou Jiguang. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Zhou Jiguang was listening to the quarterly report, sneezing multiple times in succession. His intuition told him that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. After the meeting, he received a call from his grandmother. Zhou's grandmother launched into a tirade. You rascal. Here I am, practicing vegetarianism and reciting scriptures daily, while you are out committing unscrupulous acts. I wondered why the Buddha never seemed to bless me or fulfill my wishes. It turns out the problem lies with you. Zhou Jiguang. Ming Zhuo and Zhou Jiguang have been childhood friends, and their grandmothers have been friends for many years. Upon discovering that the reason Zhou Jiguang's prospective bride was taking her time was due to him, elderly Lady Ming wasted no time in calling to complain. Zhou's grandmother, with full vigor, commanded, You need to come back right now. Chapter 58. Lessons. Wen Tan had only a few scenes left to shoot, and she completed filming within a week. On the day of her wrap party, Zhou Jiguang happened to be present as well. He stood before the monitor, his expression as disdainful as ever, engaged in conversation with Deng Wenshan. However, it seemed that Zhou Jiguang's right ear was slightly redder than the left. Wen Tan's co-star, Wen noticed this and whispered to her, Sister Wen Tan, don't you think Zhou seems like that big-eared cartoon character? Wen Tan couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Jiguang, perhaps sensing their amusement, shot them a glare, his gaze unfriendly. Wen Tan adjusted her expression and approached him, greeting Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jiguang appeared even less inclined to engage with her than before. He scoffed and turned his head away. His inexplicable behavior didn't bother Wen Tan much. After Zhou Jiguang and Deng Wenshan moved aside, Su Qiu remarked, he was lectured by his grandmother a few days ago. Wen Tan turned in surprise. Lectured? Su Qiu didn't elaborate, simply handing her a bouquet of flowers. Congratulations on wrapping up your shoot. Wen Tan accepted it. Thank you, Sister Qiu. Su Qiu Dao remarked. The play I mentioned last time has been finalized. The crew is still in the preparatory phase. Once you finish attending the film festival at the end of the month, you can directly join the production. Wen Tan nodded in acknowledgement. All right. The film is set to be shot in the desert, requiring a 3-month stay. The reason they were able to secure her role was that the originally preferred actress found the conditions too harsh and declined. Su Qiudao had refrained from disclosing this to Wen Tan, knowing she would not reject the opportunity based on such considerations. Wen Tan, holding a bouquet, smiled and said, "It seems I am quite fortunate." Su Qiudao replied, "It is not merely luck. You have worked tirelessly for so long, and it is time you receive the recognition you deserve." Filming in the desert entails significant costs and substantial human and material resources. The financiers and the crew would not take the risk of casting Wen Tan, a newcomer in the film industry, simply because the initially favored actress was unwilling to endure hardship. Their willingness to cast her stemmed from Guo Shu's recommendation, as well as the captivating sunset shot that Deng Wenshan was particularly fond of, rich in narrative depth. Upon hearing this, Wen Tan found herself momentarily distracted. After such a lengthy period, she had seemingly grown accustomed to the absence of visible results from her efforts. Upon returning home, the apartment steward delivered her accumulated packages. Wen helped her unwrap them one by one and eventually held up 2 bottles of liquor, asking Sister Wen Tan, "Did you buy these?" Wen Tan glanced over and noted that the label read Chinka liquor. She recalled Zhuoma mentioning she would send a rice wine. Checking her phone, Wen Tan discovered 2 messages from Zhuoma sent yesterday. Zhuoma, "Miss Lin, I think I mixed up your address with Ming Zhuo's." Zhuoma, "Did you receive the Chinka liquor?" Wen Tan replied, "Yes." Zhuoma promptly responded, "Then your rice wine should be with him. Perhaps you could trade with him." Wen Tan replied, "Okay, thank you." Zhuoma, "You're welcome." After taking a photo of the Chinka liquor, Wen Tan sent it to Ming Zhuo, composing a serious message. "Wen Tan, Teacher Ming, the liquor Zhuoma sent us got mixed up. Wen Tan, would it be convenient for you to switch with me?" Their last conversation still lingered from before he left the crew. After waiting for a while without receiving a reply, Wen's voice broke the silence. "Sister Wen Tan, should we store these 2 bottles?" Wen Tan refocused her thoughts, glanced at the coffee table, and replied, "Just leave them there." She then stood up, saying, "I'm going to take a shower. You can finish unwrapping the packages and head home to rest." Wen replied, "Okay." As Wen Tan lay in the bathtub, she shook her phone back and forth, wondering if there was no signal or if Ming Zhuo was simply busy and hadn't seen her message. Just as she was about to put her phone down, a call from Ming Zhuo appeared on screen. Her heart raced, and she momentarily held her breath. The vibrating phone slipped from her grasp and plopped into the water. Quickly, she retrieved it, grabbing a nearby towel to dry it off. Accidentally tapping the screen, the call connected. Ming Zhuo could hear the background noise and static. "Is it inconvenient to answer the phone?" "No, my phone fell into the water. I'm drying it off." Wen Tan began, suddenly realizing how revealing her words were. This meant she was taking his call while bathing. She attempted to salvage the situation. "I was just washing clothes." Ming Zhuo responded with a soft hum, his tone light, as if amused. Wen Tan dried her hands and awkwardly shifted the topic. "The liquor Zhuoma sent us got mixed up. It would be a good time for you to switch it back, or if it's inconvenient, you could send it to me." Ming Zhuo replied, "I'm not in Jiangcheng." Wen Tan paused, processing this for a moment before responding, "Oh, the rice wine will spoil if left too long. You can pick it up at my place." "Huh?" Ming Zhuo continued, "I'll send you the address." Wen Tan instinctively tightened her grip on the phone. "Perhaps it would be better to wait until you return. I'm not in a hurry. I want to be back for 3 months. "Is it really that long?" Wen Tan stated seriously, "What I mean is the rice wine truly cannot last that long." Ming Zhuo's voice came through again, as though someone were calling him. He said, "You could just come over. Sometimes I don't get a signal, so I might not reply promptly." Wen Tan replied slowly, "Oh, okay." Less than 2 minutes after hanging up, Ming Zhuo sent her his address. She glanced at the message, feeling her ears inexplicably heat up. Shaking her head to dispel the distracting thoughts, she leaned back in the bathtub, used the navigation app to check, and found that his residence was not far from the Geological Research Institute. Driving there would not take long. Without further ado, Wen Tan swiftly got out of the bathtub, changed her clothes, and set out with the 2 bottles of Chinka liquor. Half an hour later, she parked her car downstairs at Ming Zhuo's apartment. Entering the elevator, she pressed the button for her floor. Watching the numbers rise, her heartbeat quickened despite knowing Ming Zhuo was not home. A home is inherently the most intimate space and the most delicate aspect of social relationships. Crossing this threshold transforms ordinary colleagues into friends and friends into closer confidants. As Wen Tan exited the elevator, she located the door number and used the password Ming Zhuo had provided to unlock it. The room was dim, likely because the window had been left ajar, causing the curtain to flutter gently in the breeze. Upon turning on the entrance light and closing the door behind her, she noticed a photo frame on a shelf. In the picture, a figure donned a blue-green mountaineering outfit, even with sunglasses and a mask obscuring his face. The joy in his smile was palpable. Chapter 59. Uncle Wen Tan recognized this as a group photo of their entire climbing team she had seen in Suosong village. This must be Ming Zhuo's younger brother. Redirecting her gaze, she carried the Chinka liquor further into the home. It was eerily quiet. Everything was immaculate, and each item was neatly arranged. As she walked around, she turned on lights, eventually locating the kitchen and placing the Chinka liquor in the refrigerator. Searching the living room for the rice wine yielded no results. Just as she contemplated sending Ming Zhuo a message, she recalled his mention of poor signal reception at times and decided against it. Ultimately, she spotted several packages against the wall by the entrance. Squatting down, she found they were sent from Suosong village. Retrieving a package cutter from a drawer, she opened a box, confirming it contained rice wine before taking it out. Glancing at the information on the other packages, which contained no perishable items, she chose not to open them and return them to their original positions. Before leaving, she noticed the curtain fluttering in the wind and walked over to close the window. At that moment, she heard a noise at the door. Before she could step outside, a steady male voice resonated out on business. "I see the lights in his house are on. Did he leave in such a hurry?" After hearing something on the phone, he continued, "I also want to have a proper talk with him. Has he given me the opportunity? Rest assured, I am well aware." After Ming Zhuo hung up, he suddenly spotted a pair of women's shoes by the entrance. His brow furrowed slightly as he stepped further inside, scanning the living room before his gaze finally settled on the rustling curtain. "Who is there?" Wen Tan awkwardly stepped out. "Hello, uncle." Ming Zhuo and Ming Zhuo shared striking similarities in their eyes and features, making it clear they were father and son. Unsure how to introduce herself, she hesitated. Stating that she was a friend of Ming Zhuo felt inaccurate. Sensing her nervousness, Ming Zhuo's expression softened slightly. "Are you Ming Zhuo's girlfriend?" Wen Tan hurriedly shook her head. No, I just met Teacher Ming by chance. I came over today because a friend sent us something and mixed up our addresses. Teacher Ming is on a business trip, so I just came to switch it." Ming Zhuo, uncertain of her truthfulness, scrutinized her with a sharp gaze. He inquired, "What are you doing hiding behind the curtain?" "I noticed the window wasn't tightly shut, and since you came in while on the phone, I didn't dare make a sound." Ming Zhuo turned his head to glance at the delivery box on the nearby cabinet. Upon seeing the words Suosong Village, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Is this yours?" Wen Tan nodded, pointing to the rice wine beside her, the box. "I intended to throw it away." "Have you been to Suosong Village?" "With Ming Zhuo?" "Yes." After her response, she quickly realized and shook her head. "No, I wasn't with Teacher Ming. I had no idea he was there. It was merely a coincidence." Ming Zhuo pondered for a moment and said nothing further. Wen Tan cautiously moved closer, cradling the rice wine in her arms. "Uncle, I shall be leaving now." "Wait." Ming Zhuo stopped her. What did Ming Zhuo do in Suosong Village? Wen Tan hesitated. She couldn't possibly disclose that he took her out for amusement daily. She summarized, Teacher Ming would feed the horses in the mornings, and on nice days, he would go with friends to climb Namcha Barwa. He is quite familiar with Suosong Village. No, with the area around Namcha Barwa. If Wen Tan was not mistaken, as she spoke about Ming Zhuo climbing Namcha Barwa with friends, his father furrowed his brow deeply. She guessed he was reminded of his brother, who tragically perished there due to an avalanche. Ming Zhuo remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "You may go." Wen Tan acknowledged him and took a couple of steps before pausing again. She slowly turned back, retrieving a bottle of rice wine from her arms. "Uncle, this is brewed by the locals in Suosong Village. Would you like to taste it?" Upon exiting Ming Zhuo's residence, Wen Tan felt as if she had narrowly escaped peril. Ming Zhuo's father resembled him in temperament, but was more serious and stern, exuding a formidable presence that conveyed an air of authority. As for Ming Zhuo, whenever Wen Tan recalled that day beneath the streetlight, when he cradled her face and kissed her, her cheeks flushed slightly. She placed the remaining bottles of rice wine on the passenger seat. Although she hadn't asked, she could surmise from the earlier phone call and the questions posed by Ming Zhuo's father that their relationship was strained. Moreover, due to the poor signal on Ming Zhuo's end, she refrained from mentioning her encounter with his father. Once home, Wen Tan stored the rice wine in the refrigerator and sent a message to Lin Chuyu. informing her that she had finished filming and could go out shopping and dining together the next day. Lin Shuyu replied, "There's a geology elective class tomorrow night," crying. JPG, Wen Tan, didn't Team Ming Zhuo go on a business trip? Lin Shuyu, yes, a new teacher has come to replace him at the research institute. Lin Shuyu, this teacher is a friend of my grandmother's, so I can't skip class. Wen Tan, then you should focus on your studies. Lin Shuyu, you've really found someone else, Haven TU? You no longer love me. Lin Shuyu, left huff, right huff. JPG, Wen Tan chuckled and sent her a voice message. All right, concentrate on your studies. I'll pick you up after class. And we can enjoy some barbecue near your school. Lin Shuyu, okay. With only 2 days remaining until the film festival at the end of the month, all confirmed actors and celebrities, regardless of gender, were seeking to borrow outfits for brands. The red carpet has become an indispensable phase in the entertainment industry over the years. Given Wen Tan's status, she had never had the privilege to attend such events, nor had she ever donned haute couture. The realm of fashion resources was entirely foreign to her. This was not a challenge for Su Qiu. However, she was taken aback when she contacted several familiar brand PRs, only to find them hesitant and evasive upon learning it was for Wen Tan. Ultimately, a particularly close PR discreetly informed her. The team of GCC mentioned recently that anyone who lends clothes to Wen Tan will have their collaboration with the brand severed. In the entertainment industry, artists without status or fashion resources are typically at the mercy of brands for clothing. Yet, those at the pinnacle, with both status and popularity, find brands vying for collaboration. The choice between Wen Tan and the reigning queen of popularity, GCC, was evident to the brands. No one was willing to offend a prominent star for an obscure actress, and even if Huanyu Entertainment wished to promote Wen Tan, she would only attain a modicum of fame, never surpassing GCC. Had she truly possessed such potential, Chuangmei Entertainment would not have solely championed GCC while neglecting Wen Tan. After grasping the situation, Su Qiu called Wen Tan. "Do you have any grievances with GCC?" Wen Tan replied, "I've only encountered her twice at Chuangmei's annual meeting, and we didn't speak." Su Qiu mused, "I thought so too." GCC generally maintains a good reputation in the industry, so she likely wouldn't have made such a statement. It's probably the stance of Chuangmei. Is there a problem? Su Qiu briefly recounted the circumstances, adding, "It's all right. You need not worry. I'll think of other ways. We will manage to borrow something." Wen Tan Sophie responded, "Okay." After hanging up, Lin Shuyu, who had been listening from across the table, frowned. "Is that wretched company still targeting you?" Wen Tan chuckled. "It's nothing. Chuangmei Entertainment never intended to let her go easily. It was only after Huanyu intervened that they reluctantly agreed to her contract, which had numerous loopholes. They feared Huanyu's legal team would seize upon them, hence their reluctant compliance. Chuangmei likely cannot swallow their pride, which is why they seek to complicate matters for her elsewhere. Indeed, GCC has become not only the face of Chuangmei, but also a prominent figure in the industry, continuously securing high-end endorsements. With a substantial fan base and unparalleled commercial value among female stars. Lin Shuyu pouted. She understood that despite Wen Tan's claims of indifference, she must still feel wronged. Flattery and favoritism are the norm in the entertainment industry. After returning home, Lin Shuyu approached her mother, suddenly cheerful, and snuggled closer. "Mommy." Ming Zhuo replied, "What trouble have you caused this time?" "I haven't. I've been very well behaved. With my cousin away, I've been attending classes diligently." Ming Zhuo poked her forehead. "Only your cousin can handle you." Lin Shuyu rested her chin on her shoulder. "Mommy, do you remember my exceptionally good friend, Wen Tan?" "Yes, the little star. She's attending the film festival in a couple of days, but her former company is being disgusting, preventing brands from lending her clothes. Could you possibly?" "No." Ming Zhuo replied sternly, Yao, this is work. If we set this precedent, what will happen when she seeks your help in the future? Should I agree or not?" Lin Shuyu countered, "It's not her asking me for help. I simply feel it's unfair. That is quite normal. You've never faced significant setbacks, and there are countless disappointments in this world. Your friend should be aware of this." Lin Shuyu released her, huffing, "If you want help, I'll ask my cousin." Ming Zhuo was puzzled. "What can your cousin do? Can he manage this for you?" Lin Shuyu stood up. "You missed an opportunity to get intel from me." With that, she scampered upstairs in her slippers. Ming Zhuo watched her retreating figure, shaking her head and chuckling. That girl. After returning to her room, Lin Shuyu attempted to call her cousin, but the call failed to connect. "Lin Shuyu, cousin, call me back ASAP. It's urgent." The call from Ming Zhuo came at 2 in the morning, and Lin Shuyu, a veteran of late-night endurance, answered almost instantly. Ming Zhuo's voice echoed. What trouble have you caused this time? Lin Zhuo replied. Such a familiar phrase. She muttered, can't you think of me for once? I even called you to give you a heads up. Regarding Wen Tan being nearly blacklisted in the fashion industry, Zhou Jiguang did not take it to heart. Twirling his pen, he remarked, it's quite simple. She just shouldn't attend this film festival. Su Qiu interjected, whether she goes or not is irrelevant. But can you tolerate this situation with Chuangmei? Zhou Jiguang answered, what is there to tolerate? It's not as if I lack clothes. He had previously told Su Qiu that he was indifferent to what films Wen Tan acted in or how she marketed herself. He only cared about her winning awards. In the entertainment industry, which actor, after gaining a modicum of fame, does not aspire to break into the big screen? To put it nicely, it's a transformation. To put it bluntly, films are a quick way to make money, enhance reputation, and earn prestigious awards. After Meng Chunan's initial breakout, he quickly sought connections to enter the film realm. Despite a few flops, he returned to television. Although Meng Chunan's dramas received good reviews, none of his films generated significant buzz. Zhou Jiguang signed Wen Tan to help her achieve in the domain that Meng Chunan desired but could not attain, enabling her to secure awards under Huanyu Entertainment's banner, effectively striking a blow to Meng Chunan's pride. For Zhou Jiguang, Wen Tan merely needed to win awards. He was unconcerned about her standing within the industry. Moreover, those brands were opportunistic. If she were to win awards, they would soon be clamoring for her to wear their clothes. It all depended on her drive and whether she could seize the opportunity to vindicate herself. Su Qiu stood up. You truly are a capitalist. Zhou Jiguang replied. Being a bit ruthless towards others is preferable to allowing them to be ruthless towards me. Isn't that right, Andy? Su Qiu refrained from commenting. Given Zhou Jiguang's position, it was prudent not to let emotions cloud his judgment. He was correct in his approach. With so many artists at Huanyu Entertainment, he could not personally resolve every issue that arose. Just as Su Qiu exited Zhou Jiguang's office, she received a phone call. Is this the point of contact for Ms. Wen Tan? Yes, I am her manager. Hello, this is the PR department of Ethereal. I would like to inquire if Ms. Wen has finalized her outfit for tomorrow's film festival. Su Qiu, accustomed to high-stakes situations, responded in a calm and measured tone. Not yet. Ethereal is a premier French luxury brand, and currently, no domestic star has been able to borrow their attire. The last celebrity to don their creations was a renowned Hong Kong actress who had won numerous accolades, and that was 2 years ago. More crucially, Su Qiu had heard recently that GCC had made 2 trips to Paris to secure the Ethereal endorsement, spending a considerable amount of money to build a rapport with them. However, the brand's response had been lukewarm, with no definitive answer provided. Wen Tan remained oblivious to the complexities of the situation. Upon hearing from Su Qiu that she would wear an ethereal dress tomorrow, she was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of Su Qiu's impressive fashion resources, but did not anticipate that she could procure garments from such a prestigious luxury brand. Borrowing clothes from a brand is contingent upon the individual. Renowned figures receive favorable treatment as brands gain exposure and reinforce their image, while artists garner attention and discussion within the fashion realm, creating a win-win scenario. Yet, given Wen Tan's current standing, it was evident that she was receiving an extraordinary advantage. She lacked the traffic and bore a tarnished reputation. Su Qiu cleared her throat. Let us not think too much. The dress is already secured. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow morning, I will bring the brand's PR and stylist to your home. Wen Tan replied, okay, thank you, Qiujia. Su Qiu felt unworthy of the gratitude. She searched for information regarding the relationship between Ethereal and the Ming family group on her iPad, but found no collaboration. However, she recalled that the young heir of Ethereal had studied at Stanford a decade ago. After Wen Tan hung up, her spirits lifted considerably. She decided to send a message to Lin Zhuo to alleviate her worries. Wen Tan, Qiujia helped me borrow a dress, and it's ethereal. For someone like Lin Zhuo, who frequently attended major fashion weeks, the name Ethereal was not unfamiliar. She could only marvel at her cousin's efficiency. Despite being far away in the desolate Northwest, where signals were often unreliable, matters were resolved swiftly. Lin Zhuo, tomorrow night, you will undoubtedly be the most dazzling one. Wen Tan's expression turned pensive, as indeed, tomorrow would be a stormy affair. GCC, an acclaimed star with hit dramas and several high-end endorsements, had received an invitation to the film festival's opening ceremony over a month ago. The festival's lineup was impressive, attracting significant attention. If GCC could don an ethereal gown and shine on the red carpet, she might successfully pass Ethereal's evaluation period and secure the endorsement. To this end, she spared no expense, purchasing an ethereal dress from the runway to demonstrate her sincerity. Before stepping onto the red carpet, her team took promotional photos to broadcast her presence. As GCC arrived at the waiting area, several female artists approached to greet her. "Sister Cece, long time no see. Sister Cece, you look more beautiful than ever. Sister Cece, that dress looks like it's from Ethereal's autumn-winter collection. It suits you perfectly, as if tailored just for you. Sister Cece, you're the first domestic artist to borrow from Ethereal in 2 years. It seems good fortune is on the horizon." GCC smiled and graciously responded to each compliment, exuding the aura of a star. The waiting area became increasingly crowded, with everyone exchanging pleasantries and praising one another's makeup and attire. After a moment, a tall and striking figure entered everyone's line of sight. GCC, who had been engaged in conversation, momentarily halted her smile and turned to look. Wen Tan, clad in a champagne-colored slip dress adorned with subtle lace patterns, exuded an air of elegance. Though not ostentatious, the gown appeared light and sophisticated amidst the more extravagant styles surrounding her. Many in the area noticed her and began to whisper among themselves. "Who is that? I've never seen her before. She must be a newcomer. She is quite beautiful. Isn't that Wen Tan? I think it looks like her. Indeed, I remember she used to star in small web dramas. She hasn't even been in a primetime drama. What's she doing here? Are you talking about Ming Zhuo's ex-girlfriend? Wasn't she frozen out by Huanyu? Surely she is not here to ride on the coattails of the red carpet." After a flurry of speculation, many turned their gazes toward GCC. The two had previously been with the same agency, and although there was no direct competition for resources, Wen Tan's breakup with Chuangmei had been rather unpleasant, whereas GCC was the queen bee of Chuangmei. It was rumored that her team had threatened that any brand that linked clothes to Wen Tan would never work with her again. It was clear that their relationship was fraught with tension. Faced with the cautious glances of those around her, GCC withdrew her gaze, restored her smile, and continued chatting as if Wen Tan were of no significance. Yet in the entertainment industry, everyone was astute. Just as the brands were reluctant to offend GCC for Wen Tan's sake, so too were the others. The female celebrities present did not engage with Wen Tan, even those who had previously collaborated with her and have since ascended to the film industry. They merely nodded in acknowledgement and continued their animated conversations with others, blatantly ignoring her. In this lively and star-studded ambience, Wen Tan stood out as an obvious outcast. At that moment, a voice emerged from a nearby corner. Wen Tan. She turned to see Guoshu and approached him with a greeting. "Director Guo." Guoshu stood alongside Hanyu, the male lead of Changfeng, along with other directors and film producers. Guoshu introduced her to the others, saying, "This is Wen Tan, as I mentioned to you." Hanyu always praises her. Fearing he might inadvertently undermine himself, Hanyu quickly added, "You praise her more than I do. You're just too shy to admit it." Guoshu cleared his throat, hands behind his back. "I commend those who perform well. I've praised you plenty on set." Wen Tan stood beside them, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Director Guo." "Thank you, Teacher Han." An unfamiliar director nearby jested. "Director Guo rarely praises anyone. It seems you indeed possess remarkable talent. Let us find an opportunity to collaborate." As they conversed merrily, they remained oblivious to the growing silence in the waiting area. How could Wen Tan possibly know Guoshu? When did she become acquainted with him? Why would Guoshu commend her? Did she also know Hanyu? Why would Guoshu introduce her to industry heavyweights? These questions swirled in everyone's minds, yet they dared not discuss them openly as they had before. When Ming Zhuo entered, this was the scene he encountered. Wen Tan stood beside Guoshu, engaging in light-hearted conversation, the overhead lights casting a soft glow upon her, illuminating her presence. In that instant, Ming Zhuo felt a sudden realization. Since leaving Chuangmei, she seemed to be growing rapidly, no longer the delicate flower sheltered from the storms of life. Chapter 62. The red carpet at precisely 4 o'clock. The red carpet event commenced. The order of appearances on the red carpet was significant, with lesser-known actors walking first, while the more renowned followed behind. By rights, GCC held a higher status than Wen Tan, thus she could have walked near the end of the procession at such a film festival. However, she stepped aside, her expression cold as she demanded of her manager, "I want to walk in front of Wen Tan." The manager, puzzled, inquired, "Why?" GCC frowned and replied, "Haven't you noticed? The dress she is wearing is from ethereal. If she walks before me, she will be the first to wear ethereal in China after 2 years. That can't be. How could Wen Tan possibly have borrowed an ethereal dress? Did you misjudge? I cannot be mistaken." GCC, intent on securing the ethereal endorsement, monitored their official website daily. The dress Wen Tan wore was part of Ethereal's spring-summer collection for the following year. Upon hearing this, her manager chuckled lightly. It's likely her team couldn't secure haute couture, so they gave up and opted for a knockoff, hoping to garner attention on the red carpet. For artists, being criticized isn't as worrisome as being ignored. Garnering attention, even in a negative light, is preferable to obscurity. Wearing a counterfeit haute couture item is a significant faux pas in the fashion world, which may lead to a collective ostracism. However, Wen Tan's current situation was somewhat similar. Hence GCC's remark about them giving up, intending to make a splash regardless. GCC remarked, "Her dress is certainly fake, but even if it is, Ethereal's hype will still benefit them. So I must walk the red carpet before her and send out the announcements first." The manager nodded. "Understood. I will coordinate with the organizers immediately." With no notable actors appearing on the red carpet, the overall atmosphere was rather subdued. The organizers were more than willing to accommodate GCC's request to appear early. As others approached Guishu to greet him, Ming Zhuo seized the opportunity to pull Wen Tan aside. Wen Tan remained unfazed, pulling her wrist free. "Is there something you need, Teacher Ming?" Ming Zhuo looked at her with a complex expression. "Xiao Tan, you've changed." Wen Tan found his comment perplexing. "If there is nothing else, I should take my leave. Director Guo could easily be your father." "Are you really?" Ming Zhuo lowered his voice, frowning with apparent distress. "Willing to do anything for fame?" Wen Tan's gaze turned cold. "Teacher Ming, such remarks could be construed as slander." Ming Zhuo replied, "I understand that your time at Huanyu isn't easy, but you shouldn't tea. Wen Tan, I bear some responsibility for this. Huanyu signed you largely due to my influence. If you're willing, I can lend you money, no rush to repay. You should break your contract with Huanyu and withdraw. I can assist you in negotiating future resources. You need not demean yourself as you are now." Recently, there had been rumors of an obscure actress who, in her quest for advancement, had knocked on a renowned director's hotel room at midnight. Although no names were specified, many had already deduced the connection between Wen Tan and Guishu, given their familiar demeanor. Wen Tan felt no anger. She merely found it amusing. "Teacher Ming, your generosity is unexpected. I assumed you were going to cover my breach of contract fee." Ming Zhuo's expression darkened. "I could pay it for you, but you must sign a long-term contract with me." Having established a connection with Guishu, Wen Tan's future resources in film would likely be abundant. It was undeniable that Ming Zhuo held a fondness for her, appreciating her appearance and personality. Yet, he prioritized his own aspirations. After all, it is common for individuals to seek personal gain in this industry. Previously, Ming Zhuo envisioned signing Wen Tan to his company to alleviate the public scrutiny he faced regarding his contract termination with Huanyu, and to keep her close, believing her sharp edges would eventually soften, leading her to realize he was her best option. Now, witnessing Wen Tan compromise herself for resources, he acknowledged it was a common occurrence in the industry, though he felt a subtle shift in his feelings. Nevertheless, he could not deny that Wen Tan was the most striking presence in the room that day, captivating in both appearance and figure, making her impossible to overlook. After the red carpet event, her popularity would undoubtedly soar. Ming Zhuo recognized that signing her to his company would be a lucrative decision. He spoke again. "Wen Tan, I will ensure you receive the best conditions, so you won't find yourself like you did at Huanyu, with no roles to play." At that moment, Ji Hui rushed over to Wen Tan, breathless. "Apologies, I was caught in traffic. Have you been waiting long?" He had come directly from the film set, where Deng Wenshan was also invited to the festival, but he preferred to argue with Peter rather than attend such events. Ji Hui's reasoning was that he feared the memories associated with Guishu might trigger a heart attack, which led to Deng Wenshan reprimanding him. Wen Tan looked at him, smiling gently. Not for long. Ji Hui then noticed Ming Zhuo standing across from her. He turned and greeted, "Brother Zhuo." Ming Zhuo's expression had lost its earlier warmth. He nodded slightly and patted Ji Hui's shoulder. "How have you been? Is the filming going smoothly?" Ji Hui replied, "It's all right. I'm either rolling on the ground or splashing in the water. Keep up the good work. When your film is released, I will definitely support you." "Thank you, Brother Zhuo. We should be on our way." Ji Hui reached for Wen Tan's arm, and she linked hers with his. A slight smile on her lips as she nodded in acknowledgement to Meng Chunin. Before leaving, she clearly noticed the panic in Meng Chun's eyes. The red carpet event has reached its midpoint, with Wen Tan and Ji Hui waiting in the wings. Ji Hui whispered, "Did I just interrupt you?" Wen Tan replied, "Not at all. If it weren't for the knowledge of your past public relationship, I would hardly believe you were once together. Just look at his gaze. It lacks the affection he has for Teacher Ming." Wen Tan. Ji Hui continued, "You fancy Teacher Ming, don't you?" Wen Tan's fingers curled. "Is it that obvious?" "Quite apparent," Ji Hui asserted. "I've always had an eye for such things. There's nothing that escapes my notice." Ji Hui cleared his throat and added earnestly, "Actually, I saw you two kissing the other night while I was out for a run." Chapter 63. Haute Couture. Before stepping onto the red carpet, GCC Studio had already released her previous departure photos, even tagging them with Ethereal on Weibo. In no time, two trending topics emerged: GCC Ethereal, marking her first domestic appearance in 2 years, and GCC secures Ethereal endorsement. These caught widespread attention amidst a sea of glamorous red carpet images, igniting fervor in the fashion world. Wow, GCC is incredible. If she secures the Ethereal endorsement, her fashion resources will far surpass those of any domestic star. According to what I've heard, the Ethereal endorsement is practically finalized, and it's for a global ambassador role. Supporting my sister has been the greatest joy of my life. She is truly making me proud. After GCC graced the red carpet, the previously subdued atmosphere of the photo area instantly transformed, with flashes of cameras capturing her every move as they urged her to pose for more photos. Even when she reached the interview area, the host requested a longer interview with her. As soon as she stepped off the red carpet, her manager rushed to her side, beaming, "The trending topics have exploded. I've already received several calls. They've reserved all the magazine covers for you at the end of the year." With a satisfied smile, she adjusted her gown and said, "Let us go." After GCC's appearance, the red carpet began to heat up, but her stunning entrance overshadowed the subsequent arrivals, regardless of their prominence. Following a brief lull, the host announced the names of Ji Hui and Wen Tan. Wen Tan was notably absent from the film festival guest list, leading to puzzled expressions among the attendees, some unaware of her identity and others questioning her presence on the red carpet. Ji Hui, who had won the Best Supporting Actor at the Golden Statue Awards last year, was among the promising young actors expected to contend for Best Actor. Journalists had prepared to capture images of him, but now they found themselves with an unexpected addition. Before their arrival, not a single reporter seemed inclined to photograph Wen Tan. However, the moment she and Ji Hui stepped onto the red carpet, someone must have pressed the shutter first, and soon countless flashes converged upon them. The reporters internally exclaimed, "Why has no one mentioned how beautiful Wen Tan is before?" Before Wen Tan and Ji Hui could even exit the red carpet, they had already appeared on trending topics. "Is this Wen Tan? She looks completely different from what I remember. Her face appears so refined on camera. Goodness, it's as if Nuwa has showered her with blessings. I feel like I'm merely a clay doll cast aside by her. It's only natural." The filters in those web dramas are overwhelming, and with a bone structure like Wen Tan's, it doesn't highlight her advantages. But I think she looked stunning in the web dramas. I once followed a series of hers. I can't even imagine how beautiful she must be in real life. Am I the only one concerned? Wasn't she supposed to be frozen out by Huanyu? Why is she attending the film festival and walking the red carpet with Ji Hui? Haha, Huanyu never said they were freezing out Wen Tan. That's just some fans overreacting. Ji Hui is a rising star promoted by Huanyu. Their arrangement to walk the red carpet together dispels any rumors. I'm frustrated. Someone with Wen Tan's looks should be conquering the silver screen, not just filming those minor web dramas. I'm off to contact the official Weibo of Chuang Entertainment about something. Farewell, everyone. Take me with you. I'm going to. 111 minutes later, a fashion blogger posted on Weibo. Wen Tan appears to be wearing next year's spring-summer haute couture from Ethereal. If her outfit is genuine, Ethereal must be treating her even better than GCC. Ugh. Ming Zhuo stepped into the tent, spitting out a mouthful of sand. He complained, "This weather is truly maddening. It was perfectly fine at noon, and now there's this sudden sandstorm in the afternoon." Mings was sat at the table, perusing the documents before him. "Desert weather is indeed capricious," he remarked. After washing his face, Ming Zhuo flopped onto the bed, idly shaking his phone. "I wonder when the signal station will be repaired. I miss our queen." Ming Zhuo. He subtly lifted his gaze, prompting Chen Yinzhou to sit up straighter. Initially, Ming Zhuo had not intended to bring Chen Yinzhou on this trip to the northwest, as the proposal had been made too soon. However, on the day of departure, Chen Yinzhou had hastily packed his bag and caught up with the group. Chen Yinzhou remained optimistic, saying, "We can postpone the proposal for a few months, but the opportunity to accompany Teacher Ming on a field assignment is rare. I've informed my girlfriend, and she supports my decision." With him already present, Ming's refrained from sending him back. He set down his documents and glanced at his phone, which displayed no signal bars. "Teacher Ming." Chen Yinzhou's voice broke the silence again. "Is there anyone in particular you miss?" Ming's voice remained flat. "If you're unable to sleep, you could help them repair the signal station." Chen Yinzhou responded nonchalantly. "I've already been there. I couldn't be of any assistance." He seemed to have initiated a heart-to-heart. Pressing further, "Teacher Ming, do you?" After a pause, Ming Zhuo replied yes. Before Chen Yinzhou could ask more, Ming Zhuo had already grabbed his jacket and left to assist with the signal station repairs. Shortly after he departed, the tent flap was lifted and a figure entered, asking, "Where's Teacher Ming?" Chen Yinzhou replied, "He went out. Do you need him for something?" The girl, Su Lingwei, was part of the team that had recently conducted research in the Arctic. Having no previous experience with desert geology, her purpose here was primarily to learn. She placed a plate of fruits on the table, saying, "Oh, the weather is so dry today. I brought some pears for you." In a place like the desert, fruits are the rarest and most precious commodities, and all other supplies are rationed as much as possible. Chen Yinzhou replied, "Thank you. You can take the rest back. Just one for each of us will suffice." Su Lingwei insisted, "It's fine. You two enjoy them. I have more." After delivering the fruit, she returned to her tent. Another girl, traveling with them, saw Su Lingwei and quickly asked, "So, did you deliver the items?" Su Lingwei sat on her bed, letting out a sigh. "I did." But Teacher Ming wasn't there. Only Chen Yinzhou was. "That's all right," the girl reassured her. "There's still plenty of time ahead. You can gradually build rapport with Teacher Ming. You're the most exceptional one among us. I'm sure he will come to appreciate you." Chapter 64. Desert. The signal station was repaired by 7 in the evening. The wind and sand had ceased, revealing a sky full of stars. Ming's returned to the tent and turned on his phone. He rarely used Weibo, having only recently downloaded the app and registered an account, following just one person. Before Mingzhu even opened Wen Tan's homepage, a line of small text appeared in the search bar at the top of his phone. "Guess you want to search Wen Tan red carpet." Mingzhu. His fingers moved slightly, and he clicked on the search. Apart from the first entry, which was a picture of Wen Tan at the film festival, the subsequent results were filled with her and Ji Hui's dual photographs and videos on the red carpet. The most popular video had nearly 1 million likes. "I declare, from today onwards, I will be a devoted fan of this couple. It's been a long time since I've seen such an eye-catching couple in the entertainment industry. Domestic entertainment is finally saved. Can anyone understand? They give me a sense of a real-life version of a wealthy young master from Beijing and a genuine heiress. They are simply perfect together. Let's crowdsource for them to play a couple. Come on, just share a kiss for me." Mingzhu expressionlessly put down his phone, choosing not to look further. Meanwhile, Chen Yinzhou had already begun a video call with Shurya, his voice dripping with affection. "Baby, do you miss me?" "Of course. I miss you. You have no idea. I dream of you every day." Mingzhu felt an urge to disconnect the signal station's wires. The news about Wen Tan wearing the ethereal spring-summer haute couture collection erupted only after the red carpet event had concluded. The first post by a fashion blogger quickly rose to prominence. Initially, GCC's fans took to the comments with sarcasm. "I don't know about others, but all I know is that CC is wearing Ethereal's first domestic appearance in 2 years and is also their prospective spokesperson. Please stay tuned." Unrelated individuals kindly refrained from intruding. Others eagerly began to dissect the wording. If this is true, does that mean Wen Tan wore a fake? Her team must be incredibly bold. Dare they even associate with Ethereal? Aren't they afraid of being blacklisted in the fashion industry? Meng Xinin's fans seized the opportunity to arrive at the scene. As expected, the couch surfer lives up to her name. Is there anywhere she can't ride the coattails of? Now, she has finally faced a major backlash. How amusing. Passers-by provided objective evaluations. Putting everything else aside, Wen Tan seems to align more with Ethereal's tone. She embodies sophistication and simplicity. Yusisia's dress, possibly due to being an autumn-winter piece, appears overly heavy and complicated, giving off a sense of trying too hard. Beneath this comment, GCC's fans retaliated with thousands of replies, yet the post garnered 300,000 likes. Wen Tan's Weibo inbox received numerous greetings from GCC's fans. However, she emerged as the artist with the most followers gained from this film festival, amassing 500,000 overnight. The online feud escalated, with GCC's fans adamantly asserting that Wen Tan wore a counterfeit and should not even be compared to GCC, demanding that they refrain from leeching off her fame. On Wen Tan's end, many new fans emerged, nonchalantly commenting, "Even if it's fake, so what? The fake looks better on her than your genuine pieces." GCC's fans were infuriated, adding another accusation against her, claiming that her taste was subpar, only suited to appreciating inferior fakes. However, the following morning, someone discovered that Ethereal's official Instagram had posted a photo of Wen Tan from the previous day, just 10 minutes prior, effectively claiming her haute couture and quelling the rumors of her wearing a counterfeit. Su Qiu had not yet risen, yet her phone was inundated with various fashion opportunities. Meanwhile, GCC's fans waited 3 full days without receiving any acknowledgement from Ethereal regarding GCC's dress. Gradually, whispers circulated within the industry. GCC's haute couture was purchased by her directly from the runway, and Ethereal had not secured her as a spokesperson, let alone a global ambassador, a title deemed utterly absurd. Consequently, GCC's fans unleashed their fury entirely on Wen Tan. After a week of filming, Wen Tan continued to be relentlessly criticized. She had long become desensitized to such vitriol, and since she had not checked her phone after joining the set, her mood remained unaffected. When Wen remarked, "Sister Wen Tan, I heard them say that tomorrow we will be filming in the desert. We might be there for at least a month." They were currently shooting in a small village in the remote northwest. Dust and stones were flying everywhere, the weather was harsh, and the climate dry, let alone the thought of heading into the desert. Wen Tan responded, "Let's pack light and be prepared." "All right," Wen continued. "Once we get there, I wonder if there will be any signal. I'll inform Sister Qiu, so she won't be unable to reach us." Wen Tan paused for a moment, took her phone from her bag, and turned it on. She replied to her unread messages from the past few days and opened the chat with Ming Zhuo. Since the last time she visited his home to collect rice wine, they had not spoken again. Wen Tan initially intended to message him to say she would be filming in the desert, but after typing a few words, she deleted them, reasoning that he was busy on a business trip and likely wouldn't find the time to contact her. After switching off her phone again, she went to sleep. The following morning at 9, the crew's vehicle set off towards the depths of the desert. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that they finally arrived at their destination, setting up camp near an oasis. As Wen packed, she said, "Sister Wen Tan, Sister Qiu mentioned that several magazines are eager to schedule your availability. All the year-end celebrations have sent you invitations, and several luxury brands are reaching out to discuss endorsements." Folding clothes, she tilted her head and exclaimed, "Goodness, I thought I would have to wait until your Chongfeng aired for this to happen. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. I'm a bit overwhelmed." Wen Tan encouraged, "Take your time to adjust. I'll go for a stroll." The desert was calm today, with clear weather. Not far from her was a pool of crystal-clear water, emerald green, reminiscent of the eyes of a celestial being lost in the mortal realm. Wen Tan stood there for a moment, but her gaze was suddenly drawn to several large tents on the other side. She turned to ask a crew member, "Are those temporary photography studios?" The staff member followed her gaze and replied, "No. The director mentioned that they seem to be conducting some confidential work there. It's best we avoid that area." Wen Tan gently nodded, retracting her gaze and walking in another direction around the oasis. After a while, a jeep drove past her, heading towards the large tents. Wen Tan focused on averting her face from the swirling dust, oblivious to the happenings inside the vehicle. 10 seconds later, the jeep came to a halt behind her. Hearing the noise, she instinctively turned her head. A familiar, upright figure gradually came into view. Chapter 65. Dreaming far away, the distant sun was setting, its light somewhat blinding. Wen Tan shielded her forehead with one hand, squinting as she momentarily struggled to discern whether she was dreaming or if this was reality. Ming Zhuo turned slightly, retrieving something from the car and approaching her. In the next moment, a wide-brimmed hat was placed atop Wen Tan's head. She let out a gentle exclamation, fully awakening, "Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo, dressed in a black windbreaker, lowered the mask covering his face. "What are you doing here?" Wen Tan glanced at the crew's main base behind her. "I'm here to film." After a brief pause, she added, "Teacher Ming, are you here on business?" Ming Zhuo regarded her for a long moment before responding with a soft mm. Wen Tan felt hesitant to meet his gaze, diverting her eyes, but unable to resist looking back. She tried to suppress the smile, tugging at her lips. What a coincidence. Not really, Ming Zhuo replied leisurely. I thought I was seeing a mirage. Wen Tan, some dormant memories began to resurface. A few months ago, when she flirted with him, she had sent a message. I thought the formation of a mirage was due to thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night. Wen Tan felt a slight flush on her cheeks, turning to leave. I should head back. Ming Zhuo grasped her arm. Why didn't you send me a message? Wen Tan remarked. Did not Teacher Ming say that there is no signal on your side? I sent you a message, but you wouldn't be able to see it. I did see it, she replied. With a hint of confusion, she asked, what did you see? After all, she hadn't sent him any message. Ming Zhuo retracted his hand and said, you walked the red carpet beautifully. Flattered by his compliment. A smile began to form on Wen Tan's face, but she was suddenly reminded that she had walked the red carpet alongside Ji Hui the entire time. That day, a video of their pairing had gone viral, and according to the latest intel from Wen, it had garnered over 2 million likes. Tentatively, she inquired, so, what else did Teacher Ming see? Ming Zhuo maintained his expression. What else should I have seen? Wen Tan replied earnestly, nothing. Just seeing me is enough. That is quite good. Ming Zhuo lightly tapped the brim of her hat with his finger, his thin lips curling slightly into a smile. Let us head back. The brim of her hat cast a shadow over her vision. When she lifted her hand to adjust it, she noticed that Ming Zhuo had already pulled up his windproof mask and tilted his head slightly, signaling her to walk ahead. Wen Tan handed him the hat. Tidying her hair, here is your hat, Teacher Ming. You should wear it, he insisted. No need, I have my own. Resources were scarce in the desert, and he had given her his things, leaving himself without. He took the hat, but did not return it. Instead, he placed it back on her head. Return it to me once you put yours on. Wen Tan looked up at him. Does this mean I can come over to your side? Yes, he replied. But I heard from the crew that you have strict confidentiality regulations and shouldn't approach. Ming Zhuo spoke slowly. Family members are the exception. Upon returning to the tent, Wen Tan's face was not only flushed, but her ears were burning as well. Wen exclaimed, oh my, is it that sunny outside? Did you put on sunscreen before going out? I did, Wen Tan replied. That is good, that is good. Otherwise, if you get sunburned like this, you won't be able to shoot tomorrow. Wen Tan felt embarrassed to tell her that it wasn't the sun causing her redness. Silently, she removed her hat and sat down to drink water. After a while, Wen noticed that Wen Tan's complexion had returned to normal and breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Tan grasped her phone, contemplating for 10 minutes before finally turning it on. She opened the chat with Ming Zhuo and began typing slowly. Teacher Ming, what time will you be heading out tomorrow? I'll wait for you there today to return your hat. She had observed that if Ming Zhuo drove out, he would pass through the desert behind the crew, precisely where they had met today, regardless of whether his words about family exceptions were a jest or serious. The distance between the crew's base and Ming Zhuo's tent was considerable. There was no cover in the desert. Walking over would make her conspicuous, and she might even be apprehended as a spy before reaching halfway. Within 2 minutes, Ming Zhuo had replied, you keep it. I will come find you when I need it. If the crew doesn't let me in, will I still be able to say I'm your boyfriend? Upon reading these 2 messages, Wen Tan's face turned a deep shade of crimson. She took a deep breath and slammed her phone down onto the table. Wen was startled, gazing at her now crimson face. Wen Tan, it seems you still have some sunburn after effects. Inside the military tent, Zhou was reporting on the geological mapping displayed on the wall. We have covered 1/3 of the points on this line, and we expect to complete all points in approximately 2 weeks. The next line will be further away, so everyone should prepare in advance. By the way, the supply truck will arrive within this week. After finishing, he turned to the girl with Su Lingyue and said, Xiao Chun, could you have him bring a bottle of sunscreen in for me? I'm running low. Zhou replied, I'm not sure if they can buy it, but I'll ask. Thank you. Zhou returned to sit beside Ming Zhuo, whispering, Teacher Ming, was my report satisfactory? Ming Zhuo replied, quite good. Afterward, tally up what personal items they need and have them sent in with the supplies. Zhou nodded, understood. Based on his earlier report, Ming Zhuo summarized the current survey content, concluding the meeting. Zhou held a notebook. If you need anything, come find me to register. Ming Zhuo stood up and exited the tent. Su Lingyue, seeing this, bit her lip and followed. Ming Zhuo stood outside, one hand holding his phone, seemingly engrossed in something. Su Lingyue softly called out, Teacher Ming. He looked up, shutting off the screen. Is there something you need? Su Lingyue replied, no. I was just a bit curious about why you chose the geology field. Someone as outstanding as you could succeed in anything. Geology was a demanding and low-paying profession. Ming Zhuo spoke in a calm tone. There's no particular reason. I wanted to do it, so I did. Many things in this world do not require justification. Overthinking only leads to hesitation. Su Lingwei, with her hands clasped behind her back, expressed her admiration. Teacher Ming must be someone who has strong opinions. I'm not like that. My parents enroll me in geology. They are both in the field, and I mostly lived with my grandparents when I was young. Ming Zhuo nodded slightly. There are few girls studying geology. He continued, the desert climate is harsh. You are here to learn. If you find it too difficult, don't force yourself. You can leave with the supply truck this time. Su Lingwei quickly shook her head. No, I can manage. If you all can persist, so can I. Blushing, she added softly, besides, with Teacher Ming here, I can endure even more. Chapter 66. Return to you with many crew members around. Wen Tan did not stand out too much among those taking evening strolls after dinner to admire the scenery. However, as she moved further away from the crew, her heart raced faster. She clasped her hands tightly around the hat, ready to raise them in surrender at the slightest sound, indicating she was merely returning something. The desert night was enchanting, with a bright moon and sparse stars. She did not need to turn on her phone flashlight, as the path beneath her feet was clear. Wen Tan was unsure where she found the courage to venture out alone at night in such a remote place. But the thought of Ming Zhuo being just ahead, waiting for her, made her feel fearless. Although she was anxious, there was also a hint of joy and excitement. However, all those emotions came to a halt when she neared the military tent and overheard, with Teacher Ming here, I can endure even more. She paused, feeling as though she had arrived at an opportune moment. Su Lingwei sensed the movement and warily asked, Who's there? Wen Tan tightened her grip on the hat and prepared to explain, I'm from the crew over there. I took a wrong turn. The crew's convoy had surged into the desert today, and everyone was aware of their encampment. Su Lingwei replied, Oh, it's all right. Your crew is further ahead. She averted her gaze and was about to speak to Ming Zhuo again when she noticed him walking past her toward the source of the voice. Wen Tan had barely taken a few steps when Ming Zhuo caught up to her. Aren't you going to return my hat? Wen Tan lightly. I saw you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. Saying this, she stopped and offered the hat to him. Here, I'm returning it. Ming Zhuo did not take it, merely watching her. Wen Tan cleared her throat, shifting her gaze elsewhere. I was worried that I'd be busy with filming later. And even if you came to find me, I wouldn't have time to return it. He silently chuckled. Is that so? Wen Tan's voice instinctively softened. Yes, that is indeed the case. Ming Zhuo's brow raised slightly. I thought you were afraid I would tell them I'm your. Wen Tan's breath caught, her eyelashes fluttering as if caught between anxiety and anticipation. Ming Zhuo continued, Miss Wen, I am your rock climbing instructor. This should not be considered an inappropriate matter. Wen Tan, with a composed expression, abruptly slapped her hat against his chest and declared, I am leaving. A smile tugged at the corners of Ming Zhuo's lips as he followed her. Outside the tent, Su Lingwei observed the scene from a distance, somewhat taken aback. Though she could not discern the expressions on their faces, their body language suggested a familiarity, perhaps even intimacy. Upon returning to the main tent, she found Ming Zhuo had already completed the registration, and others had retreated to their respective tents for rest. He looked up and inquired, Is there anything you need? Sitting opposite him, Su Lingwei smiled and replied, I have enough supplies. Ming Zhuo responded, All right, since the supply truck won't arrive for a few more days, let me know if you find yourself in need of anything over the next couple of days. Just as he was about to leave, Su Lingwei added, Do you have any friends in the film industry, given your good relationship with Teacher Ming? Ming Zhuo appeared puzzled. Friends in the film industry? I haven't heard of any. Oh, right. Wasn't Teacher Ming recently involved as an advisor for a disaster film? He must have met some friends there. Upon hearing this, Su Lingwei recalled the incident and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Perhaps her initial thoughts had been unfounded. In retrospect, their physical interactions did not seem overly intimate and appeared quite normal. Ming Zhuo's decision to escort her was likely rooted in concern for her safety as a woman traveling alone at night. As Wen Tan made her way back, the tension she had felt earlier dissipated. With each step, the eerie silence around her grew more pronounced. Suddenly, she felt something leap on her foot. Startled, she almost leapt into the air, letting out a shriek. Ah! Without a moment's thought, she kicked her shoe several meters away. As someone approached from behind, she instinctively clung to him in fright. Teacher Ming, there's a ghost. Ming Zhuo's hand, which had been poised to comfort her, hesitated for a moment before gently resting on her shoulder. He peered ahead and assured her, "It's just a lizard." Wen Tan, still trembling and on the verge of tears, retorted, "How could there possibly be lizards in the desert?" Ming Zhuo replied calmly, "Despite the arid climate, there are indeed lizards that adapt to such environments. They're scientifically known as desert sand lizards." Wen Tan, feeling a pang of embarrassment for her ignorance, gradually became aware that she was clinging tightly to Ming Zhuo's waist, nestled against him. Realizing this, she quickly released her grip. Just as she attempted to retreat discreetly, the hand that had rested on her shoulder pressed against her back, causing her to lean against his chest once more. Ming Zhuo, with a serious tone, cautioned, "Don't turn around. There are a few more coming." The sound of his steady heartbeat echoed in her ears, rendering her unable to distinguish reality from her imagination. Unbeknownst to her, her fingers had tightened around the fabric of his side, and after a moment, she whispered, "Have they gone?" Ming Zhuo replied, "Not yet." Wen Tan, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Teacher Ming." "Yes, only a puppy would lie." Ming Zhuo paused, then said, "I'm not lying. They have left now." Wen Tan stepped away from him, hopping a few steps forward. Her shoe lay quietly on the ground, and the lizards had vanished from sight. Although she did not possess a strong aversion to dirt, the thought of her shoe having been trodden upon by a lizard, possibly leaving behind some unknown substance, rendered it unwearable for her. Not far from the film crew, with the ground covered in sand, she contemplated going barefoot. Just as she prepared to do so, someone grasped her arm. Ming Zhuo, having anticipated her intentions, explained, "The sand here isn't too thick. Beneath it lies gravel." But Wen Tan began. But Ming Zhuo had already crouched down on one knee before her. "I'll carry you." With no other options available, Wen Tan gently lay herself against his back. "Thank you, Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo rose, bearing her weight. "I've told you before, I do not accept verbal gratitude. Feigning ignorance, Wen Tan de believe." "What did you say that?" "I don't recall." It was a time when he had instructed her to erase certain memories. Ming Zhuo, maintaining his composure, remarked, "It's not too late to say it now." Leaning against his shoulder, her lips curled into a smile. After a moment, she asked, "The girl you were just speaking with, is she from your research institute?" Ming Zhuo affirmed, "Yes." "Then you two must be the golden couple of the institute. Surely many wish to play matchmaker for you." Ming Zhuo countered, "There are probably more people wanting to match you with Ji Hui." Wen Tan fell silent, realizing he had seen through her thoughts. As they approached the film crew's main camp, Wen Tan quietly suggested, "Teacher Ming, please set me down here. I will have my assistant come to fetch me." Ming Zhuo said nothing and gently placed her on the ground. A habitual thank you nearly escaped her lips, but was swiftly retracted. Ming Zhuo regarded her, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you for what?" Wen Tan, standing on one foot, replied nonchalantly, "I meant for having her bring me another pair of shoes." Then she added, "Teacher Ming, you may go now. Goodbye." Ming Zhuo stated, "First, send a message to your assistant. I want to leave until I confirm she received it." Recalling his earlier mention of inconsistent signal strength, Wen Tan retrieved her phone, only to find the signal weak, with her message spinning in place. She stood on her tiptoes, attempting to elevate her phone. However, Ming Zhuo grasped her wrist and pulled her back down. "Here, it won't help to reach any higher." Wen Tan sighed in frustration. "What should I do then?" Ming Zhuo turned, taking a seat. "There's nothing to be done. We'll wait until she receives it." Wen Tan adjusted her hair and sat beside him. She tilted her head back, gazing at the stars above. "Teacher Ming, can you see the stars here every night?" Ming Zhuo shifted his gaze to her face. "Only tonight." Wen Tan marveled at her fortune. Turning to him, she recounted, "When I visited Namjid Barwa, I caught sight of the snow-capped peaks the day I landed. And on the day of my departure, I witnessed the golden rays illuminating the mountains. I never expected that on my first night in the desert. I would also." She trailed off, unexpectedly meeting Ming Zhuo's calm gaze, her heart racing, her voice shrinking to a whisper, "See the stars." Ming Zhuo inquired, "How do the stars here compare to those in Suosong village?" Wen Tan, striving to maintain her composure, replied, "I think they are quite similar." "What do you think, Teacher Ming?" "Suosong village." Wen Tan refrained from asking him why, as the memories of that night were somewhat difficult to articulate. She lowered her head, unable to conceal her smile. After a while, when Wen's voice called out from behind, "Sister Wen Tan?" Wen Tan turned and waved to her. Once when Wen confirmed it was her, she hurried over. Just as Wen Tan prepared to rise, someone supported her arm, helping her regain her balance. When Wen placed the shoes before Wen Tan, her eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing Ming Zhuo. He nodded in acknowledgement and said to Wen Tan, "I'll take my leave now." Wen Tan so blade. Okay, good vie. Wen watched Ming Zhuo's retreating figure and tugged at Wen Tan's arm, whispering, "I can't believe my eyes. Is it the incredibly handsome geological expert from the previous film crew?" Wen Tan confirmed, bending down to change into her shoes. She carried the single shoe back to her tent. Tomorrow, when daylight broke, she would find an opportunity to retrieve the other one, though she no longer needed it. It was improper to litter in the desert. When one, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Sister Wen Tan, how did you end up together? And how did you lose a shoe?" As she spoke, a realization seemed to dawn on her, and she hesitated, caught between wanting to ask more and the understanding that followed. Wen Tan quickly interjected, "Stop imagining things. I merely had a lizard suddenly leap out and land on my shoe, causing me to kick it away." When one puzzled asked, "Are there really lizards in the desert?" Wen Tan felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing that she was not the only one in the dark. She cleared her throat and, mimicking Ming Zhuo, began to enlighten others. Despite the extreme climate, the desert is home to lizards that have adapted to its harsh conditions. This particular lizard is scientifically known as the desert sand lizard. "Oh, how did you come across it?" Compared to the dry recitation of facts, she was far more inclined towards gossip. Wen Tan absent-mindedly touched her neck and mumbled, "Well, it just sort of happened." Wen nodded knowingly. "Ah, I see. This must be fate arranged by the heavens, just like how Ji Zun Bao drew out the sword of the celestial maiden Zixia in the desert." Wen Tan replied, "What does that even mean?" That night, as Wen Tan lay on her folding bed, she reflected on the day's absurdities, tinged with a hint of magic. Not to mention her earlier encounter with Ming Zhuo at Mount Nanjiabua, she had never imagined that amidst the vastness of the desert, devoid of landmarks, the filming crew would conveniently select a spot right near their tent. Perhaps, as Wen suggested, it was indeed a destined encounter orchestrated by fate. Wen Tan rolled over, gazing at the transparent canopy of the tent above, where stars twinkled in a connected dance. Maybe it was the onset of winter that rendered the view distinctively different. It certainly lacked the grandeur and awe of Suosong Village. For the time being, one might argue that the stars of Suosong Village were more captivating. The desert was eerily silent, devoid of any noise, and Wen Tan couldn't even recall when she had fallen asleep. Upon waking in the morning, she opened the tent to an expanse of endless yellow sand. Wen returned from washing up and greeted her. "Sister Wen Tan, you're awake." Wen Tan nodded gently. "Good morning." After breakfast, Wen Tan was called over by the director. Liu Zhe, in his 40s, had a serious demeanor and was prone to irritability when faced with the challenges posed by such extreme weather conditions. The film revolved around a girl named Yang Fei, who lived in a small town in the northwest. One day, a band of ruthless bandits invaded the town, slaughtering its residents and setting fire to the village, taking Yang Fei with them as they journeyed through the desert in search of a legendary treasure. Along the way, she managed to save herself while rescuing a boy who had been dragged along in a sack by the bandits. Together, they fought back against the isolated bandits while evading capture. Ultimately, Yang Fei sought refuge in a sacred place guarded by her kin, where the treasure the bandits sought was also hidden. Upon arrival, the bandit leader and his men unexpectedly appeared, and it was then that Yang Fei discovered the boy was one of their own, having been signaling the bandits all along. In the end, Yang Fei avenged her village by eliminating all the bandits and vanished into the desert on horseback. This film primarily chronicles Yang Fei's coming-of-age journey, embodying the essence of a strong female protagonist. Liu Zhe was among the most esteemed directors of his generation. Several actresses had previously declined the role, not only due to their reluctance to endure hardships, but also because of the film's niche subject matter, which might not perform well at the box office upon release. Furthermore, filming in the desert posed challenges with limited exposure, and most contemporary actors, particularly those with substantial followings, needed to maintain visibility to sustain their popularity. In essence, few actors were willing to patiently immerse themselves in a role without taking on other projects for several months. Thus, the opportunity fortuitously fell into Wen Tan's lap. The actor cast to portray the boy had just wrapped up filming for another project and was still en route, expected to arrive in 2 days. The scenes depicting the massacre in the town had already been completed, and now they were preparing to film Yang Fei's escapades in the desert as she evaded the bandits and fought for survival. However, the horse riding instructor hired by the crew had fallen ill upon entering the desert, and had to be rushed to the hospital early that morning. Although the actors had undergone riding training before entering the desert, they were not professionals, and any mishap during filming could lead to irreversible injuries, a responsibility no one was willing to shoulder. Luge's eyes widened with frustration. The riding instructor had been brought from Jiangcheng, and in the desolate expanse of the northwest desert, finding a qualified substitute was proving to be an insurmountable challenge. He had instructed the vehicle heading to the hospital to inquire about any local villagers skilled in horseback riding, just in case. Consequently, Luge directed Wen Tan to begin her makeup preparations. If there was still no progress by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they would proceed with filming regardless. As it was a gamble, while the likelihood of a horse going wild existed, it was not overwhelmingly high. Wen Tan finished her makeup by 10 in the morning. The reflection in the mirror revealed her hair, styled in ethnic braids, her attire dust-covered, yet her eyes shone with vibrant resilience, brimming with untamed vitality. This was the essence of Yang Fei's character. At 1 o'clock, a few vehicles from the geological team returned. Chen Yinzhou leaned against the car window, observing the scene outside, and remarked, "Hey, they haven't even started filming yet. They sure have it easy. We left at 6 this morning, and they were still asleep, while we've already clocked out." Ming Zhuo drove the car, scanning the crowd, but failing to spot Wen Tan. Upon returning to the tent, Su Lingyue approached them immediately. "You're back early today?" One of the team members brushed off the dust from his clothes, saying, "Don't mention it. We suddenly encountered a sandstorm and couldn't proceed with the survey." "Well then, let's take the day to rest," Su Lingyue suggested. Every day, 2 members of the camp needed to remain on site, with Su Lingyue and her team occasionally accompanying the crew to observe the work and sometimes rotating to stay behind. After completing today's work summary, another girl named Ding Jia suggested, "Since there's nothing to do this afternoon, why not check out the filming crew?" Some voiced their hesitations. "Isn't that inappropriate? They're working too." Ding Jia countered, "Their work looks quite relaxed. We could use a bit of entertainment. It's really dull here in the desert. We're nearby, and we won't disturb them. It should be fine." Among them, apart from Ming Zhuo, no one had ever witnessed a film crew in action, and several were eager to see something new. However, others showed little interest, preferring to rest in the tent. Su Lingyue organized her materials and asked a colleague across from her, "Ming Laosher, are you going?" Ming Zhuo replied in a neutral tone, "You all can go." After saying this, he turned to Chen Yinzhou and cautioned, "Don't disturb them. If they don't want you to watch, don't create any conflict. Just come back immediately." Chen Yinzhou, eager to join, nodded in agreement, understood. Ming Zhuo stood up and exited the tent. Su Lingyue was about to follow when Ding Jia linked her arm with hers, saying, "Let's not linger. Let us go." In truth, Su Lingyue was also curious to see what the girl she had spoken with yesterday looked like. They headed out as a group of 5, 2 girls and 3 boys, including Chen Yinzhou. The crew was in the midst of preparing for a shoot, and Wen Tan had just emerged from her tent, standing beside them, reviewing the script. In the vastness of the desert, they were practically the only ones around aside from the geological team. Consequently, the crew had not assigned anyone to manage the site and prevent outsiders from encroaching, allowing everyone to focus on their own tasks. Chen Yinzhou and his companions seamlessly walked in, their curiosity piqued as they looked around. As they passed behind Wen Tan, Chen Yinzhou felt a sense of familiarity. Her face was smeared with dirt, making it hard to discern her true features. Tentatively, he called out Wen Tan. Upon hearing him, Su Lingyue and the others halted. Wen Tan instinctively turned, yet the faces before her seemed unfamiliar, not resembling any crew members. She regarded the exuberant boys with a slight nod. "You are." Realizing it was indeed her, Chen Yinzhou became overly excited, exclaiming, "My girlfriend is your fan. Ming Laosher even helped me get your signed photo." "Ah," Wen Tan exclaimed, recalling Ming Zhuo mentioning a colleague who was about to propose. "Was it Shirya?" Yes. Chen Yinzhou was pleasantly surprised that she even knew Shirya's name. Excitedly, he took out his phone, asking, "Can I take a picture with you? I want to send it to her." Wen Tan replied, "I'm sorry, but my outfit and look cannot be publicly shown at the moment." Chen Yinzhou sheepishly put away his phone, saying, "Oh, I see. My apologies." Wen Tan, holding her script, reassured him, "It's all right. I will be here for a while longer. Once I finish and change, we can take a photo together." Chen Yinzhou was taken aback by her amiable nature, a smile returning to his face. Before he could express his gratitude, Su Lingyue's voice echoed, "Xiao Chun, is this your friend?" "Not really. If we're talking about friends." Chen Yinzhou looked at Wen Tan, uncertainly asking, "Wouldn't you and Teacher Ming count?" At that moment, Wen approached, saying, "Sister Wen Tan, the director is calling for you." Wen Tan responded, "Okay." Turning to Chen Yinzhou, she added, "I have to go shoot now. Feel free to wander around nearby. Just don't step into the shot, or the director might get angry." Chen Yinzhou nodded repeatedly. "Sure, thank you." Wen Tan smiled at him before quickly departing. Su Lingyue's gaze remained fixed on her, lips pressed together. After Wen Tan walked away, Ding Jia pulled Su Lingyue aside, whispering, "She actually knows Teacher Ming." Su Lingyue replied, "Wasn't Teacher Ming on set recently? They probably met then." Ding Jia remarked, "Regardless, I think she is not as pretty as you." Su Lingyue retracted her gaze, laughing, "Nonsense, she is a star." "So what if she is a star? I've never heard of her. She must be some unknown actress. Not every celebrity is beautiful. And you're so fair you can't tan. Her skin is poor in comparison." Hearing this, Su Lingyue felt a surge of happiness. After meeting Wen Tan, her worries were largely alleviated. Surely, Wen Tan and Teacher Ming were merely friends. Chapter 69. The hot spring. This scene depicted Yang Fei attempting to escape while the bandit guarding her was distracted, cutting the ropes binding her hands. However, not long after she fled, they caught up on horseback, lifting her by the waist and throwing her onto the horse's back. The earlier shots had gone smoothly, but executing the throw proved more challenging than anticipated. The male actor, concerned about genuinely hurting Wen Tan, struggled with the strength required to catch her waist while the horse galloped. After several attempts, Wen Tan fell multiple times onto the desert floor, nearly choking on sand. Lu Zhi called cut and approached, instructing the male actor, "Dismount and practice throwing her onto the horse alone. I want to see how it looks. If it works, we'll use that. Otherwise, we might have to resort to wires." Lu Zhi aimed for realism in this film, wanting the visceral impact of genuine force, as using wires would compromise the visual effect. The actor complied, dismounting. Lu Zhi took his place in front of the camera, holding a walkie-talkie, and declared, "All right, let us roll." Yang Fei fell to the ground, and the bandits hoisted her onto the horse before mounting themselves. This method proved far easier than the previous one. However, as soon as Wen Tan was thrown onto the horse, it reacted instinctively, bolting forward. Surrounding crew members stood frozen for a moment, bewildered, as the horse galloped further away. Lu Zhi was the first to react, shouting, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and chase." The crew erupted into chaos. Some scrambled for vehicles, while others were left uncertain of what to do. The most bewildered was Wen, who stumbled and fell into the sand, watching as two vehicles sped off, helpless to intervene. Chen Yinzhou and the others gawked at the scene, astonished. Is it really this thrilling to film? Nearby, a crew member cursed in distress, "Thrilling my foot. This is an accident." The geological team had satellite phones, allowing them to maintain contact in the desert without risk of losing signal. Even if they weren't out for reconnaissance at that moment, Chen Yinzhou had taken one with him. Upon hearing of the mishap involving the horse carrying Wen Tan, unsure of how he could assist, he called the more experienced Ming Zhuo to briefly explain the situation. Before he could finish, the line went silent. He wondered, is the satellite phone malfunctioning too? In under 2 minutes, Chen Yinzhou spotted their camp's off-road vehicle speeding past the film crew, kicking up a cloud of dust. A teammate exclaimed, "That looks like Teacher Ming." Su Lingyue turned to look, her smile fading. Wen Tan lay across the saddle, instinctively gripping the reins as the horse bolted, unable to flip herself over and unaware of what was happening. Her mind recalled how Ming Zhuo had gently patted the horse's necks during feeding time in Suosong village, a gesture of affection. Switching hands to hold the reins, she lightly patted the horse's neck. Just as she was about to speak, wind and sand filled her mouth, struggling to keep her eyes open against the gusts. She continued to soothe the horse, running her hands along its coat. This seemed to help, as the horse gradually slowed down. Seizing the moment, Wen Tan painstakingly adjusted her position, straddling the horse. Before she could stabilize herself, she was jolted forward, clutching the horse's neck tightly while continuing to caress its coat. After some time, the horse finally came to a halt. Dazed and disoriented, Wen Tan attempted to step into the stirrup, but lacked the strength, tumbling to the ground. In the desert, a gust of wind can easily obscure all footprints. The two vehicles following Wen Tan had lost their bearings and could only search separately. When Ming Zhuo found the horse, it had grazed a patch of grass before him to bare earth. There was no sign of Wen Tan. His breath caught. If she had fallen off mid-ride, the chances of finding her were slim. Ming Zhuo halted the vehicle and swiftly approached the horse to assess the situation. It hadn't stopped from exhaustion, indicating that Wen Tan had likely held onto the reins. Ming Zhuo called out, "Wen Tan." Almost simultaneously, a faint voice echoed from behind a nearby rock. "I'm over here." Ming Zhuo hurried towards the sound. Behind the rock was a natural hot spring, about 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Wen Tan lay with her head resting on a stone, weakly splashing water with her hands. Upon seeing her, Ming Zhuo felt his anxious heart begin to settle. He knelt before her, gently grasping her shoulder to help her sit up, asking softly, "Are you injured anywhere?" Wen Tan opened her eyes to meet his gaze, pouting, "It hurts." He suppressed the urge to pull her into an embrace, inquiring quietly, "Where does it hurt?" "Everywhere." She turned her head, saying, "I want to soak in the hot spring. It'll make it better." Ming Zhuo replied, "The sun will set soon. It's getting cold. But I want to be cold if I get in." Wen Tan lifted her hand from the water, declaring, "I've tried it. The temperature is just right." Her eyes pleaded, "Just 10 minutes, please. Teacher Ming, could you wait outside for me?" Ming Zhuo took a deep breath, turned, and sat down against the rocks. Facing away from her, Wen Tan understood that he had silently acquiesced. She quickly removed her cumbersome garments, but as she reached the innermost layer, a wave of embarrassment surged upon her. Watching his silhouette, Wen Tan softly called out, "Teacher Ming, you must not peek." As she spoke, she had already settled into the water. "But if you truly wish to see, you may do so openly." Ming Zhuo snapped a withered branch in his hand. Slightly closing his eyes, he listened to the sounds behind him, his Adam's apple bobbing. Chapter 70. The one in her heart the moment Wen Tan submerged in the hot spring, she felt as though she had been revived. Her blood seemed to flow anew, and her meridians gradually relaxed. After 2 minutes, she spoke again, "Teacher Ming, I was just joking earlier. I was too anxious and wanted to say something to ease the awkwardness. I know you are a man of integrity." Ming Zhuo's voice had become notably husky. "How did you deduce that?" "A gentleman does not judge by appearances," he replied. Ming Zhuo chuckled silently, choosing not to respond. Wen Tan continued, "Teacher Ming, I honestly thought I was going to die today. Not likely. Is it because calamities last for 1,000 years? Who says you are a calamity?" Wen Tan replied, "Many people, including Director Zhou. He believes I am a cancer." Ming Zhuo said, "Ignore him." Wen Tan idly splashed the water, her voice gentle. "In truth, I was terrified when the horse brought me here. I feared no one would find me and that I might perish from hunger. However," she paused, "as long as I think that my beloved is a hero, he would surely come to rescue me in an off-road vehicle. I no longer fear." Ming Zhuo remained silent. Wen Tan mused, unsure if it was the adrenaline of her survival or the influence of one that allowed her to utter such words. She adjusted her emotions and then said, "Teacher Ming." That voice came from beside her ear, causing Wen Tan's scalp to tingle. She turned abruptly. Ming Zhuo leaned against the edge of the hot spring, still facing away from her. In her astonished gaze, he slowly turned his head to meet her eyes. "You said I am not a gentleman." Wen Tan's shoulders involuntarily slumped a little. Thankfully, she had not finished undressing, leaving one garment on. Her ears flushed with heat, her lashes quivering, and her voice slightly trembling. "Then you make no sound when you walk." Ming Zhuo smirked, turning back to gaze at the desert ahead. "Are you feeling better?" "Much improved. Stay in the water a bit longer." Wen Tan gradually leaned back, resting against the edge of the hot spring. She fell silent as the surroundings grew quiet. Even the wind was barely audible. In the distance, the sun began its descent. Ming Zhuo's voice broke the silence. "We can leave now." "Oh, all right." She discreetly observed him as Ming Zhuo stood and moved behind the rocks. Throughout the entire process, he did not turn back to take advantage of her. As Wen Tan emerged from the water, she shivered in the cold and noticed a towel draped nearby. A smile graced her lips as she dried off and put on her clothes. Wen Tan arranged her hair and took the towel with her. Ming Zhuo had his hands casually tucked into his pants pockets, his figure tall and imposing. Wen Tan approached him, "Teacher Ming, I am ready." Ming Zhuo moved forward. "Let's go." Wen Tan glanced at the off-road vehicle and then at the horse beside her. "I will ride behind you." Ming Zhuo opened the car door and retrieved a windbreaker for her. "Aren't you afraid of falling again?" Wen Tan accepted it and put it on. "I can't just leave it here." Ming Zhuo replied, "Let's leave the car here and return tomorrow." Wen Tan was taken aback. "Will we be able to find it tomorrow?" "There is a satellite positioning system in the vehicle. If all goes well, we should be able to locate it." Ming Zhuo walked over to the horse, patting its mane. The reason it bolted from the set was probably due to hunger. It was throwing a tantrum. Wen Tan exclaimed, realizing she had wondered how the horse had suddenly become agitated. Our horse riding instructor from the crew fell ill and went to the hospital. However, there should have been staff feeding it. Perhaps something went amiss. Ming Zhuo extended his hand, climb on. Wen Tan's memory instantaneously returned to that night in Suosong village. And she hesitated. Ming Zhuo smirked slightly and said leisurely, have you never considered that your beloved might ride to take you home? Wen Tan's face flushed crimson. She clutched her clothes as she stepped over him, mounting the horse while mumbling, I hadn't thought of that. In the next moment, Ming Zhuo was settled behind her. Grasping the reins, hold on tight. The horse neighed as it lifted its front hooves and then galloped forward. Wen Tan's body instinctively leaned back, her shoulder resting against his chest. A smile adorned her face as she looked up towards the horizon. At the cruise base, the two vehicles sent to search for Wen Tan returned empty-handed. Wen cried inconsolably, while Lujia's face was ashen. One actor suggested, should we call the police and have a rescue team come? Others voiced differing opinions. The desert is vast. Even a rescue team might not find her. What then? Will we just abandon her? I'm not saying we should abandon her, but Lujia interjected coldly. All available vehicles from the crew have been dispatched to search. If there is no news of Wen Tan within 2 hours, we will contact the authorities. If the police could locate her, it would be fortunate. However, if they could not only would the film be over, but his career would also be at stake. Wen Tan was not an obscure actress. She was a rising star under Huan Yu's promotion, recently garnering attention at a film festival. If she were to vanish in the desert due to the crew's negligence, it would surely cause an uproar. Just as all the vehicles had gathered and were prepared to set off, someone suddenly exclaimed, I think I heard the sound of hooves. I heard it too. Look over there. In the next moment, a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. The horse that had carried Wen Tan out not only returned, but so did she, accompanied by a stranger whose tall figure held the reins confidently, exuding an air of ease. Ming Zhuo and the others, who had not yet left, widened their eyes at the sight. Wow, Teacher Ming is so handsome. A male team member echoed in admiration. I never knew Teacher Ming could ride. That's impressive. Ming Zhuo felt a swell of pride. Teacher Ming not only rides well, but he also excels in rock climbing. He initially intended to mention that Teacher Ming was also Wen Tan's rock climbing instructor, but thought better of it. Such trivial matters were not worth mentioning to someone of his stature. Su Lingwei observed the scene with a somber expression. Ding Jia beside her remarked, don't overthink it. Teacher Ming is surely more familiar with this terrain than they are. And after all, a life is at stake. He couldn't possibly ignore it. Su Lingwei forced a smile, but remained silent. Meanwhile, Wen Tan had already dismounted with Ming Zhuo's assistance. Wen rushed over, embracing Wen Tan and bursting into tears. Sister Wen Tan, you're finally back. I thought I would never see you again. Wen Tan smiled as she patted her back. It's all right, don't cry. See, I'm fine. Wen cried so heartbreakingly that she couldn't stop. A female crew member nearby, unable to bear it, pulled her away. Lujia quickly approached, looking at Wen Tan, finally letting out a sigh of relief. It's good that you're safe. I'm sorry for the scare. Chapter 71. Differences. Such unforeseen events are unwelcome. And Wen Tan harbored no intention of placing blame on anyone. The crew's standstill resulted in daily losses. Ultimately, her safe return was the most favorable outcome, rendering all else insignificant. With a faint smile, Wen Tan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Director. I apologize for causing everyone concern. Do not speak like that, Lujia replied, patting her shoulder. Go rest quickly. Tomorrow, you shall have a day off, and we will resume filming the day after. Wen Tan replied, no need. I can continue filming tomorrow. Lujia was aware of the harsh conditions in the desert, where an additional day meant more suffering. He gently said, very well, we shall focus on other scenes first. Once the equestrian instructor arrives in a couple of days, we will film the horse riding scenes, though it may require a bit more effort. Wen Tan nodded, recalling Ming Zhuo's words. Oh, right. That horse should be fine since it hasn't eaten anything yet. She turned to Ming Zhuo and inquired, it should be all right, right? Ming Zhuo confirmed, yes, it is fine. During their return, the horses behaved normally. Lujia promptly summoned the staff responsible for feeding the horses to inquire about the situation. He learned that the staff member had fed the horses partially in the morning before getting occupied with other tasks, and upon returning, he could not distinguish which horses had been fed and which had not. This led to some being overfed and others going without. Lujia reprimanded him, advising him to be more attentive in the future and to ensure that the horse was properly fed. After the staff left, Lu Zhi glanced at Ming Zhuo and cautiously asked Wen Tan, "Is he your friend? If he has time, could he?" Wen Tan interrupted, aware of his intentions. "He is quite busy." Lu Zhi's hopes diminished. "All right then, you two chat. I will handle the remaining matters." "Okay, Wen Tan replied." Lu Zhi waved his hand, and the surrounding crew members, seeing that she was unharmed, dispersed to return the equipment to its place, and the vehicles were parked again. Once they departed, Wen Tan removed her jacket and handed it to Ming Zhuo, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo accepted it. "Go rest now." Wen Tan waved goodbye and turned towards the tent. Wen immediately approached, wrapping her arms around Wen Tan's, sobbing, "Sister Wen Tan, Wen Tan chuckled, "Oh late. Your antics are making me feel like I should have something to worry about." Wen nuzzled against her shoulder. "If you have worries, then I might as well not live anymore." "What? Are you want to join me in despair? You'll have to wait in line for that." As they walked further away, their voices faded into the distance. Ming Zhuo averted his gaze and had just taken a few steps when Chen Yinzhou approached, saying, "Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo replied in his usual tone, "Not back yet?" Chen Yinzhou responded, "Of course not. It would be improper to leave just like that. We wanted to see if we could be of assistance." Su Lingyue's voice chimed in, "Teacher Ming, your friend is not harmed, is she? I know some first aid and brought a first aid kit. I can check on her. She is fine." In truth, Wen Tan had no serious injuries, just some bruises from a fall. Su Lingyue seemed poised to inquire further, but Chen Yinzhou and the others began questioning Ming Zhuo about riding, their interests evidently diverging by gender. On the way back to camp, Ding Jia lingered behind with her, whispering, "It's all right. I noticed they barely exchanged a few words. Regardless, you and Teacher Ming are clearly well suited for one another, both in appearance and profession." Though Wen Tan had washed her face in the hot spring earlier, it was now evening, and the desert's lighting was not as bright. Su Lingyue and the others had been too far to clearly see her features earlier. However, Su Lingyue could no longer deceive herself. She had known Ming Zhuo for some time, and whether at the Geological Research Institute or during the desert expedition, he had always been the most composed and rational individual. He treated everyone with equal regard, showing gentlemanly courtesy towards women yet maintaining a respectful distance. When Wen Tan encountered trouble today, he had pursued her in his vehicle mere moments later, and in the evening, he rode back on the same horse with her. It was evident that Ming Zhuo's demeanor towards her was distinctly different. Inside the tent, Wen had returned to normalcy, retrieving a spray for bruises to give to Wen Tan. "I've been in the crew for over a week, and I have never seen Director Lu speak so gently to anyone. It truly reveals his anxiousness." Wen Tan rolled up her pant leg to reveal several bruises. As she sprayed the affected areas, she remarked, "This isn't so bad. It means I've earned a golden ticket to avoid scolding from Director Lu." Wen, sitting opposite her, still felt a lingering sense of dread. "Sister Wen Tan, today was truly perilous, but thankfully you and Teacher Ming share a telepathic connection, allowing you to escape with your life." Wen Tan replied, "What does telepathy have to do with it? How can it not? The crew sent 2 vehicles to search for you and could not find you. Teacher Ming followed after and brought you back. Doesn't that signify some sort of connection?" Wen Tan poked her forehead playfully. He is a geological expert and has spent a considerable amount of time here. His understanding of the desert terrain undoubtedly surpasses that of the crew. Wen responded with an "oh," then added, "When he suddenly appeared before you, you must have been incredibly moved." Wen Tan, momentarily distracted, inadvertently pressed on a bruise on her leg, causing her to wince. She muttered, "I wasn't just moved today." Wen did not catch that clearly. "What?" Wen Tan replied earnestly, "Nothing." She returned the spray to its place and began tidying up. "Let's get some sleep." Exhausted. Recognizing the toll the day had taken on her, Wen refrained from pressing further. That night, as Wen Tan lay in bed, her mind was filled with Ming Zhuo's words from the hot spring earlier. He had stated that he was not a paragon of virtue. What would he have been thinking at that moment? Her cheeks flushed intensely, and she resolved not to dwell on it any longer. Pulling the covers over her face, she forced herself to calm down. Perhaps due to the day's fatigue and the soothing effects of the hot spring, she fell into a deep slumber, nearly missing her alarm the next morning. Wen squatted by her bedside. "Perhaps I should inform Director Lu and ask him to grant you a day off." Wen Tan opened her eyes, slowly sitting up, and with a feeble tone remarked, "You know just how to wake me." Stretching, she felt that although her body was heavy, it was no longer sore. Clearly, her decision to soak in the hot spring had been wise. Wen Tan threw off the covers and got out of bed, yawning. "Let us go." As she stepped out of the tent, a female voice called out, Wen Tan? Wen Tan turned her head, recalling that she had seen her with Shi Ye's boyfriend yesterday. Moreover, if her instincts were correct, she was the girl who had spoken with Ming Zhuo that night. Chapter 72. Manipulation. Wen Tan nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, is there something I can assist you with? Su Lingyue extended her hand, offering, I have some effective ointment for bruises. Do give it a try. I have my own medicine, thank you. Su Lingyue grasped her hand and placed the ointment in it. Keep it. Since you are Teacher Ming's friend, I hope you recover swiftly. Wen Tan, taken aback by her words, momentarily found herself at a loss for what to say. Su Lingyue continued, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Su Lingyue. I work at the Geological Research Institute with Teacher Ming. My primary focus is on Arctic geology, and I came to the desert to learn from Teacher Ming and the team. Oh, I see. Teacher Ming and the others left for surveying at 6 this morning, and I remained at the camp, feeling bored over there, so I came to check on you. Wen Tan noted, you seem to have a good relationship with Teacher Ming. Su Lingyue smiled. It's all right. When I returned from an Arctic expedition, Professor Zhao wanted to introduce us. I have always admired Teacher Ming, which is why I sought this opportunity to join the desert survey. Wen Tan gazed at the ointment in her hand, remaining silent. Su Lingyue continued, I won't beat around the bush any longer. I came to ask if you and Teacher Ming, are you in a romantic relationship? No. Wen Tan lifted her head and slowly added, it's more about his desire to see me bathe. A clear smile froze on Su Lingyue's face. Wen Tan interjected, oh, I also wish to see him. Fair's fair. Su Lingyue remarked, you too. Wen Tan candidly replied, we haven't officially gotten together, but there is mutual affection. Is the reason you're not together due to your unique job? Wen Tan returned the ointment to her, saying, I'm sorry, but that is my private matter, and I have no obligation to answer. Just as Wen Tan was about to leave, Su Lingyue called out to her, Teacher Ming is quite exceptional. He is a key talent nurtured by the Research Institute. You shouldn't toy with his feelings. Wen Tan turned her head. How have I toyed with his feelings? Your profession seems easy, earning exorbitant fees, with a day as pay equating to many years of our salary. Su Lingyue frowned. You are so beautiful. Surely many wealthy suitors pursue you. Yet, you dangle Teacher Ming along without being with him. Isn't that playing with his emotions? Wen Tan pondered, acknowledging that Su Lingyue was not wrong about her beauty. As for leading Ming Zhuo on, it felt as though she was, yet also not. When in Suosong village, she preemptively stated that she liked him, fearing she would hear his feelings, asserting that liking someone didn't equate to seeking a boyfriend. However, after that, she kissed him. This series of actions did seem to lead him on. Nevertheless, since returning to Jiangcheng, she intended to start anew. Yet, thus far, it seemed she had indeed gradually strayed from that path. One noticed that Wen Tan had been somewhat taciturn these past few days. While she was perfectly fine during filming, once off camera, she would retreat to a corner, refraining from conversation. It was worth noting that even when she was thrown from a horse and injured during her first 2 days in the desert, she had remained in good spirits. Wen felt that Wen Tan's current demeanor resembled how she had acted when news of her potential signing with Huan Yu had first emerged months ago. In the afternoon, after finishing work, Ming Zhuo approached with a basket of fruits, addressing Wen Tan, our supply truck has arrived today. Do you have a moment to take a photo with me? I heard you finished for the day. Wen Tan nodded, sure, give me a few minutes to change. As her role required minimal makeup, she changed her outfit, loosened her braids, and tied her hair into a low ponytail, wiping the dust from her hands before heading out. Ming Zhuo handed his phone to Wen, saying, could you take a picture for us? Thank you. Wen was quite adept at this, stepping back a few paces to find the right angle and light before pressing the shutter. Ming Zhuo, looking at the photo, was thoroughly pleased, exclaiming, my girlfriend will be overjoyed to see this. He then handed the fruit basket to Wen Tan, adding, oh, and take this with you. Wen Tan smiled slightly, no need. You keep it. I don't charge for photos. Oh, it's not that. These fruits are a gift from Teacher Ming. Wen Tan fell, silent momentarily. Ming Zhuo had never given much thought to Wen Tan and Ming Zhuo's relationship, believing it was at most a level where one could only ask for a signed photo, but not a blessing video, especially now with an added sense of indebtedness. Moreover, among friends, it was entirely normal to exchange fruits. Just as Wen reached for the basket, Wen Tan remarked, please thank Teacher Ming for me. I'm not fond of these. After Ming Zhuo returned, he relayed Wen Tan's message verbatim. Ming Zhuo paused momentarily, lifting his eyelids slightly. Ming Zhuo quickly insisted, I swear. That's exactly what she said. I didn't misplace a single punctuation mark. Ming Zhuo said nothing, withdrawing his gaze. Chen Yinzhou sat across from him. Teacher Ming, take a break. I'll handle the rest. The geological team had been busy conducting surveys, while Teacher Ming was occupied verifying the collected data. However, they generally had time to rest after returning to camp to summarize the day's work. Yet Ming Zhuo typically worked late into the night. 2 minutes later, Ming Zhuo pushed the documents toward him, stating, I'm stepping out for a bit. Inside the tent, Wen was quite distressed. Wen Tan, why don't you want it? I nearly drooled at the sight of those grapes. The crew should receive new supplies in a couple of days, she replied. But how could anything be sweeter than the fruits from Teacher Ming? Wen Tan pretended to strike her. Are you teasing me? No, Wen quickly corrected. I was just joking. Wen Tan picked up the script again. Seeing this, Wen leaned closer, cautiously asking, Wen Tan, did you and Teacher Ming have a fight? Wen Tan maintained her composure. No, we don't have any relationship to argue about. No relationship? Teacher Ming is, after all, your savior, Wen said, struggling to express her thoughts, ultimately stating, you are being ungrateful. Wen Tan responded, in a place where resources are so scarce like the desert, accepting his fruits would indeed be ungrateful, a betrayal of kindness. Wen countered, but our supplies will arrive in a couple of days. You could reciprocate. A give-and-take relationship fosters better feelings. Wen Tan replied, I'm not in a romantic relationship with him, so what feelings need fostering? Wen instantly fell silent, nearly forgetting that she had seen Wen Tan's contract, which indeed prohibited romantic involvement. Feeling stifled in the tent, Wen Tan stood, I'll go for a walk. Chapter 73. Materialism. Wen Tan left the back of the set and walked towards the oasis below. The lake was no longer the vibrant green and crystal clear it appeared during the day. Now, without the wind, the surface was remarkably still. Wen Tan found a spot to sit, gazing up at the sky, which held only a few scattered stars, far less than on her arrival day. The recent weather had grown increasingly cold. While the desert was manageable during the day with strong UV rays, the nighttime temperatures plummeted. Based on the current progress, it seemed they would leave on schedule. Wrapping her arms around her knees, Wen Tan sat in contemplation. After a while, footsteps approached from behind. Why are you here alone? She turned to see the male actor who played opposite her, who had joined the crew a few days prior. She averted her gaze, explaining, It's a bit stuffy in the tent. The air is better here. The young man sat beside her. Is this your first time filming in the desert? This place is like that. You never quite get used to it. Wen Tan inquired, Have you been here before? Yes, years ago. I came with my family during a holiday, and they needed a small crowd actor, so they called me in. He continued, Since then, I fell in love with acting, applied for drama school. But upon entering the industry, I realized how tough it is. There are many more actors than roles. Wen Tan smiled gently. You just graduated. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. The young man looked into the distance. Not really. After this film, I plan to retire from acting and study abroad. Wen Tan was taken aback. Oh, I have a girlfriend I've been with since high school, and she'll be going with me. He explained. I used to think about striving while young, but now I realize the world is vast, and not everything can go as we wish. Wen Tan nadie lightly. That's good. Whatever you do, as long as you don't regret it. I actually just wanted to get some fresh air. Thank you for listening to me ramble. The young man continued. I really think you're amazing. You will definitely become a leading actress one day. If you win an award, and someone digs up this film, perhaps I'll bask in your glory and more people will see my name. Wen Tan laughed. I appreciate your kind words. After a while, the young man stood up and said, I shall take my leave now. I still have tomorrow's lines to memorize. You should head back early as well. All right. I will wait a few more minutes before I leave, she replied. Once he departed, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Wen Tan gazed vacantly at the lake, her mind slightly wandering. In truth, stepping back from the limelight requires more courage than persevering in it. When Zhou Jiguang had presented her with the choice between signing with Ming Zhuo or Huanyu Entertainment, she had made her decision without much hesitation. If faced with the same choice now, she suspected she would still find it difficult to choose differently. A gentle breeze brushed past her ears, and someone took a seat beside her. Initially, she thought he had forgotten something, and as she turned to inquire, she realized it was Ming Zhuo. Surprised, Wen Tan está merith. Teacher Ming. Ming Zhuo met her gaze and asked, Are you feeling down? She averted her eyes and unconsciously tugged at the grass beneath her, replying, Not really. I'm just sitting here enjoying the breeze, preparing to head back. You don't like fruits? Or Is it that Chun Yinzhou didn't tea bring you any that you enjoy? He continued. Wen Tan lowered her lashes and confessed, I simply dislike them. Teacher Ming, you may not know, but I have many quirks. I am particularly picky and rather pretentious, a bothersome nuisance. Ming Zhuo regarded her thoughtfully. But aren't you a fairy? Ming Zhuo's lips curved slightly as his gaze fell upon the lake's surface. Then what do you like? Wen Tan was momentarily taken aback. What? Ming Zhuo clarified. If you don't like those things, what do you enjoy? She paused for a couple of seconds, preparing to craft an image of a gold-digging woman. I like money. My childhood dream was to marry a wealthy man, preferably someone much older, so when he passes away, I can inherit his fortune. According to inheritance laws, the first in line are the spouse, children, and parents. To inherit everything, he must have no parents and no children. Ming Zhuo lazily continued. That is hard to find. Wen Tan replied. I'll take my time. I will eventually find someone. Where there is a will, there's a way. After a moment, Ming Zhuo's voice returned. Can he not be that old? Wen Tan's spine stiffened slightly at his words, and he added, who knows, he might just pass unexpectedly. Before she could think, Wen Tan turned and covered his mouth, frowning. Don't say such things. Ming Zhuo looked at her, his dark eyes calm. Wen Tan's fingers twitched before she slowly withdrew her hand. Clearing her throat, she said, what I meant was, at least let me know him first. Teacher Ming, please don't curse my future husband. Wen Tan quickly stood up and brushed off her pants. I should head back now. You should return early too, Teacher Ming. Just as she was about to leave, someone grasped her arm. The surrounding foliage swayed in the evening breeze, and Ming Zhuo's voice seemed tinged with exasperation. You truly give me a headache. Wen Tan pressed her lips together, taking a while to say, I'm sorry. She intended to toy with his feelings, but she was unsure how to act without causing him pain. Ming Zhuo turned her shoulder towards him, his tone gentle. I don't know how to balance your career with our relationship. I want to wait a little longer. Perhaps we can find a better solution. Wen Tan looked at him, her eyes reddening and her nose tinged with a sense of sorrow. Ming Zhuo lowered his gaze, meeting hers. But it seems you have no intention of giving me that opportunity. As Wen Tan turned her head, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her voice nearly choked with emotion. When Zhou asked me to choose, I chose to sign with Huan Yu instead of you, Teacher Ming. I'm just a selfish person. I would go to any lengths for fame. Ming Zhuo embraced her tightly. Wen Tan, your choice was not wrong. At no point should you ever have to relinquish the path you wish to take for anyone else. Wen Tan shut her eyes, her shoulders trembling more intensely. Ming Zhuo released her, gently wiping the tears from her face. A desert is inherently lacking in water. Conserve it. Amused, Wen Tan left, realizing her tears had indeed been overly dramatic. She turned to the side, using her sleeve to dry her eyes. Humans should cry often. It's good for the eyes. Ming Zhuo asked, is that so? Wen Tan mumbled in response. There is scientific evidence for that. Let me see. Wen Tan thought he was going to search for it on his phone, and as she lifted her head to say something, she was unexpectedly met by his dark, penetrating gaze. Her eyes glistened with moisture, droplets clinging to her lashes. Her heart raced, and her mind became a haze. She averted her gaze, attempting to change the subject. I should head back now, before she could finish. Ming Zhuo leaned down and kissed her. Chapter 74. Redemption. The desert sky was vast. Stars that had been hidden in the night began to twinkle one by one. The lake and the oasis rippled softly in the wind, reflecting the two figures beside it. Wen Tan found her arms wrapped around Ming Zhuo's neck, eyes closed, entangled in his breath. Ming Zhuo encircled her waist. The pressure of his lips was firm, his tongue teasing hers, inch by inch claiming her. The breath in Wen Tan's chest was constricted, nearly taking her breath away. Ming Zhuo gradually slowed his movements, gently sucking on her lips. The bitter taste of the tears that had seeped into the corners of her mouth had long been replaced by sweetness. After a while, Ming Zhuo pulled back slightly, gazing into her glistening eyes, his throat tightening as he hoarsely asked, will you forget again this time? Wen Tan's face flushed crimson as she shook her head gently. Ming Zhuo's lips curled slightly. Wen Tan's hand, which had been resting on his shoulder, slipped down, clutching the zipper of his jacket as she whispered, Teacher Ming, dating me is quite difficult. We mustn't be discovered, and we can't meet often. If someone asks if I have a boyfriend, I must say no. Ming Zhuo replied, as long as I know you have one, that's enough. Wen Tan couldn't help but smile, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness. Then will you think I'm toying with your feelings? Toying? That implies irresponsibility, refusal, and denial. Ming Zhuo chuckled softly. Miss Wen, What you're doing now doesn't even reach the level of playing with me. Wen Tan's lashes fluttered, unconsciously shifting in his embrace. Then how should it be? Her intention was to clarify, so she could avoid any pitfalls in the future. Ming Zhuo's eyelids cast a shadow, his voice low and husky, just like this. Like this. The last word caught in her throat. Even through layers of clothing, she could feel the heat radiating from Ming Zhuo, solid and undeniable. It reminded her of that night when she had opened the door to him while wearing pajamas. She tried her best to ignore the more obvious heat, discreetly stepping out of his embrace, lifting her hand to adjust her hair, clearing her throat. It's getting late. I should head back. Once Wen Tan finished speaking, she hurriedly exited the oasis. As she ran across the desert, she turned back and called out, "Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo looked at her from a distance. Wen Tan reached in her pocket, pulling out her hand to form a heart gesture. "Good night." Ming Zhuo silently smiled, "Good night." Wen Tan suppressed the smile at the corners of her lips, withdrew her hand, and turned to hurry back to the set. Ming Zhuo watched her retreating figure for a long while, finally taking a deep breath, the tension in his body gradually easing into calmness. Inside the tent, Wen noticed Wen Tan had yet to return and was about to head out to search for her when she heard someone outside softly humming a tune. Wen approached, lifting the tent flaps. "Sister Wen Tan, what are you doing out here? Why don't you come in?" "Oh," Wen Tan squatted on the ground, turning to respond. "I was afraid you might be asleep and didn't want to disturb you." She was genuinely happy, joy radiating from her. Wen observed her, sensing something was off. "Are you all right?" Wen Tan replied, "Iem me fine." She gazed up at the night sky. "Don't you think the stars are beautiful tonight?" Wen glanced up. "It's all right. It seems similar to before." Wen Tan stood up, patting her shoulder, then take a closer look. After Wen Tan entered the tent, Wen tilted her head and spun around. Yet she found nothing remarkable about the starry sky tonight. After a couple of minutes, Wen followed suit. "Sister Wen Tan, please don't scare me." Chun Yinzhou glanced at a page of data, but soon felt overwhelmed and wondered how Teacher Ming could manage to work late into the night. He stood up, intending to brew a cup of coffee and continue, when Ming Zhuo returned. Ming Zhuo sat at the table and picked up the documents anew. "You should rest." Chun Yinzhou contemplated for a moment, but remained seated across from him. "Teacher Ming, did you go to find Wen Tan?" Ming Zhuo remained silent, tacitly affirming. Chun Yinzhou continued. "Based on my observations over the past few days, Wen Tan is quite approachable. Teacher Ming, do you think if I ask her to help me record a video again, she would agree?" Ming Zhuo replied, "I thought I had given you a proposal gift." Chun Yinzhou chuckled. "That's different. Your gift, Teacher Ming, my girlfriend will surely appreciate, but having Wen Tan help me with a video holds a different significance." Ming Zhuo raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Don't go." Chun Yinzhou tentatively asked, "Do you think she wouldn't agree? However, I still have a long time until my proposal. I'll discuss it later." "That makes sense. Once we become more familiar, she would be less likely to refuse." Ming Zhuo spoke with an impassive expression. "If you can't sleep, write a data report for me." He stood up, taking the lighter and cigarette box from the table, and exited the tent. Chun Yinzhou. The dry desert climate meant that Ming Zhuo rarely smoked after arriving here. He lit a cigarette, holding it between his lips, and with one hand, opened the video from Wen Tan. He had watched this video many times over the past period. After the video finished playing, his phone vibrated slightly. Ming Zhuo exited the page. "Wen Tan, I can." The line below quoted her previous message. "If the crew doesn't let me in, can I still say you're my boyfriend?" "Wen Tan, Teacher Ming, have you arrived?" Ming Zhuo, "Just arrived." "Wen Tan, are you going to sleep?" Ming Zhuo, still reviewing data. Ming Zhuo, "Are you going to sleep?" "Wen Tan, it's time to sleep." "Wen Tan, but I can't sleep." "Wen Tan, it's all your fault." Ming Zhuo, "Wen Tan, you keep running through my mind." The corners of Ming Zhuo's lips curled as he typed a reply. Ming Zhuo, "Are you staying with your assistant?" Wen Tan, "Yes." Ultimately, this call from Ming Zhuo was meant for someone else. Zhou Jiguang snorted lightly. "I told you, for a woman, you wouldn't neglect me in the future." Ming Zhuo brushed off the ash from a cigarette, his tone lazy and nonchalant. "How much did you spend on signing Wen Tan?" "Adding it all together, it would be around 2,000 to 3,000. Why?" "Nothing. Just hang up." Zhou Jiguang. Just as he felt perplexed, his phone received a transfer of a full 40 million. Zhou Jiguang. He immediately called back. "Wait, are you trying to redeem her?" Ming Zhuo replied, "It's none of your business. Just accept it. Don't tell her." "Have you reconciled with your father?" "No." Zhou Jiguang was baffled. "Then where did the money come from?" Although Ming Zhuo severed ties with the Ming family at 20. Shifting to study geology, he had begun investing and acquiring shares before turning 18, and the money he earned had multiplied several times over. Chapter 75. Sweet Nothings. As Su Lingwei stepped out of the tent, she spotted Ming Zhuo smoking. She approached him, her eyes shy. Teacher Ming, the supplies have arrived today. Tomorrow, Ding Jia and I plan to cook something delicious. Do you have any dish in mind? Ming Zhuo replied, I'm fine with anything. Ask them. Su Lingwei said, each of them suggested a dish, and I've noted them down. Ming Zhuo responded with an indicating he had heard her. He extinguished his cigarette, preparing to take the trash back. Teacher Ming, Su Lingwei called out, if you have any friends you'd like to invite, they can join us too. Ming Zhuo responded in a neutral tone, I have none. Su Lingwei watched his retreating figure and suddenly felt relieved. Upon returning to the tent, Ding Jia immediately approached her. You look so happy. What did Teacher Ming say? Su Lingwei, searching for cooking tutorials online, replied cheerfully, nothing much. Ding Jia sighed at her sunscreen. I've never even heard of this brand. I wonder if it will break me out. After a moment, she asked Su Lingwei, do you think if I ask a celebrity for a bottle of sunscreen, she would lend it to me? Su Lingwei paused before responding. Maybe it's best not to. She doesn't seem very easy to get along with, and can be quite abrasive. Ding Jia pouted. She is not even that famous, yet she acts like a diva. But that is how celebrities are, often lacking in culture and manners. Su Lingwei laughed. They are in tea from our world. I still have some sunscreen. You can use mine. Ding Jia clung to her arm playfully. Yeah, you're so sweet. If I were Teacher Ming, I would definitely be smitten with you. Su Lingwei blushed at the compliment. All right, let us focus on the dishes we're making tomorrow. Let us ensure everyone is satisfied. Got it. If you want to win Teacher Ming's heart, you must first capture his stomach. I understand. I'll help you plan this well, and this time, you'll surely impress him. Today, Wen Tan needed to film scenes after an escape, requiring a deep venture into the heart of the desert. The crew's vehicle was prepared to depart at dawn. As Wen Tan was brushing her teeth, she glanced up just in time to see the geological team's vehicle pass by. Do they always start this early? But then again, their surveying work must be conducted during daylight. Once night falls, visibility would be lost. After spending the day filming, which included numerous action sequences and falls, Wen Tan returned feeling utterly sore. Upon disembarking, the sky had darkened. Luja addressed everyone. Take a good rest today. We'll depart at 3 tomorrow afternoon to finish filming the remaining night scenes. Most of Yang Fei and his crew were involved in night shoots, making the film heavily reliant on evening sequences. Everyone was exhausted today, responding weakly as they returned to their tents. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wen initially intended to massage Wen Tan's shoulders, but the moment she touched her, Wen Tan flinched back in pain. Wen said, Sister Wen Tan, if you don't loosen those tense muscles, it will hurt even more tomorrow. Wen Tan stretched her arms, her face contorted in discomfort. I know. Let us talk about it later. I need a shower first. Wen thought that if only she could take a hot shower, she would surely feel much better. However, here, even a hot shower was a luxury. Wen Tan, being the female lead, could only have 1 basin of water a day, and she had to use a wooden ladle to wash, strictly controlling the amount to avoid running out. The others had it even worse. While showering, Wen Tan noticed a bruise forming on her shoulder. She exhaled slowly, dressed, and stepped out from the makeshift shower area set up by the crew. Wen had been waiting outside, and upon seeing her, she glanced around and stepped forward, speaking mysteriously. Sister Wen Tan, Teacher Ming came to find you. When Wen Tan located Ming Zhuo, he was feeding the horses at the oasis. The horses had worked hard all day, and the staff responsible for feeding them had brought them here for fresh water and grass instead of providing feed. Wen Tan jogged over to his side. Teacher Ming. Ming Zhuo looked at her. Feeling any better? Wen Tan hesitated slightly. Your assistant mentioned you were injured quite badly. Wen Tan responded, Oh, it's inevitable with action scenes. It will heal in a couple of days. Ming Zhuo set down the grass in his hands. Speaking in a calm tone, would you like to go soak in a hot spring? Wen Tan turned her head slightly, coughing softly as she mumbled, I won't go. Didn't you say soaking is beneficial? Her ears flushed slightly. It is beneficial, but last time, the hot spring was conveniently nearby, and this time is just a normal shoot, unlike the unexpected circumstances of the last time. My professional spirit can withstand it. Ming Zhuo's lips curled into a silent smile as he gently pulled her into his embrace. Does this make you feel better? Wen Tan's smile nearly reached her ears. Yet she maintained the last shred of decorum, trying to sound serious. It's bearable, I suppose. The surroundings were tranquil, punctuated only by the sound of a few horses munching on fresh grass. Wen Tan felt that Ming Zhuo's embrace possessed a certain magical quality, alleviating the exhaustion she had felt upon her return. She slightly raised her head and asked, "Teacher Ming, when did you come back?" Ming Zhuo replied, "A few minutes later than you." Wen Tan hugged his waist with concern. "You all work so hard, waking up early and returning late. You must be exhausted." "Yes," Ming Zhuo murmured, resting his chin against her forehead, his voice low as he recharged. Wen Tan's heart fluttered, her cheeks reddening as she whispered, "Teacher Ming, you are quite the romantic." Ming Zhuo chuckled softly, gradually releasing her. "Is this what you call romance?" Wen Tan, with a sense of righteousness, countered, "Do you have any other lines prepared? I like to hear how they differ." Ming Zhuo's gaze fell upon her lips, his expression darkening slightly. Just as he was about to kiss her, two individuals descended from the crew. Wen Tan instinctively turned her head and quickly pulled Ming Zhuo into hiding. The two figures were the equestrian instructor who had recently recovered and a staff member responsible for feeding the horses. Noticing the horses still grazing, they took their time, chatting rather than hurrying back. Nearby, Ming Zhuo leaned against a tree trunk while Wen Tan nestled in his embrace, occasionally glancing towards the two. As their conversation lingered without any signs of departing, Wen Tan's initial anxiety gradually subsided. She withdrew her gaze and looked up at the man before her, speaking in a voice only they could hear, "Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo's dark eyes lowered as they locked gazes. Wen Tan yently inquired, "Were you just about to kiss me?" Chapter 76. Abdominal muscles at the geological team's campsite. A large table was laden with an abundance of ingredients, and stomachs growled in hunger as they repeatedly picked up their chopsticks only to set them down again. Chen Yinzhou entered the tent, asking, "Why haven't you all started eating yet?" Su Lingwei stood up, replying, "Teacher Ming hasn't returned yet. Teacher Ming told us to start eating without waiting for him." Chen Yinzhou remarked, glancing at one of the team members, "5 Ge, didn't you tell them?" The man, affectionately known as 5 Ge, chuckled sheepishly and muttered, "I did." Ding Jia, noticing, quickly interjected, "Let us wait for Teacher Ming. He is the one who has worked the hardest." With her words, the others felt disinclined to argue further. Chen Yinzhou took a seat, insisting, "Really, don't wait for him. Teacher Ming told me he might not come back for dinner, so we should eat." He then began calling names. 5 Ge, Lei Ge, stop sitting around, eat. Su Lingwei pressed her lips together. "Then let us eat first. If Teacher Ming comes back, I'll prepare something for him." Upon hearing this, the others sighed in relief and began to eat. After only a couple of bites, Su Lingwei leaned closer to Chen Yinzhou, asking, "Did Teacher Ming say where he went?" After a pause, she added, "Is it to the film crew?" Chen Yinzhou, carefree, replied, "He didn't mention it. It should be, right? It's dark now. He wouldn't be returning to the surveying site." After finishing their meal, Su Lingwei began clearing the dishes. "You all worked hard today. Go rest. Jia Jia and I will handle the rest." The other geological team members, having spent the day eating sand in the desert, did not protest and left one by one. Once they had all departed, Ding Jia muttered while gathering the trash, "Seriously? You spent all day preparing this feast, and Teacher Ming didn't eat a single bite." She added, somewhat frustrated, "I see his soul has been taken by that female star." Su Lingwei quickly intervened, "Jia Jia, don't say that." Ding Jia turned to her, "Don't you feel aggrieved? What does that female star have over you? She is merely basking in her celebrity glow. Besides, I just heard them say that Chen Yinzhou asked her for a photo yesterday, and she readily agreed. She puts on airs with us, but is so accommodating with the boys. What is that if not a seductress? I truly don't understand why Teacher Ming favors her." Su Lingwei paused for a moment before saying, "I'll step out for a bit." She entered the tent belonging to Chen Yinzhou and Ming Zhuo, asking casually, "Has Teacher Ming returned yet?" Chen Yinzhou, mid-bite of an apple, looked up and replied, "No, are you looking for him?" Su Lingwei smiled. "I was just worried he'd come back hungry." "Oh, it's fine," Chen Yinzhou reassured her. "If he is hungry, he can just eat instant noodles. We still have some compressed biscuits." Su Lingwei slowly sat down across from him. "Teacher Ming must be looking for Wen Tan, right?" Chen Yinzhou shrugged. "Probably. He seems to only know Wen Tan from that crew." Su Lingwei probed further. "So are they together?" Chen Yinzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could that be? Teacher Ming and Wen Tan are just acquaintances. Besides, the supply truck arrived yesterday, and when I went to find Wen Tan, Teacher Ming asked me to bring her a basket of fruit, which she didn't even accept. Su Lingyue fell silent, and Chen Yinzhou, aware of Professor Zhao's previous attempts to matchmake Ming Zhuo and Su Lingyue, swallowed his apple. Just rest easy. Teacher Ming is at most Wen Tan's climbing coach. They can't possibly be together. Furthermore, Wen Tan's ex-boyfriend is also a big star. If she were to date again, it would surely be someone from the industry, right? We would have anything in common? Su Lingyue tentatively asked. You seem to know her quite well. Chen Yinzhou nodded, I suppose. My girlfriend is her fan and has mentioned some things before. Why did she break up with her ex-boyfriend then? As the staff responsible for feeding the horses wrapped up their conversation with the equestrian instructor, they noticed the horses had nearly finished eating and began leading them back. Their voices faded into the night. Wen Tan, pressed against the tree, tilted her head back, her lips and tongue filled with a breath that did not belong to her. Clinging to Ming Zhuo's shoulder, she clutched his clothing tightly. With no one around, Ming Zhuo captured her lips, seemingly kissing her more fervently. Perhaps it was the surrounding stillness or their passionate embrace, but Wen Tan could even hear the sound of intertwining breaths. In a daze, she let out an instinctive low moan. Ming Zhuo paused momentarily before slowly pulling away. Wen Tan, still dazed from the kiss, gazed up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ming Zhuo reached up to wipe them away, his voice husky and slow. It's getting late. You should head back. Wen Tan wished to linger a little longer, her throat feeling dry and itchy. But we don't start work until tomorrow afternoon. We have a night shoot. We can stay up a bit later tonight. Ming Zhuo's eyes, veiled with a misty sheen, silently observed her. The position was somewhat uncomfortable for Wen Tan, and as she contemplated shifting, she recalled his words from last night and hesitated. She softly inquired, Are you going back? I want to be able to sleep if I do. Is there still work left to finish? Ming Zhuo's chest vibrated slightly, as if he were laughing. He pulled Wen Tan back into his embrace, speaking leisurely. I'm busy thinking about my girlfriend. Wen Tan was momentarily stunned, then wrapped her arms around his waist, her lips curving into a wider smile. Is this what Teacher Ming prepared as a romantic line? Almost. Mimicking his previous earnestness, Wen Tan replied, I do not wish for mere verbal declarations. She tilted her head back to gaze at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. May I touch your abdominal muscles? Ming Zhuo was momentarily speechless. Tomorrow, Wen Tan would embark on night shoots, which would last at least a week. Consequently, their schedules would be completely misaligned. She would leave for work each day as he returned to the camp, and upon finishing her filming, he would begin his own work. Although the distance was not vast, it felt as if they were enduring the time difference of a long-distance relationship. After several days of not seeing him, Wen Tan felt compelled to retain some semblance of longing. Ming Zhuo's voice tightened, decisively refusing no. She indeed had not grasped the current situation to make such a request. Undeterred, Wen Tan grew bolder, pressing on, Your girlfriend is heading deep into the desert for filming tomorrow, perhaps for 10 days or even half a month. You want to see her at all? Are you unwilling to fulfill this small request? After a brief pause, she attempted to negotiate if it helps. I could let you touch too. Chapter 77. To the fullest in the 30 years of Ming Zhuo's life, he had not adhered to a conventional path. In fact, to his father, he could be considered a rebel. To others, he appeared calm, rational, disciplined, and had achieved what many could only dream of in a lifetime at a young age. Throughout his life, there had never been a woman by his side. He spent his days either immersed in geological research or conducting field surveys. It seemed that apart from the intricate data and precise instruments, there was no room for anything else in his world. Thus, he appeared devoid of desire, cold, and detached. Romantic entanglements were never part of his plans. Yet he had never experienced a sensation quite like the one he felt now, a heavy tension lodged within him, unresolved and suffocating. Yet, Wen Tan looked at him with palpable anticipation, her moist, trembling eyes seemingly issuing a silent invitation. Ming Zhuo felt a tightness in his throat, and for a fleeting moment, he nearly acquiesced to her request. 2 seconds later, he raised his hand to cover her eyes, his voice husky as he repeated those same words. No. Wen Tan awkwardly responded, I almost forgot. Teacher Ming is a paragon of virtue and would not engage in such transactions. He struggled to maintain his composure. Wen Tan, do not provoke me. Wen Tan recalled the day he had appeared beside the hot springs. She gradually lowered his hand. Understood, Teacher Ming is noble and virtuous, holding jade in hand, leaving a legacy for generations. Ming Zhuo gazed at her, seemingly having lost his temper, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. Must you touch? Wen Tan saw a glimmer of hope and extended her finger. Just 1 minute. No, just once. Ming Zhuo turned his head, unzipping his jacket with one hand. Beneath it, he wore a short-sleeved shirt. He lifted the hem of his jacket with one hand while guiding Wen Tan's hand with the other. The moment her fingertips made contact, she instinctively recoiled from the heat. Ming Zhuo grasped her wrist, preventing her from wandering elsewhere. His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a low, strained tone. No more touching? Irresistible. Despite her stammering, Wen Tan resolutely pressed her palm against his abdomen, her ears flushing crimson. The sensation was as firm as it had been through the fabric. Defined muscles, each contour distinct. This was the boldest thing Wen Tan had ever done aside from soaking in a hot spring in a vast, uninhabited desert. The audacious were the first to relish the world. The even bolder were the first to enjoy their boyfriend's abdominal muscles. Wen Tan endeavored to appear composed, trying not to seem inexperienced, though her breathing mirrored the rising temperature of his body, becoming fervent. She steadied her racing heart. But, just as she attempted to move her hand, he pulled it away. Wen Tan murmured in confusion, clearly still yearning for more. Ming Zhuo's voice tightened further, his tone stern. You said just once. As she retracted her hand, her gaze inadvertently fell downward, even shrouded in the shadows of night. The area where she had just touched was evidently pronounced. Wen Tan's mind blanked momentarily, her body alight with warmth and tingles, breath trembling. No wonder Ming Zhuo had initially denied her. Wen Tan clutched the hem of her shirt, feigning nonchalance. Then before she could finish, Ming Zhuo pulled the zippers of her jacket up to her chin, obscuring the lower half of her face. His breath was slightly labored, restrained to the utmost. Consider it a debt. Wen Tan's eyes glistened, and she gently replied, Oh. On the way back, Wen Tan's steps felt unsteady. She bent her right arm, cradling her hand against her chest, as if still savoring that solid sensation. Upon entering the tent, Wen observed her for a while before softly inquiring, Sister Wen Tan, your hand isn't broken, is it? Wen Tan replied, No. Wen continued, Oh, then you should eat grapes? I just washed them. Wen Tan looked at the vibrant, glistening plate of grapes beside her, puzzled. Did the cruise supplies arrive today? No. Teacher Ming brought them while you were showering. Wen Tan popped a grape in her mouth. It was plump, sweet, and delicious. As she smiled, her gaze met Wen's inquisitive eyes. Wen leaned closer. Sister Wen Tan. Wen Tan playfully popped 2 grapes in her mouth, saying gently, You were practically drooling yesterday. Eat up. In the middle of the night, Wen Tan found herself wide awake. She opened her phone, gazing at her unassuming avatar, and decided to change it. After scrolling through her album for a while, she ultimately selected a selfie taken at the foot of the Namjibaro mountain, captured when Ming Zhuo had gone to retrieve her hiking commemorative badge. Just as Wen Tan finished updating her profile, a message from Lin Chuyu arrived. Lin Chuyu, how is the filming in the desert going? Are you getting used to it? Wen Tan, I'm getting used to it. It's quite nice. Wen Tan, the scenery here is beautiful. Lin Chuyu, don't deceive me. I've read that the desert environment is quite harsh. Wen Tan sent her a few photos taken over the past few days. Wen Tan, it is indeed dry, but with proper precautions, it's manageable. Lin Chuyu, it sounds quite pleasant. When are you coming back? I'm nearly bored to death. Wen Tan, I should be back in a month or 2. Wen Tan, when I return, you should be on winter break, and we can go out. Lin Chuyu, great. After concluding their chat, Lin Chuyu scrolled through the photos Wen Tan had sent her, growing increasingly enamored with the beauty of the desert. Having traveled extensively throughout her life, she had never set foot in a desert. Lin Chuyu, a decisive action taker, immediately purchased a plane ticket, preparing for her journey. In less than 2 days, she landed in the heart of the Northwest. As she pushed her suitcase out of the airport, several individuals approached her. Miss, need a rental car? We have all kinds of vehicles. Miss, interested in a travel group? We're a small group of 4, no hidden fees. Miss, where would you like to go? We can help you plan your itinerary. Lin Chuyu politely declined each offer, continuing on her way. Once outside the restroom, she felt a bit unwell. A kindly older woman sitting nearby noticed and approached her. Young lady, do you need to use the restroom? Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on your luggage. The older woman appeared friendly, and seeing that she also carried items, likely just disembarked from a flight, Lin Chuyu, feeling quite uncomfortable, bent slightly and said, Thank you. I'll be quick. Go on. I'll wait for you. With her bag slung over her shoulder, Lin Chuyu hurried into the restroom. She had been so carefree that she completely forgot it was her time of the month. When she emerged, the older woman was sitting with her suitcase, a warm smile on her face. "How are you, dear? Feeling better?" Chapter 78. Deceived Lin Xiao's complexion was slightly pale as she nodded gently, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. There's no need for such politeness," the aunt replied with a smile, accompanying her towards the airport exit. "Are you here to visit family or for leisure?" "I have a friend working here, so I suppose it's a bit of both," Lin Xiao said, glancing at her suitcase. She extended her hand. "Andy, allow me to handle it." The aunt insisted. "It's all right. You look a bit unwell. It's just a short distance. Let me help you push it." "You're so kind," Lin Xiao remarked with a hint of admiration. "Ah, my daughter is around your age. Seeing you reminds me of her," the aunt said fondly. Once outside the airport, the aunt checked her old mobile phone and turned to Lin Xiao. "Dear, it seems my phone is out of credit. Could I borrow yours to call my daughter and let her know I'm safe?" "Of course," Lin Xiao replied, retrieving her phone from her bag, unlocking it, and handing it over. "Please use it." The aunt took the phone with a grateful thank you, standing aside to make the call. Lin Xiao waited, feeling a sharp pain in her abdomen, and the weight of the bag on her shoulder was becoming unbearable, so she placed it atop her suitcase. Uncertain if the signal outside the airport was poor, the aunt called out several times, seemingly unable to hear, and continued walking ahead. Lin Xiao initially paid little attention until she noticed the aunt was nearly across the street. She hurried forward, calling out, "Andy," just as she spoke. The aunt suddenly dashed ahead with surprising agility. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized and began to chase after her. However, as she sprinted a few steps, she recalled her suitcase and bag were still behind. Turning to retrieve them, she was startled to see a man rushing out, snatching her belongings and fleeing. As Ming Zhuo had said, Lin Xiao had led a sheltered life since birth, never facing significant adversity, surrounded by kind-hearted individuals. Though she harbored a slight sense of caution, it was minimal. Bewildered, she looked around, her mind blank, unsure of whom to pursue first. 5 minutes later, the harsh reality dawned upon her. She had been deceived. Sitting on the ground, the cramping in her abdomen intensified her vulnerability, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. "At least, they could have left me a sanitary pad." At that moment, a male voice called out from behind, Lin Xiao. With tear-filled eyes, she turned around, taking a moment to recognize him, murmuring, "Brother Jiguan." When Tan had been in the desert, her days and nights reversed for several days, primarily filming action scenes, leaving her battered and bruised. Each time she returned to the set at dawn, gazing at the distant geological team's camp, she found herself missing her boyfriend and regretting her choices. Had she known the opportunity to feel those well-defined abs would be so fleeting, she would have waited until after her night shoots to indulge thoroughly. Now, her days felt devoid of anticipation. On the 4th morning, as Wen Tan stepped out of the vehicle, she noticed several supply trucks nearby. She turned to ask Wen, "Didn't the supplies arrive just the day before yesterday?" "Yes, but could it be someone is visiting the set?" Wen speculated. "I'll go find out." Thanks to Ming Zhuo, Wen Tan had developed a slight case of PTSD at the mere mention of visitors. When she lifted the tent flap, someone rushed forward and embraced her, followed by Lin Xiao's choked sobs. Tan, I finally found you." Wen Tan was momentarily taken aback, as if dreaming. Stepping back, she looked at Lin Xiao, both shocked and surprised. "How did you get here?" Pouting in distress, Lin Xiao replied, "I wanted to come and see you." Just as Wen Tan was about to respond, she noticed someone approaching from behind Lin Xiao. "Sister Qiu," she called out. Su Qiu smiled and nodded, "Make sure to comfort her. She was deceived at the airport and lost everything." With that, she exited the tent, leaving time and space for the two of them. Wen Tan widened her eyes and turned back to Lin Xiao. "What happened?" Lin Xiao buried her head in Wen Tan's shoulder, sobbing softly. The water was too hot to drink, and people's hearts are too cold to touch. Wen Tan gently patted Lin Xiao's back. It's all right. Have you reported it to the police?" Emerging from her embrace, Lin Xiao's face was still streaked with tears. "I did, but the police said that gang is notorious. They might not find them. However, I borrowed Brother Jiguan's phone to report my ID as lost and froze all my bank cards." Wen Tan felt an incredulous sensation. Even more astonishing than hearing she had been deceived. Brother Jiguan? At that moment, Lin Xiao was so overwhelmed with tears she couldn't process it, merely nodding yes. "Didn't I mention? He's my cousin and a childhood friend. I met him a few times. I only learned on my way here that he is your company's boss." Wen Tan paused for a moment, but didn't dwell on it. Wealthy individuals often circulate within the same circles. She guided Lin Chuyao to sit down, wiping her tears away. You should have informed me in advance that you were coming. Thankfully, you encountered them. Otherwise, what would you have done? Lin Chuyao nodded, still pouting. Wen Tan hesitated before adding, but it's not the weekend. What about your classes? Oh, that's simple, Lin Chuyao said proudly. I arranged for a substitute teacher before boarding the flight. I told her to wear a mask during roll call and say she was unwell, so no one would suspect anything. Aside from her cousin, no teacher would call her name during class. Just as Wen Tan was about to mention that Ming Zhuo was also here and whether it would cause any issues if discovered, Wen entered. Sister Wen Tan. I found out that President Zhou and Sister Qiu are here visiting the set. Wen had seen Lin Chuyao before when she visited the set to see Wen Tan. Su Qiu's visit was normal, but Wen Tan couldn't fathom why Zhou Jiguang, who was notoriously meticulous, would also come. As Wen Tan and Lin Chuyao stepped outside, she noticed Lu Zhi conversing with Zhou Jiguang. Su Qiu appeared from somewhere, explaining, "This film has investment from Huan Yu, and President Zhou is here to check on the progress." Wen Tan nodded in understanding. Zhou Jiguang was indeed impressive, possessing a keen investment eye. It was said that he was the one who signed Meng Chunin, who had previously struggled, and invested resources to elevate her to her current status. While Huan Yu had a stake in this film, it was not the largest investor, and it had been agreed from the outset that they would not interfere with casting decisions. Thus, when Su Qiu discussed the female lead with Wen Tan, Lu Zhi handled it professionally, approving her only after confirming she met all the necessary criteria. As Zhou Jiguang continued his conversation with Lu Zhi, Wen Tan took Lin Chuyao for a stroll nearby. Lin Chuyao's gaze repeatedly lingered on one spot, and she clung to Wen Tan's arm, whispering, "Tan Tan, don't you think Brother Jiguang is quite handsome?" Wen Tan raised an eyebrow. Really? Chapter 79. Slander in this world. No one believes their boss is handsome, especially Wen Tan. Years ago, Zhou Jiguang had harassed her relentlessly, and after signing with Huan Yu, he continued to make veiled jabs at her. Wen Tan had never regarded him as a typical male. To her, Zhou Jiguang was merely a profit-driven capitalist, devoid of charm. She chuckled lightly. Perhaps he has a certain appeal. Lin Chuyao turned back, smiling dreamily. He's quite handsome, providing a sense of security. Over there. Zhou Jiguang seemed to sense her gaze and looked up. Lin Chuyao immediately straightened, pretending to be nonchalant as she adjusted her hair. Zhou Jiguang narrowed his eyes, wondering what they were discussing about him. Lin Chuyao, being Ming Zhuo's cousin, was a few years younger than them and, as a girl, moved in a different social circle. The last time Zhou Jiguang had seen her was 2 or 3 years ago at Guanxi's club opening. He knew little about Lin Chuyu, only that she was a frivolous young lady who reveled in indulgence and squandered money without a care. The Ming family was affluent, and Lin Chuyu's mother, Ming Zhuo, was a formidable woman who earned significantly more than her daughter spent each day. Lin Chuyu, indeed, had no obligations and possessed enough wealth to last several lifetimes. In stark contrast, Zhou Jiguang found joy in making money. His enterprise was flourishing under his stewardship. Zhou Jiguang harbored no particular grievances against Lin Chuyu, yet he felt considerable discontent towards Wen Tan. The mere thought of Ming Zhuo, a composed and collected individual, having spent 40 million without so much as a blink, all while forbidding him from speaking to her, incensed him. Zhou Jiguang had grown up alongside Ming Zhuo, who stood out as the brightest among their peers, blessed with both intellect and a prestigious lineage. To Zhou Jiguang, Ming Zhuo deserved a gentle and cultured lady of high social standing, not a celebrity like Wen Tan, who sought publicity through romantic entanglements and was often embroiled in scandal. Upon learning that Lin Chuyu was friends with Wen Tan, he felt a sense of distaste. This led Zhou Jiguang to believe that their peculiar expressions hinted at them gossiping about him. Zhou Jiguang, along with Su Qiu, was heading to the filming set and departed with the crew in the afternoon. Lin Chuyu had traversed great distances and had not rested well over the past few days, being on her period. Thus, Wen Tan insisted she stay behind in the tent to recuperate. However, Lin Chuyu was not one to remain idle. After Wen Tan and the others left, she found herself unable to sleep. She lay playing with the phone Zhou Jiguang had given her before their journey into the desert, growing increasingly frustrated and eventually sitting up. The sky outside was dimming, and a few staff members remained on duty. As Lin Chuyu wandered nearby, she initially intended to check out the oasis below, but as she took a few steps, 2 off-road vehicles passed by her. At first, She thought they were part of the crew and paid little attention. However, moments later, one of the vehicles suddenly reversed and came to a halt before her. Curiosity piqued. She leaned forward to see who was inside. Soon, the window rolled down, revealing Ming Zhuo's strikingly handsome and aloof visage, which simply regarded her. In a moment of panic, Lin Chuyu turned and fled. Ming Zhuo raised his hand and grasped her collar, issuing a succinct directive. Get in. At the geological team's camp, once the meeting concluded, Ming Zhuo was the first to exit. Su Lingyue was organizing her documents and glanced at the corner of the tent that had been lifted. She quietly inquired of Chen Yinzhou. Who is that girl? How did she come back with you all? Chen Yinzhou appeared equally perplexed. I'm not sure. When we passed by the filming crew, Teacher Ming invited her into the vehicle. However, she hasn't uttered a word since getting in, and she seems quite intimidated by him. Su Lingwen nodded thoughtfully and looked outside again. Lin Chuyu was not lacking in words. Her mind was racing, contemplating how to salvage her predicament. Outside the tent, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, with only a few camping lights casting a tranquil glow. Lin Chuyu stood idly, kicking at the sand out of boredom, and upon seeing Ming Zhuo emerge, she immediately straightened up. Cousin. Ming Zhuo, with one hand in his pocket, spoke in a flat tone. When did you arrive? I got here today. School is on break. Ming Zhuo's nonchalant question sent a wave of anxiety over Lin Chuyu. Her back nearly drenched in sweat. Unable to confess that she had skipped class, she resorted to a ploy, bursting into tears. Cousin, you have no idea. I encountered a scammer at the airport, and all my belongings and identification were stolen. Ming Zhuo regarded her in silence, unsure whether to believe her. Lin Chuyu sobbed, theatrically wiping her tears. I'm telling the truth. You can ask Brother Jiguang. If it weren't for him, you might not have seen your clever, lovely, and beautiful cousin again. Ming Zhuo replied. You should focus on your studies. There's nothing to worry about. Lin Chuyu's sobs grew louder, genuinely feeling the grievance of encountering a family member in such a desolate place. She sniffled. What kind of cousin are you? I'm in this state, and you don't even offer me a word of comfort. You have no heart. I even kept you informed about Wen Tan. Enough. Ming Zhuo, irritated by her noise, pinched the bridge of his nose. You should finish your fun and return home early. Don't make your parents or grandmother worry. Lin Chuyu understood that he intended not to expose her lies. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she embraced him tightly, whining playfully, Cousin, you're so kind. Ming Zhuo gently patted her shoulder and softened his tone. Next time you go out, be more cautious and don't lose yourself. Lin Chuyu huffed, stepping out of his embrace. I'm not that foolish. This was just an accident, and there won't be a next time. Ming Zhuo withdrew his hand, disinterested in further conversation. Not far away, Su Lingyue stood in the tent, watching the scene unfold, her hands tightly clutching her phone. Though she could not hear their words, she felt a pang of unease. Su Lingyue glanced down at the photo on her phone, her lips pressed together. At that moment, Ding Jia's voice came from behind. Yeah, what are you looking at? Su Lingyue hastily shut the screen. Nothing at all. Ding Jia approached, only catching a glimpse of Ming Zhuo, escorting Lin Chuyu away, and she scoffed. Those little stars certainly have no shame, one after another seeking out Teacher Ming. If you ask me, yeah, you're just too shy and demure. If you were a bit bolder, who knows, you might even have a child by now. Chapter 80. The aristocracy. The night was serene, the desert sprawling endlessly. Wen Tan repeatedly fell to the ground, only to rise again, her gaze fierce. Mirroring yang fei es determinación. Seizing the moment, her movements were swift and decisive. Lu Zhi stood before the monitor, satisfaction evident on his face. Wen Tan is indeed a commendable actress, quite resilient, and as they say, those who survive great trials will surely encounter future blessings. Su Qiu inquired, what great trial? Zhou Jiguang glanced over. The previous incident had been kept under wraps, with no one discussing it. Wen Tan believed the matter had passed, and had instructed Wenwen not to inform Su Qiu. Lu Zhi, surprised they were unaware, cleared his throat and explained, it was during filming when a horse unexpectedly bolted with Wen Tan, and we searched for her all afternoon until members from the neighboring geological team brought her back. Zhou Jiguang's lips twitched. The geological team? Yes. When we chose the location, we discovered the geological team's camp there. The environment must be commendable if it's been professionally designated. Zhou Jiguang. Lu Zhi appeared puzzled. What's wrong? Zhou Jiguang took a deep breath and patted his shoulder. Nothing, just thought that if director Liu ever tires of filmmaking, he could consider a career in matchmaking. Liu Zhe looked bemused, unable to comprehend the connection. A sudden realization struck him, and he felt a jolt of alarm. Surely, this financier was not dissatisfied with the content presented in today's shoot. Su Qiu cleared his throat, steering the conversation back. Director Liu, how many more days do we have for night scenes? Liu Zhe returned to focus. If all goes well, we should wrap up the main content in 2 days. The remaining bits can be filmed later. Su Qiu replied, all right, I'll return with Zhou tomorrow. Wen Tan, please take care of her. Is it that soon? Liu Zhe noticed Zhou Jiguang gazing skyward and quietly asked Su Qiu if Zhou had any objections regarding today's shoot. If he did, it was no problem. Liu Zhe was eager to know how to adjust things. Su Qiu smiled. No, he's just joking with you, Director Liu. You can proceed with confidence. When the crew was resetting the scene, the makeup artist was fixing Wen Tan's hair and makeup. Zhou Jiguang approached with his arms crossed and abruptly asked, what were you and Lin Zhuo scolding me about this afternoon? Wen Tan wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth and candidly stated, no, we were just praising how handsome Director Zhou is. Zhou Jiguang scoffed, clearly unconvinced. He signaled for the makeup artist to leave before asking, what are your aspirations for life? Wen Tan hesitative. Zhou Jiguang continued, do you dream of marrying into a wealthy family and living as a lady of leisure? After a brief silence, Wen Tan replied, if I say I don't want that, would you believe me, Director Zhou? His disdainful gaze seemed to suggest that she was indeed not a reputable person. Wen Tan set down the small mirror in her hand and said, Director Zhou, I used to dream of being a Cinderella, arriving at a grand ball in a pumpkin carriage and falling in love with a prince. However, life is not a fairy tale where wishes come true. You're attractive, and once you gain fame, wealthy suitors will abound. You could easily choose one to secure a life of comfort. Wen Tan added, thanks to you, Director Zhou, I believe I can achieve financial independence on my own. Zhou Jiguang countered, how much do you earn a year? Marrying into wealth would grant you more pocket money than you could ever earn through hard work. That may not be the case. If I encounter someone generous, it could be quite different, she retorted but reframed her words. If I meet someone who is prudent, I might even find myself subsidizing him. Zhou Jiguang narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering whether she was aware of the Ming family background. Wen Tan found his inquiries puzzling and recalled how many companies in the industry would offer their artists to influential figures to curry favor for future collaborations. She cautiously declared, Director Zhou, I saw my talent, not my body. Her sweeping glance suggested a realization that he might not be the type she expected. Zhou Jiguang twitched at his temples, but chose to ignore her and walked away. Wen Tan stared at his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of fear. However, she reassured herself that she had been careful enough that he wouldn't uncover her relationship status. Upon returning, she found Lin Zhuo still asleep. Her small bed was adjacent to Wen Tan's, while Wen Tan's friend, Wen Wan, had sensibly moved to another tent to sleep next to Su Qiu. Both women awoke around noon. During their morning routine, Lin Zhuo, struggling to move her arms, wore a mask of agony, resembling a zombie on the brink of transformation. Goodness, my back aches so much. How could you endure here for so long? Wen Tan, brushing her teeth, mumbled, this is my job. I've grown accustomed to it. Lin Zhuo solemnly patted her shoulder, insisting, with your determination, it would be a travesty if you don't become famous. Wen Tan smiled, but as she walked back, she suddenly remembered, oh, I forgot to tell you, Ming Zhuo is also here. After all, he used to be your geology teacher. Should you avoid him? Having been so distracted by Wen yesterday, Wen Tan had completely forgotten about it. Upon waking, she had hurriedly changed her outfit and set out. Lin Zhuo turned pale. I was caught by him yesterday. Wen Tan cautiously asked, so, is everything all right? Should be fine. He promised not to inform the school. Lin Zhuo replied, Wen Tan nadith. That's good. She contemplated suggesting that if Ming Zhuo were too strict, she might resort to using her charm. Lin Zhuo turned to her and sighed. It seems you're truly focused on your career. Even with Ming Laosher so close, you remain unperturbed and unready. You indeed have the makings of a great person. Wen Tan replied, you overestimate me, dear sister. In reality, Before she could finish, Zhou Jiguang appeared at a distance, observing them intently. Lin Zhuo greeted him cheerfully, good morning, brother Jiguang. Zhou Jiguang glanced at the sun overhead. It's already noon. Lin Zhuo widened her eyes. So soon? Zhou Jiguang stated. Pack up, we're getting ready to leave. Lin Zhuo objected, so fast? Zhou Jiguang replied, I have other commitments. If you wish to stay a few more days, they can arrange to take you. No, no, no. Lin Xiu quickly stepped forward, adjusting her hair and speaking softly. I prefer to accompany you. It feels wrong to trouble others. Wen Tan silently gazed at the distant sun, wishing that Lin Xiu's cousin, who could easily thwart this marriage, would appear at that moment. Chapter 81. Happiness after a week of grueling night shoots, the entire crew was utterly exhausted. Upon their return in the morning, Lu Zhu waved his hand, instructing everyone to rest and recuperate, promising to resume work the following morning. Wen Tan awoke at 2 in the afternoon, stretching luxuriously before washing up and applying makeup. Wen, noticing her, curiously inquired, Sister Wen Tan, do you have a date today? Wen Tan hesitative. She dared not disclose her relationship with Ming Zhuo to Wen Wan, who had a tendency to blurt things out. Instead, she casually replied, this is simply a part of a star's self-care regimen. Sister Chiu mentioned that I should take some photos for publicity since I haven't updated my Weibo in ages. Wen easily fell for the ruse. Oh, I'll help you take pictures later. Wen Tan was indeed speaking the truth. Su Qiu had given her such instructions. As she looked at her reflection in the mirror, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Since playing Yang Fei, she had scarcely worn makeup, spending each day covered in dirt or blood. It had been a while since she had appreciated her own beauty. She decided her boyfriend should also take a moment to admire her. Wen Tan took 2 sets of photos, one featuring a long dress with a shawl, exuding a languid and gentle charm, and the other a colorful tank top paired with loose jeans, radiating a sense of wild freedom. Su Qiu, upon viewing them, advised her to post the second set first, saving the first for an opportune moment later. Wen Tan's photos required no retouching. Wen merely applied a filter before posting them. Wen Tan's promotional photos usually conveyed a cool and distant aura, and having left her previous agency, she hadn't shared any photos in months. As soon as her Weibo post went live, it garnered a flurry of attention from fans. Help! She is stunning. No wonder she is still being featured by major fashion bloggers. Is this really Wen Tan? Isn't she supposed to be the cool and aloof type? When did she change her image? The persona was established by her former company. Our Wen Tan will only get better. Let us keep an eye on actress Wen Tan. My darling, it seems Huan Yu is treating her well. She looks so free and happy, no longer burdened. She is incredibly beautiful, and her acting is commendable. Why wasn't she famous before? Furious. Chuangmei, you have no heart. Wen Tan was somewhat known before, often criticized by Meng Zhuo's fans. Haha, she has finally passed through 1,000 mountains. In the past, whenever Wen Tan posted anything on Weibo, the detractors and Meng Zhuo's fans would always arrive first. They would comment on her photos, accusing her of being flirtatious and trying to seduce a man. If she shared snippets of her life, they would berate her for pretending and wish her dead. If she promoted her work, the comments would uniformly predict failure, asserting she only deserved to star in such terrible dramas, never to gain prominence. Though some negative voices still lingered, they were now overshadowed by those who appreciated her. After posting on Weibo, Wen Tan prepared to head to the geology team's camp, excited to surprise Ming Zhuo upon his return. Not wanting to appear empty-handed, she recalled that Zhou Jiguang and Su Qiu had brought numerous supplies during their recent visit. Wen Tan meticulously selected an assortment of fruits, beef, and chocolates. Wen offered, Sister Wen Tan, let me help you with that. Wen Tan coughed lightly. No need, these aren't heavy. You should just stay in the tent and rest. You've been working hard lately. Without waiting for Wen's response, she dashed off with her items. As Wen Tan arrived at the geological team's site, she found it eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight. Just as she contemplated finding a shaded spot to wait, a figure emerged from one of the side tents. Raising her hand in greeting, she said, Hello, I'm from the production team over there. I came to bring something for Mr. Ming. After a brief pause, under the curious gaze of the other person, she added, He is my coach. The person, known as Brother Wu, was in his 40s and had not previously joined Xinyan Zhou and the others to observe the filming. He was well aware of the antics of these young people. Holding her items, Wen Tan tentatively said, I can wait for him here. I promise I won't disturb any confidential materials. Is that all right? Brother Wu replied, What are you waiting for? He's inside. You can just go in. Wen Tan blinked in surprise. He hasn't come out? The first line of geological mapping had already been completed, and the others had begun the second line yesterday. Ming Zhuo was currently summarizing the work and data from the first line, nearing the conclusion of the task. Gently lifting the tent flap, Wen Tan observed the figure, sitting with his back to her. She intended to call out to him, but seeing his intense focus, she refrained from interrupting. A serious man was the most attractive. A devoted Mr. Ming was exceptionally charming. She let the flap fall and settled herself on the ground. In the distance, the sun slowly descended, casting the desert in its golden glow. She yawned and was about to check the time on her phone when a male voice called from behind. "What are you doing here?" Instinctively, Wen Tan turned around, startled, and prepared to rise. However, after sitting in that position for too long, her legs had gone numb, and she found herself momentarily unable to move. Ming Zhuo bent down, gently gripping her shoulders, and helped her up, his voice soothing. "When did you arrive?" Standing steady, Wen Tan gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling. "Mr. Ming, are you happy to see me?" His calm gaze lingered on her face. "Yes, I'm happy." Wen Tan glanced around, noting the absence of others, and quickly stood on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. Ming Zhuo wrapped his arms around her slender waist and led her into the tent. On the table, the survey materials were neatly arranged. The last rays of sunlight fading away, with dust swirling in the air, dancing along with the shadows. Not far away, on a single folding bed, the previously neat and spotless sheets now bore creases, unnoticed by anyone. Sitting on Ming Zhuo's lap, Wen Tan draped her arms around his neck, tilting her head back. Their lips met repeatedly, her tongue entangled with his, leaving her feeling breathless. Ming Zhuo's fingers tangled in her hair, while his other arm encircled her waist, savoring the sweetness of her breath. Unlike their previous encounters outdoors, perhaps the privacy of this space, or the fact that they hadn't seen each other for a week, made Ming Zhuo's kisses less restrained. A palpable desire intertwining with their breaths. Wen Tan felt utterly limp. If not for her position atop him, she might have fallen. She had anticipated that Mr. Ming, who usually appeared aloof and reserved, could kiss so passionately. Chapter 82. Resolution. In fact, earlier, when Wen Tan's fans clashed with Lu Shui's, and Ming Zhuo brought her medicine, the hints of their relationship had already begun to surface. Although Wen Tan believed that, given his personality, it was unlikely he would openly express such a sentiment to the crew, his playful retort made her feel that beneath his composed exterior lay a hidden danger. It was akin to a glacier floating on water, where beneath the surface lay molten lava capable of melting everything. The sun finally disappeared over the horizon, and the light inside the tent quickly dwindled. Wen Tan nestled in Ming Zhuo's embrace, her head resting on his shoulder, her lips swollen and tingling, her breathing still unsteady. She softly murmured, "I can tell that Mr. Ming is indeed very happy to see me." Ming Zhuo swallowed, a hint of amusement in his expression. He tilted his head, kissing her forehead. "Are you still tired?" Initially, she had been quite fatigued, but seeing him made her feel invigorated. Wen Tan instinctively nuzzled against him, recharging her energy. Ming Zhuo held her close, tension evident in his temples. Glancing outside at the now pitch-black sky, Wen Tan suddenly realized something and sat up slightly. "Haven't they returned yet?" Ming Zhuo's breath deepened. "Yes, they'll be back later than usual." Wen Tan pinpointed the issue, her gaze fixed on him. "Does that mean Mr. Ming will also be coming back late in the future?" She wore a knitted jacket without buttons, and during their earlier playful entanglement, the left side had slipped down, exposing part of her smooth shoulder, though she remained oblivious. Her fair skin stood out even more against the night backdrop. Ming Zhuo recalled a scene from that day at the hot springs, where she had pressed herself against the wall, her shoulder bare, the curves beneath the water subtly visible, reminiscent of a crescent moon hidden amidst clouds. Wen Tan hadn't heard his response, and was about to speak again when an imposing shadow loomed in her mind. Unaccountably fearful, she tentatively shifted, attempting to rise from his lap, cautiously stating, "I've been out for a while. It's probably time for me to head back." Ming Zhuo tightened his hold around her waist, refusing to let her depart. He adjusted her slip garment, covering her shoulder. "Yes, I will be back late." Wen Tan paused for a moment, realizing he was answering her previous question. She responded with an "oh," and it was impossible to mask her disappointment. On the way back today, Luja had mentioned that their filming in the desert would wrap up in another 2 weeks before they moved on to another location. It dawned on her that their opportunities to meet would dwindle. Ming Zhuo's lips parted, about to speak, but Wen Tan interjected, "Mr. Ming, how do you usually handle things?" Ming Zhuo momentarily faltered at her sudden shift in topic, puzzled. "Huh?" Wen Tan's voice was barely audible, her ears burning, stammering, and somewhat unclear, Ming Zhuo's voice strained, "Wen Tan." In the darkness, Wen Tan's palms were clammy, her hand brushing against his waist. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered so softly it was nearly inaudible, "I can help you." Ming Zhuo suddenly seized her wrist. After a moment of contemplation, he firmly stated, "No need." Her curiosity piqued. She pressed on, "But won't it be uncomfortable?" Ming Zhuo's eyelids fluttered, his thoughts swirling, leaving him with precious little rationality. Wen Tan's heart raced, but the moment felt inevitable. She bit her lip, her captured wrist moving forward. Ming Zhuo abruptly stood, setting her down gently, and swiftly grabbed a lighter and cigarette from the table before stepping outside. His stride lacked the usual calmness, almost hinting at a hurried escape. Wen Tan watched his retreating figure, blinking in surprise. Mr. Ming truly had remarkable self-control. Outside the tent, Ming Zhuo took a deep drag from the freshly lit cigarette, coughing from the harshness of the smoke. He had never found himself in such a disarrayed state before. Everything in his life had always been within his control, never allowing himself to reach such depths of desperation. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely considered surrendering to the urge. After finishing 3 cigarettes, the heated emotions within him gradually subsided. When he turned back, he found Wen Tan standing just outside the tent, her eyes glistening with moisture, hesitant to approach. Ming Zhuo swallowed hard, extinguishing the cigarette and walked up to her. "I'll escort you back." Wen Tan walked beside him, feeling a sense of guilt for her earlier words. "I'm sorry, Teacher Ming, I shouldn't have said that." In this moment, Ming Zhuo was at a loss for how to comfort her. After a brief silence, he replied, "There is no need to apologize." Wen Tan quickened her pace, turning to face him and tentatively asked, "Then, can we hold hands?" Ming Zhuo looked at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he took her hand into his palm. Wen Tan turned back, wrapping her arms around his, her smile widening. The distance from a geological team's campsite to the production base was not far, and at that moment, it felt as though they arrived in the blink of an eye. Reluctant to let go of his hand, Wen Tan said, "It's quite dark. Should I walk you back, Teacher Ming?" Ming Zhuo chuckled softly. "I'll come find you tomorrow." "But you come back so late," she protested. "I should be back before you go to sleep." Wen Tan was not worried about dozing off. Rather, she felt he would be exhausted from the late return and didn't he wish for him to travel back and forth. After walking a while, her jacket slipped slightly from her shoulder. Ming Zhuo raised his hand, patiently adjusting it for her. As Wen Tan lowered her gaze, she caught sight of the bracelet she had gifted him in Suosong village adorning his wrist. A wave of unexplainable bittersweetness surged within her heart as she looked up at him again. "Have you always worn it, Teacher Ming?" "Yes," he replied with a languid tone. "It's the first gift I've received. I can't bear to take it off." Wen Tan pouted, stifling her tears, and retorted, "That's a lie. Surely many girls have given you gifts before. It can't be the first." He paused, enunciating deliberately, "It's the first gift from girlfriend." A smile involuntarily crept onto Wen Tan's lips, and after a moment, she managed to respond with feigned calmness. "Then your girlfriend will undoubtedly gift you many more things in the future. There will be countless more firsts." The next chapter unfolds as Ming Zhuo returned just as several vehicles from the geological team came to a halt. Chen Yinzhou approached him. "Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo bent down to pick up the paper bag Wen Tan had left outside the tent, retrieving an orange from within and handing it to him. "Take this and share it with the others." Chen Yinzhou glanced inside the bag, puzzled. "Where did this come from? Did the supply truck arrive?" Ming Zhuo casually replied, "A fairy gave it." Chen Yinzhou, being a straightforward person, distributed the fruit among the geological team members. When someone inquired, "Xiao Chun, it's been a long time. Do you still have personal supplies?" "No." Teacher Ming said it was from a fairy sister. Someone teased, "Xiao Chun, how old are you to believe such tales?" Indeed, in such a desolate place, where could a fairy possibly be? The others joined in jesting, while Su Lingwei stood off to the side, gripping a chocolate bar, her smile abruptly fading. The following day, as the geological team prepared to depart, fifth brother approached Ming Zhuo with an enigmatic smile. "I heard from Xiao Chan that a celestial being delivered gifts to us yesterday." Ming Zhuo remained silent. Fifth brother laughed. "I noticed that girl seemed quite nice. She probably didn't want to disturb you, and sat outside the tent for quite a while." Ming Zhuo smiled faintly, offering a soft acknowledgement. While seated in the vehicle, Chen Yinzhou jotted down notes. "Teacher Ming, I'm recording what the supply truck should bring next time. Is there anything you want?" Ming Zhuo, driving with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Perhaps some walnuts." Chen Yinzhou, intrigued by this unusual request, queried, "Walnuts? To nourish your brain?" Ming Zhuo responded. Half a month later, the crew completed all filming in the desert. Wen Tan had to shoot a few more night scenes, and the team was preparing to dismantle the camp. Eager to leave the desolate area, except for Wen Tan, who was reluctant to part from her boyfriend. Their encounters had been few and far between. The last just days prior. The crew departed in the afternoon, and Wen Tan sat in the SUV, wearing sunglasses, watching the geological team's camp recede into the distance until it became a mere speck, vanishing into the vast desert. She leaned back in her seat, sighing silently. Wen Tan, when will teacher Ming finish his work here? Wen Tan responded vaguely, probably after more than a month. She hadn't inquired about the exact timeline, but during her previous visit to his home, he had mentioned returning in 3 months. Having spent over a month filming in the desert, it seemed there was still half the time left. After returning to the city, everyone enjoyed a comfortable shower, preparing to shift to another filming location the next day. Wen Tan glanced at her phone, contemplating sending a message to Ming Zhuo to inform him of her departure, but hesitated, fearing the signal on his end might be poor. Perhaps it would be better to try calling him later. As night fell, the city illuminated with lights. Wen Tan slept soundly until around 8 or 9 o'clock, feeling somewhat disoriented after the vast silence of the desert. Just as she stretched, she noticed her phone vibrating on the bedside table, seemingly having woken her. Yawning, she picked it up to see the caller ID displaying Teacher Ming. Instantly alert, she answered quickly, "Hello." Ming Zhuo's voice was somewhat muffled, asking, "Have you returned to Jiangshan?" "Not yet. I'm still in the city. We're heading to another location tomorrow." "At a hotel?" Wen Tan affirmed and casually mentioned the hotel name. "I'll be there in 20 minutes. Wen Tan was both surprised and delighted, promptly throwing off the covers and getting out of bed. "Have you left the desert?" "A colleague had a family emergency, so I'm taking her to the airport." After speaking with Wen Tan, Ming Zhuo prepared to leave. Just as he took a few steps, a voice called out, "Teacher Ming." He turned back. "Is there anything else?" Su Lingwei stood there, her face flushed, hands clasped together, biting her lip before saying, "I'm sorry for the trouble. I didn't mean to impose on you." Ming Zhuo replied coolly, "No problem. With Jia and I gone, the team will likely be short-staffed. The office will send someone else tomorrow." Su Lingwei and Ding Jia were initially there to learn and assist. With Su Lingwei leaving due to family matters, it was impractical for Ding Jia to remain alone. So Ming Zhuo had suggested they leave together. Ding Jia was quite willing, as nobody wished to linger in that place. Su Lingwei added, "Thank you, Teacher Ming, for your care during this time. Once you return, let us have a meal together. It's on me." "No need," Ming Zhuo said with a slight nod. "I have things to attend to. I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Teacher Ming." Once Ming Zhuo departed, Ding Jia approached Su Lingwei, nudging her arm. "Look at that. Teacher Ming personally offered to see you off. It seems your time together this past month has had an effect." Su Lingwei retracted her gaze, suppressing a smile. "Teacher Ming is the team leader. He probably feels responsible for ensuring we board the plane safely. Tasks are tasks, but I see Teacher Ming's concern for you seems genuine." Ding Jia remarked. "He hasn't met with that female celebrity lately. He must have seen through her true nature and knows you are the better choice." Su Lingwei linked arms with Ding Jia, her smile unwavering. "All right, let us go. It's time to check in." In the hotel room, Wen Tan changed her clothes, applied makeup, and finally finished with a touch of lipstick, gently pressing her lips together before the mirror. She picked up her phone and glanced at the time. It was precisely 20 minutes past. Wen Tan tidied the disheveled bed and stuffed all the clothes from the sofa into her suitcase, moving it to the corner. After completing these tasks, she quickly settled onto the sofa, adjusting her hair in front of her phone, awaiting Ming Zhuo's arrival. As seconds ticked by, the silence outside the door grew increasingly unsettling. Another 20 minutes passed, and Wen Tan sensed something amiss. Teacher Ming had always been punctual. Could it be? She dialed his number, and as soon as the line connected, she hurriedly spoke. "Teacher Ming, are you okay?" "I'm downstairs," he replied. Wen Tan, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing downstairs?" Ming Zhuo remained silent. Suddenly, it dawned on her. "I seem to have forgotten to give you the room number. You can come up now. I'm in room 2. Ming Zhuo interrupted her softly. "I don't possess such strong self-control." Chapter 84. Estrangement indeed. Ming Zhuo arrived 20 minutes after their phone call. Initially having no intention of coming up, he merely waited for her downstairs. Hotels, inherently imbued with an air of ambiguity and romantic speculation among couples in love, were not his purpose for being there, yet he feared losing control. As Wen Tan hurried down, she found Ming Zhuo leaning against the SUV, having just finished a cigarette. Standing before him, she whispered, "Teacher Ming, have you been waiting long? I'm sorry, I misunderstood your intentions. I thought you were coming to my room." Ming Zhuo crushed the cigarette and tossed it into the trash, responding leisurely, "Miss Wen and your boyfriend seem quite estranged. It's either thank you or I'm sorry." Wen Tan stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his waist, seizing the moment for her own benefit. "If my boyfriend allowed me to touch his abs every day, I wouldn't feel so estranged." Ming Zhuo held her, suppressing a silent laugh. He certainly did not possess such self-control to indulge her daily. Wen Tan looked up at him and inquired, "Are you heading back tonight? It's quite late. Driving in the desert must be dangerous." "I'll wait until dawn to leave," he replied. "Then where will you stay tonight?" Ming Zhuo subtly averted his gaze, his throat subtly moving as he said, "I'll find a friend." Wen Tan didn't believe him. "Teacher Ming, you're not good at lying. It's quite obvious." Ming Zhuo remained silent, recalling his earlier words from the phone call. Wen Tan's ears flushed, but she forced herself to remain calm. "If that's the case, why don't you stay in my room? I'll sleep with my assistant." Ming Zhuo's gaze fell upon her face, his eyes dark. Wen Tan's eyes sparkled, almost swearing an oath. "I promise I won't disturb you. You rest well." In the end, Ming Zhuo still opted to stay at the hotel, but he did not stay in Wen Tan's room. Instead, he went to the front desk to check into another room. They entered the elevator one after the other, standing apart in silence, like two strangers. Once the elevator doors closed without anyone else entering, Wen Tan couldn't resist and gently tugged at Ming Zhuo's fingers. Yet, before she could make another move, the elevator doors opened on the second floor, and two people stepped in. Instinctively, Wen Tan reached for her pockets, only to remember she had rushed down without her mask. When she looked up again, a tall figure stood in front of her. Wen Tan smiled softly, holding onto the hem of his shirt, her small gestures incessant. The newcomers were two girls engrossed in a short video, one of whom excitedly relayed a gossip piece she had heard. According to rumors, many investors are eager to facilitate a collaboration between Ji Hui and Wen Tan, having submitted no fewer than 10 scripts, just waiting for Huan Yu's final decision. They will also appear together at next month's Starlight Gala, much to the delight of their CP fans. The girl watching the gossip squealed, "Oh my gosh, my CP is going to be on stage together again. What a feast for the eyes." The girl's phone screen flickered as it unintentionally lit up, revealing a wallpaper photo of Wen Tan and Ji Hui walking the red carpet, artistically blurred in the background, evoking a sense of two people eloping for love. Her companion chimed in, "They seem quite familiar, being from the same company. Are they really dating?" The girl nearly swooned. "Definitely. Just the other day, I saw a video revealing that Ji Hui had a photo with the director of Ethereal when he went to Paris for a show last year. The outfit Wen Tan wore from Ethereal's haute couture must have been arranged by him. Given what you said, it does seem quite plausible," her friend agreed. Wen Tan has finally found someone better. That scoundrel Meng Chunin did nothing but let her be criticized. Ji Hui is getting more handsome by the day. He is so young and manly, far better than that old man Meng Chunin. They continued their conversation, their smiles growing increasingly mischievous. Realizing they were still in the elevator with others, quickly covering their mouths, their exchanged glances laden with unspoken intimacy. Once the elevator reached their floor, the girls exited first. One whispered, "Did you notice how handsome that guy behind us is? I can't even bring myself to look back." "Wait, really?" I was glued to my phone. She turned her head to catch a glimpse, but the elevator doors had already begun to close. Inside, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Wen Tan, having unconsciously withdrawn her hand, now regretted allowing Teacher Ming to stay at this hotel. Soon, the elevator halted on the 22nd floor. Ming Zhuo's voice broke the stillness. "We're here." Wen Tan stepped out, adopting a serious demeanor. "Teacher Ming, you should rest early. I'm heading back to my room." After saying this, she hurried away, disappearing from Ming Zhuo's sight in an instant. Back in her room, Wen Tan pressed her back against the door, her heart racing, feeling an inexplicable guilt as if caught in an act of infidelity by her boyfriend. Did her CP with Ji Hui really become this popular? She opened her phone and searched for their names, discovering not only a dedicated fan group, but also a well-organized following with over 80,000 posts and 20,000 fans. Even past roles of hers were edited together with Ji Hui's, creating a new narrative, garnering numerous likes and comments. Wen Tan called 1-1 to inquire about the situation. Woman replied, "Oh, that? Sister Chiu mentioned that the current feedback is overwhelmingly positive, so there's no need to worry. But, Wen Tan hesitated. I gathered that I don't have much exposure right now. And this could be seen as a form of marketing to solidify fan support. Don't worry. Many people deliberately hype CPs and don't achieve the same effect you two have. Understanding dawned on Wen Tan. This wasn't orchestrated by the company, but rather a spontaneous fan creation that the company chose not to interfere with due to its success. For artists, promoting a CP was indeed a swift method to enhance visibility and maintain relevance, especially when it required no financial investment from the company. After ending the call, she contemplated messaging Su Qiu when a soft knock echoed from outside. As if sensing something, she opened the door to find Ming Zhuo. Teacher Ming? He appeared as though he had just showered, his damp hair tousled. With a serious yet gentlemanly tone, he asked, "May I come in?" Wen Tan, regaining her composure, stepped aside, of course. As Ming Zhuo entered the room, before Wen Tan could close the door, he pressed her against the wall. Chapter 85. Impressive, his presence radiated a cool aura, mingled with the lingering warmth of steam, saturated with an intoxicating scent of desire. Wen Tan's breath hitched as she looked up at him, feigning innocence. "Teacher Ming, what do you want to do?" Ming Zhuo tilted his head, his thin lips nearly brushing against hers as he grasped her wrist, drawing her closer. His voice was low and husky. "Let me touch you." Wen Tan's breath hitched as she looked up at him, feigning ignorance. What does Teacher Ming want to do? In the dim light of the porch, their breaths intertwined, indistinguishable in their warmth. What was once a longing desire for Wen Tan now felt daunting, as Ming Zhuo's advances left her hesitant. Perhaps it was the guilt she felt after overhearing the words of two girls in the elevator, or the palpable tension in the air that suggested an impending eruption of emotions. Wen Tan's fingers trembled, ultimately remaining clenched in her palm. Her moist eyes met his. "I still owe Teacher Ming." She could feel Ming Zhuo's breath growing heavier in response. Taking the initiative, she feigned a gentle grip on his hand, her ears burning as if set aflame. "I'm a person of my word. You go first, Teacher Ming." 2 seconds later, Ming Zhuo let out a low chuckle, a sound that seemed to deflate the tension between them. Before Wen Tan could finish her sentence, her lips were silenced by his kiss. He kissed her lightly, not like the previous times that left her breathless. Ming Zhuo cradled her face with one hand, his lips enveloping hers as he kissed her softly, savoring the moment. Yet, it was maddening, for Wen Tan's legs felt weak, as if she might collapse. Ming Zhuo supported her, lifting her effortlessly as he carried her into the room. Wen Tan wrapped her arms around his neck, eyes closed, her kisses unwavering. As they sank onto the sofa, the warmth of the heating enveloped them. While Wen Tan still wore her coat from downstairs, she felt herself sweating and instinctively reached to remove it. However, just as she managed to pull it halfway off, Ming Zhuo yanked it back, wrapping it tightly around her neck. A moment of confusion washed over Wen Tan, causing her to pause. Ming Zhuo bit her lip, continuing to kiss her until he finally halted, holding her close to steady their breaths. Wen Tan could not help but whisper, "Teacher Ming, I'm hot." Unlike before, he did not comply, his voice restrained yet strained, then endure it. Wen Tan understood his current state of mind. After a moment of hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she managed to utter, "Teacher Ming, I'm wearing something underneath." It was indeed minimal. While waiting for him, she had donned a long dress. And in her haste to come downstairs, she had merely thrown on a coat without regard for the cold. Ming Zhuo remained silent, his body tense. Wen Tan realized she could not simply remain idle. She had to take action. His throat bobbed as he issued a low warning, "Wen Tan." With her face buried against his chest, her voice was barely above a whisper. "You said, let me touch you." When had her coat fallen to the ground, she sat sideways in Ming Zhuo's embrace, her porcelain skin flushed with a faint hue, resembling a shrimp on the verge of being cooked. To alleviate her embarrassment, she attempted to speak. Ming Zhuo, gripping his shirt, her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, carrying an air of shame for her perceived wrongdoing. Ming Zhuo faltered momentarily, then leaned down to kiss her, his tone gentle. "No, he likes you, Wen Tan. He adores your smile, your beauty, your radiant spirit, your transparent thoughts, and your initiative. Yet, the mere thought that you might have done these things with other men ignited an inexplicable irritation within him, an emotion he had never experienced before, jealousy." Wen Tan was oblivious to his internal struggle, merely feeling relieved as their lips met once more, mumbling, "Teacher Ming's hands are far more precious than mine. You can." Ming Zhuo silenced her completely, and they shared a series of fragmented kisses on the sofa for over an hour, exchanging breathless conversation. Suddenly, Wen Tan recalled something, straightening slightly. "Oh, I think I ran into your father when I went to get the rice wine from your house. He thought I was your girlfriend and asked what you had been doing in Suosong village." Ming Zhuo's expression seemed to dim. "Don't mind him." Before Wen Tan could respond, he continued, "Next time you visit my home, help me change the password." Wen Tan swallowed her words, her face flushing unnaturally. "What is your current password, then? Is it your birthday?" "No." His lips moved slightly, shadows deepening in his dark eyes, remaining silent. Wen Tan nearly guessed, her voice soft. "Is it related to your brother?" After a moment of silence, Ming Zhuo finally replied, tightening his embrace. It was the day of his accident. In that moment, Wen Tan understood why Zhu had told him that Ming Zhuo had never moved on after 10 years. He had set the password to remind himself of that fateful day, a daily reminder of his loss. A pang of sorrow filled Wen Tan's heart as she embraced him. Ming Zhuo's palm rested on the back of her head, his voice low. "Did Zhu tell you?" Wen Tan nodded. "He wanted me to persuade you not to go there anymore." Ming Zhuo remained silent. Wen Tan added, "Teacher Ming, can I accompany you there every year from now on?" She did not wish to persuade him, feeling there was nothing to argue about. The place, Nangabawa, was where Ming Zhuo's brother's life had ceased, a place where all his memories and affections resided. The shadows in Ming Zhuo's eyes were soon enveloped by deeper emotions as he kissed her forehead. "All right." As night deepened, the lights reflected in the windows gradually dimmed, and the entire city seemed to fall into a rare silence. Wen Tan leaned against Ming Zhuo, reluctant to close her eyes. After tonight, they would not see each other for at least a month, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the room would ultimately remain empty. The next morning, as the doorbell rang, Wen Tan instinctively sat up, urging Teacher Ming, "Go hide in the bathroom," realizing mid-sentence that she was alone in bed. She could not recall when she had fallen asleep or when Ming Zhuo had left. As she tossed the covers aside and made her way to the door, she checked her phone, discovering a message from Ming Zhuo sent over an hour ago. "Ming Zhuo, I've left. Make sure to eat well. Ming Zhuo, you can change the password at home to whatever you remember." A smile graced Wen Tan's lips as she tucked her phone away, greeting the outside world with a light and cheerful tone. "Good morning." Wen, clearly still groggy, looked at her with confusion. "Morning." Having witnessed Wen Tan's state after leaving the desert, she had expected her to be downcast for days, but was surprised by her quick recovery. As Wen Tan turned, her demeanor radiated a sense of joy. Half an hour later, the crew departed for the next filming location. On the day Wen Tan wrapped up her shoot in Jiangcheng, fans, having somehow acquired her flight information, gathered eagerly at the airport. Although she had experienced fan receptions before, she had never encountered such a grand spectacle. Wen, lacking experience, could only awkwardly shield Wen Tan from the throngs. Since her significant rise in popularity after the last red carpet event, Wen Tan's online following had surged. Yet she felt little had changed in her reality. It merely meant that while there were still critics, there were also more supporters. This was her first public appearance in months. Not only had her fanbase doubled, but the media and paparazzi had also shown up in droves. Many thrust letters and gifts in her arms, shouting, "Wife, I love you." The crowd was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible for Wen Tan to move an inch. After barely managing to receive a few letters, she refrained from taking any gifts, urging everyone to prioritize their safety. Eventually, airport security intervened to restore order. After much struggle, she finally squeezed out of the airport and boarded the business vehicle. Still shaken, Wen Tan was nonetheless exhilarated. "Wow, you're truly famous now, Sister Wen Tan." Wen Tan sighed, removing her cap and mask, and exhaled a breath of relief. "Let us head back to the company." Upon arriving at Zhou Jiguang's office, she found Su Qiu already present. Zhou Jiguang lounged on the sofa, his long legs crossed in a casual manner, as he scrolled through entertainment news on his iPad. After spending 3 months filming in the desert, Wen Tan finally made her appearance at Jiangxing Airport, where the fans' excitement was palpable, even prompting airport arrangements to be altered. Do you think Wen Tan will surpass GCC and become the next top female star? Such cleverly posed questions not only attracted Wen Tan's fans, but also sparked discussions among passersby, rallying GCC supporters into action. Ever since the last film festival's red carpet event, where both Wen Tan and GCC donned ethereal haute couture, they've been pitted against each other, drawing comparisons frequently. GCC's fans relentlessly criticized Wen Tan for supposedly riding on her coattails, even forming an alliance with Meng Chainan's fans to collectively oppose her, only to be ridiculed by onlookers time and again. Zhou Jiguang briefly scanned the comment section before putting down his iPad and instructed Wen Tan to sit. She closed the door and took a seat beside Su Qiu, intuitively guessing, did President Zhou leak my flight information? Zhou Jiguang remained non-committal. You've been with Huan Yu for several months, and I've given you 3 projects in succession. I need to see some results. Wen Tan replied, oh. I appreciate President Zhou's thoughtful intentions. Zhou Jiguang was accustomed to her sarcasm and turned to Su Qiu. Please inform her about the upcoming work arrangements. Suku note that. Flipping through the schedule before addressing Wen Tan. Tomorrow, you'll be shooting for Mint's inaugural issue and participating in an interview. In a few days, at the Starlight Gala, your gown from Voluto is already reserved. They have expressed interest in making you their ambassador, but I'm aiming for a representative for the Greater China region. They're still deliberating, primarily based on your performance on the red carpet. In fact, the top 5 magazines had also approached Wen Tan, but they weren't willing to feature her on the cover, only wishing to include her in the inner pages. Su Qiu had declined their offers. In the past, it would have been a different story, but now that Wen Tan had worn ethereal haute couture on the red carpet, she was garnering significant attention in the fashion industry, with everyone eager to see her next move. The fashion world demands an upward trajectory. Once you falter, acquiring quality resources becomes exceedingly difficult. While Mint may not compare to the top 5 magazines, it was still a reputable third-tier publication, and their editor-in-chief had a good rapport with Su Qiu, which allowed them to take the risk of entrusting such a pivotal opportunity to a newcomer like Wen Tan, just beginning to make her mark in the fashion scene. Aside from these arrangements, Su Qiu outlined several more tasks, to which Wen Tan nodded in acknowledgement, committing them to memory. Once Su Qiu finished, Wen Tan broached a serious matter. Sister Qiu, I'd like to ask, was it you who negotiated for me to wear ethereal haute couture, or did Ji Hui facilitate it? If Ji Hui was indeed involved, it would be a significant favor, and Wen Tan would need to find a way to repay such a debt. Upon asking, Su Qiu cleared her throat, while Zhou Jiguang chuckled coldly. Wen Tan was puzzled by their reactions and hesitantly ventured, could it be that President Zhou negotiated it for me? Su Qiu was about to respond when Zhou Jiguang leisurely remarked, would I be so benevolent? It was that wealthy heir who wished to sponsor you who provided these resources. Su Qiu was left speechless. Wen Tan furrowed her brows, recalling Zhou Jiguang's peculiar inquiries during the desert shoot. Was there truly something to it? Zhou Jiguang lazily continued. What's wrong? Regretting it now? If you are, I can easily arrange for you to be sent to his bed tonight. Wen Tan retorted, echoing back his earlier remarks. President Zhou, your heart is quite dark. Zhou Jiguang merely stared at her. Wen Tan persisted, perhaps he simply appreciates my talent and enjoys my performances. He is merely a fan without ulterior motives. Tell me, which fan would spend 4,000 without batting an eye? Su Qiu and Wen Tan turned to him, one with confusion, the other with disbelief. For 1,000 what? Zhou Jiguang adjusted his posture, glancing at the items on the coffee table before stating. The magazine you previously shot for, someone bought 4,000 copies. Oh, now that is indeed a true fan. Wen Tan had done some magazine shoots before, but none had garnered such a purchase. It was quite impressive. Su Qiu sighed, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. Chapter 87. The pinnacle emerging from Zhou Jiguang's office. Su Qiu noticed Wen Tan remained silent, her head bowed in contemplation, and assumed she was still mulling over the previous matter. President Zhou was joking with you. The ethereal haute couture was neither arranged by me nor Ji Hui, but you'll find out in due time. Such matters were not for her to disclose without consent from Ming Zhuo, so she refrained from saying more. Wen Tan lifted her head. I was considering something else. Su Qiu queried, what is it? Wen Tan gently shook her head. It's nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking. The last time Sister Might sought her out, she had shared some thoughts that Wen Tan had not taken seriously at the time. However, Zhou Jiguang's comments today unexpectedly brought those words back to mind. Sister Mai had advised her, once you join Huan Yu, do not continue to act as you did before. Carefree and unambitious. To achieve success, you must seize every opportunity. Wen Tan believed Sister Mai was referring to the need for greater diligence. Seizing every role without clinging to an air of useless pride, recognizing when to lower her stance. The entertainment industry is rife with unspoken rules. When Wen Tan first entered the scene, she had rejected many offers, initially feeling quite overwhelmed. It was Sister Mai who accompanied her through those times, reassuring her that such experiences were normal, and as long as she was unwilling, it would only involve attending dinners and drinks without any further implications. Wen Tan often avoided such gatherings unless absolutely unavoidable, and only in Sister Mai's presence would she attend, looking for ways to discreetly excuse herself after toasting. This had been a recurring theme during her early years at the company. Later, after falling ill due to her involvement with Meng Zhuo, she lost her temper when Sister Mai suggested attending such events again, thereby severing ties with similar situations once and for all. On the way back, Wen noticed Wen Tan's continued silence and quietly asked, "Sister Wen Tan, did President Zhou say something to you?" The streetlights outside flickered by, leaving only a blurred silhouette. Wen Tan gathered her thoughts. "No." Wen understood. "You must be struggling to adjust to your sudden fame. It's all right. With your talent and looks. Had it not been for Chuang Mei's restrictions, you would have been a star long ago, perhaps even more famous than GCC now." Wen spoke truthfully, devoid of flattery. Wen Tan had previously only acted in minor web dramas, while GCC was the queen of blockbuster dramas, the top female star. No one had ever compared them until recently. At the film festival's red carpet a few months ago, both donned ethereal haute couture. And in terms of both appearance and figure, Wen Tan was in no way inferior to GCC. Her unique aura perfectly complemented the ethereal aesthetic. GCC's striking appearance contrasted with the silent, resilient, and endearingly stubborn character she portrayed, creating a stark distinction between her on-screen persona and her true self. Consequently, upon the drama's release, Wen Tan received widespread acclaim for her acting skills, her ability to embody her character, and her capacity for empathy. Wen Tan had arranged for the housekeeper to tidy up the place yesterday, and when she and Wen returned, the home was immaculate, adorned with a bouquet of fresh flowers on the table. Wen raised her hands in exclamation, "Finally back." Those days in the desert felt like a dream, and she joked that she might as well have turned into a mummy. After leaving the desert, they spent another 2 weeks filming in various locations, though the conditions, while less harsh, were still far from ideal, as they remained in the vicinity of the arid landscape. Now it truly felt as if they had returned from another world. Wen Tan set down her suitcase and said, "You should head back to rest. I'll take care of these things later." Wen replied, "Oh, I'm not that tired. Let me help you before I leave." "No need, I can manage." When Wen Tan struggled to make sense of her thoughts, she found solace in engaging in tasks to distract herself. After Wen departed, she resolutely tied her hair back with a scrunchie, opened several suitcases in succession, and began to organize. By the time she finished, it was already midnight. Lying in the bathtub, Wen Tan opened her phone and noticed a flurry of messages. Lin Shu had sent her a couple of updates. Chapter 1, Returning Home. Chapter 2, Reclaiming What Belongs to Me. Wen Tan chuckled and sent her a voice message. "Are you on break?" While waiting for Lin's response, she continued scrolling through her unread messages. 2 hours prior, Ming Zhuo had sent her several texts. "Xiao Tan, how have you been lately?" After noticing her lack of response, he sent another message 10 minutes later. "I saw you trending online. I heard you just returned from filming in the desert. Is it for director Lu's film? That film has a solid premise, and the female lead is well crafted. I think you'd really like it." Half an hour later, he added, "Xiao Tan, would you have some free time? Let us grab a meal together." Having been in the industry for many years and co-owning a film company with friends, Ming Zhuo still wielded considerable influence and resources, even after parting ways with Huanyu Entertainment. During their time on the red carpet, he had observed Wen Tan's familiarity with Guoshu and initially suspected her of having entangled herself with him romantically. This left him feeling complex emotions, disappointment and disillusionment, as he believed her previously pristine and untouchable image was merely a fade. However, upon witnessing her walk the red carpet with Ji Hui, he realized that not only were the rumors unfounded, but his own judgment had also been flawed. Huanyu Entertainment had no intention of suppressing her. Rather, they aimed to promote her. After inquiring further, he learned that Wen Tan had not only participated in Guoshu's film, but had also acted in Ji Hui's disaster movie, where she reportedly caught the eye of Deng Wenshan, who had offered her additional scenes. The opportunities Huanyu provided her, even if they were minor roles, were coveted by many. It was evident that they were paving her path to stardom, aiming to elevate her to the status of an award-winning actress. If Ming Zhuo had once perceived Wen Tan as a sheltered flower incapable of withstanding the elements, now it was clear to anyone with market insight that her radiance was unstoppable and her future in the industry was boundless. During their years as contractual partners, while he had appreciated her external beauty, he had secretly looked down on her, feeling she didn't team match his status and accepting the notion that she was merely riding on his coattails. But now, Wen Tan had grown into someone who could stand alongside him at the pinnacle of success. Thus, Ming Zhuo resolved to take action. As Wen Tan read Ming Zhuo's messages, she felt an overwhelming urge to block him. However, in the entertainment industry, making enemies is unwise. Even her limited interactions with GCC had led to threats from Chuangmei, warning brands against lending her attire. Adding another influential figure like Ming Zhuo to her list of adversaries could spell trouble. Although Su Qiu, her top-notch agent, was around, it wouldn't be fair to constantly require her assistance with personal grievances. Wen Tan understood Ming Zhuo's need for image preservation. As long as she didn't openly insult him, he likely wouldn't overtly sabotage her. Sometimes, it's best to endure for the sake of peace. Leaning back in the tub, she began typing. "Thank you, Teacher Ming, but there's no need." After sending that message, she ignored any further replies from him. With her eyes gently closed, she reflected on the situation. Indeed, stepping back only fueled her frustration. Yet what could she do? All she could do was seize every opportunity in front of the camera, striving to elevate herself and no longer endure unwarranted grievances. After a while, her phone rang. It was Lin Zhuo calling. Her voice brimmed with excitement. "Darling, I'll probably have a week off after New Year's. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I'll make arrangements." Wen Tan felt a tinge of regret. "I'm afraid my schedule is nearly full before the new year, but let us see after the holiday." "Shall we?" Lin sighed, "Of course. That's the price of fame. I understand. But it's all right. I heard Ji Guang is going to Italy on a business trip next month, and I'll tag along. It'll be like a vacation." Wen Tan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. After Lin's last return from the desert, she had invited Zhou Jiguang to dinner to express her gratitude. But he seemed to have brushed it off, likely seeing that Ming Zhuo was absent and had taken on the role of her brother, urging her to focus on her studies and not wander aimlessly. Wen Tan listened as Lin spoke, for the first time agreeing with Zhou Jiguang's advice. "Aren't you graduating next year? Have you completed your credits?" Lin vaguely responded, "I calculated before. I think I should be fine. If not, I'll catch up next semester." In truth, Lin wasn't a strict academic underachiever. Her family background guaranteed her a certain level of intelligence. If she applied herself, she could easily surpass many others, or else she wouldn't have been accepted into graduate school. However, after gaining admission, she felt she had fulfilled her family's expectations and began to indulge herself, compensating for her hard work. Wen Tan suddenly felt nostalgic. "Time flies. It's almost been a year since I helped you with your assignments." That assistance had occurred after the last winter break. Wen Tan nearly forgot that a year ago, she had nearly succumbed in that bathtub. The rain had poured heavily that day, marking the end of her contract with Ming Zhuo. They had both posted breakup announcements on Weibo. His fans, rather than letting her be, had intensified their attacks, cursing and berating her. Freed from the constraints of their contract, Wen Tan's pent-up emotions erupted, leading to 3 days and nights of online confrontations with her haters. Rumor had it that Sister Mai rushed back without completing her work just to take control of Wen Tan's Weibo account, berating her from top to bottom and halting all her engagements. After Sister Mai left, Wen Tan lay in the bathtub, pondering where she had gone wrong and when it had all started. Gradually, all sounds faded away. Her psychologist, perhaps having seen her erratic behavior online and unable to reach her, barged in and pulled her out of the tub. With earnest yet unconventional advice, they suggested, "Why not try dating? You're so beautiful. Don't you think it's a pity to never have experienced love?" Wen Tan found the sentiment reasonable. It felt like a significant loss. Throughout her life, she had never even touched a man's abs, yet she was labeled as a promiscuous woman, a term so vile it could raise the dead. Not long after, she encountered Ming Zhuo in class. In that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of beauty in the world, and it seemed likely that she could indeed continue to live. Had I known you would entangle yourself in such a fate with my cousin, I should never have allowed you to go." Lin Zhuo's voice, soft and distant, pulled Wen Tan back from a reverie. Wen Tan did not think much of it. She merely assumed Lin Zhuo was referring to the news she had shared with Ming Zhuo about her cousin's impending amputation due to an accident. After conversing with Lin Zhuo, Wen Tan emerged from the bathtub, retrieved the natural stone bracelet that Ming Zhuo had gifted her from her jewelry cabinet, and adorned her wrist with it, subsequently taking a photo to send him. "Wen Tan, is it beautiful?" She initially believed that Ming Zhuo was either asleep or that the signal was poor and would not receive her message. Just as she was about to dry her hair, Ming Zhuo's call came through. His voice was melodious and soothing. Beautiful. Wen Tan held her phone, a smile gracing her lips. Teacher Ming, why are you still awake at such a late hour? Are you unable to sleep because you miss your girlfriend? Ming Zhuo responded with a soft hum, the sound of wind rustling in the background. I miss you. Upon hearing those two words, Wen Tan felt as if her heart were racing to the desert. She struggled to maintain her composure, the smile on her face almost slipping away as she admired the bracelet on her wrist, finding it increasingly exquisite. Ming Zhuo continued, have you returned to Jiangchen? Yes, I returned today. Wen Tan yearned to ask him when he would come back, but refrained, knowing there was still at least half a month to wait. Asking might only prolong the anticipation. Raising her gaze, she noticed something gently falling outside the bedroom window. Wen Tan approached, wiping the fog from the glass, revealing a cascade of silver-white specks that filled the night sky. A hint of unexpected joy colored her voice. Teacher Ming, it's snowing in Jiangchen. Ming Zhuo stood outside his tent, looking up at the serene night sky where snowflakes had begun to form. He asked, Wen Tan, have you ever seen it snow in the desert? No. Wen Tan replied curiously, can it really snow in the desert? As long as the temperature is low enough and conditions are right, it can. Wen Tan actually quite enjoyed snowy days, but at that moment, her thoughts turned to another perspective. But if it snows in the desert, wouldn't that complicate your surveying work? Ming Zhuo replied, yes, it would be more challenging. The accumulation of snow could alter the surface's shape, obscure significant geological features, and increase the difficulty of moving surveying equipment. Therefore, this task may conclude earlier than anticipated. Wen Tan leaned against the window, watching the snowfall, her voice soft. Teacher Ming, I miss you so much. Chapter 89. Sister-in-law Wen Tan's schedule was quite rushed. After completing a magazine shoot and an interview, she began preparations for the Starlight Gala. For this event, she wore haute couture dresses from Velluto both on and off the stage. Although Velluto may not measure up to the prestige of Ethereal, it remains a top-tier luxury brand, coveted by many aspiring stars. Once Wen Tan arrived at the red carpet waiting area, she received a markedly different reception than before. Numerous familiar and unfamiliar faces, both those she had collaborated with and those she had not, greeted her warmly. In the world of fame, not being popular is the true sin. Having been in the entertainment industry for years, Wen Tan was not overly adept in social graces, yet she did not sever ties with those who had once slighted her. She smiled and responded to each greeting. Shortly thereafter, Lu Shui arrived, linking her arm with Wen Tan's affectionately. Sister Wen Tan, it's been so long. You've grown even more beautiful. Wen Tan maintained her smile. Long time no see. Leaning slightly closer, she whispered in a tone only they could hear. You've grown quite bold as well. Lu Shui paused momentarily, her grip on Wen Tan's arm tightening. Then she chuckled, as if they had shared a secret. This year's Starlight Gala attracted an even younger crowd, with the industry's heavyweight figures and renowned directors like Guoshu absent. In recent years, various platforms have aimed to establish their own awards, leading artists to attend these events to foster relationships and increase exposure, provided there were no significant conflicts with the platforms. However, awards given out in such a manner lack the prestige of those from film festivals. Lu Shui remarked, I heard a few days ago that the drama we filmed has been approved and is in the scheduling process. They noticed how popular Sister Wen Tan is now and are aiming for a winter break release. But you're now a film star, Sister Wen Tan. You probably won't help with promotion anymore. Wen Tan replied nonchalantly, are you hoping I will promote it or not? Lu Shui had naturally prepared for both scenarios. Regardless of whether Wen Tan promoted the drama, she would benefit from the attention. If Wen Tan did promote it, given her current popularity, viewership would surely soar. And as the second female lead, Lu Shui would reap the rewards. Conversely, if Wen Tan refrained from promoting, the production team would not let such a valuable asset slip away and would inevitably create some buzz, albeit not favorable for Wen Tan. Lu Shui could then take advantage of the situation to generate publicity by pairing Wen Tan with Lin Jianian, ensuring her own profit regardless of the outcome. It could be said that since Chuang Mei had brought Lu Shui under Wen Tan's wing, they had already planned for her to serve as a stepping stone, initially intending to draw Wen Tan's fans and the general public toward Lu Shui. However, they had not anticipated the growth of interest in Wen Tan, which they welcomed. Had they known Wen Tan's intentions in advance, they could have better prepared their strategy. Lu Shui smiled. If I were Sister Wen Tan, I would likely not promote it. No one would want to remind others of what they used to do after achieving such elevated status and resources. Listening to your words. One might think I previously starred in adult films, something so shameful. Lu Shue's expression suddenly froze, leaving her momentarily speechless. Wen Tan's demeanor remained calm, her expression unperturbed, as if anyone feeling discomfort was merely harboring ulterior motives. In truth, the question of whether Wen Tan would promote the drama was a hot topic of discussion within the industry. When people saw her standing alongside Lu Shui, attention shifted towards them, keen to hear her response. After Wen Tan finished speaking, someone even chuckled softly. Wen Tan's character was quite forthright, a stark contrast to the persona Chuang Mei had crafted for her. Lu Shui, still young, felt the heat of embarrassment flush her face, her grip on Wen Tan's arm loosening as she sought an excuse to slip away. After her departure, another actress approached Wen Tan, extending her hand. "I've heard so much about you. I'm Wen Shutong." Wen Tan gently shook her hand, nodding in acknowledgement. "Hello, Teacher Wen, I'm Wen Tan." Wen Shutong was an established rival of GCC, a former leading star before GCC's meteoric rise. Presently, both occupied a significant share of the television drama landscape. However, Wen Shutong's recent works had been lukewarm, her popularity waning as many resources had shifted toward GCC. Nonetheless, her early debut and substantial achievements rendered her more accomplished than GCC, leading to frequent fan conflicts. The laughter that had just erupted came from her. When Shutong said, "No need for such formality, just call me by my name. You are far more interesting than I imagined." Additionally, when Shutong held another title, the favorite sister-in-law as voted by Meng Chenen's fans. A few years back, she had collaborated with Meng Chenen on a drama, and together they won the titles of Best Actor and Best Actress, as well as the most beloved screen couple by the audience. Beautiful, talented, skillful, and holding a high status, when Shutong had initially garnered admiration from Meng Chenen's fans. However, upon the revelation of Wen Tan as his sister-in-law, they spiraled into madness, claiming they would prefer him to date Wen Shutong if he were to pursue a relationship. Occasionally, they would invade her comment section, questioning why she did not date Meng Chenen, suggesting she leave that vile person Wen Tan alone. Wen Tan had never delved into the intricacies of the relationship between Wen Tan and Meng Chenen, yet the name lingered in her memory. After a brief conversation and exchanging contact information with Wen Tan, the red carpet event commenced. Just a few days prior, Jiangcheng had been blanketed in snow, and even though the sun shone today, the air remained biting. Male celebrities fared better, clad in suits that offered layers of warmth beneath, while their female counterparts were left with scant protection against the chill, perhaps merely relying on a few heat packs discreetly tucked beneath their skirts, mindful not to disrupt the elegance of their gowns. Velutoes haute couture épitomisée understated sophistication, predominantly featuring satin fabrique. On the red carpet, Wen Tan donned a black gown, distinguished only by white, feathered sleeves at her shoulders, devoid of any embellishments or adornments. The neckline plunged to the center of her chest, forming a striking V-shape. The bodice hugged her figure with exquisite fullness, while the skirt gracefully enveloped her waist and hips, cascading down softly. As Wen Tan's name was announced by the host, the atmosphere transformed dramatically from the previous disdainful murmurs to a palpable excitement, with cameras poised and ready. The moment she graced the red carpet, the venue sparkled with the brilliance of starlight. Amidst the cheers of fans, numerous journalists clamored, "Wen Tan, over here. Look this way." Chapter 90. Reconciliation. The discourse surrounding Wen Tan's appearance on the red carpet lingered on trending topics for quite some time, until her inner event gown was unveiled. For the main event, she chose a smoky pink satin mermaid gown, adorned with pearls at the bust, reminiscent of a mermaid princess submerged in the ocean, elegant and dreamlike. Online discussions regarding her two outfits erupted fervently. Wen Tan's fashion prowess is truly remarkable. These two ensembles deserve the title of best in the entire event. It's about time the entertainment industry welcomed fresh talent. Let the shake-up begin. Wen Tan's team has a keen eye for fashion. These gowns perfectly showcased her tall, curvaceous figure with an impeccable waist-to-hip ratio. Could it be that her natural beauty and figure are simply stunning, making anything she wears look exquisite? I must say, Veludo has good taste. Wen Tan single-handedly elevated their haute couture to rival that of ethereal. If I were the PR for Veludo lending dresses to her, I would be dreaming of success. It seems her fashion opportunities will only flourish from here, likely surpassing GCC. Please let GCC be. She didn't even attend today, yet still finds herself in the spotlight. Isn't it true that GCC has been absent following the last film festival debacle? Trying to secure a loan for the ethereal endorsement, only to face ridicule? Our CC is busy filming. She simply doesn't have time to engage in petty disputes. Thank you. Thank you all for your attention to GCC. Please consider reserving her new drama on Shanju Video. Friends, does no one care that Meng Chunin is also here? He is Wen Tan's ex-boyfriend. Indeed, when Shutong is here too, I relish this dramatic scenario. Haha. The previous film festival had been rife with topics. Wen Tan and Ji Hui, Wen Tan and GCC. The haute couture rivalry with ethereal. Yet no images captured the tumultuous relationship between Wen Tan and Meng Chunin. As the fervor surrounding the red carpet began to wane, Meng Chunin, true to form, cornered Wen Tan backstage. She had come to touch up her makeup, her shawl draped over her seat, while Wen went to fetch it for her. The venue's air conditioning was sufficient to stave off the cold. Whether Meng Chunin had followed her or merely fortuitously encountered her, he seized the opportunity to draw her into a secluded corner. Xiao Tan, are you still angry with me? Why haven't you been responding to my messages? Wen Tan withdrew her hand, suppressing the revulsion that threatened to surface, and replied politely, Mr. Meng must be mistaken. I did respond. Meng Chunin's tone bore a hint of resignation. Is that what you call a response? Wen Tan asserted, my assistant will be here shortly, Mr. Meng. She needs a moment. Meng Chunin interrupted, clearly feeling assured of his position. Wen Tan furrowed her brow, her gaze cooling as she realized he must have instructed someone to detain Wen. Very well. Meng Chunin conceded, I apologize for what happened last time. I was unaware that working with Director Guo was a resource provided by Huan Yu. I merely heard rumors and was concerned about you going down the wrong path. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Meng. May I leave now? Xiao Tan. Meng Chunin lowered his voice. I know you endured much distress during our time together. I wish to speak up for you, yet the company forbids it. My desire to leave Huan Yu and establish my own path stems from this. He continued, I am no longer bound by company constraints. I can do and say what I wish. I promise to protect you from now on, to ensure you are not maligned. Let's start anew, shall we? Wen Tan maintained her composure, keeping her distance. Mr. Meng, you've had too much to drink. We merely. Don't use that to brush me off. Meng Chunin grasped her shoulders, his gaze intense. I refuse to believe you haven't sensed my feelings for you. Wen Tan, I have always liked you. Shall we reconcile? As he drew closer, Wen Tan's frown deepened, attempting to pull his hands away, disregarding his declarations. Just as Meng Chunin was about to speak again, a faint rustling emerged from nearby, beside the trash bin. Turning to investigate, he noticed a tall man, clad in a black shirt with sleeves rolled up to the forearm, casually holding a half-burnt cigarette. His demeanor exuded an intimidating presence, mixed with an air of nobility. Meng Chunin clearly did not wish for anyone to witness him in such a vulnerable state. He withdrew his hand to straighten his tie and turned back to Wen Tan. What I just said came from the heart. I will be waiting for you at the parking lot after the award ceremony. With that, he departed nonchalantly. Wen Tan had not anticipated Ming Zhuo's presence here, nor did she expect him to witness this scene. As she gazed at him, her lips parted, momentarily at a loss for words. He had returned early. She ought to be elated, yet a sense of embarrassment enveloped her. Once Meng Chunin's figure vanished down the corridor, she lowered her gaze, extinguishing the cigarette in her hand, and approached him. Wen Tan, feeling as though she had erred, spoke softly, Teacher Ming. Ming Zhuo remained silent, grasping her wrist and casually pushing open a nearby door. The room, shrouded in darkness and silence, was presumably not a makeup room, as it lacked illumination. Wen Tan leaned against the door, uncertainty gnawing at her, and called out, Teacher Ming. In the next instant, her delicate neck was ensnared by a firm grip. Ming Zhuo's thumb pressed against her chin, compelling her to lift her gaze. His voice low and laced with an unseen threat. Do you address everyone as teacher? No, Wen Tan murmured in explanation. In our industry, it's customary to refer to seniors and peers as such. It's simply convenient. For me too, because it's convenient. Before Wen Tan could elaborate, his breath descended heavily upon her, his kiss fierce and demanding. Her slender neck, devoid of adornment, appeared as delicate as a swan's, as if it could snap with a mere touch. Wen Tan found herself engulfed in his kiss, sensing his ferocity, like a long-slumbering beast awakened, tearing through the veneer of civility to indulge in its prey. She was that helpless lamb, vulnerable to the slaughter. Tears welled in the corners of Wen Tan's eyes. Chapter 91. Fierce Ming Zhuo realized halfway through his departure that his cufflink had fallen. Sponsored by the brand, it was of considerable value, prompting him to retrace his steps. The cufflink had landed precisely in the corner where he had been speaking with Wen Tan. As he bent to retrieve it and prepared to leave, he heard a commotion emanating from the adjacent room. Listening closely, one can discern the sound of lips and tongues mingling, an unmistakable indication of a passionate kiss, accompanied by the woman's muffled whimpers. Without a doubt, one can imagine the fervor of their embrace. Within the entertainment circle, there are always artists who discreetly engage in romantic relationships, often preoccupied with their work, unable to meet for months at a time. It is not uncommon for them to rendezvous backstage. Ming Zhuo had no inclination to eavesdrop on such tantalizing scenes. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a half-smoked cigarette in the trash bin. He halted abruptly, recollecting that he had not encountered any other artists during his journey, save for Wen Tan. And then there was that man in the black shirt. Upon realizing this, Ming Zhuo's expression shifted drastically as he knocked on the door. Calling out, "Wen Tan, is that you inside?" No response came. As he continued to knock, he gripped the doorknob tightly, attempting to open the door. "Wen Tan? Speak to me." The commotion outside sent Wen Tan's heart racing, fearing that Ming Zhuo might indeed burst in. It was of little concern if he saw her. What truly frightened her was the thought that he might not only fail to keep her secret, but also broadcast her romantic entanglement to the world. Meanwhile, Ming Zhuo showed no intention of releasing her. He held her neck with one hand, kissing her leisurely, as though he had no intention of stopping. Wen Tan anxiously clutched the fabric of his waist, her eyelashes trembling lightly. After 2 seconds, Ming Zhuo finally released her, retreating slightly, their noses almost touching, their breaths mingling in warm, humid air. He spoke in a husky voice. "Answer him." Just as Ming Zhuo prepared to tug at the door for the 3rd time, Wen Tan's voice finally emerged. "I'm resting. Ming teacher, could you please stop bothering me?" Her voice was heavy with nasal tone, thick with a misty quality, clearly hoarse and not reflective of her usual timbre. Ming Zhuo steadied himself. "Have you encountered any trouble? Open the door. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "No need, I'm fine." Ming Zhuo's expression darkened further. Was this truly her choice? At that moment, one arrived with Wen Tan's shawl, and upon seeing him, weakly inquired, "Ming teacher, have you seen Wen Tan yet?" From within the room, Wen Tan's voice called out, "I'm here. I wish to rest. Please escort Ming teacher away." Wen was aware that Ming Zhuo was Wen Tan's ex-boyfriend. The current scenario, with one speaking from within and the other from outside the door, made it evident that Wen Tan did not wish to see him. She whispered, "Ming teacher, I just checked the schedule. It seems you are about to present an award." Ultimately, Ming Zhuo said nothing, leaving with a stern face. "Wen Tan, he has left," Wen reported. "Are you not feeling well? Did you catch a chill?" "No, I just need to rest. You should return to the inner hall and wait for me." "Huh? But hurry, or your salary will be docked." Nothing is more disheartening than the threat of losing one's salary. Wen, clutching the shawl, hurried away. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more, darkness creeping back in, and tranquility reigned. Wen Tan bowed her head in silence, her fingers unconsciously twisting around hard objects she touched. After a moment, Ming Zhuo's voice broke the stillness. "You'll pull the button off." Wen Tan paused briefly before lowering her hand. In those fleeting 2 minutes, Ming Zhuo had regained his composure. His fingers gently tangled in her hair, his atoms apple bobbing. "I lost control. I apologize." Wen Tan felt a wave of grievance, softly retorting, "You were quite fierce." She added, "You pinched my backside so painfully." Ming Zhuo. He pressed his lips to hers, as if to soothe her. "What shall we do about it?" "You can pinch me back?" Wen Tan remained silent, clearly rejecting that proposition. Ming Zhuo grasped her wrist, placing it on his abdomen with sincerity. "How about this?" Wen Tan stood her ground. "No, you might get hard." He sighed, seemingly exasperated by her bold choice of words. Ming Zhuo reminded her. "Word by word, I'm already hard." "Wen Tan." Her voice became muffled. "Do you want my help?" "I do not." His rejection was devoid of warmth. "Oh, then never mind." Ming Zhuo pulled her into his embrace from behind the door. "Just holding you for a moment is enough." Wen Tan began, "Ming teacher." After uttering it, she felt a twinge of regret. Ming Zhuo responded, Wen Tan continued, "Do you not like me calling you that? I used to, but not so much right now." "How meticulous of you. she teased to specify the time frame. Wen Tan wrapped her arms around his waist. If I am not mistaken, were you just feeling jealous? Ming Zhuo closed his eyes. His voice strained. You are not mistaken. Witnessing Ming Chunin confessing to her, desiring to rekindle their relationship had indeed clouded his judgment. He could not help but wonder if she might hesitate for even a second, soften her heart for a moment, or recall the sweet memories she shared with Ming Chunin. Ming Zhuo was not a person possessed by strong jealousy. Whatever he had, be it friends or affection from Ming Jing or Lin Chuyu, he was willing to share. But with Wen Tan, he could not pinpoint when it began, the desire for her to be wholly his. He believed he could remain indifferent to her past relationships, or who occupied her thoughts. Yet, the mere thought of Ming Chunin having once held her like this, having possessed her, ignited a deep jealousy within him. These feelings, obscure and despicable, remained unspoken. With her head nestled against his chest, Wen Tan murmured softly, You need not be jealous of him. I do not like him. I only like you. If you dislike me calling you Ming teacher, I shall refrain from doing so. Would you prefer to call me Ming de Gu instead, like Shuoma? Or something else? Ming Zhuo certainly would not compare himself to her ex-boyfriend regarding her current affections. He whispered, Will you still see him often? Wen Tan replied, We are in the same circle. There will be many events at the year's end. I will ask Qiu Jie tonight if the remaining schedule can be cancelled. No need, this is your work. Acting is my true vocation. These events are merely supplementary, aimed at increasing exposure, so it is of no consequence. Ming Zhuo kissed her again. You deserve to stand in a more brilliant light. Bentan's Bratisha. Her heart softened to a mushy state. She wrapped her arms around his neck, wanting to respond, but he withdrew slightly, chuckling as he remarked, You should leave now. Ming Zhuo covered her eyes with his hand, turning on the light beside them. Wen Tan's appearance was indeed disheveled. Her hair, once neatly pinned up, had come undone, with several strands cascading over her pale neck. Her lipstick had been nearly devoured, her lips slightly parted, and even the corners of her eyes glistened with moisture. She looked pitiable, yet evoked a desire to tease her. Ming Zhuo's throat tightened as he forcefully suppressed the rising urge. Chapter 92. The Spotlight Wen Tan was awarded the title of Most Notable Newcomer Actress of the Year. Clutching her trophy, she delivered her acceptance speech on stage, embodying the grace and poise of a star. No one could have guessed that just moments prior. She had been lost in a passionate embrace in the backstage storage room, her legs weak, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Given Ming Chunin's status, he could have easily presented the award and departed. Yet, he chose to remain seated in the audience, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Tan. The director seemed to have orchestrated a moment of mischief, cutting to a few seconds of him during Wen Tan's speech. The audience erupted in cheers, but upon realizing he was watching Wen Tan, they fell silent. Wen Tan maintained her composure, concluding her remarks with a slight bow of gratitude before stepping off the stage. Wen was beside herself with excitement. Most Notable Newcomer Actress of the Year. Wen Tan Jia, you are amazing. Wen Tan glanced at the inscription on the trophy, raising an eyebrow with a smile. After 6 years since my debut, I'm still a newcomer. Wen, somehow, that doesn't sound like a compliment. Wen Tan handed the trophy to her, wrapped the shawl around herself, and prepared to leave. In events such as this, the fans of various artists from outside are numerous. To manage the crowd, the organizers do not require all of them to remain until the end. Some lesser-known artists might be asked to stay just to fill the seats and prevent the venue from appearing too empty. However, at this point in the evening, there are hardly any artists left in the audience. Wen Tan had inquired with the event staff, and they informed her that once they received their awards, they were free to leave. As Wen Tan stepped out of the inner area, she was approached by Ming Chunin. The crowd was bustling, and he did not exhibit any overtly inappropriate behavior. He merely approached her, furrowing his brow while gazing at her, his expression rife with unspoken thoughts. Wen Tan, wrapping her shawl around her, maintained a cold demeanor and asked, Do you have any guidance for me, Teacher Ming? Ming Chunin glanced at Wen, who instinctively attempted to step back. However, the moment she moved, Wen Tan grasped her wrist. With a stoic expression, Wen Tan stated, If Teacher Ming has something to say, please speak plainly. In Ming Chunin's eyes, this action seemed somewhat ungrateful, and he did not spare her any pleasantries, bluntly asking, Who is that man? Wen Tan replied, Which man? Wen Tan, you know exactly whom I am referring to. Must I articulate it so clearly? Wen Tan chuckled softly. Teacher Ming, You must indeed clarify your words. Otherwise, how would I comprehend your meaning? Ming Chun An's expression darkened, realizing that Wen Tan had no intention of admitting anything. He was unaware of that man's identity and had not witnessed them together, so even if he spoke out, no one would believe him. He softened his tone. Xiao Tan, you may express your displeasure with me, but do not act foolishly. Your career is just beginning to flourish. Do not jeopardize your future for a moment of impulsiveness. He paused for 2 seconds, then added, at the very least, you should seek someone who can support you, rather than just anyone. Since you are so keen on being a mentor, perhaps you should engage more with your fans. They enjoy listening to you. Wen Tan retorted before turning away without a backward glance. Ming Chun observed her retreating figure, his eyes narrowing as a sudden realization struck him. He turned to his assistant and instructed, retrieve all the Weibo posts from a few months ago when Wen Tan made headlines due to a new romance. The assistant acknowledged and swiftly took out his phone. Wen Tan had previously refuted the rumors, claiming that the individual in question was her rock climbing instructor, thus making the search for relevant keywords quite simple. Ming Zhuo was handsome, and most who had posted his photos had not deleted them. Even now, some still occasionally gawked at them. Ming Chun frowned as he took the phone, and though the image showed only a profile, he was certain it was the same man he had seen backstage today, wearing a black shirt. The assistant inquired, brother, what's wrong? Ming Chun, and his face stern, returned the phone without a word. He absolutely could not accept that he had lost to a mere climbing instructor. The venue for the Starry Gala was expansive, and before Wen Tan could exit, she again made headlines. A marketing account had edited together footage of her speaking on stage alongside Ming Chun and watching her. Captioned, aren't real couples delightful? The comments swiftly amassed from all corners. Don't say. This pair is quite pleasing to the eye. Help. Ming Chun An's gaze is so affectionate. It feels like he still loves her. Who can understand me? I just enjoy this expired sugar. Please, Wen Tan, walk independently. Please walk independently. No more hitching rides. Thank you. Fans of Ming Chun don't come here for laughs. Wen Tan has trended several times tonight. While how many times has Ming Chun? Exactly. Without Wen Tan, no one would care about Ming Chun. Those saying Ming Chun is riding her coattails are delusional. Look at their ranks. Why is there no footage of Wen Tong? I want to see the battlefield. Does no one ship the peak encounter? Ah, the top star and the once ignored actress reunite under the spotlight. Anyone who knows how Ming Chun has allowed his fans to insult and attack Wen Tan over the past 3 years would find it hard to enjoy such sweetness. It's obvious Wen Tan's fans are here to stir trouble. Ming Chun An's fans need not comment. No need to give them attention. On her way back, Wen Tan was engrossed in her phone. Wen urged, Sister Wen Tan, you needn't take their words to heart. However, before she could finish, Wen Tan looked up, bewildered. What? It was then that Wen noticed she had been focused on the chat history. Someone had sent her a picture resembling both a desert and a snowy landscape. Wen remarked, it's nothing. Unable to resist her curiosity, she leaned closer and whispered, Sister Wen Tan, who is that man Teacher Ming mentioned? Wen Tan's expression remained calm. Which man are you referring to? Wen pointed, having a rare moment of insight. Is it possible that Ming Laoshe returned early? Wen Tan coughed lightly, adjusting her posture, her face slightly flushed. Wen gave her a reassuring look. I understand the contract states you cannot date. I will keep your secret and provide cover. After all, aside from you, I doubt anyone else pays me such a generous salary. Wen Tan's lips curled into a slight smile, and she gently nodded. Wen, suddenly brimming with excitement, asked, when did you two get together? Was it during the filming in the desert? Was he the one who rescued you that day, or was it when you sang happily outside the tent after a few days of gloom? You observed keenly. Wen beamed with pride. Of course. Being an assistant means being attuned to subtle cues. Wen Tan felt a bit embarrassed by her words, responding vaguely, it was the day I sang. Wen, fully embracing her role as a considerate assistant, asked, are you going back home tonight, or should we have the driver change direction to Ming Laoshe's place? Chapter 93. A shower. Wen Tan indeed wished to, but Ming Zhuo had already returned to the Geological Research Institute. The geological team had returned from the northwest that afternoon. After disembarking from a plane, Ming Zhuo checked the time and instructed everyone to head home to rest and organize their belongings. With a meeting scheduled at the Institute at 10 that evening, the data gathered from the desert expedition needed to be consolidated for reporting as soon as possible. While others returned home, Ming Zhuo took the opportunity to meet Wen Tan. Seeing Ming Chun entangled with her at that moment, he felt relieved he had come. After completing the reporting work, it was already 3 in the morning. Professor Zhao removed his reading glasses and summarized. Everyone worked hard this time. You can head home to rest. We will reconvene tomorrow afternoon for analysis and discussion, aiming to finish up before New Year's so you can enjoy a proper holiday. Everyone exhaled in relief, gathering their belongings to depart. Just as Ming Zhuo stood up, Professor Zhao called out to him, clearing his throat. Wait a moment. Ming Zhuo had grown accustomed to these interruptions. He held his documents, his tone languid. Are you going to set me up with someone again? Only after the others had exited did Professor Zhao respond. Xiao Su accompanied you to the desert for over a month. What do you think of her? Quite good. She is diligent and wrote a decent report. Professor Zhao's eyes widened. Is that what I asked? I meant her as a person. Do you like her? Ming Zhuo paused for 2 seconds, then replied, I'll share a secret even my grandmother doesn't know. Professor Zhao's curiosity was piqued. What is it? After posing the question, he suddenly had a bad premonition about such build-up, his face turning pale. You can't possibly like men, can you? Ming Zhuo. I have a girlfriend. Having a girlfriend is good. That means I can. Professor Zhao's realization hit him, his voice incredulous. When did you get a girlfriend? Have I met her? Is she from the institute? No. Then, I already said it was a secret. Professor Zhao's expression conveyed a mix of emotions as he stood up. Having a girlfriend is fine, but you made it so mysterious that anyone might think you were dating a spy. Ming Zhuo chuckled softly. Please, don't tell my grandmother for the time being. If she finds out, she will undoubtedly pry into every detail, which would be quite troublesome. Wen Tan mentioned that we must remain discreet. Her grandmother's inquiries are far too intense. Professor Zhao curled his lips slightly. Understood. Bring her to me when you can. I'm rather curious about what kind of fairy has captured your fancy. Ming Zhuo raised his eyebrows slightly. There will be opportunities in the future. Upon leaving the Geological Research Institute, he opened his phone to find several messages from Wen Tan sent around 11 o'clock. Wen Tan, I've changed the password at your place. It's the same as the day we met at Namjid Barwa. Wen Tan, I have work in Sanya tomorrow morning and will head directly to Macau for New Year's Eve. I should return by New Year's Day. Wen Tan, Kisses. JPG. Ming Zhuo cast his gaze downward of the screen, his fingers gently tapping the steering wheel. His girlfriend was quite busy. After a moment, he put his phone down and drove to Wen Tan's apartment building. The roads were clear at night, and the journey took only 20 minutes. Ming Zhuo parked at the entrance of the community, lowered the car window, and rested one hand on the door while gazing at the buildings engulfed in darkness. He did not know her exact address and could not possibly call her at this hour to disturb her. Oh well, just a few days would pass. After finishing a cigarette, he slowly withdrew his gaze. When he returned home, the hallway light was still on, and a pair of women's shoes were quietly placed there. Wen Tan was curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. Ming Zhuo's eyes fell upon her, a silent smile gracing his lips. He chuckled at the chaos of the journey and was amused by the fact that he could see her here. Wen Tan received a call from Suchio halfway through her journey. She informed her that Voluto was pleased with her performance on the red carpet that evening, and the endorsement had been secured. The brand requested her to fly to Sanya the following morning for a shoot. After packing her bags and waiting for Wen to leave, Wen Tan headed to Ming Zhuo's home. Having changed the password, she sat on the sofa to message him. Recently, her schedule had been hectic, leaving her with little sleep. This morning, she had risen early to prepare for the Starlight Gala, attending to her makeup and styling, resulting in her feeling utterly exhausted. Initially, she intended to rest for a moment before heading home, but she had unexpectedly dozed off. In a daze, Wen Tan felt herself being lifted, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Ming Zhuo before her, thinking she was still dreaming. She instinctively murmured, Teacher Ming, it was a habit she could not shake. Ming Zhuo responded softly, Would you like to sleep in the bed? Wen Tan shook her head, her voice still laced with fatigue. No, I need to go. What time is your flight? At 9:50. Ming Zhuo suggested, Sleep until 6, and I will take you back to collect your luggage. It is only just 4. You can still sleep for 2 hours. Wen Tan mumbled a vague agreement, closing her eyes and leaning her head against his shoulder, seemingly acquiescing. Every week, Ming Zhuo's grandmother sent someone to clean the apartment, and the bedding had been recently changed, making it quite tidy. He gently placed Wen Tan on the bed, but as he began to rise, she clung to his arm, letting out a few soft sounds, clearly reluctant to let him go. Ming Zhuo pressed a kiss to her lips. Be good. I will take a shower. He had just returned from the northwest and had not changed his clothes, feeling quite dusty. It seemed she had heard him, reluctantly releasing her grip. Ming Zhuo covered her with a blanket and took his change of clothes into the bathroom. As the sound of water cascaded, time slipped away, and Wen Tan gradually became more alert. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly. What had he just said he would do? The word shower lingered on her tongue, causing her to feel a rush of heat, leaving her parched and restless. She leaned down to sniff her clothes, which still bore a fresh scent. Thankfully, she had showered after packing her bags and before leaving. Before she could entertain any other thoughts, the sound of water ceased. Wen Tan quickly lay back down, pulling the blanket over herself. 2 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Ming Zhuo walked a few steps before hesitating, staring at her form on the bed, seemingly in conflict. Wen Tan's eyes widened beneath the covers, her breath quickening. Ultimately, his footsteps retreated, and the bedroom door was gently closed behind him. Wen Tan safe, feeling a mix of relief and tension. She lifted a corner of the blanket, exhaling softly. Sleep eluded her. Her mind and body were both too alert. After a while, she quietly padded to the door, pressing down the doorknob. Through the crack, she saw Ming Zhuo sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a book. "Teacher Ming," she called softly. Chapter 94. The conspirators. Ming Zhuo paused momentarily, and as he looked up, Wen Tan was already approaching him. He closed the book and asked, "Did I wake you?" Wen Tan shook her head and settled into his embrace. "What are you reading?" Their gazes fell to the book cover simultaneously, and he coughed lightly. "Oh, it's nothing." It turned out to be a collection of love letters by Albert Camus, a renowned French philosopher and a representative of absurdism. Ming Zhuo owned a complete set of his works, but he had only skimmed through a couple of pages of this particular volume. Wen Tan reached for it, exclaiming, "No wonder Teacher Ming speaks such eloquently romantic phrases. You've been secretly studying at home." Ming Zhuo held her close. "Is it not good if I learn to recite them to you?" Initially intending to tease him, Wen Tan found herself blushing instead and stammered, "So, which line do you like the most?" Ming Zhuo paused for 2 seconds, locking eyes with her before slowly stating, "My lifelong wish is to conspire with another. In you, I have found this feeling and a new meaning to life." Wen Tan felt her heart flutter, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Ming Zhuo's dark gaze deepened, and he leaned in to kiss her, simultaneously taking the book from her hands and placing it aside. Wen Tan closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, their breaths intertwining. The living room was dimly lit by a solitary floor lamp, casting a cold and sparse glow that now felt soft and intimate. Ming Zhuo's kiss was not as forceful as before. He tenderly caressed her lips, inch by inch, his tongue sweeping through her mouth, savoring every sweetness. Wen Tan was uncertain when she had leaned back against the sofa, but Ming Zhuo's hand rested at the back of her head, his fingers threading through her hair as his lips brushed against hers, her eyelids, and her nose. Wen Tan wore a V-neck knitted sweater with wide-leg jeans, her vision blurred, fingers curling tightly around Ming Zhuo's shoulder. Her mouth felt dry, and her breaths came in heated gasps. Ming Zhuo chuckled softly. "Were you like this backstage too?" Wen Tan's eyes glimmered with embarrassment. He had indeed noticed. When her breathing finally steadied, Ming Zhuo paused, wiping his hands and tidying up her clothes before rising to head to the bathroom. Just then, Wen Tan pulled him back, her voice still hoarse and dry. "Let me help you." Ming Zhuo lowered his head to kiss her. "No need." Her eyes sparkled with longing then. "I want to see you." Ming Zhuo's breath hitched, his throat tightening. Wen knocked on Wen Tan's door promptly at 7 the next morning. Hearing that Wen Tan had secured the endorsement with Voluto filled her with joy. The feeling of one person's success elevating those around them was truly delightful. As soon as the door opened, she greeted with a bright smile. "Good morning, Sister Wen Tan." "Good morning," came a clear male voice in response. Wen's eyes widened in surprise as she took in the sight before her. "Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo nodded slightly and gestured, "Come in." Wen hurriedly waved her hand. "Perhaps I shall refrain from entering. I can wait outside." A voice from inside responded, "I will be ready shortly." Despite having packed her luggage the night before, she was perplexed by her own busyness. Flitting about and feeling overwhelmed by the myriad of small items she seemed compelled to take. While Wen Tan was in the bedroom, making a final check for her charger, Ming Zhuo had already pushed her suitcase to the door. She rushed out, exclaiming, I'm coming, I'm coming." As Ming Zhuo grasped the suitcase handle, ready to escort her, Wen Tan turned back, standing on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his lips. "You need not see me off. You are too conspicuous and might attract unwanted attention." Ming Zhuo. He encircled her waist, yearning to deepen the kiss, only to realize they were not alone. The door remained ajar, and when outside could see everything clearly. She silently turned away, wishing to peel the wall paint, yet found it all tiled, with no place to begin. Ming Zhuo's hand, resting on her waist, naturally lifted to take a nearby scarf, draping it over her shoulders. Do not catch a cold. Wen Tan replied with a couple of affirmative hums. Do not worry. Sanya is quite warm. She waved goodbye to Ming Zhuo, urging him to wait a few minutes before leaving. Wen Tan swiftly changed her shoes and pulled her suitcase out the door. Upon hearing the commotion, Wen turned and bowed slightly toward Ming Zhuo. Goodbye, Teacher Ming. The two departed in a flurry. Wen Tan was anxious about encountering the morning rush and missing her flight, while Wen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ming Zhuo stood in the entryway, the corners of his lips curving slightly as he closed the door and turned to survey the disheveled living room, clothes strewn about. Wen Tan had been too preoccupied in recent days to tidy up, planning for a cleaning lady to come before her return. Ming Zhuo approached the sofa, methodically picking up each item, tossing the dirty ones into the washing machine and hanging the clean ones in the wardrobe. The bedside table bore a similar chaos, with her Hong Kong Macau travel permit rummaged through and the drawer half open. Ming Zhuo returned her scattered belongings to their rightful places and, as he shut the drawer, caught a glimpse of several pill bottles beneath. Though not one to pry into others' privacy, he recalled Lin Zhuo mentioning that Wen Tan had suffered from depression on several occasions, and the emotional turmoil she displayed the night they went climbing. After a brief contemplation, he opened the lower drawer. Inside were bottles of imipramine, amitriptyline, rosuvastatin, sertraline, duloxetine, and venlafaxine, heavy-duty antidepressants, nearly all empty. Ming Zhuo furrowed his brow, his expression taut. At the bottom of the drawer lay what appeared to be a letter. The elegant handwriting on the envelope read, to Lin Zhuo. Note, do not let anyone else open this, or I shall become a vengeful spirit crawling out of your closet at midnight. It was evident that this was likely a suicide note. Ming Zhuo replaced the pill bottles, slamming the drawer shut with a grim countenance as he strode away. Chapter 95. Depression. Madame Ming bore 2 children, Ming Yingzhong and Ming Zhuo. Following the incident involving Ming Jing a decade ago, Ming Zhuo withdrew from Stanford and returned to study geology in China. Ming Yingzhong was furious, declaring that if his son insisted on this path, he would sever their father-son relationship. He had hoped to compel Ming Zhuo to bow his head and admit his mistakes, thereby resuming the responsibilities expected of the eldest son. However, years passed without a single glance back from Ming Zhuo. Ming Yingzhong's wife had passed away early, leaving no one to mediate the fractured relationship. Not only Ming Yingzhong, but also Ming Zhuo found it difficult to see their nephew. If luck favored them, they might catch a glimpse of him on Madame Ming's birthday. If not, years could slip by without a meeting. Ming Zhuo seemed to deliberately avoid the Ming family, especially his father, always choosing times when Ming Yingzhong was absent. If they did cross paths, they were akin to strangers exchanging not a word. Thus, it was no surprise that Madame Ming insisted Lin Zhuo attend geology classes as a spy, for she had seen Ming Zhuo the most among the family. Ming Zhuo could hardly recall the last time she had seen Ming Zhuo, whether during Madame Ming's birthday or by chance at Jiangshui Xiaoxia. So, when she stumbled out of her room, still yawning, and spotted that familiar figure on the stairs, a sense of disorientation washed over her. What kind of dream could conjure such a bizarre scene? Ming Zhuo paused, nodding in acknowledgement, and Ming Zhuo was still reeling. What brings you here? I am looking for Lin Zhuo. Ming Zhuo instinctively pointed him in a direction, but she is likely still asleep. Generally, Lin Zhuo would not rise until the sun was high in the sky, unless faced with an unavoidable morning class. Ming Zhuo nodded, his long legs ascending the remaining stairs, turning right to stand outside Lin Zhuo's room, knocking gently on the door. Lin Zhuo had stayed up late binge-watching a series until 5 in the morning and had barely fallen asleep when the noise awakened her, pulling the quilt over her head. She mumbled, Mom, I have no classes this morning. The knocking persisted. Lin Zhuo shouted, I don't want breakfast either. Moments later, a deep voice resonated, open the door. Lin Zhuo opened her eyes, feeling as if the world was ending. Oh no, could it be that the results of the geology elective exam were out? Her cousin would not come knocking unless there was something serious. Gathering her courage to resist the urge to leap out the window, she sluggishly opened the door, her heart racing. Cousin. Ming Zhuo's expression was icy as he got straight to the point. You mentioned that Wen Tan has suffered from depression multiple times? Lin Zhuo, upon hearing this, inexplicably let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes. What symptoms do you want to know about? She experiences insomnia, anxiety, headaches, loss of appetite, and general malaise. She lost quite a bit of weight and was terrified of the sound of knocking, because those trolls could trace her address and frequently sent her dead cats and mice to scare her. Ming Zhuo's face grew colder. Anything else? Lin Chuyu appeared puzzled. I think that's all. But since she moved last time, the trolls have stopped following her. She seems to be recovering gradually. I haven't heard about her depression flaring up for quite some time. This was after Wen Tan's contract with Ming Zhuo ended and they publicly announced their breakup. Ming Zhuo's voice rumbled low in his throat. Do you know if she ever had thoughts of ending her life? The words hung unspoken in his throat. Lin Chuyo's eyes were bright yet naive. What do you mean? The letter, hidden beneath the drawer, clearly indicated that Wen Tan did not wish for anyone to discover it. Ming Zhuo pressed his lips together, waiting a couple of seconds before asking, what about her family? Lin Chuyu replied, her parents divorced when she was very young, and each started their own families, having little involvement in her life. Wen Tan was raised by her grandmother, who also. No wonder the last letter was addressed to Lin Chuyu. Ming Zhuo found it hard to fathom the emotional state in which it was penned. He swallowed hard, his throat dry, and after a long pause said, do not tell her I came to see you. Lin Chuyu nodded vigorously, though she had no idea why her cousin suddenly inquired about these matters. She knew Wen Tan would prefer he remain oblivious. After Ming Zhuo left, Ming Zhuo approached Lin Chuyo's door, bewildered and curious. What was up with your cousin? Who were you discussing? Lin Chuyu, still miffed about her previous refusal to assist, huffed lightly. I already said you missed the best opportunity to gather information from me, so I won't tell you. With that, she closed the door and returned to her slumber. Ming Zhuo clicked her tongue, bemused by the girl's antics. Upon arriving in Sanya, Wen Tan was greeted by a representative from the brand, an unprecedented treatment for her. After settling into the hotel, she wasted no time and immediately began her makeup and hair preparations. Wen unexpectedly brought a coconut for her. Sister Wen Tan, would you like to try it? This native coconut water was not to Wen's taste. Wen Tan took a sip through the straw and found it quite palatable, even sweeter than what she had tasted in Jiangxing. The makeup artist, while applying eyeshadow on Wen Tan, remarked, I heard they've arranged coconut chicken for you at noon. It's a local specialty. Wen, perched on the adjacent sofa with her chin cradled in her hands, began to anticipate, I hope it doesn't taste like this. At that moment, Wen Tan's phone on the table vibrated twice. She set down the coconut and picked up her phone. It was a message from Lin Chuyu. Hey, how have you been lately? Wen Tan replied, I'm doing well. I arrived in Sanya today for a commercial shoot. What is up? Lin Chuyu responded, nothing much, just checking in. She added, I saw you trending yesterday. You looked stunning. The heart emoji felt somewhat forced and cloying. Lin Chuyu had only just realized after waking up that her cousin had come to inquire about Wen Tan's depression, suggesting that matters were not as simple as they seemed. She was worried that Wen Tan might be experiencing another episode, hence her inquiry. You seem off, Wen Tan observed. Lin Chuyu hesitated before responding, when you return. I need to confess something. She could no longer postpone discussing Ming Zhuo. Lin Chuyu sensed that these two would inevitably end up together, and rather than let Wen Tan discover it herself, she preferred to take the initiative in admitting the truth. I too have something to confess, Wen Tan said. Oh, Lin Chuyu replied. With a playful expression, Wen Tan sent a picture of herself, smiling like Doraemon. Just then, representatives from the brand entered to discuss the specifics of the shoot, prompting Wen Tan to set her phone down and cease her conversation with Lin Chuyu. Chapter 96. Look at me that evening. Wen Tan lay on her bed, reviewing her chat history with Ming Zhuo. After disembarking from the plane, she had sent him a message to confirm her safe arrival, to which he responded 2 hours later, likely having carved out a rare moment of time. With a smile gracing her lips, Wen Tan decided not to disturb him further. If Ming Zhuo had the opportunity, he would surely call her. She placed her phone down, but found herself unable to sleep, her thoughts drifting back to that morning. She had expressed her desire to see him. Wen Tan had braced herself for rejection, yet Ming Zhuo seemed to acquiesce, wrapping his arm around her and kissing her. The knitted sweater she had neatly arranged was lifted again, his palm pressing firmly against her. Perhaps influenced by her grievances in the storage room, Ming Zhuo was restrained, his strength moderate. Wen Tan knelt beside him, tilting her neck back as they kissed. It felt exhilarating and surreal. When she had first encountered Ming Zhuo standing at the podium, exuding an air of aloofness, her only desire had been to strip off his clothing. Who could have imagined, who dared to dream, that she would witness such intimacy between them, especially for her sake? Yet, just as her hand reached halfway, Ming Zhuo caught it, pinning it against his chest. With their foreheads touching and his breath slightly ragged, he teased, "Didn't you want to see me?" Wen Tan's mind went blank, overwhelmed by his wildness. Ming Zhuo kissed her again, holding her close. He nibbled on her earlobe, his voice husky. Wen Tan felt utterly weak, her eyes moist, unable to discern whether she was crying or if it was simply physiological tears. Nestled against his shoulder, her voice emerged like a mist, soft and watery, as she called out to him, "Brother." This recollection was a whirlwind. Just thinking about it made Wen Tan flush with embarrassment and dry in her throat. When they finally left Ming Zhuo's home, it was already past 6. Fortunately, the roads were clear and they arrived swiftly. Wen Tan spent 3 days in Sanya, and after completing the advertisement, she promptly flew to Macau for the New Year's Eve rehearsal. The New Year's Eve event was live-streamed, occurring simultaneously across various platforms. Unlike the award ceremonies where artists could stagger their appearances. Therefore, participating in one network's New Year's Eve meant missing another. When Su Qiu accepted an invitation for Wen Tan, she carefully considered various factors, ultimately choosing a network that did not include Meng Chunin. However, GCC was also on the lineup. GCC had a drama airing on this platform during the summer, which had garnered decent popularity. Hence, the organizers arranged for her to perform the theme song alongside the male lead. Such coupling was inherently more sensational than typical promotions. Moreover, both GCC and the male lead, along with the platform, had issued numerous announcements, making this collaboration the most discussed and anticipated of the New Year's Eve events. Often referred to as the best follow-up act. While backstage, Wen Tan encountered Wen Shutong, who appeared rather disgruntled. "Had I known you were coming, I wouldn't have shown up," she remarked. Wen Tan smiled, but remained silent. Wen Shutong, likely bored and seeking camaraderie with someone equally disdainful of GCC, began gossiping. "Did you hear that Meng Chunin isn't attending this year's New Year's Eve?" Wen Tan replied, "I hadn't heard." She paused, recalling that she had seen Meng Chunin's name on the first batch of confirmed attendees from Beihua TV. When Shutong added, "Your information is outdated. I heard just 2 days ago that Meng Chunin was dropped from Beihua TV, but the reason remains unclear. He has been asking around for information, but no one has answers. As far as I know, it looks grim." Wen Tan pondered for a moment. Could it be that he broke the law? She hadn't heard any relevant rumors. When Shutong continued, if it were a legal issue, his team would have been in a frenzy, not casually inquiring about the situation. "We'll find out tonight. If he truly doesn't show up, his fans will certainly raise a ruckus, and the network will have to provide an official explanation." Wen Tan found this peculiar. Meng Chunin had always been adept at navigating the complexities of fame, maintaining a positive public image despite a decline in popularity. However, he still had tangible achievements, and his fans remained loyal, with successful drama broadcasts across major platforms. Moreover, he had established his own company, expanding his resources significantly. Logically, if he had not engaged in any illegal activities leading to a ban, the network would not so easily retract their announcement, especially during such a high-profile event. This would inevitably provoke backlash from his fans. Shaking off her thoughts, Wen Tan observed Wen Shudong's eager interest in gossiping about Meng Chunin, and even sensed a hint of schadenfreude. Hesitantly, she asked, "What is your relationship with Meng Chunin?" Wen Shutong replied, "You're his ex. That's why I'm telling you. When I was filming a drama with him, during a dinner, he arranged for paparazzi to take photos and was quite attentive to me at the table, probably hoping to stir up a romance. My assistant caught on, and we left in a hurry." Given the tumultuous aftermath of Wen Tan's breakup with Meng Chunin and her signing with Huan Yu, it was clear that the two had a contentious history. For Wen Shutong, an enemy's enemy was a friend. Wen Tan remained silent for a moment. It seems this is his usual tactic. Meng Chunin was indeed a master of marketing, a rather distasteful one. Had the paparazzi captured his supposed romance with Wen Shutong, it would have likely overshadowed everyone else. No wonder he ultimately chose to pursue someone as low profile as Wen Tan. She was easier to manipulate. When Shutong quietly inquired, "Why did you break up with him? Was it because you saw through his true nature?" Wen Tan softly affirmed, "Something like that." When Shutong remarked, "But I genuinely admire your strength. You endured 3 years of his fans' harassment before ending things. With such determination, you could achieve anything." Wen Tan opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Just then, GCC approached, greeting Wen Shutong with a smile. "Sister Shutong, it's been a while." GCC, looking particularly glamorous today, seemed eager to reclaim her spotlight. This insincere pleasantry was met with a practiced smile from Wen Shutong, who replied, "Indeed. It's been too long. I thought I'd see you at the last Starry Night Festival, but it's fine. Even in your absence, you still made headlines." It is well known that GCC gained notoriety through Wen Tan, who incidentally mocked her appearance on the film festival red carpet. GCC, seemingly gritting her teeth, maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Sister Shu Tong, please don't jest about me. I didn't resort to purchasing marketing for a trivial, trending topic, unlike others. How could that possibly compare to the buzz surrounding your presence at the event?" In Chapter 97, New Year's Day, GCC meticulously curated her attire, styling, and promotional materials, expending considerable effort to reclaim her reputation, especially after nearly half a year since the drama aired. She even resorted to generating buzz with her male co-star, determined to overshadow Wen Tan and restore her lost dignity. However, just as her popularity soared to the top of the trending topics, an unexpected headline emerged. Ming Zhuo did not attend New Year's Eve. This revelation instantaneously captured everyone's attention. Oh dear, is the entertainment industry about to face another scandal? What has Ming Zhuo done to warrant such controversy? Typically, male artists are implicated in scandals, while female artists are scrutinized for tax issues. Of course, there are exceptions. Ming Zhuo, how could you? I still admired him. This is clearly a problem originating from Beihui TV. Just so you know, spreading rumors with over 500 shares is illegal. I've screen captured all the rumor mongers. None of you can escape. I feel a sense of helplessness as a fan of Ming Zhuo and unable to alert Universal Entertainment's legal team. Haha. Those who are innocent shall remain so. Let us await the official statement. If you genuinely care about Ming Zhuo, reserve a spot for his new drama. Amidst the cacophony of speculation, Ming Zhuo and studio finally released a statement on Weibo. "We appreciate everyone's concern for Chun and due to health reasons, he is unable to attend this New Year's Eve event. We sincerely apologize for the wait. We have been striving to address this matter, though the outcome has not met our expectations. Chun will take good care of his health. We shall meet again." This post was heartfelt and dignified. Fans were moved to tears, expressing their sympathy and urging him to prioritize his well-being. Insiders, however, found amusement in the situation, fully aware that Ming Zhuo had been dismissed by Beihui TV. He had sought to negotiate with higher-ups, but had not even managed to meet anyone. Initially, Ming Zhuo considered confronting the network directly, but publicly announcing his dismissal would not only be humiliating but also jeopardize future relations with the station. Behind him stood influential patrons who, while not disclosing the reasons for his dismissal, advised him to endure the situation until the storm passed and then seek to mend relationships. The complexities of resources and power dynamics within a television network are intricate. Should he sever ties, Ming Zhuo's future endeavors would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, it would be more prudent to preserve face with the network, in hopes they might extend a personal favor. Following the New Year's Gala, some artists opted to rest at the hotel, while others had subsequent engagements requiring immediate departure. Wen Tan fortuitously shared a flight with Wen Shu Tong and GCC, along with several other artists returning to Jiang City. They discussed Ming Zhuo's predicament, sharing a palpable sense of impatience akin to a group unable to partake in the unfolding drama. Upon Wen Tan's arrival, their expressions were quite telling, as they contemplated whether GCC, as Ming Zhuo's ex-girlfriend, might possess insider knowledge, yet felt it inappropriate to inquire due to their lack of familiarity. GCC, however, broke the ice with a smile. "Congratulations, Ming Zhuo is in trouble. You must be the happiest one here." Wen Tan remained unfazed. "It seems that Sister G is even more pleased than I am." GCC's smile faltered slightly. Wen Shu Tong chuckled softly, while the other artists, aware of the tension between Wen Tan and GCC, held their breath, eager not to miss any intriguing exchanges. GCC adjusted the blanket draped over her legs and added, "We are merely outsiders having a conversation. As long as he hasn't committed any illegal acts leading to a ban, we will inevitably cross paths in the industry again. How could I revel in his misfortune?" Her implication was clear. It was Wen Tan who was reveling in Ming Zhuo's plight. The unspoken understanding amongst them was palpable. With Wen Tan's current stature, even if Ming Zhuo were truly in trouble, the backing of powerful interests could easily crush her. Just as the group awaited Wen Tan's response, Wen Shu Tong remarked, "Your words are intriguing. If Ming Zhuo knew of your unwavering support, he might be moved to come and greet you." GCC was no stranger to banter with her, If Ming Chun and truly arrives, who has to say if he is here for me or for Wen Tan? He might even be here to greet Sister Shu Tong. A perfect double entendre. Wen Tan replied nonchalantly, "Has Sister Ji recently been involved in rural-themed projects?" Her remark momentarily stunned the room, as everyone realized Wen Tan was subtly branding GCC as a gossip monger. Many could not stifle their laughter. Yisisi, indignant, attempted to retort but held back, feeling as though anything she said thereafter would be misconstrued. When Shu Tong raised her hand, giving Wen Tan a significant thumbs up. Following this, the first-class cabin finally quieted down. Wen Tan lightly closed her eyes, reclining in her seat to rest. She had been on a relentless schedule, utterly fatigued from the continuous demands. 2 hours later, the aircraft touched down at Jiang City International Airport. Wen retrieved her luggage and followed closely beside Wen Tan, whispering, "Sister Wen Tan, I just saw a message from my aunt this afternoon. She mentioned your home is quite tidy. She merely did some cleaning before leaving." Wen Tan, puzzled, replied, "Tidy? It was a mess when I left." She paused, suddenly recalling that Ming Zhuo had departed after her. Could it be that he had helped tidy up? Woman seemed to grasp this implication and expressed her admiration. "Oh my, what a modern-day gentleman Ming Lao sure is. Not only handsome and intelligent, but also knows how to tidy up." Wen Tan smiled and took out her phone. Her conversation with Ming Zhuo had lingered on his New Year-esque greeting after her performance concluded. He had called her in the afternoon, stating he would be attending a meeting that evening, which might run late. Given the circumstances, it appeared he was still engaged in that meeting. After exiting the airport, Wen Tan instructed the driver to find a place to stop. She donned her mask and hat, telling Wen, "You head back first. I'll take a cab." Wen's eyes widened in surprise. "No, wait. Are you going to let the driver take you?" "Not necessary." Wen Tan waved goodbye and exited the vehicle. "See you after the holiday. Happy New Year." The driver was from Universal Entertainment, associated with Zhou Jiguang, and she felt uneasy. Wen admired her decisiveness. Happy New Year, Chapter 98. Affection. The Geological Research Institute hosted the concluding meeting regarding desert survey data. Attendees were numerous, and the meeting did not wrap up until 6 in the morning. The senior executives announced, "Congratulations to everyone. The desert survey mission has been successfully completed. All participants in this project, along with the new year, will receive an additional 3 days off. We will reconvene on Monday." Cheers erupted, and the exhaustion dissipated instantly. As the meeting adjourned, people began to leave gradually. Ding Jia nudged Su Lingyue's arm, signaling her to hurry. Su Lingyue bit her lip, quickening her pace. Upon reaching the entrance of the Geological Research Institute, she caught up with Ming Zhuo. Teacher Ming Zhuo turned to face her, accompanied by Chun Yinzhou. They both looked back simultaneously. Su Lingyue stood before them, speaking softly. "Teacher Ming, do you have time tonight, after tomorrow? I would like to invite you, and my father would like to meet you as well." Su Lingyue is not only an outstanding researcher of this generation. Both of her parents are engaged in geology. Chun Yinzhou had heard previously that her father holds a significant position, likely as a leader or professor. Ming Zhuo replied succinctly, "I do not have time." Su Lingyue continued, "What about the day after tomorrow, or whenever you have time? This holiday is quite long." Chun Yinzhou understood that he was merely an accessory in this situation, standing by without offering an opinion, contemplating whether to join for the meal or take his girlfriend out instead, leaning more towards the latter. At that moment, Ding Jia approached, linking arms with Su Lingyue. "Professor Ming, you should go. We learned so much from you in the desert, and you have taken such good care of us. If you don't join us for this meal, we would feel quite bad." Ming Zhuo replied calmly, "It was Professor Zhao who assigned you to the desert. He instructed me to look after you. If you truly feel indebted, you may invite him." He nodded slightly and turned to descend stairs. Chun Yinzhou could not help but smile, hastily telling Su Lingyue, "I want to go either. I want to accompany my girlfriend. Enjoy your meal, and Happy New Year." With that, he swiftly followed after her. Behind them, the expressions on Ding Jia and Su Lingyue's faces were quite telling. Professor Zhao appeared from somewhere, sighing, "Relationships require mutual attraction. Perhaps you and Ming Zhuo simply lack this connection." Ding Jia was not pleased. "Professor Zhao, you did not say this before. You claimed that Su Lingyue and Professor Ming were a perfect match, the golden couple of the Research Institute." Professor Zhao cleared his throat at that time. I was unaware his words trailed off abruptly. Ding Jia inquired, "Aware of what?" "Nothing, nothing." Professor Zhao waved his hand. "It's almost dawn. You should return and rest." Ding Jiao wanted to say more, but was restrained by Su Lingyue, visibly distressed, hurried down the stairs. Outside the research institute, Chen Yinzhou yawned, nearly shedding tears. Professor Ming, did you drive? If not, I can give you a ride. Just as he spoke, he noticed someone in the corner near the wall. She sat on a suitcase, wearing a hat and mask, absorbed in her phone. In the early hours, her presence outside the Geological Research Institute seemed rather peculiar. Chen Yinzhou felt a mix of confusion and curiosity, instinctively wanting to approach, but was pulled back by Ming Zhuo's voice. I drove. Your car is over there. Chen Yinzhou dismissed the matter, eager to return home for some rest. Oh, then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Professor Ming. Ming Zhuo acknowledged with a sound, though his gaze lingered on the figure in the corner. As people from the institute emerged, they greeted Ming Zhuo, who responded with nods. Wen Tan arrived at the research institute around 5 o'clock. Seeing the bright lights, she guessed that Ming Zhuo was likely in a meeting, so she found a corner to wait. Not wanting the sound of her phone to disturb others, she donned her headphones. Consequently, when people exited, she remained completely oblivious. The parking lot was to the left, where those who hailed taxis gathered, leaving few to venture to the right. Just as Wen Tan decided to stretch her neck, one of her earbuds fell, and a faint conversation resonated within the once quiet institute. Turning her head, she intended to check if the meeting had concluded, only to find the cold, imposing figure standing before her. Her pupils widened, her eyes sparkling with joy. Professor Ming. Ming Zhuo knelt slightly, looking up at her. His voice low. When did you arrive? Not long ago, she replied, after ensuring no one was around. She pulled down her mask and kissed the face she had longed for. Quickly retreating, her eyes gleamed, a New Year's gift. Do you like it? Ming Zhuo met her gaze, his deep black eyes reflecting warmth. I do. Hearing his candid response, Wen Tan felt her ears flush, her smile unwavering. Ming Zhuo rose and adjusted her mask back into place. Wait here for me. I'll go get the car. The parking lot was crowded, making it inconvenient for her to go. Wen Tan nodded softly. Okay. Once he left, Wen Tan stowed her headphones in her bag and stood to stretch. For some reason, she sensed an inexplicable tension from Ming Zhuo, as if he responded differently to her advances than before, creating an invisible distance. Was he just tired? After 5 minutes, the car stopped before her. As she approached, Ming Zhuo had already exited, taking her suitcase from her hand. You get in first. His demeanor was somewhat aloof yet earnest. Wen Tan quietly responded, Oh, right. She reached the passenger seat, just removing her hat and mask when Ming Zhuo entered beside her. As she fastened her seatbelt and turned to buckle it, she asked Professor Ming, Are you hungry? I brought some famous almonds from Macau. Before she could finish, he wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her. In the next instant, Wen Tan found herself enveloped in his familiar embrace, the cool scent of wood enveloping her. Before she could react, Ming Zhuo's fingers tangled in her hair, securing her head as his lips descended upon hers, his breath warm, a clear eruption of restrained desire. He kissed her fervently, parting her lips and entwining his tongue with hers, consuming her sweetness with wild abandon. Wen Tan clutched his shirt, momentarily breathless, and retracted her earlier speculation. Indeed, she had overthought it. Chapter 99. Slippers. As Su Lingyue exited the Geological Research Institute, she noticed Ming Zhuo's car parked by the roadside. After a moment of hesitation, she walked over. Standing beside the passenger seat, she bent down to extend her hand. When the window silently descended, Ming Zhuo sat in the driver's seat, cradling a woman in his arms. He held her head, drawing her closer as they kissed passionately, completely oblivious to Su Lingyue's presence. In mere seconds, she was frozen in shock, her face paling. The moment was fleeting. Su Lingyue barely had time to comprehend the scene or discern the woman's features before the window ascended, sealing her outside. Her mind reeled, feeling even more humiliated than before. She sensed that Ming Zhuo had done this intentionally, allowing her to witness this moment. Su Lingyue turned, biting her lip as she fled. Ming Zhuo's hand discreetly returned to the center console, encircling Wen Tan's waist as he kissed her with renewed fervor. Wen Tan clutched his shirt, eyes closed, utterly unaware of the brief encounter that had just transpired. In the distance, dawn slowly crept in, the dark night gradually yielding to a gray hue. Ming Zhuo finally released her, their noses brushing, his voice deep and raspy. Now, this is what I call a New Year's gift. The air inside the car was stifling, and Wen Tan felt parched, her voice sticky. You seemed so indifferent. I thought you didn't tea like it. Ming Zhuo chuckled softly. There are cameras outside. Wen Tan straightened abruptly, exclaiming, "What?" Ming Zhuo's breath deepened as he pressed down on her leg, reassuringly. "Don't worry. The cameras are on the wall. They only capture my face." Wen Tan blushed furiously, overwhelmed with embarrassment, hesitating to move. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ming Zhuo replied. "It's the first time receiving such a New Year's gift. I couldn't refuse." Wen Tan wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned forward, planting 2 or 3 kisses on his thin lips, saying, "I'll send you a few more." Ming Zhuo smiled and gently pinched the back of her neck, asking, "Shall we go for breakfast?" Wen Tan nodded in agreement. The streets at 6 or 7 in the morning began to show signs of life, with pedestrians appearing here and there, and breakfast shops filled with the warmth of cooking and steam. Wen Tan had never ventured out for breakfast this early. Often, after finishing night shoots, she would either grab a quick bite at the hotel or enjoy the late-night snacks provided by the crew, never feeling particularly hungry enough to delay her return to sleep. This was her first experience sitting in a bustling eatery like this. Most early risers appeared bleary-eyed, not fully awake, and since Wen Tan and Ming Zhuo were seated in a corner, she chose not to wear a mask, relishing this rare moment of comfort and ease. The freshly made soy milk was still hot. Wen Tan sipped it gently and asked, "Teacher Ming, do you often work overtime until this time?" Ming Zhuo was peeling an egg as he replied, "Not often. This time, the office is trying to clear time for the New Year's holiday." Wen Tan continued, "So, you won't be working during the New Year?" "That's right." With a smile curving her lips, Wen Tan lowered her gaze back to her soy milk and murmured, "I won't be working either." Ming Zhuo placed the egg on her plate, his eyebrows subtly lifting. By the time they finished breakfast, the sky outside had brightened considerably. Ming Zhuo parked the car in the basement and retrieved her suitcase. Wen Tan put on her mask, slowing her pace when she noticed someone passing by, creating some distance. Yet, this attempt to conceal was rather futile, as it was evident that Ming Zhuo did not fit the profile of someone who would carry a purple suitcase. Upon entering the elevator, Wen Tan saw no one and was about to reach for Ming Zhuo's hand when his phone rang. She quickly averted her gaze. It was a call from Old Lady Ming. "I heard from Professor Zhao that your survey work has concluded. Are you coming home for dinner today?" Ming Zhuo's eyes flicked to Wen Tan, who was pretending to read the elevator advertisements, and he silently smiled. "Maybe in a couple of days. I've been busy lately." Old Lady Ming replied, "Aren't you on holiday? You have no girlfriend. What could possibly keep you so busy?" Suddenly, a thought struck her. "About that girl you mentioned last time." "Grandma." Ming Zhuo interrupted, "I'll take a couple of days off and then come to see you. All right?" Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Ming Zhuo waited for Wen Tan to exit before pulling the suitcase outside. Wen Tan stood at the door, noticing Ming Zhuo holding her suitcase with one hand while on the phone with the other, so she input the passcode herself. The reason she chose the date they met in Namcha Barwa as her passcode was that it held significant meaning for him, as well as for her. Old Lady Ming continued, "Never mind, take a good rest. Just let me know when you're coming, so I can ask Aunt Zhang to prepare some of your favorite dishes." Ming Zhuo replied with a simple and added, "Happy New Year, Grandma." Old Lady Ming sighed, "Happy New Year. If you could find me a granddaughter-in-law this year, that would be a true blessing. Goodbye." Ming Zhuo put away his phone and single-handedly carried the suitcase inside. Wen Tan stood in front of him, able to hear their conversation clearly, a smile forming on her lips as she found their exchange amusing. After taking off her shoes, she was about to walk barefoot forward when Ming Zhuo held her arm, opened the shoe cabinet, and pulled out a pair of brand-new, fluffy slippers with pink rabbit ears, placing them by her feet. Were these? Wen Tan had never used such adorable footwear before and was surprised. "Where did you buy these?" Ming Zhuo replied, "I got off work early a couple days ago and just picked them out. If you don't like them, we can go buy another pair later." In truth, Ming Zhuo had spent quite some time in the slippers section, opting for comfort and lightness rather than hiking shoes. Each pair was uniquely styled, arranged in rows like an animal parade. There were simpler designs, but he was unsure which one Tan would prefer. Eventually, a shy female staff member approached him, asking softly, "Hello, are you buying these for your girlfriend?" Ming Zhuo nodded lightly yes. The staff member then recommended the pair. "This is our new arrival, selling out quickly. What size does your girlfriend wear?" 37, he answered, and thus he brought the pink rabbit slippers home. Wen Tan slipped them on, finding them quite comfortable. She turned to embrace his neck, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "I love them. I absolutely adore them." Chapter 100. New Year. Wen Tan stood in the bathroom, gazing at the new toothbrush cup and the towel beside it on the sink, her hands covering her flushed face, her smile widening uncontrollably. Biting down on a hair tie, she gathered her hair into a bun before shedding her clothes one by one and turning on the shower. The sound of water filled the air, and the warm mist gradually enveloped the entire bathroom. When Ming Zhuo entered the bedroom, his gaze unintentionally fell on the fogged glass door, and he swallowed hard. Just as he turned to leave, the sound of water ceased, and Wen Tan's tentative voice emerged from within. "Teacher Ming, are you there?" Ming Zhuo responded in a low voice. "Yes." Wen Tan whispered, "I forgot to grab my underwear. Could you please bring it to me? It's in the compartment of my suitcase, in a bag." After a brief pause, Ming Zhuo replied, "Okay." He approached the suitcase, crouching down on one leg to open the compartment Wen Tan mentioned. Inside, he found 2 pieces of lingerie along with some nipple covers. Ming Zhuo felt a rush of warmth to his temples as he asked, "Which color do you want?" "Any will do," Wen Tan replied, followed by, "Just hand me the bag." A minute later, there was a knock on the door. A delicate white hand reached out from the bathroom, and Ming Zhuo handed her the bag. Wen Tan quickly retrieved it, saying, "Thank you." She looked at the contents, her face even redder from the steam. Typically, after bathing at home, she would sleep without wearing any underwear, which was why she had forgotten to take it with her. Earlier, she had been wearing nipple covers from her New Year's Eve dress, which she had discarded right before heading to the airport. Wen Tan quickly covered herself with a couple of tissues and slipped into her pajamas before emerging from the bathroom. Ming Zhuo was no longer there. She let out a sigh of relief and called out, "Teacher Ming?" Ming Zhuo entered from the balcony, asking, "Are you done?" Wen Tan nodded gently, "Yes, you can go now." Ming Zhuo stepped closer, his body still carrying a faint scent of smoke. He reached up to brush away the damp hair sticking to her forehead. "If you're tired, you can sleep first." Wen Tan mumbled in response, "Got it. So you will sleep on the sofa again?" Ming Zhuo looked at her, as if seeking her permission. "Can I sleep in the bed?" Wen Tan turned her face away, her ears burning. "That's your bed. Of course. You can sleep." He smiled softly, "All right." Without hesitation, Wen Tan turned and dashed away like a rabbit. "I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep first." She burrowed under the covers, hiding her head, her eyes wide with excitement. Every sound outside was vividly clear. She heard Ming Zhuo opening the wardrobe for clothes, the bathroom door closing, and the gentle sound of running water. Wen Tan pulled down the covers slightly to breathe in the fresh air. Her heart raced even faster than before. Feeling a rush of nervousness, she reached into her bag for her phone and lay back down, responding to the New Year's wishes that others had sent her the previous night. Wen had texted her 2 hours earlier, letting her know she had arrived home. Wen Tan sent her an 8,888 red envelope. "Wen Tan, you've worked hard lately. Happy New Year." Wen almost instantly replied, "Thank you, Sister Wen Tan. You are indeed my reborn parents." Wen Tan replied, "That is not necessary." Wen said, "I wish you and Teacher Ming a long-lasting, blissful life together." Growing old side by side, Wen Tan initiated another transfer. Wen remarked, "For the first time in my life, I realize how easy it is to earn money." Wen added, "I shall diligently practice the art of conversation from now on," with a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Wen Tan chatted with her for a bit before exiting the dialogue box. As she scrolled down, she noticed a New Year greeting from Meng Chun in a disregarded corner. Meng Chun wrote, "Xiao Tan, Happy New Year. Wishing you all the best." Wen Tan chose not to respond. The last time at the Starlight Gala, the barrier between her and Meng Chun had been shattered, rendering further hollow pleasantries unnecessary. Additionally, there was Lin Chuyu's message. Lin Chuyu exclaimed, "Darling, Happy New Year. This year, you will shine brighter than ever." Wen Tan sent a transfer in return. Wen Tan replied, "Happy New Year, darling." Just 2 seconds later, Lin Chuyu responded directly, "You're up so early?" Wen Tan replied, "Actually, I haven't slept yet." Wen Tan continued, "What brings you up at this hour?" It was still before 9, a perfect moment for Lin Chuyu to meet with the Prince of Dreams. Lin Chuyu sighed, "Don't mention it. My mother dragged me up early to visit my grandmother." Lin Chuyu lamented, "I often go, but they usually lack the time and insist on bringing me along." Lin Chuyu added, crying, "JPG, bentan sin na kumfurtinguk." Wen Tan replied, "You've worked hard." After a while, Lin Chuyu unexpectedly sent another message. Lin Chuyu asked, "Do you want to meet my cousin?" Wen Tan responded, "Thank you, but no." Lin Chuyu began to elaborate. "My cousin is very handsome and intelligent. He is the smartest one in our family." Wen Tan retorted, "In my eyes, no one is more handsome than Teacher Ming." Lin Chuyu replied, "If I were to say they resemble each other a lot," Wen Tan laughed, "Haha, then I shall poke my eyes out on the spot." Wen Tan found it utterly impossible to associate Ming Zhuo's face with Lin Shuyo's cousin, who was all muscle and could easily defeat 10 bulls. How terrifying! At that moment, the sound of water in the bathroom ceased. Lin Shuyu sent another message. But Wen Tan quickly tucked her phone under her pillow and feigned sleep. Soon, the bathroom door opened and footsteps approached. Wen Tan squeezed her eyes tighter and clutched the corner of her pillow. Ming Zhuo pulled back the covers and lay down beside her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. He still bore the lingering warmth of steam from his shower, mingled with the scent of shower gel, akin to that of Wen Tan. Wen Tan's body tensed, clearly pretending to be asleep. Ming Zhuo chuckled softly. I haven't told my grandmother about us. If she finds out, it might disrupt your normal life. Whenever you feel ready to meet her, I'll take you back. Wen Tan slowly opened her eyes, aware that Ming Zhuo was concerned she might overthink. She turned and nestled into his embrace, asking, is she urging you to go on blind dates? Ming Zhuo replied with a hum. Wen Tan tilted her head to look at him. With that colleague of yours? Ming Zhuo laughed. You remember that so well? Wen Tan pouted, of course. It's etched in my memory. You two are a golden couple. She halted mid-sentence, almost revealing that Su Lingyue had approached her. As she deemed it unimportant and almost let slip her tongue, Ming Zhuo paused, furrowing his brow as he met her gaze. What did she tell you? Chapter 101. Comfort in the Riverside Pavilion. Lin Shuyu yawned as she entered, finding Ming Ingzhong already present. She politely greeted, Uncle, Happy New Year. Ming Ingzhong nodded in return. Happy New Year. Lin Shuyu scampered to the side of Grandmother Ming, clinging to her arm with a pout, extending her hand for a red envelope. Grandma, Happy New Year. Grandmother Ming chuckled, patting her palm. It's merely New Year's Day, not the Spring Festival. No need for formalities. Before Lin Shuyu could respond, she continued. Once your final exam results are out, Grandma will give you a big red envelope. Lin Shuyu replied, Thank you, but I suddenly don't want it anymore. The family sat together, and Ming Shu couldn't hold back a quiet question, Mom. Is Ming Zhuo coming back? Grandmother Ming's smile dimmed slightly as she sighed. I called him this morning. He just finished his seminar in the desert and said he would rest for 2 days before returning. Ming Ingzhong, sipping tea, appeared somber and cold. Rest for 2 days? He simply doesn't want to see me. Upon hearing this, no one dared to respond. Lin Shuyu, recalling how Ming Zhuo had previously helped her cover for skipping class to travel to the northwest, prepared to speak up in his defense. Uncle, when my cousin was in the desert, I visited him. The working conditions were quite harsh. They were exposed to the elements and often barely had enough to eat. With a thud, Ming Ingzhong placed his teacup down on the wooden table, his voice low and stern. He chose to go. Who can he blame? Grandmother Ming shot him a reproachful glance. No one is blaming anyone. Chu Yu is merely highlighting how hard Xiao Zhuo works, not that he is deliberately avoiding you. Ming Ingzhong's expression softened slightly. I'm not upset with Chu Yu. Don't take it to heart. Ming Shu coughed lightly. Chu Yu is just a child. She shares a good relationship with her cousin and doesn't want to see you two at odds. With that clarification, the atmosphere lightened. Lin Chu Yu indeed bore no ill will. She had witnessed her uncle's temperament since childhood, having already lost one son. He stubbornly refused to reconcile with his elder son for 10 years, maintaining a facade of pride. Grandmother Ming addressed Ming Ingzhong. Now that Xiao Zhuo is back, you should find time to visit him and have a good talk. Ming Ingzhong, stirring the tea in his cup, replied expressionlessly, I have no time for that. P.S. busy with work. Am I not busy as well? In truth, Ming Ingzhong hesitated to admit that he had visited a few days ago, but found that Ming Zhuo had changed the password. After trying several dates without success, he had left in a fit of rage. Grandmother Ming clutched her chest, sighing deeply. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to see you two reconcile in my lifetime. After a brief pause, Ming Ingzhong added, Do you know about his girlfriend? Grandmother Ming inquired, What girlfriend? Lin Chuyu suddenly perked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ming Ingzhong explained, When I last visited his home, I encountered a girl he referred to as a friend, but I sensed she was more than that. She even accompanied Ming Zhuo to the site of the incident. Oh, and she brought me 2 bottles of rice wine. Grandmother Ming exclaimed, Why didn't you mention such an important matter earlier? I thought he shared everything with you. There was a hint of pride in his tone, given the strained relationship between Ming Ingzhong and Ming Zhuo. It was amusing that he was the first to learn of his son's romantic involvement. Grandmother Ming shot him a look. If that is the case, I already know. He likes that girl and is pursuing her. If they were truly together, he would certainly tell me. Lin Shuyo's father, Lin Yuzhong, expressed his confusion. What kind of girl requires Xiao Zhuo to pursue her? At that moment, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Lin Shuyu, the one most likely to know. Lin Shuyu lowered her head, tactically avoiding the question. How could she not know? She was acutely aware. However, unless it was to highlight her high score in the geological elective, she would never dare to bring it up. At noon, when they moved to the dining hall, Ming Zhuo pulled Lin Chuyao aside and whispered, "Is the girl your cousin like the one he asked about when he visited our home?" Lin Chuyao replied ambiguously, "Maybe, but I really don't know." Ming Zhuo playfully patted her bottom, urging her to speak clearly. Lin Chuyao, in a spoiled tone, said, "Mom, I genuinely have no idea. Why don't you ask my cousin? It's his personal matter, and I wouldn't dare to say anything." Ming Zhuo paused for a moment, not pressing her further, and asked, "When did you go to the desert to see your cousin?" Lin Chuyao. Wen Tan slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon, experiencing such deep slumber for the first time in ages, having not woken up naturally. She stretched comfortably and opened her eyes, only to realize this was not her home. The decor was minimalist and tidy, exuding a cool ambience. Suddenly, she sat up, her thoughts gradually returning. This was at Teacher Ming's house. With a smile on her lips, she tossed aside the covers, slipped her feet into fluffy bunny slippers, and made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. In the living room, the afternoon sun poured in. As Wen Tan stepped out, Ming Zhuo was in the kitchen preparing a meal. She stood behind him and softly said, "Teacher Ming." Ming Zhuo turned around, asking, "Did you sleep well?" Wen Tan gave an enthusiastic response. "Very well. Your bed is so comfortable." Ming Zhuo. Wen Tan was completely oblivious to the suggestive undertones of her statement. "Your bed is so comfortable" could easily be interpreted as your performance last night was excellent. Curiously, she inquired, "What brand is it?" Wen Tan genuinely wanted to know, as she had changed beds every time she moved, and even the beds in 5-star hotels paled in comparison to this one. Ming Zhuo picked her up, placing her on the kitchen island, leaning closer with his hands braced on either side of her, and in a calm tone, asked, "Are you certain it is the bed that is so comfortable?" Wen Tan's face flushed instantly. His words carried an undeniable logic. In her over 20 years of life, she had only shared a bed with her grandmother and Lin Chuyao, and the sensation of falling asleep in his embrace was entirely different. Though nothing had transpired, there was a profound sense of soul connection that brought her comfort. Ming Zhuo's gaze lingered on her lips, darkening slightly. Just as he was about to lean in for a kiss, when Tan's phone rang from the bedroom. She quickly hopped off the island and wriggled out his grasp, her ears burning. "I need to take a call." Ming Zhuo responded with an mm, retracting his hands and straightening up. "Come out to eat after your call." Wen Tan replied, "Okay." Before heading back to her room, she tiptoed and quickly pecked his lips. Chapter 102. Offending the call was from Su Qiu, discussing Wen Tan's upcoming work arrangements. She said, "Besides Voluto, several other luxury brands have also nearly finalized their contracts. Once everything is signed, shooting will commence after New Year's, so be prepared. You likely won't have any time to rest before the Spring Festival. If my negotiations go smoothly after the Spring Festival, you'll be joining the crew." Wen Tan nodded gently, standing by the window. "Sister Qiu, I would like to consult you about something." Su Qiu replied, "Are you inquiring about whether to promote the drama you filmed last with Chuangmei?" Recently, that drama was likely set to air during the winter break, and they had been using Wen Tan to generate buzz. Wen Tan affirmed, "Yes, I've seen the trailer, and your performance seems quite normal, not much different from your previous dramas. The plot and characters don't stand out, so whether or not to promote, it seems inconsequential. After all, the production and Chuangmei would never let go of this opportunity for publicity. They might even leverage Wen Tan's presence to propel it into a trending series." Su Qiu then asked her, "What are your thoughts?" Wen Tan held her phone, gazing out the window. "Regardless of how tumultuous my relationship with Chuangmei has become, that drama is still my work. I dedicated 2 to 3 months to it earnestly." She paused, adding, "And it's also because I was compensated. I still want to do my job well." Even though a few years back, when she renewed her contract with Chuangmei, they had increased her profit share. She had only acted in the company's low-budget productions, so the earnings were meager. Moreover, promotional responsibilities were usually stipulated in the contract, but since she had left Chuangmei, Huan Yu had compensated her for the breach of contract fees, meaning that not promoting it wouldn't count as a breach. Wen Tan had treated the role with seriousness and wished to part on good terms, not wanting to leave with a sense of animosity. Yet, now that she was signed with Huan Yu, she couldn't simply do as she pleased. so seeking Su Qiu's opinion was necessary. Su Qiu understood her viewpoint. All right, when it airs, you can post a promotional message or retweet the official account of the production. Wen Tan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Qiu. Su Qiu, seemingly pondering for a moment, then said, have you heard about Ming Zhuo? Wen Tan replied, I have. I wonder whom he offended? Su Qiu chuckled awkwardly. Probably. Wen Tan said, whoever he offended must be quite powerful. They managed to have him dismissed from Beihui television just before the new year. And now he has to find a way to make amends. Indeed, the situation was quite severe. Zhou Jiguang not only left with his team, but also poached the core film and television department, harboring a deep grudge. However, since Huan Yu operated within the entertainment industry, they had to adhere to its rules. Zhou Jiguang merely sought to vex Ming Zhuo and by hiring Wen Tan. Furthermore, Su Qiu knew that Ming Zhuo was never one to act on impulse. After leaving the Ming family, he had avoided contact with former acquaintances, and Zhou Jiguang rarely managed to get him out. For Ming Zhuo to go to such lengths for Wen Tan was indeed astonishing. He had dropped a bombshell, leaving Ming Zhuo an utterly lost and confused, like a headless fly, with reports that the investors for his company's upcoming projects were now hesitating and observing. If Ming Zhuo were to return to inherit the company, his capabilities would undoubtedly surpass Ming Yingzhang's. After finishing her conversation with Su Qiu, Wen Tan scrolled through her unread messages while stepping outside. After she dozed off in the morning, Lin Chuyao had sent her several texts. Lin Chuyao, I can't take it anymore. When do you have time for us to confess to each other? Lin Chuyao, I hope you can forgive me for that Hermes bag. Lin Chuyao, if one isn't enough, two will do. As Wen Tan walked, she replied, Wen Tan, maybe tomorrow or the day after. Wen Tan, what is so mysterious that you're making it sound so serious? Wen Tan, nothing can compare to the shock of you being with my boss. Lin Chuyao, hee. Wen Tan, that can't be. It's too fast. She was paying attention and bumped her head into something. Just as Wen Tan exclaimed, Ming Zhuo's voice came from above, so engrossed. Do you have a new boyfriend? Wen Tan. Ming Zhuo reached up to gently rub the back of her head. His voice laced with humor. Time to eat. Wen Tan followed him, and though she knew he was teasing, she still explained, I was chatting with Lin Chuyao. She invited me out. Ming Zhuo pulled out a chair for her. When? The exact time was not yet determined, but it was likely tomorrow or the day after. Ming Zhuo inquired, shall I join you? As Wen Tan's bottom barely touched the chair, she immediately rejected. No, you are her geology teacher. It would be a bit awkward. Why? Wen Tan blurted out. You're her teacher, and I'm her friend. Don't you think it feels incestuous? Ming Zhuo. He leaned slightly forward, resting one hand on the back of her chair, and earnestly explained, Miss Wen, incest usually refers to sexual relations between blood relatives. Even a romantic relationship between a teacher and a student merely involves ethical and moral concerns. Ming Zhao regarded her, leisurely continuing, moreover, you cannot truly be considered my student. I am curious. How did you become entangled with the notion of incest? His voice lingered in her ear, yet Wen Tan failed to comprehend his words. Her mind consumed solely by the phrase sexual relationship. Her cheeks flushed, she stammered. Oh, I see. Heaven knows, Wen Tan intended to say adultery, but felt that would only exacerbate the situation. Struggling to maintain her composure, she insisted, I am hungry. Let's eat. With that, she swiftly turned away, picking up her chopsticks and burying herself in her meal. Ming Zhao's thin lips curled slightly as he took a seat across from her. Wen Tan once again praised his culinary skills, lifting her gaze to ask, Mr. Ming, do you often cook for yourself at home? It's so delicious. Ming Zhao served her a bowl of soup, replying, not often, just occasionally. It seemed that no matter what Mr. Ming undertook, he possessed an innate talent. He continued, during my time studying abroad, I struggled to adjust to the local cuisine, so I had to cook for myself. Initially, my dishes were quite unpalatable, but after 6 months, I could manage to swallow them. Wen Tan, puzzled, remarked, but I found your information online, which states you completed your undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies all domestically. Perhaps it was possible that it referred to high school, she mused. Ming Zhao placed the soup before her, his eyes dark and profound as they locked with hers. His voice, smooth and clear, inquired, what were you searching for in my information? Wen Tan held back for a few seconds, unable to resist a slight cough. How could she explain that when she was assisting Lin Chuyu, she had ulterior motives, desiring to strip him of his clothing? Wen Tan lifted her soup bowl, adopting a serious demeanor as she attempted to steer the conversation. I previously mentioned that I would become your teaching assistant after losing my job, so I did a bit of searching. Ming Zhuo remained non-committal, merely asking, what else does the information say? Birthday, May 29th, height unspecified, weight unspecified, marital status unspecified. As she spoke, her voice dwindled, her unease growing. Why had she not noted any substantial details? Her thoughts were practically written across her face. Ming Zhuo leisurely filled in the blanks. Height, 1. 89 meters, weight, 73 kilograms, unmarried, has a girlfriend. Wen Tan fought to suppress a smile, striving to maintain her composure. Oh, I see. In that case, I can help you revise your Baidu profile when I have time. Ming Zhuo chuckled silently, realizing that further discussion on the topic would lead nowhere. He asked, is there anything missing? I can go out and buy it later. Wen Tan's business trip was lengthy, and she had packed thoroughly, so she shook her head gently. Suddenly recalling something, she straightened up, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. If you're not busy this afternoon, shall we watch a movie together? Ming Zhuo replied, it's New Year's Day. There will be many people, and you might be recognized. Wen Tan's enthusiasm immediately waned, her mood visibly dropping. Oh, right. Earlier in the desert, she had told Ming Zhuo that dating her would be quite a challenge. Yet it turned out she was the one who couldn't contain herself. Ming Zhuo added, we can watch at home. Wen Tan could hardly remember the last time she visited a cinema. Whether it was with Lin Zhuo or by herself, it had faded from her memory. Since childhood, her personality had been more reserved than her peers, preferring solitude. Growing up with her grandmother, she experienced a curious phenomenon where people assumed she was easy to bully since she lacked parental figures, treating her as a target for their mischief. Wen Tan never wanted to worry her grandmother, so even when wronged, she remained silent, gradually becoming more reclusive and withdrawn. This continued until she was nearly finished with middle school, as she blossomed into a more beautiful young woman. Those who once bullied her began to mature and express their affections by buying her breakfast. In high school, the number of boys pursuing Wen Tan increased, yet she continued to avoid them, remaining solitary. Even so, she became the object of envy among most girls. Thus, before meeting Lin Zhuo in university, Wen Tan had few friends, and while she had some acquaintances, none were close enough to share a movie outing. In Jiangcheng, winter days are short. By 5 in the afternoon, the sun slowly vanished behind the clouds, casting a golden glow. The curtains in the living room were tightly drawn, allowing no light to seep in. A classic foreign romance film played on the 70-inch television screen, creating an atmosphere not much different from that of a cinema. Wen Tan sat on the sofa, clad only in her pajamas. Despite the heating, she felt a chill from the dropping outside temperature. Just as she sneezed, Ming Zhuo leaned over to grab a blanket from the side of the sofa, draping it over her. Wen Tan turned her head, whispering, Mr. Ming, aren't you cold? In the darkness, Ming Zhuo's silhouette appeared even more distinguished, the flickering light from the screen accentuating his handsome, chiseled features. He replied in a low tone, I'm fine. Wen Tan felt her heart flutter, leaning closer to him, draping the blanket across his shoulders as well. After ensuring the other side of the blanket was secure, Ming Zhuo encircled her waist. The film displayed one of its most iconic and enduring scenes, where Jack and Rose kissed at the bow of the ship, framed by a fiery sunset. No one could predict the calamity that awaited them that night as they embraced in love. Wen Tan asked Mr. Ming, have you seen this film? I have, he replied. I've seen it too, but I've never managed to finish it. Oh, Wen Tan's gaze returned to the screen. It's nothing. I suppose I just feel that such love doesn't exist in reality. Watching it too much makes me feel numb. The truth was, she could hardly imagine someone loving her to the point of death, making it difficult for her to empathize, leading to her melancholy introspection, which caused her to only watch the first half. Once, while chatting with Lin Zhuo, she casually mentioned this, prompting a shocked and confused reaction from her friend. How could you think that? I believe the latter half is the best. Their love is so touching. You jump. I jump. I cry every time I watch it. Wen Tan acknowledged that she might indeed be emotionally detached. Ming Zhuo held her close, his voice soothing, unhurried. In the face of disaster, most people instinctively choose self-preservation, making all decisions beneficial to themselves. Those willing to sacrifice their lives for their partners are indeed rare. He lowered his gaze to her, aware that the budding of love often signifies the end of wisdom. Wen Tan found herself momentarily dazed as their eyes met. The movie continued to play, an uncut version, the soft gasps forming a backdrop that filled the room. Their contrasting gazes intertwined in the darkness, reaching an extreme of restraint. Wen Tan parted her lips, softly stating, "Mr. Ming, you previously asked me why I was searching for your information." He cradled the back of her head, his fingers weaving through her hair, their foreheads touching, his voice husky and low. The blanket slipped from her shoulders, her eyelashes fluttering as she murmured, "I was thinking about how to remove your suit, to let you." Her voice tightened, faltering as she struggled to continue. Ming Zhuo pressed his lips against hers, gently coaxing, "What do you want me to do?" Wen Tan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she managed to complete her thought, "To let you be infatuated with me, with only me in your eyes." Her remaining words were silently consumed. Ming Zhuo lifted her onto his lap, his tongue exploring hers with ease, savoring the sweetness of her mouth. His hands caressed her curves, the sensation beneath his palm delicate and smooth. Wen Tan was overwhelmed with emotion, her hand just reaching around his neck in preparation for a response, when Ming Zhuo suddenly halted, gently placing her on the sofa before hastily rising. "Wait for me," he said. Wen Tan's eyes were clouded with confusion, taken aback. Ming Zhuo strode into the bedroom, shutting the door behind him. Chapter 104. Only Wen Tan sat there, hugging her knees, her eyes glistening as she stared blankly at the television screen, unable to absorb anything. Her mouth felt parched, and her chest rose and fell erratically. She found it difficult to imagine what Ming Zhuo was doing inside. She vaguely recalled a saying she had come across, suggesting that boys. Was she to simply wait here? Unable to remain still, Wen Tan pondered for a moment before rising, slipping on her slippers and preparing to enter. Just as she reached the bookshelf, the bedroom door swung open. Ming Zhuo emerged, appearing just as he had on their first encounter, clad in a white shirt and black suit, his straight nose adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Wen Tan's eyes widened in shock, her breath catching. Who could withstand such a sight? Ming Zhuo approached her, his long fingers encircling hers, guiding them to the buttons of his shirt, his voice cool and husky. "Come here." Wen Tan realized he was responding to her earlier thought of how to remove his suit. A rush of exhilaration coursed through her. The world felt both blank and vividly enchanting. Holding her breath, she tentatively undid his tie, followed by the first button, then the second. Her fingers accidentally brushed against his Adam's apple, causing her to retract slightly. Ming Zhuo stood there, backlit, his expression shrouded in shadow, allowing her every movement. It was surreal to engage in something Wen Tan had only dared to dream about. Halfway through unbuttoning his shirt, a glimmer of light reflected off the television screen, revealing the pronounced movement of Ming Zhuo's throat. Steeling herself, Wen Tan bravely moved a step closer. Ming Zhuo suddenly halted, his last nerve snapping as he pressed her against the bookshelf. A few books fell, landing softly on the carpet, unnoticed. Wen Tan gazed at him, her eyes glistening, her voice barely a whisper. "Don't you like it?" Ming Zhuo removed his glasses with one hand, leaning down to capture her lips in a kiss, providing a direct answer through his actions. Wen Tan wrapped her arms around his neck, eyes closing in response. Ming Zhuo lifted her in his arms, heading toward the bedroom. Outside, the sky had darkened without her noticing, the city's lights reflecting in the floor-to-ceiling windows like a mirage. Wen Tan's nightgown lay entangled with his suit on the floor. The half-moon hidden in the night gradually became fuller, trembling in the breeze. Wen Tan's vision blurred, her delicate fingers resting on his shoulder, crumpling his shirt. Ming Zhuo grasped her hand, urging her forward. "Shall I go, or will you?" Wen Tan felt as if she might lose her mind, devoid of any strength. Her fingers trembled, her voice tinged with a nasally tone. "I won't." A soft thud echoed as Wen Tan was kissed anew. Ming Zhuo reached into the drawer, and Wen Tan's eyes widened. "I didn't, last time I came." Ming Zhuo murmured softly, donning a piece. "We bought this together a couple of days ago." She attempted to alleviate her tension with a comment. "With your striking looks, does no one ever steal glances at you while wearing such things?" Ming Zhuo replied, "No one stares at me like you do." Wen Tan recalled the corny line she had once uttered. "You carry my gaze upon you." How foolish she had been. How could she have said such a thing? She dared not meet his gaze any longer, turning her head, her eyes fluttering shut. Ming Zhuo lifted her chin. "Wen Tan, look at me." Her voice was muffled. "No." Ming Zhuo's dark eyes bore into hers, each word deliberate, his tone husky. "Look at me, enamored by you, with only you in my sight." Lin Shuyu had spent a considerable portion of her life meticulously timing her actions. This time, to demonstrate her sincerity in apologizing, she arrived 10 minutes early, ordering coffee and pastries while waiting. Upon seeing Wen Tan's silhouette, she waved enthusiastically. "Darling, over here." Lin Shuyu had chosen an upscale club known for its discretion, frequented by celebrities and socialites, ensuring no chance of being photographed. Wen Tan approached, sitting across from her, glancing at her phone. "You're here so early?" They had arranged to meet at 3 o'clock, and it was only 2:55. Lin Shuyu chuckled, placing a large Hermes bag in front of her. "I just couldn't wait to see you. Here, a New Year's gift." Wen Tan recalled Lin Shuyu's words from the previous day. As she removed her coat to hand it to a nearby server, she asked, "You're not really dating Zhuo, my boss, are you?" Upon touching her scarf, she hesitated, not removing it. Lin Shuyu pouted. "I wish. It's not that quick." "Then what have you done that's weighing on your conscience?" Just as Lin Shuyu was about to respond, her attention was drawn to Wen Tan's scarf, and the server stood nearby, seemingly waiting. Wen Tan cleared her throat and adjusted her scarf. "I'll wear it. I'm cold." Once her coat was off, she wore only a lightweight, warm sweater, but the scarf seemed out of place. The server didn't question her, nodding and leaving. However, Lin Shuyu sensed something amiss. "The heating is adequate here. It's not cold." "Wen Tan maintained her composure. Is it?" "I find it fine." Lin Shuyu leaned forward, placing her hands on the table. "Aren't you going to confess something to me? Speak." Wen Tan picked up her teacup, feeling a bead of sweat forming on her neck. "You go first." Lin Shuyu extended her hand, her gaze intense. "Rock, paper, scissors." Wen Tan hesitated, then playfully waved her hand away. How childish. In the midst of their banter, Wen Tan quickly changed her gesture. "Scissors, you lose." Lin Shuyu protested. "You're cheating." Wen Tan sipped her tea, loosening her scarf to allow airflow. "That's merely strategy." Lin Shuyu pushed the Hermes bag closer. "Then take this gift before I continue." "No, I haven't even used the one you gave me last time." Wen Tan insisted. "Just speak. I'm in a great mood today, and I can forgive you for anything." Lin Shuyu swallowed hard. "Actually, it's mainly about my cousin." Wen Tan perked up. "Your cousin isn't aware of the curse I placed on him, is he? Did you let something slip?"